Upon traversing to this new realm, Lin Yue discovered an incongruity in his posture. The unfortunate news was that he found himself on Mars, devoid of sustenance. Conversely, the fortunate aspect was the freedom to engage in any endeavor he desired. Blue Star United Aerospace. While you await rescue, you have transformed Mars into a habitable planet? Chapter 1. I have obliterated my spaceship. Well, I never anticipated witnessing the docking of the spacecraft and the Martian probe station within a live broadcast. I've seen it over 10 times. It's rather mundane. I'm off. It appears the host is experimenting with something quite novel. He has donned a black shirt over his spacesuit, white suspenders, and has even adorned his helmet with a silver mid. Lupa. Could he possibly be the Martian envoy with a training duration of 912.5 days? How dare you insult me? Make sure to wear your spacesuit when you appear in court, dear host. Within the Douyin livestream, the Moonstone transport spacecraft, equipped with 10 pairs of thrusters, gracefully descended from the cosmos. The camera has shifted to the dispatcher beside the ground probe station. A few comments floated across the screen. Lin Yue's attention was scarcely fixated on the transport spacecraft. Its descent was entirely managed by the nearby core control panel, leaving him with no cause for concern. Listening to the prelude resonating within his spacesuit, he contemplated his next move while casting a glance at the total viewership in the live stream. 35 individuals. Goodness, am I toiling in this manner with no one watching? How vexing. Has this meme already become obsolete? Wasn't it promised to be timeless? Clutching a compact auxiliary robotic dog, Lin Yue, in a fit of indignation, began to perform a basketball dance on the docking platform. Soon, the performance concluded, and the small robotic dog was left in a state of disarray. Gasping for breath, it glanced at the screen once more, only to find that the audience count had inexplicably dwindled. It seems to have backfired, Lin Yue sighed as he put away the Iron Mountain support. He switched the camera back to the footage of the transport spacecraft, pondering what grand endeavor could boost the numbers once again. Who would have thought that with the system in place, I would still be stuck on the novice task? He mused, lost in contemplation. 3 days prior, Lin Yue was merely an ordinary worker on Earth. However, after an inexplicable transference, he found himself at a Martian exploration station, serving as a reside. NT Dispatch Officer. Unlike formal scientific team members, dispatch officers are not required to analyze Martian soil or traverse the terrain with rovers laden with instruments. Their duties are rather simple. One must remain in a 100-square-meter Martian outpost, located a staggering 400 million kilometers from Blue Star, and maintain a daily live broadcast for 12 hours. This monotonous task had already consumed 185 days of the original occupant's time before Lin Yue arrived. Indeed, the technological trajectory of this world is somewhat askew. After successfully landing on the moon, the inhabitants of Blue Star set their sights on Mars, accomplishing a manned landing in just 30 years. Subsequently, a significant breakthrough in photon communication technology led humanity to propose and implement the Starlink initiative, launching hundreds of relay communication satellites between Blue Star and Mars. This has successfully transformed what was originally a communication delay of 4 minutes at its shortest and 20 minutes at its longest into a mere relic of the past. The so-called Mars synchronous live broadcast is a byproduct that emerged thereafter. With the removal of the communication delay barrier, the exploration of Mars has naturally become a more straightforward endeavor. The incessant launches of manned spacecraft have ushered in an era of significant exploration and expansion for this desolate planet. Over the next 2 decades, researchers continuously arrived and departed, gradually unveiling the once enigmatic veil of Mars, revealing its secrets little by little. The Mars Live Broadcast Room, serving as the primary portal for introducing Mars to humanity, made significant contributions during this period. However, it has slowly evolved into an entity of diminishing importance, transitioning from being the sole occupant of a television channel to becoming just one of countless small EVA streams in the vast realm of Douyin. Lin Yue's predecessors, it can be said, were increasingly complacent, engaging in various trivialities within the live broadcast room. The predecessor who arrived less than half a year ago was also comfortably idle, almost perfectly inheriting this spirit. On the screen, a viewer sent a flurry of comments. Multiple choice: attend a defense or go to the Mars livestream. I would choose the defense. What if it were $5 million a year? then I would still choose the defense. Surprise, old 8 returns. Lin Yue felt a surge of indignation, directing his gaze toward the screen as he cleared his throat into the microphone. Here, we offer 200,000 a year before tax without any social insurance or housing fund that I advise this friend not to overindulge in fantasies. 5 million? How dare you even think of such a thing? Lin Yue's self-deprecating remark indeed emanates from the depths of his heart. 2 million pre-tax. The original owner blissfully accepted 6 months of specialized training, followed by over half a year aboard a spacecraft, arriving at this desolate place, perpetually besieged by sandstorms, frigid temperatures, a tenuous atmosphere, and terrifying radiation, to embark on a year-long live-streaming endeavor. 2.5 years. Surely, such time could have been better spent as an idle trainee. This situation is nothing short of absurd. Across the entirety of Mars, he shares his solitude with merely 5 other scientists stationed at the research center, leaving him overt, N,000 kilometers away from any semblance of companionship. What is termed a detection station would be more aptly described as a solitary confinement cell. As for live streaming, while the reward from viewer donations would technically belong to him, Lin Yue found himself lacking motivation upon his arrival. The reasoning is quite simple. Having traversed dimensions and inherited the memories of the original owner, he discovered that the culture, entertainment, and history of this world are strikingly identical to his own, leading him to realize that he could not be a joyful literary enthusiast on Mars. However, not long ago, a system known as the Mars Live Streaming System became bound to him. Suddenly, Lin Yue felt a surge of determination. According to its own description, the Mars Live Streaming System seemed to offer a wealth of powerful skills and items, contingent upon the completion of system tasks, thereby enabling him to thrive in such harsh conditions. Yet, Lin Yue soon discovered that the system required a specific condition for activation. He gazed at the system panel. Host, Lin Yue. System inactive. Activation condition, 1,000 concurrent viewers in the live stream. Where am I supposed to find 1,000 people to come and watch? The novice task is exceedingly difficult. Lin Yue couldn't help but roar inwardly. Having 100 viewers in his live stream was already a considerable blessing. This wretched live stream lacked even the basic features for raffle draws or paid traffic, effectively barricading his path to success. 2 million, and that's pre-tax. Is the host evading debts, or has he gone completely mad? I suspect there may be a manslaughter case involved. I suggest an investigation, as it doesn't seem voluntary. Is it possible that he went to Mars to avoid the defense? Shocking. Someone actually uttered such words in the live stream. At this moment, due to Lin Yue's self-deprecating humor, the live stream seemed to buzz with slightly more activity, though not significantly so. Why have 2 of the thrusters been extinguished? He suddenly noticed that among the 10 pairs of thrusters on the Moonstone, 2 had inexplicably gone dark. According to the exploration station's guidelines regarding docking procedures for transport ships, this was highly irregular. Malfunction? He saw that the red manual control button, which he had just pressed, was ominously illuminated. Oh no! As he hurried to switch to the automatic button, he realized he could not press it all. Looking up, he saw that 4 more thrusters on the Moonstone had also extinguished. Lin Yue. In the live stream, several viewers began to sense that something was amiss. They watched as the spacecraft suddenly began to shake violently on the screen. In the next moment, it transformed into a bright point, which instantaneously morphed into a massive fireball. By heavens, fireworks have unexpectedly appeared in the Martian sky. Do not inquire further. The host is responsible. What fireworks? The spacecraft has exploded. Host, flee at once. What is happening? The moment we arrived, why has the live stream gone dark? In mere seconds, a throng of individuals surged into the live stream room, drawn by the explosion of the spacecraft. Congratulations, the Mars live streaming system has been activated. You have received a beginner's gift pack. Please collect it promptly. At this moment, Lin Yue, who had taken refuge beneath the all-steel workstation in the exploration pod's basement, felt a perplexing emerge in his mind. Chapter 2. The Bitter Wind. Within the confines of the live broadcast room, the screen lay shrouded in darkness. The influx of viewers, bewildered by the news of the spaceship's explosion, created an atmosphere of confusion. I pondered aloud, is it truly necessary? A spaceship explosion? If this is merely a gimmick, I shall take my leave. Without any entertaining content, I might as well chew on a lighter. I could simply enjoy a sports match instead, couldn't I? The intricacies of high-tech sports. Special effects? Haven't you all seen the news? Surely, no one lacks a smartphone, right? Surely not. I have long asserted that NASA's cargo spacecraft is subpar, inferior to our own Tang nation's technology. Look, it has turned into fireworks, hasn't it? One can only hope the host has survived. Alas, even if they have, their situation is dire. Was that spacecraft not intended for transporting supplies? Now we might witness the ultimate survival challenge. By the way, does the Mars expedition team possess any personal accident insurance? No ulterior motive. Just a casual inquiry for those familiar with Pacific Insurance. At this moment, Lin Yue crouched beneath the workstation. The cacophony of sounds echoing around him as he felt the persistent vibrations. We're doomed, he thought. What is the value of that cargo spacecraft now? Several hundred billion? This is a monumental disaster. He knew it was not intentional on his part, yet the folks on Blue Star would hardly heed his explanations. No amount of servitude would ever suffice to repay such a calamity. However, after a moment of composure, he activated the small screen on his wrist, glancing at the number of viewers in the upper right corner, lost in contemplation. A staggering 1,015 viewers. This figure was still on the rise. So, it appears that only in the face of disaster do they choose to watch, correct? It is precisely because he is on Mars that the debt collectors cannot reach him. With no car, no house, and no parents, having grown up in an orphanage could be considered a blessing in disguise. Just moments ago, the Moonstone transport spaceship transformed into a firework display against the Martian landscape, and in the next instant, he dashed into the depths of the research station's basement with remarkable speed. In this place, reputed to withstand the impact of small meteor showers, he could be deemed relatively safe. Of course, to ensure his safety, Lin Yue did not remove his extravehicular suit. He must quickly claim his rewards. He promptly accessed the system panel in his mind and retrieved the novice gift pack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring essential survival skills in advanced physics, chemistry, and biology for space. Lin Yue? In the following moment, a torrent of knowledge surged into his brain. After a brief moment of headache, he stood up and exhaled softly. Although his mind was now brimming with information, what purpose would it serve? Conducting chemistry experiments in a live stream? Would anyone even watch? Right. He should first check for any damages. The tremors outside had subsided for a while. It should be safe now. Lin Yue crawled out from beneath the table, climbed the ladder, and activated the camera situated atop his extravehicular suit. Soon, the live stream displayed a visual feed. What the heck? Their essay picture. The host isn't dead? Wait, victory for the party. How infuriating, he is still alive. I bet he would die. I even lost my bitter tea over this. Since the host is still kicking, when does extreme survival begin? Lin Yue, with a face resembling that of an elderly subway passenger engrossed in his phone, activated the microphone. Thank goodness, I'm still alive. By the way, what on earth is extreme survival? However, he indeed breathed a sigh of relief. The live streaming function remained intact, and it appeared that the external signal reception device was functioning well. Otherwise, his system would have been rendered utterly useless. Just a moment ago, who mentioned the extreme survival challenge? Lin Yue suddenly realized. Indeed, the supply ship had exploded. Aboard the Moonstone, there were provisions and various supplies that could sustain him for over a year. It is worth noting that the storeroom contained provisions lasting less than a month. With this thought in mind, Lin Yue dashed up the steps and forcefully pushed open the airlock door. At that moment, he was startled by a piercing sound emanating from the control panel. Fixing his gaze upon the screen, the glaring red warning was particularly alarming. Oh no, the Sabatier reactor is damaged, he exclaimed, realizing that the cabin's air was leaking. Did he even comprehend the gravity of the situation? It seemed that debris from the spacecraft had struck the exploration pod. The streamer was truly in peril. This time, I must seize the opportunity for a significant profit. How could they gamble with human lives? Lin Yue hurriedly grabbed the onboard operations manual, meticulously checking the indicators of various hazards, and indeed discovered that the cabin's air was leaking. Cold sweat instantly trickled down his back. It must be said, among the viewers, there were those who were knowledgeable. Once the air began to leak, the temperature would plummet rapidly. After all, the temperature on Mars at night could drop to a chilling -100 degrees. Moreover, oxygen would severely deplete, and atmospheric pressure could not be maintained. Without a spacesuit, he would already be doomed. Before searching for SCHR Dinger's food, locating the source of the air leak within the capsule was of utmost importance. Desperate for self-rescue, Lin Yue swiftly departed from the control console, meticulously inspecting the core module. Airlock chamber, habitation module, storage compartment, research lab, and broadcasting room, all of which appeared to be in order. However, his gaze shifted toward the food storage warehouse, where he was startled to discover a narrow gap in the door that had seemingly opened unbeknownst to him, with frost already forming along its edges. Could it be? As he pushed the door open, a powerful gust of air surged into the chamber. Upon entering, he was confronted with a sight he had hoped to avoid. A massive piece of spaceship debris was embedded deep in the center of the room, while the two containers that had once held provisions were now utterly missing. The relentless airflow rushed in through the gaping hole in the ceiling, and the alloy walls were already coated with a layer of frost. Astonishingly, the food was completely gone. Lin Yue took a deep breath and meticulously searched the chamber. Yet found nothing. He then exited and firmly shut the door. As various machines resumed their operations, the temperatures in the other modules gradually stabilized, the pressure returned to normal, and the alarm ceased its blaring. Yet, a new dilemma arose. The viewers in the live broadcast had witnessed the recent events, noting that not even a trace of food remained. Ladies and gentlemen, the Mars exploration station is entirely devoid of food, Lin Yue announced in the live room, triggering an uproar among the audience. Good heavens, is this the true essence of extreme survival? Shouldn't the host check outside for any possible rescue? Any remaining supplies would have been frozen solid. The temperatures on Mars are unforgiving, and the host has tragically lost everything. Are we not witnesses to history? Thus, the first broadcaster on Mars has met their untimely demise. Indeed, such a violent explosion would leave behind evidence of a haunting. At that moment, Lin Yue suddenly noticed a message on the large screen in the upper right corner. The Blue Star United Space Agency has dispatched a message. Stationed at Mars, Dispatcher 0089. Lin Yue, please patiently await the arrival of the new cargo spacecraft for rescue, or proceed to the Mars Research Center to seek assistance. Knowing the flight duration and the distance to the research center, Lin Yue shook his head, realizing this was a resignation to his fate. However, he found it peculiar that no mention was made of the cause of the spacecraft's crash. As far as I know, it takes approximately 6 months for a cargo spacecraft to travel from Blue Star to there, right? Oh, but you are unaware that this time frame applies only when Mars is at its closest distance to Blue Star. That window has passed for over 6 months. Even if a launch were to occur now, it would require at least a year to reach its destination under ideal conditions. So, should we head to the research center? Brother upstairs, take a look at the map. The research center is located on the far side of Mars. If I recall correctly, it is over 10,000 kilometers away. Even if the terrain were completely flat, traveling at the Mars rover's speed of 30 kilometers h would necessitate an uninterrupted journey of nearly 400 hours, equating to half a month. A new wave of viewers flooded into the live stream, including some who claimed to be experts and scholars, all eager to offer Lin Yue their advice. Yet, the more they understood, the clearer it became that their efforts were futile. With food supplies dwindling, the chances of survival for this dispatcher on Mars were virtually non-existent. Pessimism and despair gradually spread, further darkening the atmosphere of the entire live stream, particularly upon seeing the seemingly interminable plea for rescue pinned by Blue Star United Aerospace. They grasped that Lin Yue was utterly beyond salvation this time. However, just then, they were startled to witness the screen abruptly transition to the operating system interface, revealing content that plunged everyone into a state of bewilderment. Study Materials Physics Research Scientific Literature Book Classification. This operation was all too familiar to me. Deeply concealed study materials. Was it a moment of indulgence before the inevitable end? Could this truly be something that could be broadcasted? How nostalgic it was. I recalled the 9 terabytes of study materials on my computer. Enough said, I must dive into my studies. To elaborate on the 9 terabytes. At this moment, still thinking about my comrades, I could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. Lin Yue's actions swiftly attracted more viewers to the live broadcast. Yet, when they observed the streamer actually opening a PDF document and engrossly examining various literature and materials within, doubts about the meaning of life began to surface among the crowd. What is happening? Is this a last-minute attempt at learning? Furthermore, could the streamer even comprehend that material? Ladies and gentlemen, I have discovered a method to stave off starvation. The crowd responded, huh? By drinking the northwest wind? A smirk played upon Lin Yue's lips. The crowd inquired, is it possible to create food from air? The crowd responded with confusion. Chapter 3. He truly deserves it. Blue Star, Tang Nation. A certain aerospace center. I exclaimed, this is absolutely unreliable. The launch vehicle could just as easily explode. These incompetent fools. Lin Yue expressed his indignation. Indeed, Mr. Xing is correct. It has only been a year since Li Jiangguo took over, and this incident has already occurred. They are shirking responsibility, falsely claiming that the equipment we provided for the probe is too outdated. We have been using it for over a decade without any issues. Lu Cheng, with his arms crossed, also wore a displeased expression. Precisely, Fu Longyu affirmed, nodding with food in his mouth. As the higher-ups were currently arguing with Li Jiangguo, the three of them had nothing to do but gather around the table, chatting sporadically. It infuriates me when I think about it, one of them exclaimed. Technology sharing. Our nation even sent the first manned spacecraft to Mars, and most of the technology originated from us. Look at how capable those people across the way think they are. Acting like hotshots. Fu Longyu glanced at his phone, still black, and shook his head. Yes, the transport spacecraft exploded. Even if that young man wasn't crushed to death, he wouldn't survive more than a few days on the remaining supplies in the cabin. It's over. Lin Yue sighed. After a while, he picked up his phone and opened Douyin, searching for the Mars live stream. Suddenly, he discovered that there was footage. Huh, this kid is still alive. What nonsense is this? The other two quickly grabbed their phones and opened the stream as well. As the live stream's images continued to change, the trio's expressions worsened. Upon seeing that Lin Yue's food reserves had also been crushed into debris by the spacecraft wreckage, they all sighed in unison. He must be incredibly unlucky. Those NASA bastards are still shirking responsibility and not trying to find a solution. Alas, the research center is too far away. If there were supplies, he could have managed to survive by driving a rover. But now, he's completely doomed. Putting down what he was doing, Fu Longyu raised an eyebrow. Noticing that Lin Yue in the live broadcast room had begun perusing various research materials. Biology, physics, and chemistry? What's this kid up to? Lin Yue, who works with fuel, could comprehend some of it, but not all. Lin Yue, wasn't he just a randomly selected crew member? As far as I recall, his undergraduate major was tourism. This stuff must be completely incomprehensible to him. Lu Cheng had considered various solutions when the incident first occurred. However, after reviewing Lin Yue's file, he concluded that no solution was necessary. Perhaps, the three of them once again fell into silence. Despite their reluctance to admit it, they had determined that, without food, Lin Yue would ultimately starve to death. Even if Lin Yue could comprehend those materials, it would be of no avail. The exploration station hadn't even constructed a plant greenhouse, nor had it stored any seeds. It was utterly hopeless. As for suggesting that Lin Yue await rescue, that was utterly absurd. Just as the three of them were sinking into silence once more, they saw a face on the screen, beaming with ease. Food from air, anyone? The three of them were utterly bewildered. What? Has this man lost his mind? They noticed that the live broadcast room had erupted in chaos. I came to watch the spectacle. Hey streamer, let me ask a question. Do you even know what 1-1 equals? Although I feel sorry for the streamer, I'm no longer concerned now that he's gone mad. Making light of a desperate situation, the streamer truly deserves it. Food from air? Are you kidding me? From scratch. Are you a creator god? I, old Ba, am staking my reputation here today. If this streamer can conjure sustenance from thin air, I will perform an inverted defecation, all the while consuming the excrement. Could it be mere visual trickery? Should that be the case, I shall immediately report it. I am almost convinced. Lin Yue, observing the burgeoning number of viewers in the live broadcast and the near-hysterical barrage of skeptical comments, remained unfazed. The creation of food from air is, in reality, quite elementary. While it may seem implausible, armed with advanced knowledge of physics, chemistry, and biology, and after perusing a wealth of information, he was confident in his approach. Simplicity redefined. Has nightfall descended upon Mars? Cease your boasting, streamer, and proceed to consume some bull feces. Perhaps it will stave off starvation. I no longer feel pity for him. Instead, I am on the verge of laughter. I have heard that extreme despair can lead to mental derangement. I am grateful to this live broadcast for allowing me to witness it firsthand. Hurry, I am already inverted. Regardless of your success or failure, I am prepared to devour 3 pounds of excrement. Disregarding the content of the comments, Lin Yue rose from his seat and redirected the camera toward the cabin's ceiling. He removed his extravehicular suit, charged the life support system, and began preparing the necessary materials. Simultaneously, he glanced at the number of viewers in the live broadcast. 211. A sizable number, but not quite enough. Host: Lin Yue. Skill: Essential Space Survival Techniques. Mission 1. Attain 10. 000 concurrent online viewers in the live broadcast. 10,000 seems somewhat challenging. Lin Yue muttered as he began preparing the various implements required. Before long, the audience discovered that Lin Yue had connected and assembled a myriad of bottles and jars, while also bringing over several wires, ultimately rearranging the camera. Once he completed these tasks, he faced the lens and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, my earlier statement about creating food from air was not entirely accurate. In truth, I intend to produce starch from air." A silence enveloped the live stream for 3 seconds. This is becoming increasingly absurd. I, Uchiha Madara, would deem you the most abstract individual of Blue Star. Starch? Generated from air? Goodness, the host has truly lost his mind. The eccentricity of this chatroom leader is unparalleled. Lin Yue, undeterred, smiled and continued. First and foremost, I must inform you that water is not in short supply here. The probe station is equipped with a Sabatier reactor that can catalyze carbon dioxide and hydrogen into water and methane, ensuring I won't perish of thirst. It is well known that starch is produced through the plant's own photosynthesis, involving numerous physiological and biochemical metabolic reactions to convert carbon dioxide into starch. This process typically requires at least several days, demonstrating a rather low efficiency. However, with my method, under ideal conditions, using corn production as an example, a 1 cubic meter apparatus could yield the starch equivalent of an average 5-acre cornfield. Upon hearing this, all viewers in the live stream considered the host to be out of his mind. Only a fool would believe this nonsense. Utterly ridiculous. Is there a professional here to slap some sense into this dog? Having a background in botany, I must assert that this streamer is either deranged or imbecilic. Synthesizing starch from thin air? Equating 1 cubic meter to the yield of 5 acres? Does he believe scientists are indolent? The apparatus, predominantly composed of transparent elements such as glass and acrylic, was meticulously showcased as Lin Yue deliberately panned the camera across each component, ensuring clarity for the audience. Following this, he addressed the camera once more, stating, "Now, we shall await the production of starch." He gradually activated the switch and stood beside the device. Within the live feed, a soft hum resonated from within the chamber as a flash of white light illuminated the scene. After 2 hours, amidst the vehement skepticism of over 4,000 viewers, Lin Yue deactivated the entire contraption. Finally, he approached the large glass container at the end of the device and extracted several dozen pounds of starch. Esteemed viewers, the experiment to synthesize starch from air has been a resounding success. Chapter 4. My lexicon is limited to a single phrase. At this juncture, nearly everyone was rendered speechless by the starch that Lin Yue had conjured as if by sorcery. The live broadcast was eerily devoid of any commentary, as the audience was too stunned to articulate their thoughts. The pristine, white mass that Lin Yue presented was conspicuously absent from the large glass storage tank earlier. Yet it materialized abruptly after 2 hours, upon the cessation of power. It was akin to a feat of prestidigitation, nay pure magic. Ex nihilo, ad unum. Had Lin Yue genuinely transmuted air into starch? How could such a feat be accomplished? As everyone can observe, I have successfully synthesized starch, and if I so desired, I could fill the entire research station with it. Lin Yue held up a cluster of pristine starch before the camera, offering a detailed close-up. Beneath the lens, the delicate starch rendered everyone in the live broadcast room utterly astonished. Furthermore, I wish to convey that the method employed is, in reality, quite uncomplicated. At this juncture, the live broadcast room was finally liberated from its frozen state by this declaration. Heavens, my vocabulary is inadequate. All I can muster is heavens. Are you serious, Ajin? That's preposterous, isn't it? Hold on, if this is genuine, does it imply that we no longer need to cultivate crops in the future? This must be a special effect. Surely there's no one left who hasn't discerned that this is merely a special effect prank? Not complex? Indeed, not complex. It merely involves striking keys on a keyboard. As a special effects artist myself, I have yet to detect any anomalies. This is unequivocally not a special effect. You claim it's not. And I should simply accept that? I, on the contrary, believe that only a simpleton would deem this real. It's blatantly obvious that the streamer possesses a surplus of flour and is deliberately staging this charade to deceive viewers into offering donations. And you actually believe it? Indeed. Who knows if what's on the screen is truly starch? It might very well be white ash or something similar. My son also suggests it's white ash. Lin Yue, you say? He's a classmate of mine. I'm aware that he went to Mars, but we merely studied tourism. Manufacturing flour from air? He's hardly familiar with chemical formulas. Is he? The notion that a tourism major can dabble in physics and chemistry is utterly absurd. I firmly believe it's genuine. This streamer undoubtedly possesses some skill. One wonders if this means the streamer will no longer face starvation. Initially, there were individuals in the comments section who expressed belief, yet as skepticism grew, the collective audience began to demand a reasonable explanation from Lin Yue. Rather than engaging in an emotional confrontation, Lin Yue remained composed, gazing steadily into the camera. Indeed, to many, this notion appeared rather fantastical. However, I wish to assert that the production of starch from air is not an insurmountable feat. Furthermore, I have encountered claims suggesting that this is merely a special effect. Setting aside the capabilities of our detection station's computer, one of my classmates commented, "I am merely a graduate in tourism. Special effects? That is beyond my expertise." Nevertheless, I possess a rudimentary understanding of chemistry and physics. Observing Lin Yue reference the prior remarks of his classmate, the audience began to realize that the assertion of special effects seemed rather untenable. A mere interval of a few seconds could not possibly be attributable to pre-recorded footage altered by special effects. Moreover, the necessity for such effects is questionable. What would be the purpose? Yet, disbelief persisted among them regarding the possibility of starch being conjured from thin air. After all, if such a process were indeed so straightforward, what would be the need for plants that produce starch? Consequently, as the camera focused, Lin Yue prepared to recreate the starch production process and elucidate the procedure. He resumed, reactivating the power, and the bright light illuminated once more, with the roar echoing. Nearly 3,000 viewers unknowingly gathered in the live stream, all attentively fixated on the unfolding spectacle. Occasionally, fleeting comments appeared in the chat, quickly dissipating. Although the majority were casual viewers, some entered bearing official titles. Lin Yue's endeavor to produce starch had already captured the attention of several institutions within Tang Nation. In the office, the trio furrowed their brows, intently gazing at the starch, their expressions decidedly intricate. This young man possesses quite a talent. Yet is this substance genuine? Xing, I share your sentiments. The concept of air-generated starch feels rather abstract. Fu, do you know any experts in this field? As we are all involved in rocket-related endeavors, our inability to comprehend leaves us exclaiming in astonishment. Fu Longyu, still reeling from the shock, promptly picked up the phone. Zheng Lao, are you watching the live broadcast? Oh, regarding this starch, there is indeed research in this area, albeit in its nascent stages. I see, understood, thank you. He hung up, his face a portrait of astonishment as he turned to his companions. If this is genuine, it would be extraordinary. What would happen if what this young man has created is authentic? Old Fu interjected, let us not speak in half-hearted terms. Xingyu remained skeptical, questioning how a graduate in tourism could possess such capabilities. At present, I too am torn between belief and disbelief. This cannot possibly be a CG effect, as a friend of mine who works in that field has confirmed it isn't. Lu Cheng also lingered in a state of uncertainty. After a brief silence, Fu Longyu pointed at the screen. Let us watch it once more. The three turned their eyes back to the screen, and indeed, within the completely transparent apparatus, there appeared to be nothing. Yet, as time elapsed, they witnessed the re-emergence of the white starch in the storage tank. The camera focused again on the starch, which was certainly not mere wall plaster or mineral crystals. Its fineness was indistinguishable from the starch sold outside. In less than an hour, Lin Yue once more decanted several pounds of freshly made starch from the container. The pristine white starch shimmered before the camera, captivating everyone. Those who had initially expressed skepticism gradually saw their defenses crumble in the face of this repeated marvel. Even the uninitiated were aware that the synthesis of starch was beyond the reach of current scientific capabilities. Yet, Lin Yue had seemingly accomplished it again. You press AITF 4-foot bestowed a rocket X1. The way you pick your nose is so innocent bestowed a rocket X1. Lin Yue gave a slight bow, composed and serene. Thank you to the generous patrons. As you can observe, I have once again created starch, and I can confidently reiterate that the process is not particularly arduous. He approached two inverted gas canisters, his demeanor calm and collected. These canisters contain high concentrations of carbon dioxide and hydrogen, which are relatively accessible on Mars. Hydrogen acts as a reducing agent, converting carbon dioxide into methanol molecules through hydrogenation. Subsequently, using methanol as a carbon skeleton and energy carrier, further enzyme-catalyzed reactions synthesize the biological macromolecule glucose, which then polymerizes to produce starch. Inscrutable, yet impressive. Too much jargon. It's still incomprehensible. Hold on. Despite the seeming logic, I remain unconvinced that this is starch. Indeed, it can't be that simple, can it? You, of all people, managed to pull it off? Aren't you a tourism major? 666. A tourism major spouting chemistry knowledge. Don't tell me you're self-taught. Lin Yue, I am affiliated with the Biophysics Research Institute of Tang Academy. Could you elucidate the resolution of the enzyme adaptation dilemma? If you can persuade the Tang Academy, we shall be convinced. How tedious. I yearn to witness a river of blood. Chapter 5. Wait, is this actually a culinary livestream? I was the one who just gifted a rocket. Dear host, if your explanation fails to satisfy, I shall deem your starch to be counterfeit. A mere bow and a heartfelt apology will suffice, though do not forget to address me by my ID. Uttering 3 times, Grandfather, I was mistaken. We are not lacking in funds. I seek nothing more than your affirmation that what you claim is indeed starch. Prove it, and I shall reward you with another rocket if I find your claims credible. The 2 patrons who have generously donated have spoken. Dear host, hasten to substantiate your claims, lest we find ourselves in a precarious situation, for we are not malevolent beings. I suspect you may be unable to produce this starch. Can a tourism-focused host, armed with high school chemistry knowledge, truly convince everyone that this is starch? I could claim that a flatulence of mine could serve as rocket fuel. Enough with the insults. The host is on the verge of tears. Lin Yue was well prepared for the scrutiny, particularly from those claiming affiliation with Tang Academy. His mind, enriched with advanced knowledge in physics, chemistry, and biology, held clear explanations and methodologies regarding starch production. Moreover, with the scientific advancements available in this realm, he possessed the necessary elucidation. On Earth, scientists from Tang country have successfully manufactured starch. However, in this world, no one has achieved such a feat as previously mentioned. The technological trajectory of Blue Star has veered off course, leading to regressions in certain areas. Certainly, Lin Yue believed that there was no necessity to articulate every intricate principle that might elude the common understanding. His subsequent task was merely to demonstrate that starch is indeed starch. Thus, allow me to modestly elucidate this matter. Lin Yue cleared his throat lightly, took up a pen and paper, sketching several hexagons and annotating them with chemical symbols, presenting them before the camera. I shall not delve into excessive complexity. Regarding the resolution of enzyme compatibility issues, one might consider a modular approach such as this, deconstructing the entire reaction pathway into 4 segments: carbon compounds, 3 carbon compounds, 6 carbon compounds, and polycarbon compounds. Thereafter, it suffices to identify the optimal combinations. Naturally, should one be able to address thermodynamic mismatches and kinetic traps, perhaps even employing protein engineering techniques, then theoretically, with sufficient energy, a cubic meter of complete apparatus could yield an annual output equivalent to approximately 5 acres of corn under ideal conditions. As for your doubts regarding whether this is indeed starch, I possess a method for verification. The viewers in the live stream found themselves momentarily bewildered by Lin Yue's string of professional explanations, and not a single dissenting comment emerged in the chat. With a blend of skepticism and astonishment, they followed the camera as Lin Yue maneuvered a cart laden with flour storage containers toward another chamber. Soon, the camera shifted to the new chamber, where Lin Yue also paused. The audience observed that the decor of this chamber seemed somewhat familiar. Spice jars? Oil? Goodness. Even pots and pans. Is this a kitchen? I must confess, for a fleeting moment, I entertained the notion that the streamer had transitioned from a space photography set to a culinary one. A kitchen in a space exploration station? Unheard of. And is that a range hood I spy? And over there, a stovetop? One might be forgiven for suspecting this is a probe station exclusively for Tang Dynasty streamers. Other broadcasters would surely be bewildered. As for proof, I posit the following. Amylose, when exposed to iodine, yields a blue hue, whereas amylopectin produces a violet-red coloration. What demonstration does the streamer intend to perform in the kitchen? Alas, the specter of high school chemistry, long dormant, now assails my mind. Having just emerged from the examination hall in the metropolis of Shanghai, this revelation has made me realize that I bungled a major question. Yes, an induction cooker, an oven, and a microwave, just as I suspected. But what brings the streamer here? Could it be that Lin Yue harbors no particular sentiments toward this kitchen? Humanity, in its endeavors, is want to go the whole 9 yards. Among the remaining provisions are a plethora of frozen victuals, requiring the ministrations of an oven or microwave for reheating, or even the stir-frying of dishes that produce minimal fumes. The notion of sustenance intake via methods akin to sucking down gelatinous substances, as depicted in science fiction, appears to have been entirely superseded in this world's deep space exploration. Meats arrive in vacuum-sealed, frozen packaging, as do rice and flour. Vegetables are frozen, and there are even frozen dried fruits and other such confections. When it comes to the matter of dining, the Tang dynasty invariably pursues perfection. Upon discovering that this exploration station was established and perfected by the Tang dynasty, and that all previous envoys were dispatched by them, Lin Yue was not surprised. Otherwise, there would have been no need to transport so many supplies via spaceship. After scooping out some starch into a bowl, he arranged the kneading board and basin, and then fetched some water from the Sabaye reactor to boil in the kettle. A camera, capable of hovering steadily in mid-air, captured this scene, causing the audience in the live broadcast to fall into contemplation. Lin Yue placed the starch in the basin, directing the camera towards it. Next, everyone needs to watch carefully. My culinary skills are limited, and I don't know much. Soon, with the injection of a large amount of hot water, the starch in the basin gradually melted after being stirred evenly. Lin Yue then turned around, placed the pot on the induction cooker, connected the power, and turned it on. He added cold oil to the hot pot, and waited for the oil to heat up before adding the batter. The audience was astonished to find that, as time passed, the white batter in the pot gradually solidified and took shape. Heavens, this looks so familiar. Same here, it resembles something. I feel like I've eaten it before. The two individuals preceding you are evidently oblivious to the renowned braised jelly of Danqing. Nonsense. It is unequivocally a specialty of Lianqing. The denizens of Jin City vehemently dissent. We, from Yinqing in Dongshan Province, assert that our seafood braised jelly is unparalleled. Observe, the crispy crust is emerging, exuding an irresistible aroma. Alas, I am overcome with craving and shall promptly order a portion via delivery. Incredulously, I find myself salivating while watching a live stream from Mars. Pray tell, is the host being genuine? Who among you jested about whitewash? Can whitewash be transmuted into such a culinary delight? Where are those who vowed to perform a headstand while defecating and consuming excrement? Should it be revealed as starch? The viewership of the live stream burgeoned anew, imperceptibly surpassing 5,000 souls. Lin Yue, engrossed in his culinary endeavor, deftly tossed and turned the ingredients within the wok. Once the opposing side attained a state of doneness, he transferred the concoction onto a cutting board. With a blade in hand, he cleaved the braised jelly into diminutive segments, each measuring 2 to 3 centimeters. Subsequently, he procured a capacious bowl and introduced chili oil, sesame paste, and garlic juice. The steaming, fragrant, and delectable braised jelly emanated an alluring scent, igniting Lin Yue's appetite. He seized a pair of chopsticks, grasping a morsel, while the camera provided a close-up. Verily, I am overcome with hunger and shall not tarry for your sakes. I shall partake forthwith. As a scalding, crispy fragment of braised jelly graced his palate, Lin Yue's eyes narrowed in contentment. Morsel after morsel, he voraciously inhaled the delicacy, soon reaping the desired outcome. The live broadcast room was suddenly flooded with nearly 3,000 viewers due to the effects of the rocket and carnival gifts. The total number of participants in the room skyrocketed, astonishingly reaching 8,902. Chapter 6. The outrageous mother opens the door under the gaze of almost 9,000 spectators. Lin Yue devoured a large bowl of steaming hot steamed buns with remarkable enthusiasm. Not a single drop of broth was left after placing the bowl down. He even licked his lips in satisfaction. At that moment, nearly everyone in the live room ceased to doubt that what Lin Yue had created was indeed starch. If it were any other substance, it would have been impossible to consume the entire bowl, let alone produce the steamed buns. They were all, in unison, contemplating the same thought. How delicious the host's food looks. Soon, I shall indulge in a bowl of steamed buns, and it must include sesame sauce and garlic paste. On Lin Yue's side, after satiating his hunger, he felt a sense of relief. In the absence of relevant technology on Blue Star, creating starch was no easy feat. He had managed to find various bottles and jars, along with different protease reactions and many other essential items, within this seemingly sparse yet profoundly resourceful Mars exploration station. Without these, he would have had to seek alternative methods. Having addressed the food crisis, he had also made significant progress towards completing the system's tasks, almost reaching his goal. It must be said that this endeavor was indeed remarkably successful, even yielding substantial rewards. Observing the favorable response to the broadcast, Lin Yue decided to seize the moment and create something else. A heartfelt thanks to 5 elements lacking morality, money, and women for the generous carnival gift. I extend my sincere gratitude to for their generous donation of 2 rockets. He cleared the table and addressed the camera once more. As you can observe, I have successfully crafted a bowl of minza using the synthesized starch, and it is indeed palatable, though not quite on par with what one might find on Earth. The molecular chain spacing of artificially synthesized starch is somewhat longer than that of sweet potato starch, resulting in differences in coagulation speed and molding efficacy. Furthermore, the absence of shrimp oil and other condiments here at the Martian research station impacts the overall flavor profile. Nonetheless, it is sufficiently satiating to stave off starvation. Fortunately, there exists a considerable abundance of high-concentration carbon dioxide and hydrogen, as well as the requisite reactive protease necessary for the synthesis of starch, sufficient to sustain my nutritional needs for 1 to 2 years. Moreover, the Martian atmosphere is replete with carbon dioxide, and hydrogen can be produced here through water electrolysis. As for the crucial protease, it can be cultivated and propagated. Consequently, I could subsist solely on this if necessary, ad nauseam. In the live broadcast, viewers were simultaneously astounded and relieved that Lin Yue would not succumb to starvation due to food scarcity. While some individuals vociferously proclaimed the entire spectacle to be special effects or a charade, the vast majority were utterly dumbfounded by Lin Yue's series of feats. Consequently, the viewership of the live broadcast continued to burgeon. At that moment, in a certain institute of the Tang Science Academy in Yinjing, a researcher named Xiao Chun, who had been diligently monitoring the live broadcast, was covered in perspiration. Upon hearing Lin Yue's response, his eyes widened in astonishment. After a few moments of stunned silence, he pushed back his chair, leapt to his feet, and dashed out of the laboratory, his heart pounding with excitement as he made his way to the conference room. Bursting through the doors of the main conference hall, he rushed to the head of the research center, Director Li, and breathlessly recounted Lin Yue's words, stammering with anticipation. Initially displaying a hint of impatience, Director Li's demeanor underwent an immediate transformation upon hearing the message, as he abruptly rose to his feet. "Repeat that," he exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. "What did you just say?" The rest of the occupants of the conference room were immediately drawn to Director Li's uncharacteristically animated outburst. "Director Li?" The president frowned, noting the unusual display of emotion from the normally composed Director Li. The president nodded in agreement, adding, "Whatever has brought Director Li such joy must be of utmost importance. In that case, by all means, proceed without delay. If it bears fruit, you must treat us all to a feast." "Absolutely, the Imperial Capital Hotel is on me," Director Li eagerly responded, offering his apologies to the assembly before hastily following Xiao Chun out of the conference room. As they hurried down the corridor, the wrinkles on Director Li's face deepened with a broad smile. He clapped Xiao Chun on the shoulder and exclaimed, "You brilliant young man. A true visionary. How did you ever conceive of such a method? This may very well be the key we have been searching for all along." Xiao Chun looked bewildered, replying, "Director Li, please don't get too excited just yet. I merely heard it from someone else." Director Li's smile remained unwavering as he inquired, "Someone else? Was it Xiao Yao? Or perhaps Old Gu?" "No, it was an internet streamer." "A streamer? What in the world is that? Don't tell me it's one of those mercenary types who drones on endlessly about trivial matters, like those at the Mars exploration station," Director Li retorted, his expression turning rigid. Xiao Chun wore an expression of embarrassment. "Are you truly broadcasting from the Martian live stream, Xiao Chun? Are you jesting? I feel aged. My thoughts cannot keep pace with the youth of today, and I find myself utterly perplexed." "I'm not joking. Please follow me," came the earnest reply. Xiao Chun wiped the sweat from his brow, fully aware of the absurdity of the situation. Nevertheless, it was indeed a reality. The esteemed figure before him, Mr. Li, was a luminary in the field of biological sciences, not only in Tang Country but across the entire Blue Star. Tang Country has consistently maintained a leading position in aerospace endeavors on Blue Star, having established research centers on the Moon, Mars, and even Ceres. In the realm of deep space exploration, it has surged forward, emerging as one of the founding members of the Blue Star United Aerospace, wielding significant influence. However, whether advancing from mid-range to long-range space travel or ensuring the smooth operation of personnel on Mars and Ceres bases, they found themselves ensnared in a critical technological bottleneck, the sustainable supply of food. As humanity ventures into the cosmos, far removed from the sun, even constructing greenhouses cannot wholly create an environment conducive to crop growth. Moreover, Such endeavors require substantial investment with minimal yield and exceedingly prolonged cycles. The essential sustenance for survival and daily life severely constrains the efficiency and distance of human interstellar travel. Consequently, a considerable amount of funding and technological resources has been allocated to seek a solution. Despite the research team, led by the industry-leading Mr. Li, overcoming numerous challenges, they have been stalled for an agonizing 2.5 years over the issue of enzyme adaptability. Upon witnessing Lin Yue's remarkable feat of synthesizing starch and successfully validating it, Xiao Chun was struck with clarity. This envoy, situated a staggering 100 million kilometers away, had single-handedly unraveled a conundrum that had perplexed the world. Moreover, he had provided an innovative yet elegantly simple solution to the issue of enzyme adaptability. Initially, Old Li was somewhat skeptical, yet as he observed Lin Yue effortlessly executing the experiment he had long yearned to complete under such rudimentary conditions, he could no longer contain his excitement and astonishment, especially when Lin Yue ultimately articulated the critical information. Old Li felt as though a window had swung open in his mind. The vexing problem that had troubled him for so long now had a pathway to its optimal resolution, rejuvenating his spirit. So that was it. This young man is truly impressive. How did we not conceive of this approach ourselves? Old Li beamed at Lin Yue on the screen, nodding in approval. How could one allow such talent to serve merely as a live streamer? That would be a gross underutilization of his abilities. Old Li, now that Lin Yue has synthesized starch, what about our research? Xiao Chen inquired eagerly. Old Li's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, barely able to contain his exhilaration. This young man is extraordinary. He just mentioned that while synthetic starch presents numerous unresolved issues or better alternatives, the constraints of the environment have hindered progress. Our next endeavor must be to produce synthetic starch more swiftly and effectively than our counterparts elsewhere. Xiao Chun was equally exhilarated. Indeed, Old Li, once we accomplish this, we could even establish research stations on Europa or Titan. However, Old Li shook his head, speaking with profound sincerity. Xiao Chun, the path has grown narrower. The significance of synthetic starch extends far beyond cosmic exploration. It heralds an unprecedented industrial revolution. Chapter 7. Saving the broadcaster Lin Yue? Dr. William Cabot removed his glasses from the bridge of his nose, blowing away the dust, casting a sardonic glance at the reporter who had just posed a question. He found himself weary of the incessant media interviews. Particularly tedious were inquiries that displayed a modicum of common sense, yet lacked depth. Ever since the unfortunate crash of the cargo spacecraft, these media personnel had been drawn to the scent of sensationalism. And hours had passed with the In-Space Center convening its third press conference. This time, even representatives from the Agricultural Ministry had been summoned regarding the matter of synthetic starch. Originally, a directive had been issued from above to treat the crash of the Moonstone as a routine incident, and that poor envoy would remain entombed on Mars. Another casualty in humanity's quest for cosmic exploration. The envoy's tragedy might find its way into print, merely a few lines in literature concerning Mars. While the Blue Planet United Space Center was in constant negotiations with higher authorities, there was little inclination to rescue a mere envoy. Saving Private Ryan? This envoy, alas, was not deemed of such value. Though no official investigation report on the Moonstone crash had been released, the recent press conferences had effectively quelled the matter. Moreover, even if there were a desire to save, launching a manned spacecraft today would still necessitate over a year to reach Mars. By that time, the dispatched individual would have long since succumbed to death. As for the synthesis of starch, he would rather believe that Elvis Presley is still alive, hiding somewhere as a nostalgic old hippie. I imagine you are now firmly convinced that Santa Claus resides somewhere in the Arctic, capable of receiving the postcard you wrote yesterday, requesting a set of Thomas the Tank Engine. Upon concluding his remarks, Dr. Cabot readjusted his glasses. A wave of laughter erupted among the technicians at the In-Space Center, prompting the doctor to impatiently signal the host to proceed. Next, the reporter who had just posed a question appeared flushed, taking a deep breath in an effort to maintain composure as he grasped the microphone once more. Dr. Cabot wore an expression of helplessness. The notion of the dispatched individual synthesizing starch, it is nothing more than a farce. I do not believe that an ordinary university student from Tang country could synthesize starch in such an environment. It may merely be a product of CGI effects. You know, one can easily enroll in a short-term training course at D2 or Industrial Light Magic with a mobile phone, and within weeks, be capable of creating a Spider-Man that bears their name in a live stream. I suspect that the dispatched individual may also possess such experience. By the way, the phrase "the dispatched individual synthesized starch" could be fashioned into a slip of paper, perhaps making fortune cookies the best-selling product in the realm of power. The hall resonated with laughter at this remark. The reporter, unwilling to concede, pressed on with another question. Dr. Cabot, if, hypothetically, that envoy truly succeeded in synthesizing starch, would this technology genuinely hold any promise? This inquiry, in his view, was an affront to his intellect. If it were indeed achieved, it would be akin to claiming last night's General Tso's chicken was a culinary marvel. Yes, Doctor, the modern industrial process has certainly disrupted the carbon cycle of nature. If we could adhere to the proposed vision, then, a vision? Dr. Cabot scoffed. There are many visions, but they are not to be conflated with mere dreams. To synthesize starch primarily from carbon dioxide, such a notion is indeed enchanting. I must concede that if realized and widely adopted, it could indeed paint a vivid picture of the future. For years, the nation has indeed put forth numerous proposals in this realm, even investing significant funds into research. However, after years of collaborative efforts among dozens of experts from the Ministry of Agriculture, no substantial breakthroughs have emerged. While there are reports of investments from the Tang Nation, they too have seen no advancements. If the world's scientists have failed to achieve this, how could a mere envoy from Mars possibly succeed? To create something worthy of a Nobel Prize nomination, something that could etch a significant chapter in human history, perhaps even alleviating a food crisis in dire circumstances? What a farce. Feeling that his esteemed reputation was being tarnished, the doctor rose to his feet. I propose that we ought to direct our wisdom and energy towards devising a means to rescue this envoy, rather than engaging in discussions about the absurd issue of starch synthesis. Naturally, we welcome any viable rescue plans at this moment. At this very moment, Lin Yue was wholly absorbed at the stove, deftly wielding a small brush, dipping it into the bowl of yellow soybean paste. He swiftly adorned the freshly pan-fried starch pancake with 3 strokes. Subsequently, he applied a ring of chili sauce, skillfully folding the pancake with a small spatula before placing it neatly onto a plate. The aroma wafted through the air, and the crisp pancake exuded an irresistible allure. Ladies and gentlemen, behold the exclusive Mars version of the starch pancake. It is a triumph. The audience in the live broadcast room, after a brief silence, erupted into lively chatter once more. I could hardly fathom that someone could prepare pancakes on Mars. The host possesses remarkable culinary skills. Perhaps he should set up a stall outside. I am certain Martians would flock to it. The host clearly exhibits the prowess of someone who has previously operated a stall outside a middle school. Do not doubt it. 2 years of pancake flipping could very well secure a house. Yet, this raises the question, why would the host endure hardships on Mars instead of selling pancakes? Could the upper floor revisit the chat records? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lin Yue glanced at the total number of viewers in the live stream. 678. He was tantalizingly close. The air was rich with the enticing scent of pancakes. Despite having just finished a dish, the aroma was still quite captivating. Lin Yue instructed the hovering camera to capture a close-up of the pancake, then raised it to his lips. The sound of crunching followed. The crystalline sound resonated within the live broadcast, instantaneously eliciting a profound sense of hunger among the audience. Indeed, I've become ravenous. Mouth, I crave it. Brain, I can create it. Hands, cease your aspirations. I've already placed orders for 2 portions from each establishment. An eye-opening experience. However, I possess scallions, a commodity the broadcaster lacks. Speaking of which, now that the broadcaster has secured carbohydrates, how will they supplement fiber and vitamins? At that moment, Lin Yue perceived the familiar chime within his mind. Chapter 8. Borrowing a mere fraction shouldn't be excessive, correct? Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the primary mission. Please select a new skill. Ding. A new primary mission has been assigned to the host. Attain a simultaneous viewership of 100,000 within 1 month. Upon completion, a skill selection opportunity will be granted. The skill acquired from the novice reward mission enabled him to circumvent the food scarcity predicament through the successful synthesis of artificial starch. At the very least, he would not succumb to starvation while awaiting rescue. What skill would this subsequent extraction yield? A radiant white light enveloped his mind, containing an immense, multicolored roulette. After silently invoking the lottery, it commenced a rapid rotation, completing numerous revolutions before gradually decelerating to a halt. As a burst of light emanated, The system's voice concurrently announced, "Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Apex Mechanical Comprehension skill." Apex Mechanical Comprehension? A profound understanding of machines? Lin Yue arched an eyebrow. What utility does this skill possess? He lifted his gaze, fixing it upon the camera suspended mid-air before him. A sudden realization dawned upon him. The principle behind its levitation seemed remarkably intuitive. By emulating the wing oscillation of chironomid midges, minimizing the fuselage weight to its extreme, and fabricating foldable quad wings from high-tenacity nanofibers, one could achieve 800 oscillations per second viaduct miniature motors, thus enabling aerial suspension. A wave of comprehension washed over Lin Yue. Empowered by this newfound skill, he could now visualize the internal dynamics and intricate mechanical architecture of the hovering camera. Were it not for his deficiency in draftsmanship, he felt capable of producing a mechanical cutaway diagram of the device. This skill, indeed, appeared formidable. Turning his attention back to the split-screen monitor displaying his online audience's messages, Lin Yue became cognizant of a crucial fact. Synthesized starch, despite its versatility in culinary applications, fundamentally remains starch. Prolonged deprivation of vitamins, fiber, and other complex nutrients derived from vegetables and fruits would inevitably lead to various discomforts, potentially culminating in perilous conditions for the fragile human constitution. Deficiencies in vitamins B1 and B2 could induce systemic weakness, lethargy, and diminished appetite. Insufficient vitamin A intake might trigger ocular dryness and related discomforts. A lack of B6 could manifest as cutaneous hemorrhages or dermatitic eruptions. Most alarmingly, a dearth of vitamin C could precipitate severe health complications. When the human body is deficient in vitamin C, the normal synthesis of collagen is impaired, leading to potential rupture of blood vessels. This can manifest as bleeding gums, swollen gums, or oral ulcers. Furthermore, it may result in a diminished appetite, and in severe cases, internal organ hemorrhage, commonly known as scurvy. During the Age of Exploration, the fleets of Columbus and Magellan suffered significant losses of sailors and crew members due to scurvy, incurring a heavy toll. Conversely, the fleet of Zheng He did not experience such devastation, attributed to their custom of drinking tea and carrying soybeans, from which the crew could sprout fresh beans to supplement their vitamin C intake. However, here at Lin Yue's location, neither tea bags nor soybeans are available, and there isn't even a greenhouse for cultivation. A Mars exploration station differs from a research center. Its primary mission is broadcasting, so the facilities are streamlined and straightforward. Although there are seemingly inexplicable storage and research rooms containing peculiar items like converting proteases and experimental equipment, these are mostly basic provisions. Without a greenhouse, there are no plants. While there are some vitamin supplements, they are scarce and were destroyed along with the remaining food during the ship's crash, becoming debris buried in the ground. Indeed, vitamin deficiency is a serious matter. After reviewing the rewards, he pondered for a moment. It seems entirely impossible to find fruits and vegetables in this Mars exploration station. Waiting for supplies from Earth would take another year, rendering it futile. However, there exists a place abundant with vegetables, fruits, and even more. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yue consumed the remaining pancakes stormily, turned towards the camera, and raised a finger confidently. No meat, no vegetables? Such a dilemma cannot daunt me. In the live broadcast room, the audience was inundated with a flurry of comments upon hearing Lin Yue's words. No way, host. Don't tell me you can conjure vegetables and fruits from thin air. It's enough to perform this feat once. Doing it again would lead to aesthetic fatigue. Although, I am indeed curious if you can produce a durian. Artificial meat requires beans, right? Vegetables. Is the host contemplating growing potatoes? The probe station lacks a greenhouse. Hey, I'm still enjoying shrimp. What is there to discuss about eating shrimp upstairs? Lin Yue shook his finger. It's not as you think. Although artificial starch can indeed be synthesized from carbon dioxide and hydrogen, meat and fruits cannot be created in the same manner. I do possess a method to acquire them. At this moment, a realization struck him. Wait, I think I understand what the host is implying. He intends to visit the research center. Noticing that a viewer had guessed his intention, Lin Yue nodded. Precisely, it is indeed the research center. The Yuan Zhangxi vessel first delivered supplies there before coming here. Surely, they would not be stingy with vegetables and fruits. The Mars Research Center is entirely distinct from the probe station. It spans an impressive area of over 2,000 square meters, equipped with virtually every conceivable facility. The research center, manned by only 5 scientists, boasts a fitness center the size of a basketball court. In stark contrast, Lin Yue's setup merely consists of a small portable folding treadmill, rendering the other facility extravagantly luxurious. Of course, there is also a greenhouse for plants. However, it is said that following the last personnel shift, the remaining scientists are solely from the Lijian nation and harbor no interest in cultivation. Some might wonder if a direct line of communication could be established. Unfortunately, there exists no means of contact between the two buildings. Does the host truly comprehend what they are articulating? Indeed, it would be prudent to investigate whether the signal has faltered. Host, perhaps you should review the previous chat logs before boasting. Are you aware of the distance separating you from the research center? Although it appears that the host currently has sufficient provisions, I recall it was mentioned that, in a straight line, it would require an uninterrupted drive of half a month. You did not misremember, it is indeed a half-month journey. Assuming no obstacles are encountered and that the vehicle has adequate range, is it possible the host has not contemplated this before speaking? In the face of skepticism and inquiries from the audience, Lin Yue remains unfazed. With his mastery of advanced mechanical comprehension, he feels it is time to demonstrate his prowess. Presently, the Mars rover can achieve a maximum speed of 30 kilometers per hour, with a maximum range of 103 kilometers. Indeed, at such speed and endurance, reaching the research center, situated 247 kilometers away in a straight line, seems quite arduous. However, I shall make modifications. The camera follows Lin Yue as he approaches the storage compartment housing the Mars rover. The audience gazed in bewilderment at the streamer, who had gathered an array of tools and stood beside the Mars rover. As a dispatcher, is it not reasonable to possess some skills in modification and repair? Chapter 9. I bear no grudge against you. Mars Research Center. The soil researcher, Eliza Ford, wore a grave expression. The four colleagues beside her, mirroring her intensity, fixated on the information recently dispatched from the N-Space Center, their eyes reflecting confusion and incomprehension. An immediate order was issued for the 5 stationed at the Mars Research Center to set forth at once to the Mars Exploration Station on Utopia Planitia, to rescue dispatcher Lin Yue and bring him back to the Research Center in anticipation of the imminent arrival of a manned spacecraft. After all, since their arrival from the Lijian nation, replacing the original scientists stationed here, the Research Center had not communicated with the Exploration Station at all. Setting aside geographical barriers, the psychological and intellectual divide was sufficiently stifling. Moreover, in terms of social standing and identity, they had little desire to forge any connection with a mere streamer. The disparity in knowledge and upbringing was palpable. Could someone who ventured to Mars for monetary gain possibly compare to those dedicated to its study? We are engaged in scientific pursuits, while he is merely broadcasting. The chasm between our realms is vast. Their inner pride and arrogance dissuaded them from even the slightest association with the dispatcher. Indeed, they had received intelligence from the Blue Star United Aerospace Agency. Just hours prior, the Moonstone supply ship had inexplicably exploded. Originally, after depositing the supplies necessary for the research center for a year, the Moonstone would have flown to the other side of Mars to the outpost according to preset instructions. However, to their bewilderment, the spacecraft, having been in service for just over 2 years, abruptly exploded near the outpost. Consequently, the outpost's expeditionary force was left without a food source for at least the next 6 months. To add insult to injury, debris from the spacecraft also damaged the outpost's food storage compartment. Despite harboring biases and reservations towards Lin Yue, upon receiving the news, the 5 of them initially intended, out of humanitarian concern, to send 2 individuals in a rover to deliver some food to the expeditionary force or simply bring them back to the research center. However, this plan was halted by higher authorities. According to them, by the time they arrived, it would be at least a month later, and the food-deprived expeditionary force would have already succumbed to starvation, rendering any effort meaningless. While their food supply was indeed sufficient, accommodating an additional person would mean reducing everyone's rations, which might not be universally welcomed. Nevertheless, what is the meaning of this new information? Received by Ford, head of the Martian Research Center. Elisa adjusted her glasses, turning to face the other 4. It seems the higher-ups are changing their minds daily. It's truly incomprehensible. Rock specialist Carpin shrugged helplessly. So, we're to begin preparations to rescue our neighbor within the next minute. I wonder, by the time we arrive, will he already be a Martian cadaver? Olivia glanced at the watch on her wrist, her brow furrowing deeply. Although our research options on Mars are limited, I am unwilling to take any unnecessary risks. If only we had a means of communication. Alas, we do not. Ryan seems hesitant to embark on this mission. Frankly, I fail to grasp the rationale behind my assignment here, as I would much prefer to be stationed on Ceres. Ryan and Parita are also absorbed in their own contemplations. Furthermore, the directive from above stipulates that all 5 of us must go together. Is this envoy truly of such significance? After a moment of silence, Alyssa issued her orders. Capon and I will alternate driving the Mars rover, maintaining a 4-hour rotation. Ryan, you are tasked with charting our course and estimating the duration of our journey. Parita, please prepare provisions for at least 2 weeks, including sustenance and hydration. Olivia, you are responsible for the medical and emergency facilities. The research center is to be maintained at minimal power consumption during our absence. As a precautionary measure, I will disable my primary biometric and iris recognition locks. The orders from above are inviolable. Our immediate objective is to rescue the Mars delegate, Lin Yue. We must be prepared for any unforeseen or extreme circumstances. Everyone, prepare for departure. At this very moment, over 10,000 kilometers from the research center, the live broadcast reveals the interior of the utility compartment. Scattered components of the Mars rover, categorized by size and type, are strewn throughout. The viewers are utterly dumbfounded, having witnessed Lin Yue dismantle the rover into its constituent parts. Disassembly is one thing, but to completely dismantle everything that can be unscrewed? What is happening? I am a senior mechanic, yet I cannot comprehend this maneuver. This isn't refurbishment. It's more like dismantling for scrap. I have no quarrel with you, streamer, so why the deception? Where's the promised modification? We agreed on borrowing, yet it's devolved into demolition. Refund me. Wiping away the perspiration from his exertion, Lin Yue acknowledged the hovering camera. Who knew disassembling could be so exhausting? Greetings, everyone. I've successfully dismantled the Mars rover. The next phase is upgrading. Disassembly is swift, but assembly is slow, so the ensuing period will likely be protracted and monotonous. Therefore, I'll cease the broadcast during the disassembly. Lin Yue identified fundamental possibilities for enhancing speed and endurance, even conceiving optimal approaches. However, after nearly 8 hours of broadcasting, mental fatigue had set in. Surveying the room filled with Mars rover components, he stretched his arms and glanced at the total number of viewers, 15,021. While still far from fulfilling the next system task, it was a substantial improvement from the initial few dozen. Having completed 2 system tasks and acquired diverse skills, Lin Yue held increased anticipation for the future. Presently, besides repairing the rover, he needed ample rest. No one could sustain such a relentless pace. Before concluding the broadcast, a recap was in order. Facing the camera, Lin Yue maintained a composed demeanor. Esteemed viewers, during this broadcast, I encountered an unforeseen predicament. The explosion of a transport vessel and subsequent damage to the food storage compartment, resulting in a critical shortage of provisions. However, I managed to circumvent this crisis by synthesizing starch, ensuring, at the very least, that starvation is no longer an imminent threat. Nevertheless, as many of you have astutely observed, the absence of essential vitamins, dietary fiber, and meat will inevitably take its toll. In tomorrow's broadcast, I shall guide you through the mesmerizing landscapes of Mars, while simultaneously endeavoring to resolve the nutritional deficiencies. The broadcast will resume in 12 hours. Until then, farewell. Chapter 10. As you can see, I always find a way. What? It's already over? I can't believe it's ending so soon. I'm not satisfied yet. I never said that assembling the Martian rover was uninteresting. Isn't assembly the epitome of masculine fascination? Show it to me now. Friends, can anyone relate? I just started watching, and the streamer is already leaving? Is this a ploy to make me donate? Eagerly awaiting the streamer's return. As a member of the Tang Institute of Sciences, could the streamer please specify which isomerase was utilized? I've sent a private message. Witnessing the dense barrage of comments flooding the screen, Lin Yue promptly pressed the close button without hesitation. Undoubtedly, continuing the broadcast might have further amplified his popularity, but it also risked inducing monotony and tedium. It would be more prudent to leave the audience with a tantalizing cliffhanger, piquing their anticipation. After all, his repertoire is finite. And he certainly cannot resort to igniting a lighter with his teeth, can he? Lin Yue resolved not to allow those viewers, who had only a fleeting emotional connection to this Mars livestream, to become mere sunk costs. Otherwise, when they returned for the next broadcast, they might find the host exhausted and disheartened, leading to a complete collapse of his reputation. The profession of a live streamer is indeed fraught with challenges. Rubbing his sore shoulders, Lin Yue gazed thoughtfully at the array of components before him. In truth, assembling the live stream was not an insurmountable task. However, certain core elements should remain concealed from those who sat behind screens, oblivious to the identities of the individuals involved. The original persona had merely been an ordinary streamer, specializing in travel. The idea of upgrading a Mars rover or even unscrewing a single bolt seemed daunting. Nevertheless, he could effortlessly share trivia about Mars. Guided by a PowerPoint presentation, having made up his mind, Lin Yue picked up various tools, determined to modify the necessary components first, leaving the less critical parts for later discussion during the livestream. Glancing at his private messages, he saw they were overflowing. Lin Yue, deciding to ignore them, deleted all without a second thought. To his astonishment, someone even suggested a long-distance relationship for his dog. Was this truly a notion conceivable to carbon-based life forms? However, he also noted that there were no details regarding the explosion of the Moonstone spacecraft, nor who had caused it. Only a single message remained: "Please await rescue." A shiver ran down Lin Yue's spine. The fewer the words, the more significant the predicament. Resolved to harness the system's capabilities, Lin Yue embarked on a journey to refine his streaming prowess. Aspiring to indulge in a life of opulence while endeavoring to construct the Lunastone vessel or perhaps establish a formidable presence on Mars. He glanced at the clock, noting the hour of 10 p.m., according to the Tang Dynasty's standard time. Another display indicated that it was nearly 8:30 p.m. on Mars's standard time. As is widely known, Mars's rotational velocity is marginally slower than Earth's, averaging approximately 24 hours, 39 minutes, and 35 seconds. However, its orbital period spans approximately 687 days. Upon his arrival, the discovery that it was already nightfall, while Earth time marked 1 p.m., momentarily overwhelmed him. What manner of place is this? Lin Yue mused, contemplating whether, devoid of the system, he would have succumbed to weakness and uttered those very words. 3 more hours of labor awaited him before he could retire for the night. He raised his tools, commencing the modification process, eschewing the creation of formal blueprints. He relied on his mental conception. The design, though vivid in his mind, eluded tangible representation. Drawing upon his profound understanding of mechanics, augmented by advanced knowledge of physics and chemistry, and leveraging the diverse learning resources left on the streaming computer, he repurposed discarded materials from the damaged cabin and existing parts from the warehouse, integrating them into the transformation. Perspiration beaded on Lin Yue's brow as he diligently transformed the concepts in his mind into tangible reality. After installing the primary framework and successfully restarting the rover's engine, he conducted several calibration tests. Once he confirmed the success of the modification, a sense of relief washed over him. The remaining tasks were straightforward. Good heavens, is it already 3:30? He mused. Does this even qualify as overtime? With the work completed, Lin Yue finally became aware of the fatigue and drowsiness creeping in. Covered in a film of perspiration and with his hair nearly saturated, he realized a shower was imperative. Thanks to the robust Sabatier reactor, water was not a concern for Lin Yue. The device could generate water and methane from hydrogen and carbon dioxide using a catalyst powered by the external solar panels, which was quite convenient. The earlier artificial synthesis of starch also employed a similar principle, albeit utilizing methane instead of water for starch production. Lin Yue proceeded to the bathroom, shed his sweat-soaked garments into the vacuum washing machine, and turned on the shower. A copious and forceful stream of water cascaded from the shower head. After Lin Yue finished, the water would be channeled into the water recycling system, purified, and reused for domestic or potable purposes. Both the Sabatier reactor and the water recycling system had a theoretical lifespan of approximately 15 years. Considering their formidable capabilities, water should not pose a significant problem on Mars. However, the drawback was that both devices appeared to have been manufactured 13 years prior. If Lin Yue were to overexert himself, or if the equipment were truly on the verge of malfunctioning, he would indeed be powerless to prevent its inevitable breakdown. The notion of shower gel was non-existent. After a simple wash, Lin Yue made his way to the habitation pod. This pod served as his sleeping quarters. However, within this diminutive space of less than 3 square meters, there was merely a single bed, with a height of just 3 meters. Sitting up in bed was a cumbersome task. It was perplexing why it had been designed in such a manner. The exploration station appeared to require numerous upgrades, leaving one to wonder what the future would hold. Reclining on the relatively soft mattress, Lin Yue pondered various matters while setting his alarm clock. He resolved to rise at 8 in the morning to finalize the rover's preparations and to undertake additional essential tasks. The night would not be overly long. Yet to ensure continued survival, certain actions must persist regardless of one's desire. The sun would rise as it always did. Chapter 11. In that moment, I devoured the monitor. The light on Mars was dim, and Lin Yue certainly did not perceive the sunlight here as anything akin to its brilliance. Occasionally glancing up at the indigo sky, he diligently brushed the solar panels with a small brush, not pausing for a moment. Unbeknownst to him, Mars had once again succumbed to its characteristic dust storms during the previous night. The reddish-brown sand had settled on the panels, impeding their efficiency in absorbing solar energy. Although neglecting them for a month might not pose immediate issues, the manual indicated that such neglect would ultimately affect the panel's longevity. Considering that these 20 solar panels, each measuring 3 meters in length and 2 meters in width, have been in production for 14 years, covered in pits and scratches, Lin Yue felt it necessary to treat them with care. Although the overall electricity consumption of the station does not require such an abundance of solar panels, having a few extra could never be detrimental. After cleaning the panels, Lin Yue detached the wire from one of them and folded it into a long strip, making it much easier to transport. One must commend the genius behind this transformative design, a sentiment Lin Yue wholeheartedly endorsed. As the hatch descended, a green safety indicator illuminated automatically, and the pressure within the cramped cabin swiftly escalated to a normal level. Lin Yue pushed the cart back into the storage area. The removal of 10 solar panels had little impact on the station. If he adjusted the entire survival system to its lowest setting, according to the cabin's specifications, only 4 would be necessary. However, in his modifications, 10 solar panels sufficed. After welding the panels onto the rover's top, Lin Yue glanced at the time. It was surprisingly already 10 o'clock. After tidying up and equalizing the cabin's pressure with the outside, Lin Yue opened the live stream. Within a brief span, viewers surged into the stream, 100, 500, 2,000. Observing the fluctuating numbers, Lin Yue remained composed as it ultimately settled at 8,000. A modest accumulation compared to yesterday's peak of over 10,000. This marks a commendable beginning. However, we still have a considerable distance to cover in achieving the objectives of our system tasks. Hail to the early risers. Host, I have missed you dearly. Assist me to my feet. I must witness the live broadcast. Assemble, assemble, assemble. I have even removed my trousers, so hasten, please. Commencing work at 10? Even the donkeys of the production team would not dare to rest this long. I have feasted on my meal, and I shall refrain from further discussion, my brothers. From now on, I shall indulge in this dish every morning and noon. Humph, have I encountered this host once more? I see. You have purchased traffic, haven't you? I am intrigued to discover what skills you possess to retain my attention. Dear host, even if you were to slumber, viewers would still tune in. Let us not end the broadcast, but rather swiftly change the camera angle. I wish to observe the Mars rover. Be good. At this moment, Lin Yue, clad in a spacesuit, stood before the Mars rover, which he had meticulously refurbished, with only the reassembly of components remaining, gazing intently at the floating camera. Esteemed viewers, I am grateful for your presence once again in the Mars live broadcast room. Those who joined us yesterday should be aware that I synthesized starch from air, successfully addressing our food concerns. Today, in pursuit of resolving the various essential nutrients required to sustain my body, I have conceived a new idea. Those who visited yesterday should be informed that I intend to borrow a few items. Of course, some preparations are necessary in advance. Lin Yue extended his hand towards the piles of components behind him, while the floating camera meticulously scanned them one by one. In a mere 10 seconds, everyone could vividly perceive the disassembled fragments of the rover. However, some viewers discerned a few discrepancies. It appears to be even more fragmented than yesterday. If one were to liken it to Gundam models, yesterday's resembled a PG, while today's resembles an MG. Can we please communicate in a comprehensible manner? Who understands what you're saying? The total number of components yesterday was 19,232, whereas today it stands at 7,238. Case closed. A math prodigy has emerged. Did you not notice the large, folded structure on top of the vehicle? Indeed, it seems as though there are fewer parts. Yet the host has not fully restored the rover. Wait, is it even possible for him to restore it? If he manages to assemble it, I shall consume this monitor on the spot. Lin Yue glanced at the barrage of comments and noticed that the number of viewers had surged by several hundred within that brief minute, prompting him to proceed with the next course of action. We must procure supplies from the research center. and the initial challenge is determining how to get there. My proposed solution is to retrofit the Mars rover. He approached the center of the components, casually picked up a gear, and raised it towards the camera. To ensure the justification of his actions, he indeed mentioned some details that had previously gone unspoken. The original owner's level of relaxation exceeded Lin Yue's expectations. Typically, he relished lounging in bed, using the secondary display to watch the pendulum. Yet he had never once interacted with the rover. Regarding the gravity of Mars, it is approximately equivalent to 0.38 of that of Earth, making the task of moving objects somewhat easier. Lin Yue casually picked up several components from the pile, and with a few simple gestures before the camera, he skillfully reassembled them into a cohesive unit. This feat elicited a wave of astonishment in the live stream. Is he performing magic? Good heavens, the host is serious. He isn't just boasting. I don't believe it. He must be fumbling around. Or perhaps this is the only thing he knows how to do. Why does it feel like this doesn't quite fit? Lin Yue picked up a few more pieces and worked on the larger component, securing it before placing it on the table. Everyone, I hope you won't blink, for you may quickly miss an extraordinary moment. He then gathered additional parts to assemble, connecting it with the previous construction. After several repetitions, he swiftly completed the assembly of the hydraulic fixation device. Subsequently, Lin Yue affixed 6 pairs of specially designed high-elasticity tires to the independent suspension chassis. Through his modifications, both the chassis and the tires now possessed adjustable height and omnidirectional steering capabilities, allowing all wheels to rotate a full 360 degrees. Additionally, the direction and power output to the wheels were intelligently adjusted by a computer, ensuring seamless navigation across any terrain. With a series of deft maneuvers, the Mars rover had begun to take on a distinct form. Chapter 12. I have only made a slight modification within the gaze of nearly 10,000 viewers in the live stream. The Mars rover had already begun to take shape, and this transpired in less than half an hour since the broadcast commenced. Within the live stream, while the majority consisted of individuals oblivious to the intricacies of Martian rovers, merely joining for amusement, a substantial number of amateur and professional enthusiasts, captivated by Lin Yue's prior synthesis of starch, were also present. Notably, dignitaries bearing official titles were discreetly observing the endeavors of this once lackadaisical live streamer. Furthermore, seasoned professionals seeking newsworthy content meticulously recorded and scrutinized Lin Yue's actions. Amidst this diverse assembly, skepticism and doubt regarding Lin Yue's capacity to restore the Martian rover were prevalent. I used to assemble mini 4WD cars in a similar fashion during my childhood, one commenter remarked. This presents no significant challenge for the streamer. Spare me the talk of 4WD cars, another retorted. This contraption is far more intricate. If this is the extent of the streamer's capabilities, I shall take my leave. One viewer declared. At this rate, I could assemble 2 of these, another scoffed. The streamer is underperforming. Undeterred by the shifting sentiments within the live stream, Lin Yue remained steadfast in his task. Installation demanded unwavering focus and continuity, lest his technical prowess be compromised, resulting in avoidable errors. Even with his newfound mastery of mechanical comprehension, Lin Yue dared not falter. In actuality, the designation Martian rover is somewhat imprecise. Its formal appellation is the Martian Multi-Terrain Manned-Powered Exploration Vehicle, spanning 8 meters in length, 3 meters in width, and 4.5 meters in height. It constitutes a sizable apparatus, nearly encompassing the entirety of the storage compartment. The rover's streamlined, white-painted chassis is essentially assembled from various modules, featuring a highly translucent synthetic glass at the front to shield against cosmic radiation. Its modular design facilitates adaptability for diverse mission requirements, though disassembly and assembly necessitate specific expertise. A primary advantage lies in its ability to traverse varied terrains, undeterred by uneven surfaces. However, to mitigate potential hazards from excessive speed or prolonged exploration, its power cell and propulsion mechanisms are considerably constrained, limiting both endurance and velocity. Furthermore, the inclusion of miniaturized life support systems, such as an oxygen generator, a Sabatier reactor for water production, and waste processing units, significantly increases the rover's weight while minimizing its payload capacity. Consequently, Lin Yue faces numerous areas for enhancement. Following the installation of the chassis and wheels and the securement of the previously installed hydraulic stabilization system, he proceeded to mount the thermal management system, meticulously securing the control lines for the tires and chassis. Subsequently, he installed and fastened the power cell above the chassis, along with the fuel cell. This dual battery configuration offers backup power, enabling extended travel in the absence of sunlight, albeit with a theoretical maximum range of only 1,103 kilometers. This limitation is, of course, a focal point of Lin Yue's modifications. Given the constrained resources, his latitude for ingenuity was limited, yet such was the exigency. Having connected the power battery circuitry to the newly affixed solar panels on the vehicle's carapace, and subsequently installing the life support apparatus, Sabatier reactor, and waste management system, 2 hours had surreptitiously elapsed, with half the components already utilized. This streamer possesses a certain aptitude, indeed quite considerable. Is this a time-lapse sequence? I merely glanced at a few pendulum mechanisms, and already half the assembly is complete. The streamer's proficiency warrants the designation of Master Craftsman. How many rovers must one dismantle to acquire such expertise? Master Craftsman? Preposterous. You repair automobiles. This entails the assembly of a Martian rover, replete with intelligent devices and intricate technological components, hardly analogous. Good heavens, the streamer must be despondent. 2.5 years yield merely 200, before deductions and benefits. Inconceivable. I would sooner consume excrement than endure such a fate. Following the installation of the primary control computer and iris recognition airlock circuitry, Lin Yue paused for respite, only to encounter an absurd pronouncement. I am grateful, indeed. Is the prospect of 2 million unattainable? Verily, the original occupant possessed a certain piquancy. Esteemed viewers, the approximate configuration of this Martian rover has been substantially assembled within these 2 hours. The ensuing task involves the integration of various precision components and the subsequent calibration thereof. Thus spoke Lin Yue, as he proceeded to install the condenser, portable lavatory, thermostatic apparatus, and surveillance system in sequential order. The myriad components, both large and small, flowed seamlessly through his hands, finding their rightful place with effortless precision, gradually coalescing into the ever-completing form of the rover. The audience in the live broadcast witnessed Lin Yue's prowess in transforming disparate parts into a unified whole, and previous doubts began to dissipate. It should be noted that this was no mere toy four-wheel drive vehicle, nor an ordinary automobile. It was a Martian rover, replete with countless cutting-edge technologies and an exceedingly complex structure. They realized that this streamer, who had previously synthesized starch with such ease, was now accomplishing another extraordinarily astonishing feat before their very eyes. Whether newly arrived or having been present during the previous broadcast, the audience was now contemplating a single question. Is there anything this Martian envoy cannot do? Nevertheless, there were those who remained unwilling to accept reality. Even as the rover slowly took shape from a pile of parts that they themselves found bewildering, they remained unconvinced, continuing to question Lin Yue. The reason was simple. Such a feat was too difficult. How could it possibly be accomplished by a streamer? However, as they watched the rover gradually materialize with each of Lin Yue's movements, they could not help but be drawn in. Time passed swiftly. After the rover's seats and control panel were installed, the outer shell was subsequently assembled by Lin Yue, piece by piece. What do you think would happen if he finishes assembling it and discovers that there are a few screws or parts left over? Disassemble and reassemble? Or just make do? Several viewers, soft in demeanor yet vocal in their skepticism, continued to question. Lin Yue meticulously proceeded with the assembly, carefully affixing the outer shell and observation window. Once these components were secured, he delved inside to arrange some wiring, striving for impeccable tidiness. After completing this intricate task, he emerged, facing the camera. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. After 3 hours of diligent work, the Mars rover has been reassembled. The hovering camera circled above the newly assembled rover, and even the most obstinate viewers were astonished to discover that not a single extraneous screw lay on the ground. However, upon closer inspection of the rover, they noticed an unfamiliar addition. Impossible. Not a single piece has fallen. I refuse to believe it. Such illusions must be dismissed. Has he truly crafted the rover? Whose apprentice is this? Is it merely a display screen? Pray tell, should I feast on the outer shell or the LCD first? At the launch center, before a similar extraterrestrial rover, a viewer exclaimed, "Host, may I inquire about your previous field of study? Your craftsmanship is akin to that of national treasures. Wait, have you all noticed those elongated cylindrical objects atop the rover? What on earth are they?" Facing thousands of comments, Lin Yue regarded the camera with an expression of undeniable confidence. He fully opened the external hatch and entered the vehicle. Upon entering commands, the rover's lights illuminated. As he drove it out onto the platform, the viewers in the live stream witnessed the moment unfold. Beneath the dimly lit sky, the 10 cylindrical structures atop the Mars rover suddenly unfurled with the elegance of a peacock displaying its plumage, ultimately transforming into an immense array of solar panels. Chapter 13. Racing on Mars. Above the yellowish sky, the sun, resembling a small luminous point, cast its gentle rays upon the vast Martian landscape. Adjacent to the Mars Exploration Station, a matrix of solar panels, each measuring 3 meters in length and 2 meters in width, continuously adjusted its orientation in response to the rover's movements, akin to sunflowers, ever facing the sun and absorbing energy. In the live broadcast room, some experts could hardly contain their excitement. Setting aside Lin Yue's remarkable skill in effortlessly gathering the shattered fragments, resembling nothing more than dumpling filling, and reconstructing them into the formidable rover within mere hours, they were far more astonished by the newly added automatic light tracking system of the rover's solar panels. Xinggong. Who exactly is Lin Yue? Lu Cheng pondered aloud, his pencil tirelessly sketching the rover's general outline on the drawing board. He even illustrated the foldable solar panels, which could either retract or align in a matrix formation, meticulously annotating various values and dimensions. Lu Cheng had personally contributed to the design of this vehicle, primarily focusing on the rover's power endurance. The energy storage batteries and auxiliary fuel cells that Lin Yue installed were all crafted under his supervision. The primary function of this Mars rover is to conduct small-scale scientific investigations and terrain surveys of Mars. Thus, an extended operational duration is not essential, though stability remains paramount. There had been previous considerations of incorporating solar panels for extended power, yet such an addition would augment the rover's weight, consequently reducing its speed. As solar panels are rather heavy and their energy conversion efficiency is not particularly high. When Lin Yue began disassembling the rover, he sensed something amiss. Upon reassembly, he could only draw in his breath in astonishment. Ultimately, when he observed the rover orienting itself towards the sun, he realized something was indeed wrong. Oh my Xiaolu, did you create this? This device can function in such a remarkable manner? Xing Yu, though bewildered, was profoundly impressed. His astonishment stemmed from the inability to replicate such a feat, despite numerous prior attempts that were costly and time-consuming. What was Lin Yue up to now? Lu Cheng continued to observe the screen, noting Lin Yue's new maneuvers. The subsequent words from Lin Yue widened his eyes in disbelief. As everyone could see, the solar panel could unfurl and retract, forming a matrix that consistently faced the sun, and he had also devised a concentrating mechanism that, with merely half an hour of sunlight, could achieve a range of 1,000 kilometers. Furthermore, during movement, the rover could charge while in operation, allowing for infinite endurance as long as sunlight was available. The camera feed was divided into 2 perspectives, one capturing the dashboard and the other positioned above the rover. All spectators watched intently as the rover's speed surged from 30 to 50 and then directly to 80. The aerial lens captures a fierce whirlwind of dust being stirred up from the Martian surface. 80 kilometers may seem insignificant on Earth, yet on Mars, it is quite formidable. I merely made some adjustments to the power and recalibrated the maximum speed. By the way, under ideal conditions, the top speed is 200 kilometers per hour. However, this comes at a tremendous cost to energy consumption, and the terrain of Mars is exceedingly complex, rendering this merely a theoretical figure. After Lin Yue finished this statement in the live broadcast while driving, an eerie silence enveloped the room. 200 kilometers? Surely, that is an exaggeration. Yet, as they witnessed the rover recklessly speeding across the Martian wasteland at a breathtaking pace, with the dashboard indicator already reaching 160 kilometers per hour, they prudently chose to remain silent. As for Lu Cheng and Xing Yu, they were utterly astonished. The maximum speed was merely 30 kilometers, and yet, you have directly quintupled that? And you speak of a top speed of 200 kilometers? Charging while in motion? Lu Cheng found himself in a state of existential doubt. Even as an expert, he was rendered speechless by Lin Yue's audacious maneuvers. This issue has been resolved just moments ago, Lin Yue remarked. Glancing at the live stream, he noticed an unsettling absence of comments. Furrowing his brow, he pondered, is the internet down? I shall continue to impress. I'll just remain in a state of bemusement. Hello, I've consumed half of my meal, and I can no longer eat. May I inquire if the remaining portion can be continued tomorrow? Goodness, one seeks to dine and drink, yet desires to feast on leftovers? The streamer should proceed swiftly. 2. Am eager to witness a scene of carnage. It appears many are watching after all. Lin Yue glanced once more at the total number of viewers in the livestream, discovering that it had imperceptibly swelled to 15,000. A rather rapid ascent. The threshold of 100,000 is now within reach, suggesting that the recent maneuver has garnered a substantial amount of popularity. I muse, does Douyin employ a peculiar algorithm for recommending this Martian livestream? Lin Yue surmises that the concurrent viewership should exceed this figure, yet the numbers remain stagnant. Be that as it may, provided the spectacle continues and proves effective, the viewership will inevitably burgeon, will it not? With this in mind, he cleared his throat. Yesterday evening, I supplanted the original map on the rover's computer with the latest high-definition iteration, thereby upgrading the navigation system. The navigation has undergone meticulous calculations, effectively circumventing impassable river valleys, impact craters, plateaus, canyons, and the like. Ultimately, the navigation has computed an optimal route. This route, leading directly to the research center, spans a total distance of 18 kilometers. Presuming an average speed of 100 kilometers per hour can be maintained, it is estimated that the journey will require approximately 5 entire days. Naturally, the vehicle will not be in perpetual motion. Respite will be taken during nighttime hours and sandstorms. In 2 hours' time, I shall embark on a journey to the research center aboard the rover. Prior to that, I must also prepare the necessary provisions. After circumnavigating the relatively gentle terrain in the vicinity with the rover, Lin Yue ultimately parked the vehicle at the entrance of the exploration station, allowing it to recharge externally. He then proceeded into the airlock chamber, restoring the cabin pressure to its normal state. Now, as everyone can see, I am about to borrow a means of transportation, and there are no issues at hand. Next, I shall proceed to the kitchen to prepare some food. Do not go away. We shall continue the live broadcast. Chapter 14. Remarkable modifications. I concur with Engineer Lu's assessment. The innovations proposed by this young individual are indeed remarkably advanced. Even I, with my experience, would find it challenging to achieve such rapid enhancements within just a few hours. Furthermore, the capability to automatically track sunlight and concentrate light sources to amplify the efficiency of solar panel charging is simply astounding. Given the abilities and experiences of that dispatch officer, such feats seem utterly unattainable. However, I must admit, if these modifications are indeed genuine, they provide me with considerable inspiration. Chief Engineer Du removed his glasses, meticulously cleaning them, and then picked up his phone to review the live stream recording that Lu Cheng had sent earlier. At this moment, he and 93 engineers and scientists, who had previously collaborated in the design and manufacturing of the rover, were all participating in an urgent video conference organized by Lu Cheng. Initially, they all regarded the engineers stationed at the launch center as jesting. After all, the task of modifying a Mars rover seemed plausible only for individuals of their caliber. They had all attained their current positions through decades of study and practice, and the rover itself represented the culmination of knowledge and expertise from over 60 of the leading minds across various fields. Who was a mere Mars dispatcher to claim such prowess? As I observed the young man meticulously disassembling the rover, I couldn't help but nod in silent acknowledgement. It became evident that, without undergoing a rigorous and systematic training regimen, coupled with pertinent knowledge, one could hardly accomplish such a feat merely by relying on a few prior disassemblies. He pressed the acceleration button, watching the rover on the screen disintegrate into countless fragments, only to witness Lin Yue gradually restoring it, leaving not a single component behind. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him. He hastily swallowed a blood pressure medication and sipped several mouthfuls of water, taking a moment to regain his composure. Although the Mars rover was a product of 9 years ago, its design remains remarkably contemporary even by today's standards. In fact, should one attempt to recreate the rover with modern technology, it is widely believed that the performance could only be enhanced by a mere 10%, no more. This signifies a monumental achievement in the realm of advanced technology on Blue Planet, showcasing considerable prowess in interstellar exploration over the past decade. The modular, efficient, and safe Mars rover has demonstrated stable and exceptional results on both the Moon and Mars, and even on Ceres, where scientific research has only recently commenced. It has exhibited astonishing performance. If one were to pinpoint any shortcomings, they would pertain solely to its endurance and speed. While these aspects can indeed be modified, the complexities of replacing the engine, balancing overall energy consumption, and accommodating the vehicle's spatial configuration, compatibility, and load capacity renders such enhancements far from straightforward, especially in the barren landscapes of Mars. However, this assigned operative genuinely accomplished it. Dismantling the rover and subsequently reconstructing it is astonishing in itself, while significantly altering the velocity. He also managed to employ a high-efficiency heliostat matrix composed of solar panels, achieving an almost imperceptible energy conversion. All the experts harbored skepticism and queries. If it were not for special effects, it would be utterly preposterous. Chief Engineer Du brewed a cup of wolfberry tea, terminating the conference link. The meeting extended for over an hour. Upon observing Lin Yue loading copious amounts of provisions onto the rover via his mobile device, Lu Cheng resolved to conclude the video conference prematurely, particularly given Chief Engineer Du's silence, rendering further discussion unproductive. The situation warranted continued surveillance. Despite the astonishing nature of the young man's accomplishments, Lu Cheng hastily concluded the video conference and perused the rover's design specifications, incessantly incorporating Lin Yue's extant modifications. Possessing technology that astounded the foremost engineers and scientists in the field, this Lin Yue was truly formidable. We are cognizant that this is devoid of special effects. And according to recent calculations, Lin Yue's design is exceedingly viable. I cannot fathom what kind of monstrosity this young man could fabricate, given sufficient materials, Lu Cheng remarked, gazing upward at the ceiling. I have no idea. What could be more frightening? Lin Yue has ceased cooking. Little Lu, come and observe. At this juncture, the live broadcast visuals underwent another transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to embark on our journey. However, I nearly overlooked this intriguing little gadget by my side, so I shall take it along as well. Lin Yue pressed a light red button atop the metallic object. In an instant, the item, resembling a metallic basketball, transformed into a machine dog with slender limbs, a rounded body, and a canine head. This is the second-generation transformable auxiliary robot, the Space Machine Dog 2 Malawian Quatches, primarily designed to accompany dispatchers and alleviate various psychological issues stemming from loneliness. As Lin Yue spoke, he pressed a light green button, and a screen unfolded from the side of the machine dog. After a brief interaction with the screen, the machine dog began to exhibit affectionate behaviors akin to those of a real puppy, nuzzling against his pant leg, rolling over onto its back, and even imitating the playful barks of an actual dog. Surely, this cannot be all. Has the host run out of ideas? Is this merely a ploy to fill time? I already possess a companion robot. Such devices are merely worth a few $100,000. It's laughable. While I may not own one, I find it utterly unimpressive. This technology is 5 years old. What is there to showcase? I'm falling asleep. A mundane beginning leading to a canine conclusion. Lin Yue once more lifted the machine dog, gave it a gentle pat, and turned back to the camera with a relaxed expression. Indeed, if this were merely a demonstration, it would be exceedingly dull. I simply wish to convey to everyone to remember the appearance of this machine dog at this moment. Do not blink. We are about to undertake a significant transformation. Chapter 15. The allure of cultivation. The versatility of starch is considerable. Its applications extend far beyond simple dishes like braised starch or pancakes. It can be transformed into noodles, pudding, jelly, and more. Coupled with the remaining seasonings from the exploration station, it can serve as a staple food, effectively satiating hunger. However, its primary drawback is its monotony. One may find that regardless of the preparation, the flavor remains fundamentally the same, an inescapable starchiness. While experimenting with various starch-based foods, Lin Yue resolved to procure additional provisions from the research center. Beyond meats and vegetables for immediate sustenance, he desired to acquire seeds. While the former addresses short-term needs, the latter allows for sustained development through cultivation. Ideally, Lin Yue envisioned establishing a garden at the exploration station. As the saying goes, every citizen harbors a dream of farming, and Lin Yue was no exception. Before his journey, he cultivated vegetables on his balcony, tending to them with care. Although the yield and size paled in comparison to supermarket produce, the advantage lay in their healthfulness. After calibrating the Mars rover and preparing another batch of starch sufficient for at least 2 months, he noticed the dormant robotic dog. Instantly, his profound understanding of machinery sparked an idea to modify the little fellow. We are about to embark on a grand transformation. Upon Lin Yue's declaration, a flurry of comments flooded the screen. This streamer is quite amusing. It seems they have become addicted to modifications. What form could a companion robot take? My suggestion would be to incorporate a nuclear-powered battery, equip it with a high-energy particle beam cannon, a beam saber, and substantial thermal energy exhaust ports. if necessary. Perhaps even at a nuclear missile cluster cannon. Goodness, it appears that the individual above is intent on creating a war machine, transforming a robot designed to alleviate human loneliness into one that addresses humanity itself. Quite the undertaking. Interestingly, a little-known fact is that this second-generation transformable assistant robot is easy to disassemble, yet challenging to modify. Its chip is quite small, and altering its programming is no simple task. I shall observe how the streamer proceeds. Lin Yue watched as comments continued to flow by. Glancing at the view count, 21,500. The growth is indeed rapid, yet to achieve the ambitious goal of reaching 100,000 viewers concurrently, further effort is required. This upcoming modification must generate sufficient buzz to captivate the audience. Cradling the robotic dog in his hands, Lin Yue's mind swirled with various modification ideas. As one viewer suggested in the comments, while there are numerous limitations to the modifications, it is not entirely impossible to create something astonishing. He ultimately resolved to pursue an avenue that no one had anticipated. It is well understood that one cannot approach the transformation of this robotic dog haphazardly. Lin Yue entered the central cabin and adjusted the power supply of the exploration station, setting the environmental controls to their minimum. The robotic dog, initially designed merely for companionship, proved inadequate in practical utility. My intention was to transform it into a multifunctional device, blending practicality with diverse capabilities. Although its design was somewhat rudimentary, and the chip technology rather outdated, the situation was not beyond remedy. I was eager to commence the modifications immediately. However, more pressing matters awaited our attention. Stepping out of the cabin, Lin Yue contemplated and reconfigured the door controls. The entryway of the exploration station was equipped with an iris recognition system and a password input mechanism. Lin Yue was uncertain whom this security measure was intended to deter. Yet considering this journey was akin to venturing far from home, he felt compelled to ensure the door was securely locked. After entering the password and scanning his iris, Lin Yue finally approached the vehicle and closed the door. The scene then shifted to the interior of the vehicle. Viewers witnessed Lin Yue swiftly pressing buttons on the control panel, causing the Mars rover to roar to life, its wheels turning as it began to move forward. However, the audience soon widened their eyes in astonishment. They observed that Lin Yue had ceased controlling the rover. Instead, he rose and moved to the passenger area, where he began to dismantle the small robotic dog. What was happening? Was the vehicle being neglected? No, it was still advancing at a speed of 120 kilometers per hour, continuously accelerating. Could it be that it was operating on autopilot? Host, you are on Mars, not in a controlled environment. A newcomer has arrived, inquiring about the nature of this broadcaster's content. Survival, invention, off-roading, automobiles, gastronomy, mechanical repairs. Indeed, one would never anticipate that this broadcaster operates on Mars. Remarkably, within a mere minute, he has completely disassembled a robot. What astonishing dexterity. Surely, he must indulge himself frequently with the activation of autopilot and automatic navigation. Lin Yue's attention was entirely focused on the robotic canine in his grasp. The rover previously boasted autonomous driving capabilities, with 2 orbiting satellites around Mars providing such conveniences. However, the original programming dictated that upon activation, speed would significantly decrease, resulting in diminished battery life, and the rover would enter a safety mode, operating at a slower pace. During the disassembly, Lin Yue had also taken the opportunity to modify the system, allowing it to maintain a speed of 120 kilometers per hour across the utopian plains. While not exceedingly fast, it sufficed. Once the power was cut off from the robotic dog, it swiftly transformed into a scattered array of components under Lin Yue's hands. As previously mentioned by a viewer, the control chip of this device was remarkably diminutive, rendering it incapable of executing complex commands. Lin Yue adjusted a few settings and ultimately directed his focus toward the critical program responsible for controlling the dog's transformation. It seemed promising. Meanwhile, as he began to disassemble and modify the robotic canine with an assortment of tools, the rover glided smoothly across the utopian plains. Its 6 pairs of specially designed high-elasticity tires can deftly navigate around obstacles such as stones that inadvertently obstruct the path, thanks to the highly adjustable all-wheel steering feature, allowing it to either evade or simply roll over them without losing any balance. The rover is equipped with cameras on both sides of the windows, as well as on the front and rear, and during the modifications, Lin Yue arranged for the lenses to switch every 5 minutes, drawing the audience's attention to the magnificent Martian landscapes. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yue was gradually bridging the gap between himself and the research center. At that moment, the scientists within the research center were driving another Mars rover, steadily advancing towards his exploration station. Chapter 16. No rescue on Mars. As the Mars rover slowly traversed, it stirred up clouds of red dust and gravel, which gently rose before gradually settling back down. The slow pace of the vehicle rendered Karp unable to muster any enthusiasm as he sat at the control panel, his eyelids battling against each other in a relentless struggle against fatigue. A group of 5 had emerged from the research center, and nearly 17 hours had elapsed. Despite pushing the rover to its maximum speed, they could only achieve a limit of 30 kilometers per hour. After nearly 17 hours since leaving the research center, they had barely covered 500 kilometers. Karp, take a break. Let me take over, Eliza said, struggling to rise from her seat in the cramped cockpit. She had not enjoyed a comfortable rest. The question lingered in Eliza's mind. What was so urgent that the dispatcher insisted all 5 of them must go to retrieve him? This thought persisted, deepening her confusion. These sentiments have consistently fluctuated, betraying a disregard for the thoughts and emotions of others. On this planet, virtually exhausted of its research potential and of far less scientific value than Ceres, the 5 of them must endure another half-year before the next manned spacecraft arrives. Despite the dearth of research opportunities, they would rather engage in monotonous tasks at the center than collectively welcome the envoy. Director, he began, something has just occurred to me. Karpan brought the vehicle to a gradual halt, and with some difficulty, he managed to stand. After Elisa had taken his place, he opened the partition between the passenger compartment and the cockpit. Ryan, did you remember to lock the door before we departed? Ryan, who was holding a hand of cards, was momentarily taken aback by the question. Let me think. I believe I did? No, wait, it was Olivia who wanted some candy. She must have closed it afterward. Karpan turned his gaze to Olivia. Did you close it? Olivia's face was ashen, and she stammered. I closed it. But I don't think I locked it. Karpan was taken aback. You didn't lock it? Do you even realize, what difference does it make whether it's locked or not? Perita interjected, nonchalantly placing a piece of chocolate in her mouth. Aside from the 5 of us, there's only that Tang country youth on Mars. Are you afraid someone will break in? Yes, exactly, Olivia retorted, emboldened by Perita's support. What does it matter if the door is locked or not? This isn't Earth. We're practically the only living souls on Mars. Who else is there? Although she was fully aware that her actions contravened protocol. This is highly irresponsible. Karpan flared up, casting an angry glance at Alyssa. Director, you tell me, they're simply disregarding the research center's safety. Alyssa, smoothing her disheveled hair, sighed wearily. Failing to deactivate the entire security apparatus is indeed a lapse on Olivia's part. However, Karpan, as they stated, the absence of a lock is inconsequential. Let us cease this dispute. You should retire and get some rest. Karpan opened his mouth as if to retort, then sighed, finally glaring at Perita, who seemed to be gloating somewhat, before turning his gaze to the scenery outside, falling silent. Alyssa rubbed her eyes, equally fatigued. At the current velocity, even with continuous driving, it would necessitate upwards of 12 days. She sighed once more, finding the higher-ups' rationale incomprehensible. I pray this doesn't devolve into a saving Private Ryan scenario. While the rescue may be successful, the potential loss of lives here would be far too detrimental. Each and every one of us scientists is of far greater value than that envoy. The demise of any one of us would constitute a significant loss to the Lacan nation, and that envoy is merely engaged in live streaming. Within Alyssa's heart, her aversion to this mission, and indeed to the person they were sent to rescue, grew exponentially. The rover traversed the rubble, lurching with each stone, its speed diminishing accordingly. After another 2 hours, overwhelmed by the extremity of her exhaustion, having had little to no rest in over a day, Alyssa felt an inexplicable anger simmering within. She yearned to vent it, yet found no outlet. Biting her lip, she furrowed her brow. Bang! The rover's wheels seemed to have run over something, emitting an ominous sound. Simultaneously, Alyssa inadvertently lacerated her lip. What is amiss now? She inquired. She promptly brought the vehicle to a halt, donned her extravehicular suit, and alighted from the rover alongside Capon, who had just secured the rear hatch. The front right outer tire has suffered a puncture, Capon declared, swiftly identifying the issue. He nudged the jagged rock lodged beneath the right wheel. Alyssa glanced back at the rover, noting that the remaining occupants evinced no inclination to disembark. Has the tire sustained significant damage? After painstakingly dislodging the stone, Capon breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the tire's integrity is largely uncompromised. The dual-wheel configuration remains functional. As he opened the door, poised to inquire further, Alyssa abruptly struck the back of the seat with her fist. Perhaps we should pause for respite? Capon was taken aback, unaccustomed to witnessing such behavior from the director. Nay, we shall proceed. Alyssa's agitation continued to mount. After the vehicle resumed its course, they journeyed for another 2 hours. However, upon sighting an immense, transverse crater in the distance, she abruptly slammed on the brakes. A chorus of expletives and murmurs erupted from the rear of the vehicle, and Capon was propelled against the glass. What has transpired now? He exclaimed, his eyes wide with consternation as he turned toward Alyssa. We shall not proceed further. Alyssa declared suddenly. Pardon? We are not continuing? Indeed, we are not. Capon, make your way to the rear compartment. Alyssa unsealed the hatch and entered the rear of the rover, where Polita and the others regarded her with undisguised bewilderment. The 5 individuals convened once more, and Alyssa removed her helmet after sealing the hatch securely. Esteemed colleagues, I harbor no desire to embark on a futile mission to rescue any inconsequential dispatchers. Such monotonous tasks, fraught with peril, no longer appeal to me. What are your sentiments on this matter? In any case, the higher echelons are oblivious to our actual movements. We shall establish a temporary encampment here, and upon the lapse of a suitable interval, we shall fabricate a malfunction in the rover, necessitating our return. Is this understood? Understood. The assembly nodded in tacit agreement. In truth, they had long relinquished any inclination to undertake the journey. Yet the authority to make such a determination was not vested in them. I shall assume full accountability for this decision. Commencing forthwith, we shall undertake preparations in situ. And on the day after tomorrow, we shall transmit a signal to the aforementioned superiors. Unbeknownst to Lin Yue, as the scientists of the Liqin Federation had resigned themselves to his rescue, he was diligently engaged in the final stages of modifying the robotic canine on the self-driving rover. Chapter 17. What constitutes juxtaposition? This constitutes juxtaposition. Indeed, this has been a protracted endeavor. Might the presenter consider a change of perspective? I have grown weary of the Martian panorama. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the vehicle exhibits a remarkable degree of stability. To what extent has it been modified? The damping is exceptionally robust. Beyond the damping, have you not observed that the vehicle has maintained a velocity of approximately 100 kilometers per hour, employing autonomous navigation? Is such technology extant on Earth? Such astonishment is unwarranted. Does Earth not possess such technology? Do you not avail yourself of GPS navigation while operating a motor vehicle? Are you feigning ignorance, or are you genuinely uninformed? This is, in fact, Mars, a terrain replete with fragmented rocks and desolate expanses, to say nothing of other hazards. Should one inadvertently descend into a meteorite crater, even this rover would be incapable of ascending. Indeed, upon your remarks, I suddenly perceive the magnitude of this situation. Just how many alterations has the streamer implemented? Lin Yue glanced at the incessantly scrolling comments, momentarily setting aside his work. He was genuinely surprised that, over the course of 2 hours, the viewer count had consistently hovered between 25,000 and 30,000. Although this figure pales in comparison to the most popular streamers, it nonetheless signifies a commendable level of recognition. The streaming environment in this realm is far more vibrant than that of the original Earth. Lin Yue recalled that, in his previous experience, maintaining over 100,000 genuine viewers concurrently was a hallmark of the elite. Yet, in this world, achieving 1 million active viewers is deemed a pinnacle of success. The greater the audience, the more opportunities arise for platform support and recommendations, not to mention the multitude of events designed to sustain and amplify popularity. However, Lin Yue discerned that his streaming room possessed a certain peculiarity. Logically, if such a viewer count could be sustained, it would be unreasonable not to receive any recommendations. Could it be that they had indeed visited, yet with no effect? A thought suddenly crossed Lin Yue's mind, and he promptly shook his head. Goodness, if that were the case, it would necessitate undertaking something extraordinarily significant. He tightened the last screw and finally transitioned the stream's visuals. His face appeared on the screen, and he had also prepared the content for this broadcast. I apologize for the wait, everyone. Having observed the Martian terrain for a considerable duration, one would surmise that you've cultivated a substantial familiarity with its topography. Over the past 3 hours, we have triumphantly traversed approximately 300 kilometers northeastward from the Utopia Planitia. Due to the necessity of modifying the robotic rover, I was compelled to decelerate our pace. Now that the rover has been refurbished, There is no longer a need to maintain such a sluggish velocity. Lin Yue, while approaching the console, augmented the rover's velocity to a consistent 150 kilometers per hour before redirecting his gaze toward the suspended camera. 150 kilometers is a negligible distance on the expansive Utopia Planitia. In 2 hours, we shall arrive at the epicenter of Utopia Planitia, and after an additional 12 hours of transit, we shall reach the border adjacent to the Acidalia Planitia, where we may conveniently pause for respite. Prior to that juncture, however, I have resolved to introduce to you our venerable companion, and also our novel acquaintance, the robotic rover, Lin Yue announced, as he cradled a metallic orb, roughly the size of a basketball, and oriented it toward the lens. The audience in the live stream, after a few seconds of silence, suddenly erupted in a deluge of on-screen comments. Insurance brother, are you alive or not? It's not just me saying this. The host has truly faltered this time. For 2 hours, it seems they accomplished nothing, merely toying with everyone in the live stream. Everyone thinks that this mechanical dog in my hands appears no different from its predecessors, correct? Lin Yue remains utterly unfazed. He has discerned a pattern, or perhaps a timeless strategy that has proven effective throughout the ages. People are inherently drawn to unfamiliar sights, eager to offer their critiques. Once skepticism takes hold and emotions rise, the harsh reality emerges to confront them. Brother, this is real, undeniably so. Yet, popularity does not wane as audiences are faced with stark truths. Rather, it incites a profound curiosity among onlookers, leading them to exclaim, "No way," thus propelling the popularity even further. The reactions during the previous artificial synthetic starch and the modified rovers have amply demonstrated this principle. Although he couldn't fathom why the growth rate of this live stream was languid, considering the substantial number of verified accounts present, along with numerous media outlets. The results seemed underwhelming. Could it be that they are experiencing restricted traffic? Lin Yue contemplated this possibility, but chose to set it aside for now. The original purpose of this mechanical dog is well understood. It serves as a companion robot. Its chip is not complex, and consequently, its functionalities have been simplified significantly. After all, having an abundance of features serves little purpose if it cannot alleviate loneliness, right? Due to these constraints, my modifications are minimal, and everyone will have to make do. No, it appears the clever ruse has reached its limit. Merely a superficial transformation? One might as well forego any alterations. Initially, there were expectations, yet it seems those hopes were misplaced. Settling for mediocrity? I yearn to witness a veritable cascade of blood. Do you truly comprehend the gravity of the situation? This broadcaster's integrity has been sorely compromised. A suggestion to undergo an electrocardiogram might reveal nothing but a flat line. My company has recently launched a fraud prevention insurance. Is anyone intrigued? Do not impede my ambition. The Pacific Ocean, is it? Today, I shall raise its sails. Lin Yue anticipated such a reaction. Indeed, he, much like a certain viewer incessantly clamoring for a spectacle of carnage, found himself amplifying the doubts. Nonetheless, it was time. So, let us behold this latest transformation. As Lin Yue spoke, he placed the metallic sphere upon the ground. He removed his gloves and gently grazed the surface of the sphere with the index finger of his right hand. An echoing electronic voice resonated. Home companion robot 2 Malawian Kwaches has been activated. Please stand by. Under the gaze of over 25,000 viewers in the live stream, the metallic sphere suddenly split open, reminiscent of a sliced watermelon, revealing 4 seams and dividing into 8 independent units. Subsequently, these units began to split, morph, and reconfigure at an imperceptible speed. In a dazzling display, the previously unassuming robotic dog had transformed into a sleek, lifelike canine figure. At that moment, the audience of over 25,000 erupted, flooding the screen with a cascade of question marks. Chapter 18. A veritable canine. The machine dog was almost entirely composed of streamlined metal. From its head to its body and tail, it bore a striking resemblance to a real dog, save for the absence of fur. It even possessed a functional, hinged jaw, complete with a fabricated tongue. The viewers in the live broadcast, particularly those who had previously questioned the value of minor alterations, were now staring at their screens, their minds reeling. Was this merely a small modification? Had it not begun as a simple robot with spherical sections serving as limbs? While it was called a machine dog, it was only due to common parlance, reminiscent of the vaguely canine, quadrupedal robots developed by some tech companies. Since then, all 4-legged robots have been collectively referred to as machine dogs, regardless of their actual resemblance to canines. But Lin Yue had genuinely transformed a machine into a dog? Unbelievable. The screen was flooded with a barrage of question marks. Lin Yue was pleased with the reaction. However, he sought something more profound. I anticipated that some of you might be underwhelmed by the simplicity of the transformation, so I added a little something extra at the end, Lin Yue announced. Pressing his index finger on the machine dog's head, the audience watched with bated breath, eagerly anticipating the next development. The intricate transformation we just witnessed, culminating in such a flawless mechanical canine form, is already profoundly impressive. Even the latest iterations of Transformers toys cannot replicate such an ingenious structural metamorphosis. This must be attributed to Cybertronian hypercompression technology. Among the audience were mechanical and robotics experts, individuals who comprehend the implications of this transformation, even in its static state. It is a masterpiece of artistry. Considering that Lin Yue accomplished this in under 3 hours, one can only imagine what he could create with ample materials and time. As Lin Yue activated the fingerprint-sensitive start switch, the audience held their breath, anticipating the emergence of another unfathomable novelty. Suddenly, the mechanical dog's eyes emitted a dazzling radiance, accompanied by a cheerful melody and a chorus of voices. "Hey there, handsome, come and play." "Grandpa, what is Dad's father called?" "Dad's father is called Grandpa." "Grandma, what is Dad's mother called?" "Dad's mother is called Grandma." Upon the song's conclusion, Lin Yue nodded contentedly. After a momentary silence, the live stream erupted with a barrage of comments. "This is cringe of the highest order. I'm all for playful antics, but not the macabre kind." Unfollowing. "This epitomizes high technology." Walking down that dimly lit alley again, I lit a cigarette when suddenly I heard a voice from within. "Hey there, handsome, come and play." I cast aside the cigarette, but with a rakish grin. "This time, I shall not rest until I have thoroughly exhausted you." I lunged forward, inserting 2 coins into the machine. Heavens, the infernal tune has ensnared my mind. I am besieged by this nursery rhyme. I beseech thee, deliver me from this auditory torment. A query: what appellation is bestowed upon the sire of one's sire? Is it not grandfather? And what of the progeny of one's grandfather? Is he not one's own father? Indeed, within the confines of the live streaming chamber, an ambience of indescribable nature began to permeate, tinged with a certain piquancy, albeit in a subtle measure. However, I, Lin Yue, am cognizant that my discerning audience, their palates now whetted, would not suffer me to elude their scrutiny. Ere long, a deluge of skepticism and discontentment commenced to inundate the digital ether. Having witnessed the preposterous metamorphosis involving artificially synthesized starch and the Mars rover, they comprehended full well that my capabilities extended far beyond the commonplace. If I could transform a sluggish rover into an autonomous vehicle capable of traversing terrain at nearly 200 kilometers per hour, then assuredly, the mechanical canine possessed latent, awe-inspiring attributes. All who had borne witness to my exploits, even those harboring reservations, could not suppress the nascent notion that I possessed the capacity to utterly vanquish them. I perceived that the opportune moment had arrived. I stroked the cranium of the mechanical hound, whereupon it responded with canine-like affection, extending its tongue and nuzzling my leg with its head. Alas, there was nothing. Had one not personally witnessed my transformation of the device, one might have been forgiven for mistaking it for a genuine canine, merely clad in metallic raiment. To fabricate such a marvel in a mere 3 hours? Come hither, Snow White, and extend greetings to our esteemed audience. Lin Yue gently patted the dog's head, while the hovering camera focused on the little creature. Woof, woof. Little Bai tilted his head and barked loudly a few times before running to rub against Lin Yue's feet. This commotion instantly made everyone unable to contain their amusement. "Ha ha, truly a dog, isn't it?" someone remarked. "Wait, I thought the companion robot was equipped with a voice system. I expected it to say something like, 'Hello everyone. I am Little Bai,' yet all we hear are dog barks. How amusing. Ladies and gentlemen, I can discern that this bark belongs to a rural dog, truly authentic. Naming it Little Bai is quite amusing. The streamer lacks creativity in naming. I feel a sense of déjà vu. It seems I've seen this combination before. Though it wasn't a person and a robotic dog. The dog is so adorable. Can the streamer mass-produce them? I would purchase 50. Now the question arises, does this robotic dog prefer bones or debates? As the audience was captivated by the lifelike qualities of the robotic dog, it was evident that everyone adored Little Bai. However, Lin Yue lamented that despite his desire to mass-produce it, it was simply not feasible. As he was on Mars while they were on Earth, he paused for a moment, contemplating a different matter altogether. He knew the incident involving the Moonstone would not simply fade away. It was too significant to ignore. The fact that manual control led to the Moonstone's explosion was certainly known to the United Aviation authorities. If necessary, he would utilize this system to ensure his survival. Lin Yue pondered these thoughts before swiftly returning to his usual demeanor. Regardless, the immediate priority is to invigorate the live stream, thereby prompting the system to incessantly bestow skills, ensuring a delightful existence on Mars. Without further ado, know that the novice's capabilities extend beyond mere basics. As Lin Yue spoke, he approached the control panel, glanced outside, and abruptly brought the Martian rover to a halt. In the suspended camera's view, a colossal river valley, resembling an insurmountable chasm, stretched across their path. It appears we have arrived at our destination. I implore you all to remain attentive. Chapter 19. Alas, our lack of culture Mars, upon the expansive and boundless utopia Planitia. The pristine white rover gradually decelerated from its high-speed trajectory, eventually halting beside the river valley that traversed the plain like an immense scar. This colossal fissure, spanning 5 to 6 kilometers in width, bisected the terrain, with discernible vestiges at its base, believed to be evidence of ancient Martian rivers. During prior scientific explorations, researchers dedicated years of study to definitively confirm this, discovering substantial quantities of water-ice mixtures 5 kilometers beneath the surface. This discovery once fueled aspirations among Earth scientists for potential Martian colonization, heralding the dawn of humanity's conquest of the cosmos. However, as the exorbitant launch and construction costs, coupled with the unresolved challenges of Mars geomagnetism, became apparent, the planet was definitively excluded from the list of habitable celestial bodies. Lin Yue remains perplexed as to the rationale behind the superfluous position of a live streamer. Perhaps its symbolic significance outweighs its practical utility, symbolizing humanity's dominion over this planet. Lin Yue cast aside extraneous thoughts as he donned his extravehicular suit and descended from the rover, switching the live stream's camera to a view above. Ladies and gentlemen, observe below. This is a vast river valley, and our task is to descend from here. Lin Yue's voice resonated within the streaming room, allowing the audience to behold the magnificent crimson riverbed through his perspective. While the width was unremarkable, the height was rather intriguing. Upon glancing downward, the host felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Was it truly 100 meters? Perhaps 500. 500 meters is sheer exaggeration, some remarked, though it was undeniably intimidating. Wait, did the host just say they would descend from here? Drive the rover down? The angle appeared nearly 80 degrees. Even if they could descend, how would they ascend again? I mentioned the host as being reckless. Anyone with a modicum of sense wouldn't be so intoxicated by the thrill. Host, please consider taking a detour. Is there not another route? The audience expressed confusion, questioning the connection between the robotic dog and the river gorge. Lin Yue interrupted the speculation, clarifying, indeed, Xiaobai is related to this gorge, but it certainly does not entail dragging the rover down. This left the viewers baffled. Isn't it sufficient to simply acknowledge that this valley is wide and deep enough for the robotic dog to descend? What is happening now? Unfazed, Lin Yue proceeded to stow all appropriate items in the rear compartment while securing everything in place. Subsequently, he removed the floating camera, instructing it to continue filming from outside the vehicle. This little fellow can endure the frigid temperature of -35 degrees Celsius, operating continuously for an hour. Currently, the outdoor temperature stands at a chilling -48 degrees. Functioning for just a minute poses no challenge. With the capability to establish a wireless connection with the Mars rover and its extravehicular suit, it effortlessly ascends to a height of 20 meters above the ground. Soon enough, the live stream's visuals split into two. On the left, a hovering camera provides a low-angle view of the rover, while on the right, the scene inside the vehicle is captured through Lin Yue's helmet. The viewers in the live stream, at this moment, are bewildered by Lin Yue's intentions, uncertain of his next move. I previously mentioned, please do not blink. For now, I shall introduce the third function of Xiaobai. Furthermore, this represents its unique form. Lin Yue approached the obedient little robotic dog, removed his gloves, and pressed a button once again. After a dazzling transformation, Xiaobai astonishingly morphed from a robotic dog into an octopus-like shape. Following a brief manipulation on its display screen, this little creature, resembling a spider, suddenly crawled to the very center of the cabin. All right, Xiaobai, showcase your strength for everyone to see. Lin Yue pressed a button on the control panel located on one side of the cabin, and to everyone's amazement, a rectangular control panel arose from the center of the cabin, perfectly featuring an octopus-shaped groove. The audience watched in astonishment as Xiaobai crawled into the groove, seamlessly integrating itself and becoming one with the control panel. Just as the viewers began to discuss the host's series of extraordinary actions, they suddenly discovered that Lin Yue, now fully attired, was completely secured to the seat by the restraints protruding from the chair's back. What is the situation? Is the host engaging in self-bondage? I must admit, I am perplexed. Ladies and gentlemen, I am quite exhilarated. It is unfortunate that the restraints are not crimson, and I find this particular binding method rather unsatisfactory. I have sent a private message to the host. Let us see if there is any interest on their part. Is this their first experience with such bindings? After so long in the car, they had not been restrained at all. Could it be that the host intends to drive the vehicle straight down the slope? With so many loose stones and dust, are they truly serious? This is exceedingly reckless. It could be fatal. Does the host perhaps have a double? And what does this have to do with the strength of that robotic dog? At that moment, however, Lin Yue spoke up. Everyone, brace yourselves. I am about to descend this steep slope, and you will also witness another of Xiaobai's unique abilities. Almost instantaneously, the viewers in the live stream noticed that the camera had shifted once more to the external floating camera mode. Subsequently, as they beheld the unfolding events, whether they were casual viewers, those with official accounts, or even the silent experts and scholars observing from the sidelines, not to mention the foreign experts and scientists who had stealthily arrived, it did not matter their level of knowledge or cultural background. In the wake of their profound astonishment, they collectively expressed a singular exclamation on the screen, as if prearranged. What the heck? Though crude and lacking in sophistication at that moment, there was no other language capable of conveying the emotion stirring within them. The screen was inundated with exclamations, cascading in layers, completely obscuring the entire live broadcast. Such an occurrence was unprecedented. The cause lay in a recent event. In mere seconds, the Mars rover piloted by Lin Yue suddenly developed 4 fissures along its sides. Subsequently, these fissures opened and closed alternately, bending forward and backward, causing the cabin to detach and rise. In an instant, the rover's entire structure stood upright. The dazzling transformation transpired in the blink of an eye. Ultimately, under the gaze of all, a colossal humanoid mech, towering over 10 meters, emerged on the slope of the riverbank. Chapter 20. Who doesn't he adore? Transforming robots. In an instant, the viewership in the live room, which had stabilized at approximately 25,000 for several hours, surged dramatically. 26,000, 27,000, 30,000. It wasn't until it reached 41,000 that the increase began to slow. The expressions of all those watching the screen could be summed up in one word. Shock? No. It was terror. It was horrifying, simply too frightening. What in the world? My goodness, my goodness. I am witnessing history. I am truly witnessing history. The first mech in human history? And it can transform? I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Even more terrifying, this is happening on Mars. On Mars. I cannot believe it. I do not comprehend how this is possible. Wait, it must be CGI. It has to be CGI effects. Absolutely. I refuse to believe otherwise. Mr. Lin, I represent the United States and wish to engage in a profound collaboration with you. You may determine your annual salary. All that is required is for you to provide the necessary materials and designs, and the funds will be transferred immediately. Please contact me without delay. Gentlemen, I just recorded a screen capture and uploaded it to Bilibili, but it was not approved. How shocking is that? It simply cannot pass. I have submitted hundreds of times before without success, so rest assured, it will not be approved. In the live stream, everyone was filled with extraordinary excitement. No one could have anticipated that the colossal mechs, which were only imagined in animation and film, would truly come to life. Moreover, it was a transformable mech that could evoke collective exhilaration among countless mechanical enthusiasts who grew up with Transformers and similar inspirations. No nation in the world possesses such advanced mechanical prowess, let alone the fact that Lin Yue accomplished this feat in a mere 3 hours. To what extent has his technology advanced? And what could have prompted such a sudden breakthrough? As astonishment swept through the crowd, speculation abounded. Even those who firmly believed that all of Lin Yue's miraculous creations were mere CGI began to waver upon witnessing the exquisite and plausible transformations. Could it possibly be real? At this moment, the screen split once more, and the spectators in the live stream were astonished to see that Lin Yue's seat had elevated, maintaining a parallel position with the now upright and robot-shaped mobile vehicle. The diminutive metallic pillar that once resided within the rover's confines where Xiaobai had meticulously integrated it, now constitutes the head of the rover's mech. Let us, therefore, commence by affording everyone a glimpse into the mech's range of motion. The visual feed once more transitioned to an aerial perspective of the rover mech, with over 40,000 viewers fixated on the screen. Subsequently, what they had initially perceived as mere ornamentation gracefully elevated its right arm, the elbow articulating with ease, and the claw-like hand extending its digits with deliberate effort. Simultaneously, the left arm inclined subtly downward, the 5 digits gripping the left leg's flank. The legs diverged slightly, yet the knees flexed forward, inducing a backward inclination of the entire chassis. The hovering camera promptly descended to a lower, lateral vantage point, bestowing upon the mech a full-body close-up, further astounding the already flabbergasted spectators. Is it truly necessary for the fluidity of these movements to be so seamless? The dexterity of those claws rivals that of my own index finger. Has the age of sentient machines truly dawned upon us? I, for one, am filled with profound regret. Esteemed colleagues, I venture to assert that, among all commercially available robots, one possessing even a tenth of this mech's coordinated agility would undoubtedly be a shoe-in for the Nobel Prize. Pray, tarry for a moment, my esteemed viewers. Does not the mech's posture strike a chord of familiarity within you? A flurry of question marks momentarily inundated the live stream's chat. However, it was not long before astute observers discerned the underlying reference, precipitating a deluge of exclamations. Verily, it is the JoJo pose, or, more specifically, DIO's signature stance, one that I myself find strenuous to execute. This automaton is utterly terrifying. All rise. I hereby proclaim this mecha to be the DIO mecha. Za Warudo. The audience's emotions, buoyed by an eruption of comments from JoJo fans, ascended into a frenzy of excitement. The rover mecha suddenly bent at the knees and leaped diagonally into the sky. Everyone was so startled by this spectacle that they nearly dropped their phones. Then, they noticed flames erupting from the mecha's back and soles, and they gaped in astonishment as it floated in the air, slowly descending the 200-meter slope. Finally, it gently landed on the riverbed. The flames from the jets extinguished, but the fire of awe in people's hearts burned even brighter. At this moment, Lin Yue's voice resonated once more. Ladies and gentlemen, the essence of the rover mech can only be achieved through the transformation command of Xiaobai. Otherwise, it would merely be an ordinary Mars rover. Now, I believe you all comprehend the extent of Xiaobai's capabilities, do you not? The audience did not disappoint Lin Yue. Once again, 3 rockets were launched, accompanied by 2 dazzling carnival effects, suddenly illuminating the screen. Concurrently, the number of viewers in the live broadcast surged once more, reaching an astonishing 48,000. With the count continuing to escalate, contrasting with the exuberant atmosphere of the live stream. In a laboratory in a certain location of Tang Nation, Professor Mills Moore, a top expert in mechanical engineering from the Lijian Nation, was fixated on the live stream on his phone. As he witnessed the transformation mech leap effortlessly and land gracefully on the riverbed, an occurrence he could not fathom, he found himself unconsciously gnawing at his own lips until they bled. This is impossible. How can this be real? After so many years of human endeavor and mechanical research, how could such a phenomenon arise? No, it must be special effects. He suddenly erupted in frustration, the blood from his lips splattering onto his pristine white lab coat. As a researcher of considerable repute in the field of mechanics on this planet, despite his reluctance to accept it, he knew all too well that Lin Yue's video was anything but mere special effects. Could it be that this youthful individual from the Tang Empire possesses technological support from his homeland? Has the mechanical prowess of the Tang Empire surpassed that of Lijian? All the most exceptional talents are invariably found in Lijian. He trembled as he placed a call to his superiors. Chapter 21. The universe's foremost profession piloting the rover mech. Lin Yue navigated the large, fragmented rocks of the riverbed with remarkable ease. Despite the lack of prior calibration, his profound understanding of mechanics assured him that even the slightest imperfection in his creation would be a rarity. Indeed, from the outset, even before modifying the robotic dog, when he initially resolved to this rover, he entertained the notion of endowing it with the capability of transformation. After all, robots epitomize the romantic ideals pursued by humanity. In particular, those capable of metamorphosing from vehicles or aircraft into robots evoke an unparalleled sense of fervor. Initially, to realize this ambition, Lin Yue meticulously disassembled the entire vehicle into its constituent components, employing tools to sever critical transformation junctures. The vehicle's modular design greatly facilitated his endeavors. However, upon final assembly, he discovered that the vehicle's operating system lacked any command sequences pertaining to transformation. Consequently, his design, which enabled the vehicle to transform into a colossal robot given the appropriate commands, became futile. Nevertheless, he had significantly overhauled it, ensuring that his efforts were not entirely in vain. However, upon observing the diminutive robotic canine, he experienced a sudden epiphany, realizing that he might have discovered a viable solution. Of the 3 hours dedicated to modifying the small robotic dog, 2.5 were spent calibrating its transformation sequence to harmoniously integrate with the rover's design. Aided by his augmented skills, he achieved success. Despite the robotic dog's rudimentary programming and unsophisticated chip, it resonated surprisingly well with the rover. This compatibility may be attributed to their shared origin from the same Tang Dynasty corporation. Nevertheless, with superior programming prowess, he could have circumvented this arduous process and executed a direct modification. He had contemplated orchestrating such a grand endeavor during the initial route planning phase. Subsequently, his efforts bore fruit, yielding satisfactory results. 928 individuals. Alas, the rate of audience augmentation remained sluggish. The impact of this undertaking appeared quite explosive upon initial observation. Someone attempted to disseminate excerpts from his live stream on Bilibili, but the submission was summarily rejected. Furthermore, repeated attempts to upload his previous synthesis of starch were thwarted, exceeding 200 submissions. Given that the content was ostensibly innocuous, the persistent rejection suggested a singular possibility. Someone was actively suppressing the dissemination of information originating from his live stream. Lin Yue surmised, is it plausible that visits from prominent streamers seeking to promote their channels are met with warnings from the platform moderators? Or that media outlets seeking to publish content from this live stream are consistently denied? Is it possible that the news lacks any relevant content? Lin Yue's computer is unable to connect to the network of Blue Star. It can only synchronize live broadcasts and cannot explore other streaming rooms. Therefore, he remains oblivious to the circumstances and can only speculate based on the fragmented remarks from the viewers. It seems rather troublesome, as if there are unseen impediments. Lin Yue pondered this, yet he also contemplated another issue. If that were the case, wouldn't it be simpler to shut down the Mars streaming room entirely? Why then? Does the streaming room remain operational? Lost in thought, Lin Yue finally maneuvered the mech over a pile of rubble and approached a flat area. Upon looking up at the steep slope ahead, he quickly identified the location indicated by the navigation system. Reaching the edge of the incline, he adeptly controlled the mech, using the thrust from the flame exhaust to effortlessly ascend nearly 200 meters, arriving at the riverbank. Ladies and gentlemen, we have successfully crossed this chasm-like valley, bringing us closer to our destination, the research center. Of course, our swift passage from the riverbed to this point was also thanks to our robotic dog, Xiaobai. However, the mech form cannot maintain high speeds on flat terrain, so we must revert the rover back to its vehicle form. As Lin Yue spoke, he once more took control of the mech, pressing the buttons on the control panel. After a series of intricate transformations, the once towering mech reverted to its original form as the Mars rover. Upon entering the vehicle, the camera focused on the central metallic pillar where Xiaobai was still embedded. Lin Yue approached and pressed the top of Xiaobai's head, prompting the little creature to morph from its octopod configuration through an intricate transformation, reverting to the form of a canine. Within the live broadcast, the audience, still reeling from the awe-inspiring mecha, were once again astounded by Xiaobai's metamorphosis. My gratitude, brother. You've furnished me with dream fodder. The seamless transition from mecha to rover is simply superb. Broadcaster, I yearn to witness you transform the entirety of Mars into a cosmic emperor. Is there potential? Is there anything he cannot accomplish? Synthesizing starch was already outlandish. Modifying vehicles even more so. Altering a robotic dog is beyond belief. Transforming into a transformer is utterly preposterous. The universe's paramount occupation, Martian dispatcher, I say. Are you all vapid imbeciles? This broadcaster is undoubtedly employing special effects. A classmate of mine once conceived a mecha design identical to this. Do not forget that he is a tourism major. Where would he acquire the knowledge to fabricate this? He is certainly collaborating with a special effects team, deceiving us all with CG technology. To the CG naysayers, I say this. I will transform you into a CG spectacle one day. Jesters merely cry CG, while the sagacious exult. As evident from the barrage of comments, The emotions of the audience had been ignited, although sporadic doubts surfaced. They were swiftly overwhelmed by the torrent of messages, effectively silencing them, once again transforming into a vehicle. The Mars rover showcased Lin Yue's extraordinary modification skills that transcended conventional understanding. As the machine dog reverted to its dog-like form, the audience pondered a singular question: what is it that Lin Yue cannot accomplish? The endeavor of artificially synthesizing starch revealed itself to be an insurmountable challenge in the realm of contemporary science, as discovered by the inquisitive viewers. The technology enabling the Mars rover to accelerate from a speed of 30 kilometers per hour to a steady 120 kilometers per hour, and even reaching a staggering 200 kilometers per hour, was indeed astonishing. Furthermore, the feat of converting an ordinary companion robot into a sleek, lifelike machine dog within a mere 3 hours, capable of serving as the central component for transforming the Mars rover into a colossal mech, was simply beyond comprehension. Soon, despite the absence of editing capabilities to share the happenings of this Martian livestream, numerous astute viewers found ways to disseminate the events occurring here. Although these methods would soon be deleted and blocked, the virulent spread of information contributed to Lin Yue's burgeoning fame. Chapter 22. Emphasizing stability, the fervor of discussion within the livestream approached a fever pitch. Countless messages surged forth, appearing and disappearing with the rapidity of a flood. Particularly after Lin Yue transformed the mech, restoring the small white dog to its original state before resuming his position at the helm, the influx of spectators intensified, rendering the atmosphere even more vibrant. At this juncture, having accomplished a series of extraordinary feats, Lin Yue glanced up at the livestream, and it suddenly dawned on him that the total viewership had imperceptibly surged to over 67,000 individuals. The mission objective was now less than halfway out of reach. Nevertheless, Lin Yue refrained from any overt gestures or expressions before the camera. His every move was under the gaze of those 67,000 viewers. In his estimation, excessive displays of astonishment or emotional excitement would only diminish the impact. After all, from the outset with synthesizing starch, he had consistently emphasized composure, a serene demeanor, yet with thunderous revelations in the silence. An appearance of ordinariness, yet each feat unveiled was a source of wonder, astonishment, and awe. It was within that stark contrast that the effect was most potent. Of course, it's not to say that an exuberant, boisterous live streaming style is inherently inferior. It's simply that this composed approach is more congruent with his chosen path. At this moment, observing the thriving state of the live stream, Lin Yue sensed that this continuous series of transformations and creative endeavors had been remarkably successful. However, he was indeed experiencing fatigue and drowsiness, and for the ensuing 10+ hours, he would need to dedicate his energy to driving. Regardless of how he creatively adapted, the objective remained immutable: survival. Only after achieving this could he proceed with everything else. Otherwise, before long, he would find himself battling vitamin deficiency, leading to a complete physical breakdown. If that were to occur, even the system would be of no avail. Rather than continuing in a mundane fashion, it is far more intriguing to abruptly conclude at this moment, tantalizing the audience's appetite and ensuring that the next live broadcast will be even more successful. As for the stipulation of a 12-hour daily streaming schedule, Lin Yue has no intention of adhering to it. Resolute in his decision, Lin Yue cleared his throat and turned the camera towards himself. Ladies and gentlemen, the hour is growing late, and our Martian live stream is drawing to a close. After more than 4 hours of broadcasting, you have witnessed my successful modifications to the Mars rover, which allowed me to journey into the heart of the utopian plains, covering nearly 700 kilometers. Additionally, I have enhanced our companion robot dog, Xiaobai, imbuing it with several new functionalities. Now, I invite the entire audience to suggest names for the transformed mech. A combination of the rover and Xiaobai, a fitting name will be bestowed upon this creation. Of course, due to constraints of time and materials, both the rover and the robotic dog still possess considerable potential for further enhancements, so do anticipate the exciting transformations they may undergo. I shall proceed at a speed of 150 kilometers per hour towards the edge of the utopian plains, though this extended driving period may prove rather monotonous. In light of this, I have decided to resume our next live stream after 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Until then, let us not be strangers. The screen instantly fades to complete darkness, yet the barrage of comments in the live stream chat shows no signs of diminishing. The astonishing image of the Mars rover transforming into a colossal mech was indelibly etched into their minds. Some, arriving late, lamented Lin Yue's departure. beating their chests in regret for having missed the moment. Others, at that instant, sensed an impending sleepless night. Among them were Lin Yue and his companions, who had generously rewarded Lin Yue during the carnival, particularly Lu Cheng. He now questioned whether the rover they had collaboratively constructed with numerous esteemed figures was, in fact, a mere illusion. Transformation? Could it truly transform? Is this the pinnacle of technology in our era? This seemed more akin to the realm of science fiction. However, their musings were abruptly interrupted by a phone call, prompting them to board a helicopter that swiftly whisked them to the capital. Upon landing at the Tang Academy, they hurried to the conference room. There, they encountered the foremost scholars and professors from diverse fields such as mechanics, biology, physics, chemistry, electronics, and even weaponry. In this esteemed gathering, their 2 decades of engineering experience paled in comparison. Yet, they understood that their presence was sought to extract valuable insights. Before their arrival, even Engineer Xing was acutely aware that this meeting was convened for the sake of the envoy, stationed 200 million kilometers away. After more than an hour, this conference, shielded from all media and external distractions, finally commenced. Esteemed colleagues, we are nearly all assembled. The director surveyed the room, cleared his throat, and with a voice that commanded respect, began to speak. While I would relish the opportunity to engage in conversation with many long-lost friends, esteemed colleagues, and our promising young talents, we currently face a matter of greater significance that necessitates our collective deliberation. This issue is of such paramount importance that those in higher authority are eager to hear our insights before proceeding with their plans. Therefore, I must request that all present sign a confidentiality agreement regarding the contents of this meeting. It is my earnest hope that you will provide constructive suggestions and proposals. Many of you may be aware that in our previously quiet Martian livestream, a young individual named Lin Yue has recently achieved remarkable results that have astonished those of us dedicated to research. Just yesterday, when our esteemed colleague, Mr. Li, hurriedly departed, I was unaware of the gravity of the situation. However, after Mr. Li informed me that this young man had managed to synthesize starch using rudimentary equipment, it became clear that this was no trivial matter. At this juncture, Mr. Li, upon receiving a nod from the director, rose from his seat at the back. Ladies and gentlemen, my research team has devoted years to the arduous task of synthesizing starch, yet I must confess that even as a leading team in our field, we have achieved nothing. In stark contrast, Martian envoy Lin Yue has accomplished this feat with remarkable ease. The array of biologists and chemists present now gazes in disbelief. For this is indeed a formidable global challenge. Is it possible that the Martian envoy is anything but extraordinary? How has he achieved this? Surely, this cannot be a jest? In the conference room, a flurry of discussions erupted, with some scholars even engaging in heated debates. However, at that moment, the director's voice resonated once more. He stated that if synthetic starch could be produced on a large scale, it would indeed serve as a significant supplement to global food security. Yet, our immediate concern lies with the agent who has accomplished this feat, the director reiterated. I can assure you that we have consulted with the nation's foremost special effects teams and computer researchers to confirm that this is not merely a trick of special effects, but a tangible reality. Thus, I wish to inquire of all present, does this transformable mech, with its capabilities, possess operational potential on a military level? Chapter 23. Uncontrollable in the conference room. Silence fell as if a pin could be heard dropping. Everyone gazed in astonishment, their expressions reflecting disbelief as they beheld the moment when the transforming mech leaped into the valley. Even Lu Cheng and his 2 companions, upon witnessing it again, could not help but exclaim in awe. This transformable mech had transcended their understanding, shattering the worldviews of many mechanical engineering luminaries. Most participants maintained an open attitude towards future scientific advancements and harbored numerous optimistic visions regarding emerging fields such as mechanical physics. However, the ability to morph from a Mars rover into a humanoid mech was simply too advanced for their comprehension. What was even more astonishing was that this transformative structure was determined by a simple, deformable mechanism originally intended as a companion robot, leaving them in utter amazement and admiration. After a brief silence, an elderly man with white hair and beard stood up and declared, "In my estimation, the mecha developed by this young man possesses the potential for military applications and could even achieve remarkable success. If feasible, even a limited deployment would undoubtedly become a decisive weapon capable of influencing critical battles. However, this matter should be a topic for discussion at a higher level." Why have we been invited to offer our perspectives? After the elder finished speaking, the director nodded in agreement. Our meeting is being simultaneously monitored by higher authorities. Given the impracticality of including everyone, we have invited esteemed individuals from the fields of mechanics and physics to share their opinions and suggestions. Upon hearing this, the attendees understood the significance of the meeting. Many began to express their thoughts. Despite its large size, it exhibits exceptional agility. If additional armor were to be added, it would likely become an unstoppable force. If the transformation structure were to be applied to tanks or armored vehicles, it would enable them to traverse challenging terrains, greatly enhancing their flexibility and maneuverability. In the footage, I observed numerous flame boosters on its back as it leaped from the riverbed slope, suggesting the ability to briefly suspend the massive machine in midair. I believe its capabilities extend beyond what is portrayed in the video. Esteemed colleagues, if applied to aircraft, could it potentially unlock even greater possibilities? As the attendees continued to offer their insights, at this moment, Fu Longyu suddenly noticed the director's gaze directed towards them. Colleagues, as some of the most perceptive among us, Fu Longyu, Xingyu, and Lu Chang should possess a deeper understanding of the young man, Lin Yue. The three promptly rose to their feet. Indeed, from the very onset of the live stream, we have been captivated by the Mars streaming room, especially since the three of us are currently employed at the Aerospace Institute and hold a keen interest in the Mars live stream. From the moment Lin Yue synthesized starch to 2 hours prior to his broadcast conclusion, we have been attentively observing. Among the three, Fu Longyu exuded the most composure. And after his remarks, the director nodded gently. Lin Yue demonstrates extraordinary talents in physics, chemistry, biology, and mechanics, a level of aptitude that surpasses the existing scientific capabilities of Blue Star. The director nodded in agreement. It is highly likely that once the scientists from the Interstis capture Lin Yue, the situation may spiral out of our anticipated control. Colleagues, your insights have been clearly conveyed to the decision makers. Next, we shall deliberate on the artificial synthesis of starch achieved by Lin Yue over the past 2 days, as well as the potential realization of the variable type mecha. I hope to seize this invaluable opportunity to enhance our strength and, in turn, fortify all of humanity. Mars. The wasteland. A white rover stood beside a colossal boulder, weathered and resembling a massive egg. The recent, abrupt sandstorm now relentlessly ravaged the terrain. Eliza Ford sat in the driver's seat, her arms crossed behind her head, her legs extended forward, resting on the edge of the control panel, staring intently at the unrelenting cascade of red sand outside. Glancing back at the sealed cabin door and recalling the unpleasant encounter with Capern, Eliza felt a twinge of headache and closed her eyes. Their original plans had been quite promising. Under the pretense of a rover malfunction, they had unfortunately encountered a sandstorm. And even more regrettably, the storm had damaged their communication device. Indeed, the plan had seemed sound. Immediately, they had begun to act, utilizing the rover to communicate, only to decisively sever the connection thereafter. Thus commenced their lackadaisical existence aboard the rover. After 1.5 years of relentless research on Mars, with scarcely any respite, they found themselves toiling over matters long since resolved by others. The composition of Martian rocks, the mineral resources of Mars, the planet's geomagnetic deviations. Casting aside these burdens, they felt a newfound lightness. What was initially a mission to apprehend Lin Yue had transformed into a hard-earned vacation. However, the sandstorm had truly arrived, and it had indeed compromised their communication device. Amidst the initial chaos, they had sought refuge and parked beside a boulder of egg-like stone. In the midst of the storm, they realized that after losing signal, their exact location had become utterly uncertain. Unbeknownst to them, what had begun as a leisurely interlude had abruptly morphed into a state of tension and urgency. The vehicle's provisions are sufficient for 60 days. Should they fail to locate the research center within that time frame, the entire party faces certain demise. Director, the winds have abated, Perita announced, her head emerging from the now open hatch. Very well, we shall tarry a while longer. After an additional hour, the cessation of Carpon's sonorous snores was accompanied by a rustling sound. A weary Elisa opened her eyes, discerning that the tempest had subsided. Director, shall we venture out to ascertain our bearings? Would you care to join us? Carpon, you and Olivia shall remain. Ryan, Perita, and I will proceed to verify our coordinates. With alacrity, she donned her exosuit and unsealed the hatch. The exterior presented an expanse of vermilion, boundless dunes. Director, a figure is discernible yonder. Suddenly, Perita indicated the flank of an ovoid monolith, a dark silhouette, ephemeral in its appearance. Chapter 24. A method to temper a ferocious gaze. Dust storms are among the most renowned yields of Mars. The russet sands, soils, and diminutive lithic fragments are seized by the tempest, gradually escalating into a frenzied maelstrom, engulfing the entire planet. The ruddy brown haze engendered by this tempestuous upheaval can even obscure the sun's radiance. While it is improbable that it will reach the cataclysmic proportions depicted in The Martian, it can nonetheless impede the progress of both persons and vehicles. Furthermore, it can readily induce minor or major malfunctions in the rover's communication apparatus, or even instigate signal latency or outages. Lin Yue regarded the time displayed on the monitor. 8:43 anti-meridium. Originally, this was the designated broadcast commencement. However, with the signal virtually severed, he could only idly await the abatement of the dust storm within the confines of his rover. Having traversed at a consistent velocity of 150 kilometers per hour for nearly 12 hours, the rover had imperceptibly neared the periphery of Utopia Planitia. Scarcely had he the opportunity to rest when he discerned the advent of a dust storm. To ensure safety amidst the darkness, Lin Yue elected not to hazard further travel through the tempest, but instead halted, consumed some spicy sesame stew, and reclined to rest. Upon awakening 6 hours hence, he was met with the realization that the storm persisted unabated. Whether it had briefly ceased and resumed, or continued uninterrupted, the wind persisted with undiminished ferocity. Should he perhaps resume his journey? Lin Yue felt that this state of dormancy fostered lassitude. He caressed the mechanical canine, Xiaobai, which responded by panting like a genuine dog, its metallic tail wagging rhythmically. The rover, though capable of locomotion during a dust storm, was unable to execute its autonomous navigation protocol due to the requisite satellite signal, akin to the inability to stream live. As map navigation was rendered inoperable, manual piloting was necessitated. The quandary arose: the greater the confidence in proceeding, the greater the potential regret should he stray from his course. Should he perhaps persist in modifying the rover and Xiaobai? As Lin Yue contemplated his next endeavor, a sudden bang reverberated. A sudden dull thud reverberated through the rear of the cabin, nearly causing him to spring from his seat in alarm. What was that noise? Did a stone fragment strike the vehicle's exterior? Lin Yue chose not to exit the vehicle, although the weather was not significantly more severe than a dust storm on Earth. Stepping outside seemed unnecessary. He had no desire to fill the creases of his outer suit with sand, only to create a mess inside the cabin later. After waiting for a while without hearing any further sounds, he decided to turn on the music in the rover and selected an album to play. Grasping his companion, Little White, he moved to the rear compartment to commence a new round of modifications. To be candid, the previous 3 hours of enhancements had not entirely showcased his technical prowess. The mastery of cutting-edge mechanics is not merely a facade, after all. At that time, after transforming Little White into a sleek, streamlined form resembling a small dog, he harbored other ideas as well, such as equipping Little White with weaponry or installing a live-streaming camera. However, due to the proximity to the riverbed, he opted to skip those enhancements and proceeded directly to the integration of the rover's transformation features. Casting another glance outside, he noted that the dust storm had yet to abate. He casually consumed a light snack and made use of the restroom, which the rover conveniently provided. However, unlike on Blue Star, waste was not flushed away with water. Instead, it was drawn away by a powerful vacuum, instantly transforming into a large block of ice under Mars' frigid temperatures. This refuse could not be casually discarded on Mars. It had to be collected and transported to the exploration station. Such was the rule on Mars, purportedly to prevent microorganisms from disrupting the planet's pristine environment. However, Lin Yue has begun to entertain a different perspective towards them. If he were to genuinely cultivate plants and vegetables in the future, these aged refuse could, after fermentation, serve as excellent fertilizer. Of course, this is merely a thought for now. He wonders whether those scientists from the neighboring country might be of assistance. One cannot afford to indulge in notions of division at such a time, can they? Wait a moment. Lin Yue suddenly realized that with the destruction of the Moonstone, the scientists might perceive him as ensnared, potentially leading to his capture. He marveled at his own delayed awareness. While preoccupied with thoughts of live streaming, he had completely overlooked this pressing matter. This is troublesome, indeed, yet he must obtain green plants, meat, or even seeds. Having ventured out for so long, retreating is not an option. A visit is imperative, and he must avoid capture at all costs. As he pondered, His gaze fell upon the small white device before him. This little creature had just been powered down and disassembled, not yet transformed into its myriad components. If he could somehow reconfigure this device into a machine that could instantly soften the demeanor of a fierce opponent. With this thought, Lin Yue hesitated no longer. To ensure that his somewhat reckless impulse does not yield dire consequences, he deemed it essential to arm himself. The exploration station is devoid of firearms or weaponry. Such items hold little utility in the Martian environment. Aside from humanity, there is no evidence of life here, as years of research have suggested. Moreover, the extreme cold, high radiation, low pressure, and lack of oxygen render this place anything but a nurturing cradle for life. Firearms are only useful when humans turn against each other. So the Blue Star United Aerospace Corporation prohibited the deployment of guns in its exploration stations and research centers from the very beginning. However, blades were available for various purposes such as cutting or slicing. Naturally, there were some in this rover. Lin Yue went to the tool room, found 2 daggers, disassembled their handles, and began contemplating how to install them onto Xiaobai without interfering with its existing capabilities. Time passed swiftly. As night fell, the protracted sandstorm finally subsided. By this time, Lin Yue had completed the modification of Xiaobai and readjusted some of the rover's functions. He had brought a large number of tools before setting out, which now proved useful. Being over 10 hours late, he wondered how many people would still watch the live stream. Lin Yue set the rover to autopilot and opened the live streaming application. The floating camera followed Lin Yue into the cabin, and his live stream was reinitiated. 3,005, 21,000, 43,000. Finally, Lin Yue discovered that shortly after the broadcast began, the number had reached a staggering 61,000. It seemed that after the previous successful stunts, the audience engagement in the live stream had increased. Lin Yue faced the camera, ready for this broadcast. Of course, he had also prepared a shocking spectacle for everyone. Chapter 25. For transformations? Why don't you ascend to the heavens? Your punctuality is lacking. Do you have any idea how long I have waited? I have not eaten 3 meals. Oh, host, I missed you dearly. I almost thought you had departed from this world, but it seems you are still among us, awakening from a near-fatal slumber. I humorously inquire how you managed to be so tardy. After a day of incessant scrolling, I have developed tendinitis. How will you compensate me, dear host? I hereby declare this place to be Lin Yue Square. Host, transform quickly. I implore you to change several more times. I beseech you through private messages. What type of enzyme is it, truly? A torrent of comments erupted on the screen, overwhelming in their abundance. Lin Yue furrowed his brow, gazing at the myriad of messages flashing past, feeling as though his vision were blurring. Nevertheless, he took note of certain remarks among the barrage. The fact that it cannot be viewed abroad suggests that there are indeed those who wish to suppress the dissemination of his live broadcast content. If they fear exposure, wouldn't it be simpler to just block it entirely? Just as Lin Yue pondered this, a voice suddenly resonated in his ear. The system, which had been feigning silence, broke its quietude, nearly causing Lin Yue to falter in his composure. Well, ordinarily, a brief explanation would suffice, wouldn't it? I have only just begun my broadcast, and you almost jeopardized my image. System, are you there? Lin Yue silently mused. Fine then. For the moment, there is nothing pressing to inquire. Clearing his throat, he addressed the camera. This morning, after enduring over 10 hours of arduous travel, I navigated my rover from the heart of the utopian plains to the fringe territories. However, I encountered a monumental sandstorm here. Fortunately, this dust storm appears to be localized rather than global. Otherwise, we would be left in uncertainty regarding when this live broadcast might recommence. It is well known that while the dust storms on Mars exhibit rapid movement, the low atmospheric pressure results in relatively gentle winds, so even stepping outside feels merely like a gentle breeze against one's face. However, during a dust storm, towering columns of dust can rise to heights of several kilometers, easily disrupting the live broadcast signal, which is why we experienced the network interruption phenomenon earlier this morning. Lin Yue shifted the camera's focus to the window, revealing an expanse of tranquility with the distant silhouettes of mountains under a starry sky. As he spoke, he directed the floating camera towards the small robotic dog resting at his fingertips. The viewers in the live stream couldn't help but share their thoughts about this little creature. Wow, I just arrived. Is this the host's pet dog? Why does it have a metallic sheen? I recall its name is Luo Xiaohui. What the heck? That is not Luo Xiaohui. This is Lin Xiaobai. Lin Xiaobai seems quite alright. I watched the recorded broadcast in the morning, and I must say, I was utterly astonished. Who would have imagined that a companion robot could serve as the control center for a transforming mech? It's simply outrageous. I wish I had one of those 3 transforming robots too. Please, mass production. I implore you, mass production. Lin Yue gently stroked the robotic dog's chin, prompting the little creature to squint its camera-like eyes, raise its head, and wag its tail, much like a genuine puppy reveling in its owner's affectionate caress. As Lin Yue's hand gently made contact with its apex, the little creature promptly assumed an upright posture, dazzling onlookers with a mesmerizing transformation as it reverted to a perfect sphere. While many spectators were left bewildered by this sudden change, a few keen observers discerned additional features. Am I not mistaken? Is that a flame propulsion system? And what are those wing-like appendages? The host has truly outdone himself. Indeed, I noticed it too. Yet you describe them as wings, whereas they appear to be a series of blades stacked in alignment. At this moment, Lin Yue had donned his extravehicular suit, and after halting the vehicle, he opened the door. Some viewers had already recognized that Xiao Bai had undergone yet another modification. This time, with ample time for transformation, I endeavored to showcase my utmost capabilities. Although constrained by available materials, the alterations made to Xiao Bai should certainly captivate the audience. As he stepped out of the vehicle, a hovering camera trailed closely behind. The white lights of the rover illuminated the surroundings, casting Lin Yue at the center of the radiance into sharp relief as he activated the microphone. Following the previous livestream, there had been considerable interest in both Xiao Bai and the rover's transformation capabilities. Thus, after concluding the broadcast, I contemplated how to further enhance these features, leading to this latest upgrade. Lin Yue spoke, gesturing towards the spherical entity lying on the ground. In contrast to the rover, Xiao Bai's mechanical design was notably simpler, and it possessed inherent transformation program directives. Consequently, I resolved to utilize the existing materials to bestow this little fellow with another upgrade. Naturally, I personally prioritize functionality over aesthetics. Xiao Bai, it is time for you to commence. Yes, master. The aircraft mode has been activated. At that moment, a voice, distinctly feminine and unexpected, resonated through the live stream, momentarily bewildering all the viewers, as it was not the prior mechanical monotone. Just as the audience was processing this anomaly, an astonishing scene unfolded before their eyes. The spherical robotic dog, previously lying on the ground, suddenly revealed dozens of fissures across its surface, following a dazzling transformation even more remarkable than before. They were astonished to witness the spherical form morph into a sleek-bodied entity with expansive wings, reminiscent of a space shuttle. Not only did it feature 4 exhaust ports at the tail, but it also bore pairs of structures akin to fan blades beneath each wing. How extraordinary! A new marvel, a space shuttle? So it has evolved from a triform to a quadform robot, has it? I am a designer from the Child's Treasure Company. Might the host share the design schematics? No ulterior motive. I simply wish to purchase the intellectual property. An aircraft, indeed, but could it genuinely soar? Although this contraption lacks any semblance of charm, it inexplicably captivates me. Wait a moment. Who remembers that this device was originally a low-intelligence robot capable of merely rolling around like an open watermelon? A mere fade, if it could fly. That would be astonishing, akin to a model, with a design that defies aerodynamics. Once again, I reiterate, if it takes to the skies, I shall perform a full 360-degree turn while eating my words. The spacesuit does not possess a built-in screen function, thus. Lin Yue remains oblivious to the conversations transpiring among the others. He gently brushed against the upper part of the spacecraft that had transformed into the little white machine, and the fan blades beneath its wings began to whirl violently. In an instant, the little white machine soared into the air, effortlessly suspending itself parallel to Lin Yue in midair. Chapter 26. Who agrees, who disagrees? Before the watchful eyes of over 60,000 viewers in the live broadcast, the newly transformed robotic dog, Little White, had its 4 blades, initially appearing as mere decorative elements, begin to spin rapidly. Remarkably, it lifted its entire body, ascending to a height of 1.5 meters with impressive speed. In the footage, it hovered effortlessly at a constant altitude, as if tethered by an invisible line above, exhibiting a remarkable stability. Standing beside it, Lin Yue swiftly maneuvered his hands around in all directions, demonstrating that Little White was not merely a model or an ornament. It was indeed capable of flight. I have just conducted a thorough inspection, confirming that there were no strings suspending it, nor was the machine positioned on a transparent platform. Little White, why not take a few circles for everyone to see? Lin Yue mused, believing that mere verbal explanation was insufficient. A practical demonstration would be far more compelling. The audience, still reeling from the shock of this novel creation, soon witnessed the flying device, initially perceived as a mere ornament, circumnavigating the rover in exhilarating loops. With each orbit, their preconceived notions were challenged, ultimately shattering into a multitude of fragments. I previously questioned the host, and I admit my error. I bear the weight of my transgressions and deserve no pity. Henceforth, you shall be my idol. Furthermore, I must commend the auditory experience. Truly remarkable. I found amusement in the host's remark about the device having merely 6 hours of battery life. How utterly humorous. Is it really so trivial? I cannot help but wonder if this host has traversed from Cybertron, for despite its small stature, this robotic canine boasts 4 distinct transformations. Moreover, the aircraft it transforms into can genuinely take flight. I am particularly intrigued by how the rotor blades retract during transformation. Who would TB? I am also curious about the whereabouts of the dagger-like objects that were present in its spherical form. The folding and storage design is astoundingly elaborate. Additionally, the inclusion of solar panels is quite impressive. The concealment during transformation is executed flawlessly. As a mechanical engineering expert, I assert that there are few in the world who can match this host's caliber. Indeed, I believe they may be unparalleled, with a staggering lead over others. Go ahead. Boast as you will, this is merely CGI, with the flame emitters serving as mere embellishments. Mark my words. The blades that were previously mentioned are non-existent. Upon reflection, this does raise suspicions. Have you not encountered drones? This is nothing more than a drone without a remote control. What is so extraordinary about that? It is merely a case of unfamiliarity. Goodness, this was developed on Mars, and the host created it themselves. Pray, show me a transforming drone of your own design. Language is most feeble, action is most potent. The most efficacious method to counter skepticism is to silence it with irrefutable evidence. Lin Yue retrieved an empty plastic water bottle from the rear crate. He filled the bottle with potable water sourced from the Sabatier reactor and carried it outside. The Martian nocturnal temperatures are alarmingly frigid, plummeting rapidly and swiftly transitioning into a frozen state. He placed the plastic water bottle on the ground, securing it with stones, ensuring the camera captured a close-up. As you have witnessed, I have filled this bottle with water. Given the current Martian temperature of -49°C, it is exceedingly cold, and the water will soon be transformed into an unyielding block of ice. Shortly, we shall have Xiaobai test the hardness of this ice. Xiaobai, you may cease your circling. Upon Lin Yue's pronouncement, the diminutive automaton immediately ceased its circular flight and returned to his side. What follows is a slow-motion sequence. Observe closely. Retreat 20 meters. Transition to flight mode for a sprinting maneuver and adjust to combat configuration. As the viewers in the broadcast room were perplexed by Lin Yue's intentions, they suddenly noted that the rotating impeller of the aerial machine dog commenced a complex transformation, ultimately morphing into 8 black short blades on each side. The blades rapidly flushed crimson within a fleeting moment. Subsequently, with flames erupting from the 4 rear exhaust ports, the sprinting aircraft etched 2 brilliant red streaks across the sky. The camera swiftly captured the scene, subsequently slowing down to allow the audience to behold the terrifying flying device adorned with 8 short blades, which darted past a plastic water bottle in an instant. Astonishing, is it not? A sci-fi spectacle? What a lethal weapon! 8 blades. Are you a machine resembling Zorro? Have you not encountered Zorro's 3-sword style? Kairabi wields 8 swords. But truly, it can emit flames. I previously assumed it was merely for show. Yet, I fail to see what makes it particularly impressive. Its formidable appearance aside, it did nothing to the water bottle. Even if the blades struck ice, they would likely break. The host faltered. A video should have been produced, clearly stating it was special effects. Indeed, the flight was visually striking. But that is where it ends. What did it actually sever? As the audience engaged in animated discussions, the camera focused on the plastic water bottle, which suddenly shifted. Then, with a crackling sound, it shattered into numerous pieces. Little White transformed into a canine form. The camera pursued the airborne Little White, and after a smooth descent, it underwent a complex transformation back into its dog-like shape. Lin Yue approached the remnants of the plastic bottle, picking up the shards to display before the camera. All viewers beheld the mirror-like surfaces of the fragments, almost devoid of any marks from the blades. This exemplified Little White's flame-emitting flight, utilizing the blades in a charging assault mode. While its speed may not match that of a human, it is still significantly faster. The drawback, however, is that this mode consumes a considerable amount of fuel, a resource of which I am woefully deficient. Having presented the flight form and sprint mode of the little white creature and addressed the inquiries of all, I must say that the modifications made to this robotic canine are rather commendable. Who stands in agreement and who opposes this notion? Chapter 27. Domestic armed robots. That fellow, William Cabot, has truly brought shame upon us, setting off a smoke bomb and causing such a commotion. At this moment, within a certain room in Blue Star, a middle-aged man with curly white hair sits upon a sofa, angrily striking the floor with his cane, the sound echoing with an irritable intensity. Around him, others feel the cold sweat forming on their brows, a sensation both unbearable and unrelenting, yet they dare not wipe it away. Just days prior, Dr. William Cabot had left a journalist from a prominent news outlet in the region utterly humiliated during a small press conference. The journalist was subsequently dismissed from the publication following Cabot's unauthorized antics. The matter of the envoy is indeed true, and contrary to Cabot's assertions, our nation does not take it lightly. In fact, 2 of our 5 scientists at the research center have been dispatched at great cost to apprehend this envoy at the detection station. Fortunately, that individual can no longer speak. Otherwise, had this information been leaked, we would undoubtedly face severe protests and condemnation from the other members of the Blue Star United Space Alliance, escalating the situation to potentially grave consequences. The middle-aged man spoke slowly, yet within that room, not a soul dared to utter even the faintest sound. We have expended considerable resources to ensure that the live streaming content can exist solely on the Douyin platform, in no other form such as images, text, or video clips. Yet, we are still unable to shut down that live streaming room. Even the company, under our pressure, cannot close it, not even by severing the server connection. I am truly perplexed as to what the underlying issue could be. Even the Tang Kingdom swiftly retaliated, preventing the live stream from being viewed outside its confines. He spoke, throwing his cane forcefully to the ground, his breath growing rapid due to his agitation. Millsmore remarked that this Lin possesses exceptional mechanical modification design capabilities, having even created a Mars rover with transformative powers. Such a person, akin to a legendary genius, must have significant potential that could be harnessed for our benefit. However, the 5 of us on Mars have not produced any noteworthy research in our lifetime. They likely do not realize that capturing this Lin Yue would be far more significant than any Nobel Prize they could achieve. Yet, these 5 individuals have gone missing, and it has barely been 24 hours. The middle-aged man roared, seemingly unable to accept this reality. Sir, we have detected a regional sandstorm near the research center, which has only recently abated. However, we have been unable to confirm the signal from the rover belonging to the 5-member team. We are uncertain as to what the issue might be. Perhaps the signal apparatus has been damaged. Incompetent fools. The middle-aged man slammed his palm against the table beside him with great force. Wilson had hoped to apprehend Lin Yue before anyone else. What is the stance of the NASA Manned Spaceflight Center regarding launching a manned spacecraft at this juncture? The white-bearded elder hastened over, interjecting. They assert that this is not the optimal launch window. Even if we were to launch immediately, it would still necessitate over a year to reach Mars. The middle-aged man brooded for a moment before turning his gaze back to Wilson. Arrange for the immediate launch of a manned spacecraft. Be it 1 year or 2. We must preempt other nations. We must be the first to arrive. At that juncture, that invaluable talent will be at our disposal. The live broadcast's effect surpassed all expectations. Those who previously clamored for bloodshed may indeed witness it someday. Chuckles. Does anyone recall that this robot, capable of 4 transformations, was initially merely a companion bot? Given that sprinting velocity, I would likely be reduced to fragments in half a second. I suspect the footage was slowed down by several dozen-fold. Household appliances, household armaments. The barrage of comments resembled an anthill, dense and layered, inundating the entire live broadcast screen. After witnessing yet another remarkable upgrade of Xiaobai, which has transformed from 3 forms to 4, and even demonstrating the extraordinary ability to effortlessly slice through solid ice blocks with a knife in attack mode, one can hardly maintain any semblance of stubbornness. It is indeed a moment of enlightenment. The speed and power of the attacks are beyond imagination. Observing the enthusiastic reactions of the audience, Lin Yue decided to seize the moment. Currently, the number of viewers in the live broadcast has soared to over 79,000, bringing them remarkably close to their goal. Ladies and gentlemen, what you just witnessed, the reddening of the 4 short knives during the ice cutting, was actually Xiaobai employing energy to heat the blades, thus facilitating the successful shattering of the ice. Of course, if the opponent were a carbon-based life form, I can assure you that had you been present, you would have caught a delightful aroma. However, this particular function of Xiaobai holds little significance on Mars. After all, apart from myself and the scientists at the research center, there is no possibility of conflict here, right? Furthermore, neither the research center nor the observation station possesses any weapons. In this world, 6 individuals need not engage in mutual destruction. As Lin Yue's words faded, the viewers ignited yet another wave of excitement. The host arrived at the research center to collect some materials, leaving the scientists in a state of silent indignation. Activating Xiaobai's attack mode could hardly be termed as mere retrieval. Rather, it was a gift bestowed upon them. The host reiterated, "I must emphasize that Xiaobai should not be employed unless absolutely necessary." To which a scientist replied, "Could you please retract the knife first?" The host, cradling Xiaobai, exclaimed, "Do you feel moved by my gathering of these items?" The scientists expressed their hesitance, seemingly well prepared for a fruitful endeavor. Lin Yue glanced at the remarks of the group, pondering how he felt akin to a bandit. Nevertheless, he swiftly changed the subject. "In truth, I have not only transformed the little white rover," the audience gasped in astonishment. "I have also made slight modifications to the roving vehicle." Chapter 28. No way, you're back again? Seeking continued readership, upon hearing that Lin Yue had once again altered the roving vehicle, the audience was utterly enthralled. The reason? Just moments ago, he had completed the mechanical dog, and now it had transformed into a spiral aircraft capable of executing an 8-sword dash attack. The viewers felt as if they were being subjected to the relentless hum of a hairdryer on high speed, accompanied by an inexplicable warmth. As they were still processing this information, Lin Yue urged them not to leave, announcing that he had made further modifications to the roving vehicle. Regardless of whether they could bear it or not, it was clear that they were already in a state of shock. Yet, their intense curiosity compelled them to continue watching. After all, once they entered this live stream, they discovered the host's delightful way of speaking, which endeared them to the experience. Meanwhile, the diligent floating camera captured the transformation of the Martian rover into an enormous mecha, without a hint of delay or interruption, flowing seamlessly. "I am deeply moved. He has gone to great lengths to teach us how to transform, having done it twice. I declare that this mecha is simply magnificent. Are there no toy companies interested in acquiring the IP? I want a statuette of this robot within 3 days. I'll purchase it immediately upon release. I'm new here. Is this the science fiction film channel? Host, do you recall mentioning giving it a name last time? When will the selection occur?" Lin Yue maneuvered the mecha, advancing a few paces before splitting the camera view into two. As everyone has just witnessed once more, the rover's transformation, as you can see, while it now possesses arms, legs, hands, and feet, it's not aesthetically pleasing overall. Moreover, due to time constraints and a lack of clarity in the initial concept, many design aspects are flawed. Therefore, in this modification, I've incorporated some personal interpretations and made certain adjustments. Of course, I've also gained new insights from the experience of modifying the original Whitey. Please keep your eyes peeled. The spectacle is about to unfold. As Lin Yue's voice trailed off, the colossal mecha was instantly engulfed in a dazzling white light. In the next instant, the mecha abruptly commenced another round of transformation. Moments later, the audience realized that the previously upright robot form had morphed into a prone posture, with arms becoming forelimbs and thighs becoming hind limbs. Simple, rigid straight lines were gradually replaced by curves. A massive canine head, formed from the vehicle's front, superseded the original Whitey's control console head. The vehicle's roof instruments transformed into triangular ears, the windows became eyes, and the vents morphed into a mouth, albeit one that was grinning, bearing a striking resemblance. As for the solar panels, they are layered and spread across the body, resembling a shroud of black armor. The formidable appearance of this mechanized canine is indeed awe-inspiring. A mechanical beast? Truly captivating. I have come to perceive the host as an extraterrestrial being. Even after transforming, one can still discern the various components of the rover. Astonishingly, the Martian rover can also undergo 3 transformations. This host never fails to amaze me. Goodness. I hope it doesn't turn into a 6-faced beast in the end. A 6-faced creature would be quite something. The host has indeed spent an entire day on this technology, leaving one utterly speechless. Regardless of its utility, it is simply impressive. Lin Yue gazed with satisfaction at the barrage of comments on the screen and noticed that the total number of viewers in the live stream had astonishingly reached 83,000. Oh dear, they are truly just a breath away from the 100,000 goal. Achieving a concurrent viewership of 100,000 is no small feat, especially considering this was merely a modest live stream focused on technology, which pales in comparison to those who wear less and sway more. Not to mention the celebrity sales and gaming streamers, or even the food vlogs and cringeworthy domestic dramas that attract larger audiences. Reaching this point is indeed a testament to the somewhat cutting-edge nature of his endeavor. If possible, I would like to complete this task today, allowing me to focus on my journey afterward. Lin Yue pondered this while assessing the nearby terrain. Expeditiously, he located his objective. Esteemed viewers, the rover's metamorphosis into a colossal canine form is not merely for aesthetic appeal. As the adage goes, existence is synonymous with significance. Now, we shall proceed towards that expanse of gravelly desert ahead to assay the capabilities of the canine configuration. Within the live broadcast, viewers were swiftly presented with the spectacle of the immense bestial mecha as it raised its prodigious limbs and commenced its forward locomotion. As the camera's perspective shifted ahead, the mecha's integrated illumination cast its radiance upon a desolate, stony wilderness. However, the mecha soon veered, orienting itself towards a nearby monolith. Astute observers promptly discerned that even amidst the locomotion of this bestial mecha, the sensation of jolting was remarkably subdued, verging on negligible. While silently marveling at this feat, they further noted that the mecha had come to a standstill before the colossal rock. This boulder, approximately 70 to 80 meters in altitude, presented a notably precipitous facade, with an inclination of no less than 50 degrees, exacerbated by the excessively smooth texture of the rock face. Under ordinary circumstances, piloting the rover, or even transforming it into its humanoid mecha form, would render ascent utterly unfeasible. However, upon assuming this gargantuan canine mode within the live broadcast, scarcely had Lin Yue's pronouncement concluded, when, within the visual display, the gargantuan bestial mecha abruptly lunged towards the rock face, swiftly perforating the stone with several apertures using its mechanical claws. Relying upon its immense mechanical kinetics, augmented by the propulsive force emanating from several prominent venturi, it commenced a direct ascent. The beastly mech crawled at a leisurely pace, yet its movements were remarkably steady. The flame emitters adjusted their fiery breath according to the angle of its ascent, continuously spraying flames in various directions. At this moment, every viewer in the live stream gaped in disbelief as the colossal mech steadily reached the summit of the rocky terrain. To their astonishment, the enormous mechanical hound extended a massive paw and waved towards the camera. Concurrently, Lin Yue's voice resonated. How does it feel, everyone? The giant canine-shaped rover is not merely a spectacle. Chapter 29. Your maneuvering is more dazzling. A radiant white light illuminated the towering rock, which stood a staggering 70 to 80 meters high. The giant hound-shaped rover loomed like a statue, with every facet of the mech glimmering with metallic brilliance. Lin Yue sat in the cockpit, waiting patiently, only to find that the screen displayed not a single comment. Could the light be too bright? He mused aloud, directing his inquiry to the live stream. Then, the comments began to flood in. Your maneuvering is more dazzling. Your maneuvering is more dazzling. Your maneuvering is more dazzling. The barrage of messages arrived as if waiting specifically for Lin Yue to utter those words, each one echoing his sentiment without deviation. The audience comprised a diverse array of individuals, and as the numbers swelled, it was no longer merely a gathering of curious onlookers. It included numerous students, educators, and even doctoral researchers and scholars from related fields. Upon witnessing this astonishing spectacle, the minds of seasoned experts, scholars, and individuals affiliated with official organizations were virtually paralyzed. They found themselves repeatedly questioning their established knowledge and understanding, which seemed incongruous with the demonstration presented by the streamer. If the existing technologies of Earth were to be considered as such, then what was the nature of the streamer's capabilities? While some were immersed in self-doubt and questioning the very nature of reality, others had already regained their composure and were lavishing the live stream with extravagant donations. A flurry of donation notifications flooded the screen, adding to the lively atmosphere of the broadcast. As for the monetary aspect, Lin Yue did not place much emphasis on it, as his own resources were already virtually inexhaustible. Regarding the prospect of returning to Earth, Lin Yue now harbored reservations. Aside from the fact that the Moonstone spacecraft had been damaged by his own actions, he possessed a considerable degree of self-awareness. Endowed with a mysterious Martian live stream system, The completion of system tasks and the subsequent acquisition of skills, regardless of their specific nature, were indicative of advanced technological prowess. Despite being described as advanced knowledge of physics, chemistry, and biology, these skills had enabled him to achieve the remarkable feat of synthesizing starch artificially under rudimentary conditions. His paramount mechanical acumen empowered him to fabricate even more formidable transforming rovers and robots than before. Such cutting-edge technology would plunge him into an entirely different predicament on Earth than his current one. He accessed the account of Lin Yue's cat, who had previously bestowed a carnival upon him. He had noticed before that this patron was quite active in the live stream and possessed a verified Micro-V badge on their account, Blue Star United Aerospace Auxiliary Fuel Expert. Lin Yue reaffirmed his conjecture. His actions had long been under the scrutiny of professionals. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yue affirmed his notion. First, to subsist on Mars, and then, if feasible, to transform Mars into a paradise suitable for his habitation. He then regarded the number of viewers in the live stream, discovering that it had finally, at this juncture, successfully surpassed the figure of 95,000. It had indeed been a protracted journey. Even the fan base had burgeoned from a mere handful to over 40,000. Could this have been conceived of previously? Esteemed viewers, there remains a considerable scope for the rover's modification. However, owing to the paucity of materials, I am constrained to modify it to this extent. If it were within the realm of possibility, I would be inclined to requisition additional resources from our amicable neighbors, as the exploration station is sparsely equipped. The efficiency of handcrafting everything is excessively sluggish. Distinguished viewers, we shall now descend the mountain, and the journey must persist. As Lin Yue spoke, he piloted the hound-shaped rover, abruptly leaping forward and soaring to an altitude of 70 or 80 meters. Subsequently, the afterburners of the mecha emitted a dazzling blaze. In an instant, the rover soared into the upper atmosphere. Then, with a series of continuous maneuvers by Lin Yue, commenced a gradual descent. Soon, accompanied by a cloud of crimson dust, the mecha behemoth landed with unwavering stability. Piloting the mecha, Lin Yue emerged from the dust cloud and continued his exposition. While the canine form possesses agile limbs, it is not particularly suited for traversing great distances. Its forte lies in surmounting obstacles impassable to the rover, such as small mountains or hilly terrains, where it can clamber over rocky formations. Of course, this configuration also facilitates movement across plains strewn with rubble, obviating concerns about tire wear and mechanical failures. As for the previously demonstrated humanoid mecha form, I personally find it more apt for environments such as deeply incised river valleys, precipitous cliffs, or gently sloping embankments. Its forelimbs offer greater dexterity compared to the canine form. The rover configuration, on the other hand, is ideal for rapid transit or, as in our current situation, long-distance journeys to the research center. Having concluded his explanation, Lin Yue reconfigured the canine form back into the Martian rover before the camera. These three transformations are sufficient to adapt to the diverse and intricate terrain of Mars. Moreover, the transformations are not as complex as one might imagine, and the reduced gravity of Mars is perfectly suited for this transformable rover. However, on Earth, such transformations would be considerably more challenging due to the increased weight and difficulty in maintaining equilibrium. With his discourse completed, Lin Yue unfastened his safety restraints. As he glanced at the screen once more, he found that a stream of messages continued to cascade across it, relentlessly repeating themselves. Goodness, are they going to drone on indefinitely? However, he also noted that the number of viewers was surging, having astonishingly surpassed 99,000, just a tremor away from a milestone. Lin Yue resolved to disembark and provide a summary. After his introduction, surely they would break the 100,000 mark, wouldn't they? With this thought in mind, he swung open the car door and stepped out alongside Xiaobai. Yet, he suddenly noticed a repeated message in the barrage. Host. What's that dark object lurking behind your vehicle? Indeed, has it scratched the paint? Lin Yue, perplexed, approached for a closer look. Upon discerning the nature of the object, he abruptly halted, a chill racing down his spine. Coincidentally, at that very moment, the total number of viewers in the live stream officially crossed the 100,000 threshold. Xiaobai. Enter combat mode. Suddenly, the audience noticed that the live stream screen had gone black. Chapter 30. It should not exist. The live stream screen plunged into darkness, leaving everyone bewildered. What on earth is happening? Why did it suddenly cut off? What about us viewers eager to experience the dynamic thrill? What about those of us wanting to see more mechas? What a cruel turn of events. This host is truly despicable, abruptly ending the stream without warning. Can't he finish his thoughts? What had the host just said? What about Xiaobai? It sounded akin to a transformation into a combat configuration. What utter nonsense. Could there genuinely be anything on Mars capable of engaging in battle? To pit oneself against the very air in a contest of wits? Oddly enough, that shadowy figure possessed a rather peculiar form, spherical and prone to sprawling out, resembling a turtle to the uninitiated observer. A turtle, indeed? You must be jesting. This is hardly Earth. What business would a turtle have here? Verily, should that be the case, it would constitute a rather macabre jest. As the assembled throng of spectators, loath to depart, awaited the resumption of the broadcast, Lin Yue's mind reeled, his heart pounding with a frantic rhythm. "By," he exclaimed, "engage combat mode." He cared not whether he was presently broadcasting. When faced with peril, who could afford such considerations? "Affirmative, master," I responded, initiating flight configuration. Instantly, I morphed into a state of aerial readiness, promptly transforming its rotary impeller into 8 acutely honed short blades. These blades extended in a manner that maximized their reach, their keen edges glinting with a chilling intensity under the rover's stark illumination. "Target acquired," I announced. In the ensuing instant, a crimson streak surged forth, hurtling toward the object lurking behind the rover's rear. As I sliced past the tenebrous form, sparks erupted in a dazzling display of metallic collision. "Metal?" Lin Yue inhaled sharply, recoiling several paces. It was then that he noticed Bai, too, plummeting earthward due to the sheer force of the impact. Without delay, Lin Yue dashed toward the rover, acutely aware that, bereft of any weapon or means of defense, even the merest breach in his spacesuit could spell his immediate demise. Instantly, Little White morphed into its robotic canine configuration, landing with unwavering stability. This time, it brandished short blades from various points on its chassis, charging directly toward the shadowy figure that had vacated the rear of the vehicle. The shade stumbled, collapsing to the ground. As it regained its footing, Lin Yue had already propelled the rover more than 10 meters forward, then abruptly reversed, sending the silhouette hurtling through the air once more. "Little White, transform." Upon receiving the signal, Little White bolted toward the rover with maximum velocity. Simultaneously, Lin Yue initiated the mecha transformation sequence. Moments later, the colossal humanoid mecha stood erect once more upon the Martian terrain, its immense foot descending forcefully upon the spot where the shadowy form had fallen. Dust billowed, and sand and gravel scattered. Lin Yue, at this juncture, was drenched in perspiration. As the dust settled, Mars gradually resumed its original, desolate stillness. Is it deceased? He manipulated the gigantic mecha, elevating its right foot to allow the hovering camera to scrutinize the blackened object he had just stomped upon. The image revealed a crushed entity, utterly motionless, as if it had never possessed life. Activating the thermal imaging mode on the hovering camera, Lin Yue braced himself for a potential coup d'éclat. He fixed his gaze upon the dark mass in the image, his mind awash with astonishment, skepticism, shock, and profound complexity. The camera drew exceedingly near to the object, which had been nearly embedded into a deep crater. It advanced slowly, ultimately halting less than a meter away, observing the contents of the pit while vigilantly scanning the surroundings for any movement, ensuring safety. 1 minute, 2 minutes elapsed. As the protracted 10 minutes elapsed, and the entity remained inert, a delicate layer of frost beginning to encroach upon its form, Lin Yue surmised that it had indeed perished. Deceased. Not merely malfunctioning, but truly deceased. Yes, indeed, a cadaver. Only a being possessing life could become a cadaver. The mech's remarkably agile appendages delicately cradled the corpse of the creature. A being approximately 1.5 meters in stature, its entire form encased in a carapace of ebon, indurate material. An insect? A grotesque humanoid? A monster? Or perhaps, something altogether different? Gazing upon this utterly unfamiliar life form, a being so alien as to defy comprehension, Lin Yue discovered that he was incapable of articulating the emotions churning within him. Initially, he would have vehemently denied the existence of any life on Mars beyond humanity. According to prior human research, Mars should have been utterly devoid of life, perennially frigid, with negligible atmospheric pressure, a complete absence of oxygen, and subjected to intense cosmic radiation. The Crimson Planet offered no sustenance for the genesis of life. It was, ostensibly, a deceased world. Over the preceding decades, the humans who arrived and departed were presumably its sole visitors. And yet, The cadaver of this monstrosity shattered Lin Yue's preconceptions. Nay, it shattered the collective, ingrained understanding of humanity. What precisely was it? Lin Yue fell silent, unable to fathom its existence, its emergence. He would have preferred to believe himself within a studio, the indescribable entity merely a figment of special effects. But the reality remained. The creature's corpse was undeniably present within the camera's frame, starkly authentic. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yue gently grasped it with the two claws of the mech and pulled it apart to the sides. The creature, on the brink of being frozen solid, quickly disintegrated into fragments under the immense force. The black shell fell to the ground as Lin Yue inhaled deeply. Suddenly, a thought struck him. It seemed that all the viewers in the live stream had watched the entire event alongside him. Perhaps the blue star had descended into complete chaos. Huh? When did the live stream end? With a complex mix of emotions, Lin Yue realized that the screen had gone dark. When he attempted to reopen it, he found it utterly impossible. In the upper right corner of the screen, the words network failure were displayed. Network failure? He clicked on the screen to investigate the cause and discovered it was due to hardware detachment or damage. Transitioning back to roaming vehicle mode, Lin Yue exited and climbed onto the roof to inspect. 5 minutes later, holding the shattered signal receiver in his hand, he gazed at the corpse on the ground, yearning to break it into even more pieces. Chapter 31. Is there still hope? Huh. Why is it that, even if you are the director, you cannot coerce others? I have no desire to go outside. Polita replied nonchalantly. Carp-1 had just donned his outer suit and had yet to put on his helmet. Upon hearing Polita's attitude, he nearly burst out in anger. Back then, when you were urging them to claim that any biological discovery was a monumental breakthrough, you certainly didn't express yourself this way. Your heart is even darker than your face, Polita. I shall reiterate. If you do not come out with us to find Ryan and the others, I will report your actions as a serious act of defiance to the higher-ups. However, Polita rose directly from the chaise lounge, tossing her cropped, curly hair, her face displaying disdain for Elisa. Then how about I report your insubordination? Your unilateral decision not to rescue the dispatched agent? Didn't you concur at the time? How can you be so duplicitous? Capone was taken aback. The woman was utterly unreasonable. Polita simply shrugged, indicating she didn't care, and resumed reading her book. Just as Capone was about to erupt, Elisa suppressed her emotions and restrained him. Time could not be wasted on such trivialities. The two donned their helmets, exited the rover's cockpit, leaving Polita alone once more. She set down her book, languidly stretched, and picked up Ryan's game console to play. Just as she was engrossed in the game, suddenly, she heard a thud. She continued pressing the buttons, when another thud echoed overhead. Then, 2 more resounding thumps. TCH, Capone, are you ever going to stop? Polita grew irritated, donned her EVA suit, and opened the hatch. Capone. You. Her sentence remained unfinished. She beheld, standing outside the hatch, not Capone in his white EVA suit, nor anyone at all, but rather a monster with an exceedingly grotesque head. But by the time she realized it, it was already too late. A sharp proboscis extended from the monster's maw, piercing through the EVA suit and plunging into her eye socket. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest. Please draw a new skill. Ding! The host has received a new primary mission to achieve 30,000 simultaneous viewers within a month, with a reward of 1 skill extraction opportunity upon completion. The system's delay is rather significant. It has taken over half an hour to deliver this notification. Is this a high-ping alert? Lin Yue, wielding a compact laser cutting device, meticulously dismantled the signal transmission and reception apparatus, rendering it nearly unrecognizable. The dented casing split into 2 halves as he quipped. Donning a high-magnification micro-observational instrument over one eye, Lin Yue carefully scrutinized the internal structure of the signal device, activating his superior mechanical comprehension abilities. The mainboard was short-circuited. The low-pass filter components were damaged, and the mixer was rendered inoperative. Fortunately, the chip remained intact. After a thorough inspection, Lin Yue exhaled in relief. There is hope. It is not entirely beyond repair. As long as new components are procured, it should function properly. He stretched his neck and set down the parts in his hands. All in all, under the aegis of his advanced mechanical comprehension skill, this falls within the realm of reparable. Should he fail to restore it, he would indeed find himself engaged in a wilderness survival scenario on Mars. After all, not only was this device essential for receiving the live broadcast signal, but it also served as the navigation system for Mars. Such a crucial piece of equipment was regrettably situated atop the rover's rear, and it had been damaged by that monstrous entity. Ironically, when considering two forms of transformation, he had deliberately avoided this component's location, aiming to prevent any wear or damage during maneuvers. However, who would have anticipated that such vermin-like creatures would sabotage it right from the start? Furthermore, it seems they had attempted to do so previously during the sandstorm. That peculiar sound he heard back then seemed to be the signal transceiver being struck by something. He had initially attributed it to a rock dislodged by the wind, but in retrospect, it might have been the handiwork of those aberrant insects. As fate would have it, it occurred precisely when he commanded, "Little White, engage combat mode." Consequently, the insectoid monster, emerging from an unknown origin, seized the opportunity. Lin Yue now finds it challenging to comprehend how these creatures thrive in the Martian environment, characterized by low oxygen, frigid temperatures, and intense radiation. Moreover, why are they singularly fixated on destroying signal transceivers? It's as if they harbor a vendetta against these devices. Despite his inability to fathom how the insects subsist on Mars, Lin Yue deems it inconsequential. Their mere existence constitutes a menace. Even without displaying harmful intentions, they pose a significant threat. Eradicating them upon encounter is the only recourse. He lacks the inclination or eccentric notion to capture and study them. Why tempt fate? As the saying goes, beware the unfriendliness of those not of your kind. In this remote locale, far removed from Earth, lacking any means of defense, even if the adversary were capable of communication, it would undoubtedly resort to threats or intimidation. Initiating contact by smashing the signal transceiver with a heavy object hardly endears Lin Yue to them. Insects capable of withstanding frigid temperatures, low pressure, and radiation. Good heavens! How did these creatures evolve? Wagging its tail beside Lin Yue, endeavoring to elicit a caress. Good fellow, I wonder whether I am accompanying you or you are accompanying me. Furthermore, my little companion, would it not be more intriguing were I to bestow upon you a bionic intelligence? Alas, I have not yet mastered the skills pertaining to the realm of chips. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the primary mission. Please select a new skill. The system's prompt reverberated once more within his mind. Lin Yue stroked the little creature's chin, resolving to attend to the matter without delay. Otherwise, it would persist in sounding incessantly, irrespective of one's tolerance, much like a fly, nay, a swarm of them. Having painstakingly accomplished the mission, he entertained the hope of acquiring a more desirable skill, preferably one related to chips. Should he succeed in endowing the little creature with an intelligent conversational capability, it would no longer be subjected to tedium, and he would presumably garner an extensive cohort of audience support. Extract skill. Chapter 32. Art thou acting deliberately or inadvertently? He hoped that this time there would be a good skill, preferably related to chip research. Lin Yue, with a pale face and full of anticipation, was still very excited at the moment. Who doesn't want to get a soul in one go when drawing in the prize pool? Isn't it wonderful to have 10 consecutive gold medals? Lin Yue closed his eyes, and at the same time he saw the huge turntable last time in his mind again. As the rotation became more and more frantic, the speed gradually slowed down, and the pointer finally pointed to the position, and the light also appeared at the same time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning top-level mineral exploration and top-level smelting skills. What kind of skill is this? Exploration? Smelting? Although it is not related to chips, it truly comes as an unexpected revelation. However, soon he discovered that an overwhelming influx of exploration and metallurgy knowledge began to surge within his mind. After a moment, Lin Yue exhaled deeply. He pressed his temples, striving to comprehend and internalize this wealth of information, and suddenly realized that he could effortlessly recite the periodic table of elements. Goodness, despite countless attempts during school, he could never retain it. It seemed he had endured quite a few detentions for that. It was time to review the study materials. He navigated through Study Materials, Physics Research, Scientific Literature Book, Categories, Mars Geological Exploration. To his astonishment, this folder contained a staggering 35 terabytes. Could it be that the previous dispatchers actually gathered all this? Upon opening it, indeed, there were comprehensive collections from Kamiyama and Mikami, astonishingly well preserved. Yet, this was not the moment for such distractions. After a brief glance, Lin Yue closed it, accurately locating the mineral data on Mars and delving into it. Lacking navigation, he dared not recklessly operate the rover. Even though he remembered the general direction, a slight deviation could lead to a significant miscalculation in the end. Thus, he merely maneuvered the vehicle away from the Rocky Mountain area, unsure if there were any lurking insectoid monsters, without advancing further. Cultivation mode, activate. Since he could not venture far for the time being, he might as well study throughout the night. As he turned the pages of the materials, the night deepened. The various theoretical concepts swirling in his mind needed to be integrated with the specific conditions of Mars to realize their utmost potential. Previously, the synthesis of starch was approached in a similar manner, lacking extensive documentation, data, or scholarly articles to lend support. It was merely a castle in the air, a reflection in the water. An insatiable thirst for knowledge gradually overshadowed all else. Lin Yue, while affectionately stroking his mechanical companion, the little white robotic dog, eagerly absorbed all available information. Upon turning to the final page, he was startled to find that it was already 3 in the morning. It seemed that the mode of cultivation must be temporarily halted. Lin Yue yawned, speaking to himself. The materials were, in truth, rather scant, even to the point of being deficient. He had anticipated that he would witness the dawn, yet this was all there was. The intensity of his obsession stemmed from a singular reason: infrastructure. To enhance the environment, it was essential to repair the detection stations, expand living spaces, and perhaps even construct larger edifices, as well as manufacture or repair various machines and modify rovers or robotic dogs, among countless other tasks. Each of these endeavors required an immense quantity of resources. Unlike Blue Star, where one could simply pay for deliveries, here, even with wealth, nothing could be accomplished. Indeed, when humanity initially established the detection stations and research centers, it took tremendous effort to transport materials via spacecraft, a labor that spanned over a decade, ultimately resulting in the construction of these 2 small structures on Mars. The time, money, and manpower expended far exceeded anyone's expectations. Yet, despite this, humanity had not yet mastered the ability to source materials locally on Mars and effectively utilize them to construct a second home. The reasons were manifold, primarily centered around high costs and lengthy timelines, compounded by the absence of geomagnetic forces, rendering the task exceedingly challenging. Without geomagnetic force, one can only endure the relentless onslaught of cosmic radiation, which, over time, becomes quite unbearable. This phenomenon is not to be trifled with. Even the mere contemplation of restoring Mars' geomagnetic field necessitates a vast array of resources. Consequently, humanity ultimately relinquished the notion of colonizing this planet, opting instead to explore the Ceres in the asteroid belt, where conditions appear to be comparatively more favorable than those on Mars. Now, having acquired top-tier skills in mineral exploration and advanced smelting, Lin Yue felt a sense of foundational preparedness for whatever endeavors he might pursue in the future. In reflection, these skills seemed far superior to those related to chip manufacturing. Lin Yue sensed that he was perhaps looking a bit pale. Thus, it seemed that the upcoming live stream could indeed pivot towards this new direction. Upon waking the following day, he planned to repair the signal transmitter before contemplating the live stream. After all, the task of achieving 300,000 concurrent viewers appeared to be quite formidable. With such thoughts in mind, Lin Yue approached the driver's seat, reclined it into a lying position, and meticulously checked and secured all doors and windows. Xiaobai, enter alert mode. Yes, master, Xiaobai is preparing to enter alert mode. A gentle female voice responded, and in an instant, Xiaobai transformed from its canine form into an 8-legged machine, integrating into the metallic columns that had risen within the cabin. Meanwhile, Lin Yue extinguished all lights. On Mars, a slumbering figure lay at rest. As dawn broke over the unfamiliar planet, a new day commenced. After a night of tranquility, Lin Yue awoke with a yawn, greeted by the soft, non-blinding light filtering through the vehicle's window. The sun, radiating a bluish-white glow, remained as ever. Xiaobai had not emitted any alarms throughout the night, suggesting that the monstrous insect from yesterday had not come to attack. Glancing at the time, it was still before 8 o'clock. Of course, this was according to Blue Star's time. Lin Yue had no notion of the current hour on Mars. It is well known that Blue Star completes a rotation in 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 4 seconds, constituting one stellar day, while Mars takes 24 hours, 37 minutes, and 22.7 seconds for its rotation. The additional 41 minutes and 26.7 seconds did not feel particularly pronounced. Recently, the time difference had been quite similar to that of Blue Star. In any case, there were no time zones here, and thus, a correct sense of time was absent. First, he would exercise, then repair the signal transmitter. Lin Yue stretched languorously and proceeded to the rear compartment. After transforming Xiaobai back into its canine form, he unfolded the treadmill. On this planet, failing to maintain a daily exercise regimen could lead to ailments such as osteoporosis, which could be quite dire. After running for an hour and a half, Lin Yue picked up the signal transmitter and began his analysis. The key was to establish a pattern. Lying flat, such an attitude had no place on Mars. 2 hours later, surveying the now repaired transmitter, Lin Yue wiped the sweat from his brow and confidently reinstalled it. However, he pondered, was this intentional or accidental? Observing the final outcome, Lin Yue raised an eyebrow, lost in thought. Chapter 33. Do not assume I have been silenced beneath the blue sun. On the dark red plains, the Mars rover sped forth towards its destination, moving with remarkable velocity. The vehicle trailed behind, leaving a continuous plume of dust, carving an extensive line across the vast expanse of land. The soothing melodies of a leisurely guitar serenaded within the confines of the car. Lin Yue maintained an unwavering gaze ahead, allowing the rover to cruise at a speed of approximately 160 kilometers per hour. Although undeniably swift, it adeptly anticipated and navigated around the myriad obstacles encountered on the road. The modifications made over the past 2 days had indeed enabled the Mars rover to undergo a successful evolution. Had it continued at the previous sluggish pace of 30 kilometers per hour, the destination would have seemed an interminable journey. Upon checking the navigation map, Lin Yue noted that they were drawing ever closer. Considering that the past 2 days had been marked by a series of stops and starts, covering over 2,000 kilometers was quite an impressive feat. However, he resolved to dedicate the next 3 days entirely to making progress, striving to cover as much distance as possible. As for live streaming, it was not a matter of reluctance, but rather an impossibility. After repairing and reinstalling the signal transmission device, he initially intended to resume broadcasting. The stream had been abruptly cut off prior to the battle, and he feared that if he continued to remain offline, viewers might speculate that he had met an unfortunate fate. Naturally, he yearned to expose the existence of the enigmatic black insect creature to the world. The revelation of extraterrestrial life on Mars, apart from humanity, would undoubtedly captivate global attention. Such an announcement could create a sensational stir worldwide, and once publicized, the prospect of successfully completing a task that appeared exceedingly challenging, with 300,000 viewers simultaneously engaged, would no longer seem so distant, despite Lin Yue having contemplated this before. In recent days, it is imperative to minimize streaming hours and focus on the journey ahead, aiming to reach the research center sooner before pondering the matters of performance. This endeavor is indeed the most crucial and pressing. Whether it pertains to premier mineral exploration or cutting-edge smelting technology, nothing surpasses the importance of his overall health and well-being. Without ensuring this, all else becomes futile. Currently, there exists another predicament, whether it be the rover or the robotic canine. Even if he harbors other ideas and innovations, further modifications are unattainable. Setting aside the acute lack of materials, who wishes to perpetually witness the same old routines? Even the relentless streaming of old 8 fails to attract viewers. However, even if he were to disregard everything and commence a broadcast, it remains utterly unfeasible. The reason is quite simple. It is neither intentional nor accidental. The signal transmission device, regardless of the circumstances, cannot connect to the streaming platform, and even when activated, it merely displays a lack of network. It appears that a certain component has sustained more severe damage than anticipated, traveling at full speed during the day and relying on autopilot at night. There is no time for idleness. Is the research center truly located so far away? Lin Yue muttered these thoughts as he gradually emerged from the utopian plains and arrived at the edge of the Arabian highlands. However, as he passed a low rocky slope, a patch of grayish-white earth suddenly captured his attention. Grayish-white soil? Wait a moment, that seems to be... Lin Yue abruptly recalled something. He swiftly maneuvered the vehicle closer, donned his external suit, and instructed Xiaobai to accompany him out of the vehicle. Xiaobai, transform into flight mode and remain vigilant. Yes, Xiaobai, stay alert. The little creature obediently transformed into flight mode and promptly began patrolling the vicinity. As a loyal servant of commands, the master's orders were beyond question. In the span of a single day, it had become quite adept with its new form, executing every movement with remarkable precision. Lin Yue glanced at the ground not far away, where the grayish-white soil stood out prominently against the backdrop of the dark red gravel strewn across the Martian landscape. He hastened over, crouched down, and cupped a handful in his hands for a closer inspection. Soon, his advanced exploration skills came into play. accurately revealing the true nature of this substance. To his astonishment, it was soil rich in high concentrations of silica. Lin Yue's excitement surged. Silica, an indispensable raw material in the production of glass. The mastery of smelting techniques in his mind swiftly imparted the knowledge of how to transform this soil into glass. Naturally, methods for crafting furnaces and similar apparatuses also surfaced simultaneously. Glass has myriad applications. As one of the essential elements in infrastructure, its potential on Mars is indeed vast. For instance, greenhouse structures. Lin Yue had previously contemplated resorting to plastic sheeting to create a sealed environment and extract Martian air for a planting greenhouse. However, upon this revelation, it seemed unnecessary to engage in such rudimentary experiments. He could simply produce glass directly. Come to think of it, there had been plenty of such soil nearby when he first emerged from the exploration station. It appeared that there was indeed potential for significant endeavors in this regard. Lost in thoughts of the live broadcast, Lin Yue rose to stretch his arms, only to suddenly perceive several dark specks swiftly approaching from the direction of the massive boulder. Although Lin Yue could not discern their exact nature, his mind immediately recalled the monstrous insect he had previously vanquished. As the engine roared back to life, he realized that over a dozen of these dark, insect-like creatures were now within 30 meters of him. After a complex transformation, the rover had morphed into an imposing mecha, radiating an aura of intimidation. At that moment, the black insects charged in closer, and Lin Yue took direct control of the mecha, delivering a powerful kick. Instantly, 4 or 5 of the insect monstrosities were crushed beneath his foot, scattering the others in disarray. This creature was truly repulsive. Lin Yue felt goosebumps erupt all over his body, particularly as he recognized the creature's striking resemblance to cockroaches, which intensified his feelings of revulsion and aversion. Another swift kick dispatched 2 more, and from the corner of his eye, he spotted a vast swarm of dark figures surging toward him. Just how many of these wretched beings were there? Hundreds? Thousands? Xiaobai, engage rover mode. With a commanding shout, the mecha transformed once more into the rover, darting away like an arrow released from a bow. This maneuver successfully created distance between him and the monsters, leaving them far behind. Continuing the battle seemed utterly unnecessary. After all, it merely entailed stomping down or clawing at them. Even with the reduced gravity of Mars, the mecha felt excessively cumbersome. The individual before him was of diminutive stature. Should he ascend along the legs and inadvertently damage or dislodge any crucial components, the mech would merely become a colossal fool, standing idly to absorb blows. Naturally, the signal transceiver must be promptly repaired, and the live broadcast must be hastened. Lin Yue's mind conceived a new objective as he piloted the roving vehicle, speeding across Mars and stirring up a cloud of dust. Chapter 34, His Worth. My lord, according to our sources, the signal from the Mars live broadcast has been severed for over 63 consecutive hours. Over 63 hours? The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. The room shrouded in a haze of smoke, his right index finger rhythmically tapping on the table, the tempo steadily quickening. After a prolonged silence, he inquired, Wilson, has there been any new information from the research center? Wilson hurriedly lowered his gaze. My lord, there is none. The sound of tapping ceased. None yet? What about the emergency contact signal? None. Is the research center's alarm responding? Negative. His fingers abruptly transformed into a fist, crashing down with a resounding thud, toppling the small table to the ground. The middle-aged man's visage darkened, and he grasped his cane, rising to his feet. Wilson, head bowed and perspiration pouring down, interjected. My lord, there is, in fact, some good news. Through our efforts, NASA has finally consented to expedite the launch of the crewed spacecraft. The middle-aged man approached the window and paused, finally hearing the outcome he longed for, his brow easing slightly. And what are their plans? Next month, at the earliest, the manned spacecraft will launch. Wilson dabbed the perspiration from his brow, this being the answer he had received after repeated inquiries. Next month? The middle-aged man pivoted abruptly, retorting, Next month, let alone Tang country. The entirety of the Allied aerospace contingent might have already dispersed to the 4 winds. However, they claim that assembly necessitates time, particularly the intricate calculations for deep space rockets and manned spacecraft. I am a layman, Wilson. The middle-aged man interjected, his gaze fixed on the scenery beyond the window, his tone frigid. A layman is unversed in their convoluted technicalities. I am concerned solely with outcomes, not pretexts or justifications. If it cannot be accomplished, then replacements will be made. Should all fail, then all sponsorships and appropriations will be suspended. The power state does not harbor idlers. Wilson demurred, trembling as he proffered the telephone to the middle-aged man. Presently, the phone of NASA's chief administrator rang, and he answered, "James, I am granting you a mere 3 days. Should a launch prove infeasible within this time frame, I trust you shall be afforded a multi-decadal sabbatical, and my nephew shall inherit your station. Is that understood?" Concluding the call, the middle-aged man turned his attention to a stack of documents upon the desk, a compendium of screenshots, scrutinized ad nauseum, depicting the rover, transmuted by Lin Yue into the form of a colossal canine. Lin's worth, he muttered, far exceeds that of any manned spacecraft. Why can't these imbeciles comprehend this? Tang Country. Imperial Capital, Tang Academy of Sciences. Based on the psychological profile we've compiled of Lin Yue, it seems improbable that he would deliberately sever the live stream signal to fabricate buzz, even given his pursuit of popularity. I am more inclined to believe that he encountered genuine peril. Furthermore, this footage substantiates my conjecture. Fu Longyu addressed the assembled scholars and professors, gesturing toward the projection screen. The image displayed the Martian rover, recently transformed from its canine configuration into its vehicular form, accompanied by the succinct directive heard off-screen, "Xiaobai, engage combat mode." Shortly thereafter, the video lapsed into complete darkness, bereft of both visual and auditory input. As you can observe, the signal terminated immediately after Lin Yue spoke. "We have been in contact with the personnel managing the signal relay satellites, repeatedly transmitting signals to the Martian rover, yet without eliciting any response. Evidently, this factor alone precludes other possibilities, suggesting that the signal transceiver is malfunctioning. Many of you, like ourselves, participated in the rover's design and construction and are cognizant of the potential source of this issue." An approximate schematic of the Martian rover's structure promptly appeared on the screen, with the signal transceiver situated at the rear of the vehicle's roof, highlighted. Fu Longyu adjusted his spectacles. At the time, Lin Yue was approximately 10 meters from the rover, and the signal transceiver was on the roof. I find it implausible that Lin Yue could have damaged the signal transceiver from that distance, even with the assistance of the robotic dog. The audience below engaged in fervent discussions, with some indeed noticing the peculiarities, yet failing to discern the reasons behind the malfunction. With the elimination of the possibility that Lin Yue was responsible for the damage, an alternative explanation emerged, one that Lin Yue fortuitously revealed to us. Fu Longyu switched back to the previous footage. Based on Lin Yue's command to activate the robotic dog for combat, we could deduce that he had encountered a perilous situation. So, I ask you all, what dangers on Mars could compel Lin Yue to instruct the robotic dog to enter combat mode? Certainly not the personnel from the research center. Everyone is aware of their significant distance from Lin Yue, and they could not possibly be present behind the rover at this moment. The rover, transformed into its formidable canine mode, had just descended from the rocky hillside, and nothing else appeared in the frame. Other potential threats would not warrant Lin Yue's command for the robotic dog to engage. Thus, there seems to be a singular possibility. He pointed toward a dark mass closely adhering to the rover's body. Clearly, in the very center of the shot, this indistinct object stood out as the most plausible source of danger, and notably, its position was less than 2 meters from the signal transceiver, remarkably close. Instantly, a stir erupted within the conference room. Fu Longyu's words could not have been clearer. Everyone began to contemplate a possibility, albeit the most improbable option. But how could this be? At last, a young engineer rose to his feet. "Fu, are you suggesting that this object might be alive?" Fu Longyu nodded. Although I too found it hard to believe, it was indeed a possibility. This indistinct entity could disrupt the signal transmission device, instilling a sense of peril within Lin Yue, who even resorted to employing the remarkably formidable robotic dog, readying for combat. Despite my disbelief, eliminating all improbable alternatives, this was the most plausible explanation for the peculiar occurrence. This shadow might very well be a living entity, one that exists beyond the confines of human comprehension. Lin Yue himself is likely the first individual to have encountered extraterrestrial life beyond our blue planet. If we seek answers, we can only await Lin Yue's next broadcast to determine whether this is indeed the most outrageous hypothesis of the century. Fu Longyu took a deep breath, his emotions in a state of turmoil. After a few seconds of silence in the conference room, a voice suddenly pierced the stillness. Chapter 35. Unlocking New Functional Permissions. How many sons do I have? First. Second. This isn't a recorded broadcast, is it? No way. No way. I thought the host had perished. Everyone, take note. The host is alive. Where have you been? I've missed you dearly. I was suffocating, wondering when you'd return. Utterly devoid of professional ethics. You were mandated to stream for 12 hours daily, yet you vanished for 3 days. What were you thinking? Did you wish to lose me? Did you want me to despair over your absence? Who remembers what the host was doing the last time they logged off? I yearned to witness the mech. The mech in its colossal canine form. Swiftly, for I am already in a state of undress. The streamer has not broadcasted for 3 days, perhaps due to unforeseen circumstances. My company has thoughtfully introduced personal accident insurance. Might I suggest you explore it, dear friends? The insurance representative has returned. What of the esteemed individual who promised to elevate their company? I second that motion. I am short because I suffer from acrophobia, generously contributed in Aircraft X1. Can a walnut, squashed by a door, still nourish the mind? Offered a Spacecraft X1. The Lin Yue Universe's Premier Support Club gifted a Super Rocket X5. The barrage of comments poured in, resembling a swarm, piling up chaotically on the screen, while increasingly outrageous contributions sent the live stream's excitement soaring to terrifying heights. Concurrently, the total viewer count surged from 10,000 to a staggering 89,000. It is noteworthy that, at this moment in Tanghua, it is approximately 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the majority are engrossed in their work, with little opportunity to engage with the live stream. Even those who manage to open Douyin are merely utilizing their restroom breaks to catch a glimpse of the enchanting streamer and invigorate their spirits. Only those with unquenchable desires, fantasizing that Lin Yue might showcase a colossal mech capable of transformation, continue to scroll fervently on the screen, hoping to witness their cherished vision. Despite the perplexing interruptions in the broadcast, Lin Yue's fanbase has not only remained steadfast, but has surged to an impressive 60,000, bolstered by the presence of Long Yu and his companions from the Tang Institute of Technology, a gathering of esteemed scholars, experts, and scientists, who typically immerse themselves in research and experiments across various venues, now find themselves captivated by a diminutive screen in their hands. Fixated on the young individual whose presence shatters their conventional wisdom while simultaneously exuding an irresistible allure. Lin Yue's unexpected live broadcast has shattered the monotony of an otherwise languid afternoon, prompting some to raise their arms in enthusiastic acclaim. At this moment, Lin Yue faces the camera with a serene expression. He sits composedly in the driver's seat, patiently waiting for the fervor generated by the audience's generosity to subside before he speaks. Lin Yue leans forward slightly, expressing his gratitude. Just moments ago, I managed to repair the signal transmission device, enabling me to reconnect with all of you. Naturally, I did not remain idle during these past 3 days. After restoring the navigation system, I traveled tirelessly day and night. In fact, just a short while ago, I utilized the canine mode to take a few shortcuts across the Arabian Plateau, reducing the total distance by over 3,000 kilometers. And I have finally reached the heart of the Acidalia Plain. I am now less than 2,000 kilometers away from the research center. Even during this live broadcast, the rover continues to navigate forward along its designated route, traveling at a speed of 80 kilometers per hour, even while I sleep. I anticipate that by midnight tomorrow, I shall arrive at the territory of our good neighbors, ready to extend a cordial greeting. As Lin Yue spoke, he directed the hovering camera to focus on the Mars electronic navigation device, diligently charting the course. The icon representing the roaming vehicle continues to advance, and the distance to the research center is indeed drawing near. Emma, are you joking right from the start of your broadcast? Over 6,000 kilometers in just 4 days? Surely, this isn't merely driving. It resembles flying. This is utterly absurd, my friend. There's nothing to it but the automatic transmission. Previously, the host mentioned that if one drives continuously for 5 days, they would reach their destination. I had my doubts, but now, gazing at this map, I can't shake the feeling that tonight, I might wake in the middle of the night, crying and slapping my own face. The host exaggerates. Over 6,000 kilometers on Blue Star, traversing uninterrupted highways could indeed be managed, but isn't this Mars we're discussing? I recall the information stating that this region is filled with rubble and desert, with rugged and uneven roads. How did you manage to drive here? As a master's graduate in thermal energy and power engineering, I hereby formally declare war on this host. At this point, I can confidently assert that this is all a blatant fabrication. Host, do you dare to share your engine status report? I thought not. Indeed, this host speaks nonsense. Previously, when I inquired with our mentor about artificially synthesized starch, The mentor remarked that this is merely a pseudoscience, entirely unfeasible. Regarding robots, surely you are aware that current technology is capable of creating remarkably lifelike imitations. Naturally, this navigation map is also a fabrication. The host is excessively audacious, seemingly unaware that our nation, Tang, values humility. Such ignorance is astounding. Let us not forget that this host graduated in tourism. It is well known that a tour guide's words often lack veracity. I harbor suspicions that the Moonstone host has orchestrated the deterioration of this channel. Otherwise, how could he attract such a multitude of viewers? His sole intention seems to be garnering attention. The scale of it is, in fact, quite considerable. Other viewers have also noted this phenomenon, almost instinctively associating it with a particular type of individual. Let's call them the detractors, or perhaps the hired critics. A faction appears to be conspiring against Lin Yue. Many in the live stream are acutely aware of this. This small Douyin live stream, situated in Tang country, is far from the simplicity of others. Unlike other channels that receive support and traffic boosts, here, the value of the official channel is hardly comprehensible. There is absolutely no form of assistance or traffic guidance whatsoever. Indeed, none at all. What is even more outrageous is that everyone has realized that if you wish to watch this live stream abroad, you are out of luck. There is simply no signal, and it remains restricted. Those with sharper minds began to edit clips when Lin Yue was generating a fan base, eagerly preparing their edits to seize a moment of profit. However, they soon discovered that regardless of the video platform, uploading their content was impossible. Strict reviews are mandatory. Even those fortunate enough to manage an upload face immediate removal or outright bans. Furthermore, any attempts to establish fan groups are swiftly shut down. Doubt it? Even your account may be suspended. As for news coverage or media hype, there is absolutely none. A minor celebrity stumbling today can make headlines. Yet the events surrounding the Martian livestream are scarcely mentioned. This, too, contributes to the slow growth of Lin Yue's viewer count, leading many to speculate various conspiracy theories. Suddenly, a plethora of fans of Lin Yue emerged, and at that moment, the viewers, captivated by the various maneuvers of the host, commenced a fervent counterattack. Even some prominent figures began to initiate a new wave of donations: rockets, airplanes, carnivals, and super rockets. One after another, these contributions surged, astonishingly propelling the total number of online viewers in the live stream to an astounding 13,000. Lin Yue gazed at the screen, witnessing this renewed frenzy. His brows raised in astonishment. He mused to himself, "What on earth have I done to provoke such enthusiasm from you all?" Suddenly, a voice resonated in his mind. Detected that the total donations in the host's live stream have surpassed the threshold for unlocking new functional privileges. New features activated. Chapter 36. Listen to me. Thank you. Detected that the total donations in the host's live stream have surpassed the threshold for unlocking new functional privileges. New features activated. The total amount of donations in the live stream will be converted into technology points at a ratio of 1 to 10,000. Based on the most recent donation, the total accumulated donations thus far yield you 3 technology points. The remainder will be combined with the next donation amount for the conversion into technology points, accumulating until reaching 10. The technology point marketplace has been activated. Lin Yue was utterly frozen in front of the camera. Good gracious, is this system mocking me? Typically, I receive none of the donations. Holding money on Mars is utterly futile. Donations only serve to attract attention and are fundamentally of no practical use. This feature's very existence appears to be merely to frustrate me. I see you've heard all my grievances. Haven to you, system? Listen to me. Thank you, for your presence has warmed all seasons. I express my gratitude for your existence, for it has rendered the world more beautiful. System, experience the power of enchanting melodies that penetrate the mind. There is no need to thank me. As Lin Yue concluded his performance, he suddenly realized, wait, why is this song incessantly playing in my mind? He hastily composed himself, directing the camera toward his face. Listen to me, everyone. Let us all remain calm. It is well known that as a mere dispatch officer, I am incapable of causing the Moonstone spacecraft to explode mid-air, thus plunging myself into irretrievable despair. Indeed, the debris even struck the food storage unit of the observation station. What was I thinking to act so recklessly? Upon uttering this, Lin Yue felt no flush of embarrassment nor any racing heart. He remained composed and unflustered. In that moment, he sensed his potential to become a master deceiver. The Moonstone? That was indeed my doing. The automatic control succumbed to the weight of my negligence, transforming into manual control. subsequently resulting in a catastrophic display over Mars. As for further explanations, I have no desire to elaborate. There are those among you with remarkable talents, yet they remain undiscovered, merely awaiting the right opportunity. Upon finishing this statement, the livestream chat erupted with comments. The fervor within the hearts of viewers seemed ignited, as they began to echo the sentiment that I am destined for greatness, affirming his genius, and proclaiming that the host merely had the fortune of opportunity, and so forth. Lin Yue's words not only praised himself, but also uplifted his audience. One must ponder, how many could withstand such a challenge? A deluge of accolades descended once more. Unlike before, Lin Yue was no longer indifferent to these monetary gifts. Now, they could be transmuted into technological advancement points. And although the contents of the marketplace remained a mystery, this represented a qualitative shift. Donations, the more the merrier, everyone. In his mind, as the tech points ascended from 3 to 5, Lin Yue cleared his throat and resumed the broadcast. One more thing, he added, to the naysayers. The internet is not beyond the reach of the law. Furthermore, he inquired of those persistent detractors, are there any avenues for enrichment? I'm open to collaboration. Whether it's a few dollars or cents per post. I'm well versed in the craft and not fastidious. Since his last encounter with those unnerving creatures, Lin Yue had not encountered them again. Moreover, he fortuitously discovered a trivial component on Little White, which he used to repair the signal transceiver. This, coupled with the unlocking of a new system function, had elevated his spirits. The audience in the broadcast room was in hysterics. They mused that a typical streamer would have banned the detractors outright. Yet this streamer was considering joining their ranks to share in the earnings. Several detractors, sensing the shift in momentum, retreated. Only a few, motivated by a few dollars per post, remained defiant but were soon ridiculed, taunted, and berated by other viewers until their resolve crumbled. Although Lin Yue was uncertain of the origin of these individuals, he believed that notoriety, even if negative, was still publicity. He allowed them to persist, reasoning that their contributions, however misguided, would elevate the level of discourse and generate buzz. Once the intensity of the live broadcast reached a satisfactory level, Lin Yue resolved to commence today's topic. It had been a few days since he last connected with his audience, and as the host of this live stream, the inability to engage with them during this time had left him feeling somewhat stifled. Thus, he felt compelled to present something remarkable today, lest he disappoint the eager viewers. Upon finishing his thoughts, Lin Yue glanced out the window to behold several dark red rocky mountains towering in the distance. He realized he had stumbled upon a stroke of good fortune. A few small figures darted past the rocky formations in a moment of distraction. One might mistake them for illusions from Mars, yet Lin Yue knew precisely what they were. Moreover, he was acutely aware of the immense buzz that would ensue from revealing this discovery. The target of 300,000 viewers might not be too challenging to achieve after all. He gently halted the rover, allowing the floating camera, which had been conserving energy for the past few days, to venture into the frigid environment, approximately 10 degrees below zero, to initiate this live broadcast. Dear viewers, in this session, let us first revisit the past before embracing the new. Xiaobai, who had been patiently awaiting his turn in the passenger seat without a hint of complaint, promptly adopted his role as Lin Yue instructed, obediently transforming into an octoped robot. Resting atop the metallic pillar of the main control console, the surrounding floating cameras quickly captured the entire transformation process of the rover, a spectacle that was intricate, detailed, and undeniably aesthetic. If one were to identify a flaw, it would be that the primary control console, positioned at the head, resembles more of an ornamental piece than the brain of a robot. I am satisfied. Robots embody the romance of man. Gazing at my Porsche, it suddenly appears to me as mere scrap metal. Can this host transform? Money is no object. I concur. I too desire a transforming vehicle. A plethora of comments floated by in the chat, and at that moment, Lin Yue suddenly shifted the topic. He had previously promised everyone to address the naming of the mecha, a matter that had been delayed for quite some time. I had read all the comments in the section below, but the name that garnered the most votes, too many enemies to disclose my name, is hardly formidable or imposing. The second place name, longer names attract fools, is equally abstract, while the third, this grievance lasts for eternity, is utterly nonsensical. Lin Yue felt quite helpless in response to this. The current audience is too abstract. Thus, I have bestowed upon the mecha a name that aptly reflects its characteristics and is easily memorable. With confidence, Lin Yue gazed into the camera. Come on, Xiao Yang, show them what you've got. Almost in perfect synchrony with this declaration, The colossal mecha executed a backflip on the spot. After a moment of physical and psychological astonishment, the audience collectively flooded the chat with comments, overwhelming the entire livestream. Chapter 37. This is the answer. In an ordinary livestream, a host might perform a backflip, showcasing undeniable skill, a feat few could replicate, indeed demonstrating considerable prowess. However, in Lin Yue's livestream, the audience found themselves utterly astonished. A backflip, even performed from Mars, would elicit minimal reaction, with viewers merely acknowledging the planet's lower gravity as an explanation for the remarkable display. Yet, what transpired was astonishing. A colossal mech, towering at over 10 meters, robust and entirely metallic, executed a backflip upon command, its precision so impeccable that even a judge scoring it would deem a 9 to be biased. One must ponder the implications of such an exhibition. Is it a challenge to all competitors? Or perhaps a sign that our minds and bodies are not yet dulled by the sheer magnitude of this spectacle? While many viewers were left in awe, some experts in mechanics and dynamics found themselves ensnared in profound self-doubt. Previously, the transformation of rovers into mech form appeared rather stiff and uncoordinated. However, now they witnessed a staggering leap in agility, nearly indistinguishable from human movement, with an exceptional sense of balance. How could Lin Yue manage to calibrate this transformative structure to such perfection in merely a few days? As many had begun drafting plans, calculating various metrics, and discussing the feasibility of giant mechs, Lin Yue's singular maneuver left them utterly speechless. Could it truly be possible to achieve such feats? Executing a backflip is beyond my capabilities. Given that the Mars rover weighs 17 tons and Martian gravity is 0.38 g, calculate the extent of my total paralysis. Having undergone training, I must concede that a backflip is elementary, yet evaluating a colossal mecha executing one is excessively abstract. Could someone elucidate the streamer's audacious maneuver in layman's terms? Disregard that. Astonishing. This youth is exceptionally skilled. In all candor, Lin Yue's principal flaw lies in his ineptitude for nomenclature. The appellation Xiao Yang is particularly uninspired. The barrage of on-screen comments cascaded like a ceaseless torrent. A flurry of virtual gifts ensued, a continuous stream of modest contributions. Simultaneously, those who previously deemed the transforming mecha as excessively rigid and devoid of fluidity have been silenced. The maneuver executed surpasses my own capabilities, let alone my grandmother's. Presently, the audience within the livestream possesses a newfound skepticism towards special effects videos masquerading as science fiction. Public accounts purporting future technology, and even established influencers with limited authentic innovations. The allure of so-called black technology has diminished. Previously, viewers lauded these entities. Yet in contrast to Lin Yue's creation, their endeavors appear prosaic, insipid, and imaginatively bankrupt. In the Martian live broadcast room, Lin Yue not only has the ability to synthesize starch, but the transforming robotic dog can metamorphose into either a mech or a colossal beast-like rover, exhibiting remarkable agility and coordination, which I absolutely adore. However, there are others urging Lin Yue to elaborate on what transpired after the live signal was interrupted. Furthermore, Lin Yue has noticed that these barrage comments seem to be increasing gradually. Excellent, continue. It's still insufficient, Lin Yue remarked while gazing out the window. In the distance, several dark figures emerged from among the rocks, pausing briefly to glance this way before hastily moving on. Their speed was commendable, and they appeared quite nimble. Lin Yue turned his attention back to the live stream, awaiting the opportune moment. To amplify the broadcast's impact, it was essential to foster a larger discussion, to incite more viewers, especially after Xiao Yang's backflip had thoroughly ignited the live room, creating an exuberant atmosphere. This successful build-up stabilized the total viewership at approximately 14,000. Before the grand finale, there must be a captivating spectacle to precede it. Host, you still haven't mentioned what happened earlier. Indeed, you glossed over it. It feels like a significant matter. Although the name Xiao Yang is somewhat amusing, I am far more curious about why your signal transmitter malfunctioned. There are numerous inquiries regarding what occurred after the signal disruption. The moment has arrived. It is time to unveil the truth of Mars to everyone. The name Xiao Yang was merely a jest and should not be regarded as a formal designation. Having just witnessed the mecha's astonishing backflip, it is evident that I have once again undertaken a series of upgrades to the roving vehicle. It can be said that I have maximized its potential under the current circumstances. Lin Yue, piloting the mecha, strides resolutely towards the rocky outcrop, drawing ever closer. At this moment, he observes that 6 colossal black insectoid creatures have begun to converge upon him as he approaches. Through his previous encounters with these entities, he has discerned certain patterns. The black insect monsters seem to inhabit only the vicinity of immense rock formations or mountainous regions, exhibiting an inexplicable and intense desire to disrupt the signal transmission devices aboard the roving vehicle. Their prior evasion of detection by the scientists who arrived on Mars may be attributed to the fact that both the observation stations and research centers were established in the plains, far removed from the mountainous areas. What transpired at the moment the live broadcast was abruptly terminated? Why did I instruct Stauby to enter combat mode? Given the audience's curiosity, let your eyes behold the unfolding events. And therein lies the answer. As the floating camera captures the scene, viewers suddenly realize that the gigantic mecha surged forward with tremendous force immediately after Lin Yue's words. The sheer impact of its violent movement is truly formidable, and the lens focuses on a cluster of black entities that have mysteriously gathered on the ground ahead. Lin Yue, maneuvering the mecha, has now approached the swarm of black insects, only to execute a sudden backflip. The camera reveals a swirling cloud of dust, gradually settling into calmness. The audience in the live broadcast room widened their eyes, fixated upon the screen. At this moment, they sensed that what was about to unfold might surpass their wildest imaginations. Moments later, the colossal foot of the mech was raised. Its massive claw emerged from the deep pit, grasping something within. The camera gradually zoomed in, magnifying the scene. Over 140,000 viewers, in that instant, beheld something incomprehensible, their disbelief mingling with terror as they witnessed the true nature of an unfathomable entity. The live stream trembled with an unprecedented intensity as a result. Chapter 38, A Historic Discovery. Mars, though desolate, is far from lifeless. Outside the camera's view, Lin Yue's voice gently resonated. You may perceive this red planet as merely a realm of billions of years of coldness and lifelessness. Yet, today we learn that life, it seems, is not unique to the blue planet within our solar system. The dark object was magnified, revealing the grotesque remains clearly in the frame, accompanied by a thin layer of frost blanketing the congealed bodily fluids. This sight tugged at the already frayed nerves of every viewer, easily severing them. Humanity has continuously launched satellites into space, countless times utilizing telescopes to observe beyond the solar system, speculating on where life-sustaining soil might be found. Dreaming of a future where we could inhabit a distant world that could be deemed a second home, while searching for any trace of extraterrestrial life beyond our blue planet. Despite the launch of exploratory satellites and manned spacecraft, humanity has discovered no evidence of life within the solar system, apart from that of Earth. However, at this very moment, as everyone witnesses firsthand this entity emerging on Mars, a planet we had previously deemed a dead star, what thoughts arise within us? Lin Yue's voice ushered in a profound silence across the live broadcast. As if prearranged or due to a sudden disconnection, not a single comment appeared. Everyone silently beheld the corpse of a creature whose existence seemed utterly impossible, yet undeniably real. At that moment, their hearts were consumed by nothing but awe, trepidation, bewilderment, and a profound skepticism towards the entire world. Of course, there were those who remained unwilling to believe, and even some detractors who stubbornly resisted. After several seconds, as the first comment surfaced, they began to proliferate like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. If the broadcaster says it is, then it is. You can even fabricate mecha. Surely you can create a few dark, unidentifiable corpses resembling models? Does Mars possess oxygen? Water? Have you considered the magnetic field? Are you dismissing radiation as if it were the insignificant amount from a cell phone? Who am I even watching? Tell me. It is not special effects. I've always felt suspected and guessed that this broadcaster is actually within our Tang nation, right here among us, constantly present in some studio. I had no evidence before, but now? I've caught a loophole. Ha! These broken leather suits wholesale for 100 yuan for 20. Does the broadcaster have copyright for these fake creations? At least come up with an appearance that transcends human understanding. It's almost the same as those Martian aliens and District 9 prawns. Utterly unoriginal. Has anyone accompanied me to witness the spectacle of the extraordinary orbs? This deceitful streamer has begun to ramble before the event has even commenced. Following a brief moment of bewilderment, many began to echo the sentiments of doubt, joining the throng of skeptics. Although some refrained from participating, they nonetheless clamored for Lin Yue to provide a plausible explanation regarding the authenticity of the events. Indeed, The situation was exceedingly difficult to accept. Even those with the most fantastical notions, speculating about extraterrestrial beings, found their convictions wavering when confronted with the undeniable reality. The deeply entrenched belief that Mars harbored no life was shaken, and the overwhelming majority of individuals felt similarly. Lin Yue had anticipated such an occurrence. He lifted his gaze towards the vicinity of the colossal rock, and fortuitously, several black insect-like creatures, seemingly in concert with his undertaking, charged toward him. Perhaps they were correct in asserting that the harsh Martian environment could not sustain life. Yet, the undeniable truth remained. They existed, and in abundance. Upon concluding his statement, Lin Yue abruptly extended the massive arm of his mech, discarding the crushed remains of the creatures beneath him. In an instant, the now agile mech seized a black insect that had just crawled to his feet. Simultaneously, one foot lifted after the other, reducing the remaining creatures to mere pulp. The camera captured every moment of Lin Yue's actions in their entirety. From the moment those creatures approached, the audience in the live stream witnessed the entire sequence with clarity, including a close-up of the black insect, ensnared yet valiantly struggling against the grip of the sharp claws. The significance of their existence is not in their potentiality, rather. It is their very existence that holds importance. Lin Yue guided the mech forward with deliberate slowness, while simultaneously, the live stream divided into two distinct images. On the left, a captured insect was expelling an elongated appendage from its mouth, fiercely clinging to the mech's sharp claw. On the right, numerous dark silhouettes emerged from the rocky terrain, relentlessly charging towards the mech's position. The audience in the live stream, upon witnessing these living black insect monstrosities, fell into a profound silence, rendering the chat devoid of commentary. Even the skeptics ceased their barrage of messages. After all, even if it were merely special effects, the realism was astonishing. No, even the most proficient teams in the world could not produce such effects in real time during a live stream. Those who still clung to the notion of it being mere effects must surely be lacking in reason. I now believe, truly believe, my goodness, there is life on Mars. Could this not be a monumental discovery of the century? Discovery of the century 1. I can't take it anymore. I told my mother I had discovered Martian life, and she suggested I seek medical attention. Now, my mother and I find ourselves kneeling on the ground, captivated by this spectacle. Help! The Martians are coming to invade Earth. Oh, streamer, you possess great abilities. Eliminate them all. As Lin Yue piloted the mech, he crushed two more creatures beneath his feet, only to find one climbing up his leg. With precision, he grasped it with his claw and swiftly discarded it beneath his foot to ensure its demise. His voice resonated once more. These black insects are what I encountered that night. As one can observe, this entity bears a striking resemblance to a creature of the insect realm, with a height not dissimilar to that of a human. The question of its intelligence remains shrouded in uncertainty. However, one thing is unequivocal. It harbors an intense desire to wreak havoc upon signal reception and transmission devices. Current intelligence suggests that these beings inhabit the vicinity of colossal rock formations or lofty mountains. Their speed is comparable to that of humans, yet they exhibit a remarkable agility. Moreover, as one can see, they are encased in a remarkably thick exoskeleton, rendering even the swiftest strikes from a heated blade ineffective. I may indeed be among the first in this world to have encountered such Martian monstrosities. Yet it is equally possible that I am among the earliest to confront their inherent dangers. Different from our kind, their hearts must surely be distinct. Esteemed audience, if you stand here, witnessing this spectacle, how shall you respond? The scene shifts to the side of the massive rock. Over 140,000 spectators behold the onslaught of a dark swarm, akin to a tide of black insects, surging forth towards the mechanized giants. Chapter 39. You say so, so it is? Within the conference room of the Academy of Sciences, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. More than 200 individuals fixated their gazes upon the screen, terrified that a mere blink might cause them to miss a pivotal moment. No one could pinpoint when the demeanor of this seemingly unremarkable envoy began to shift. Was it perhaps the synthesis of starch, or an earlier event, or had it always been this way? In truth, this envoy has long awaited an opportunity to unleash the vast reservoir of knowledge and practical skills he possesses. Could it be that his so-called tourism expertise is merely a fade? The transformation of the robotic dog is, in fact, quite comprehensible, albeit somewhat avant-garde. The prominent figures involved seem to grasp the concept well. Lin Yue appears to possess an inherent talent in this domain. Under such limited conditions, He succeeded in transforming a relatively rudimentary robotic dog into one capable of triple transformation, clearly demonstrating remarkable skill. However, the subsequent disassembly and reassembly of the rover is undeniably ahead of its time. When it was revealed that the rover could also morph into a mech and a colossal beast, no one could remain composed. There were directives issued, urging them to endeavor to create a similar mech along that line of thought. Yet, this is no simple task. Suddenly, everyone's confidence waned. Imitation? Is it even feasible to replicate such a thing? Even with the means, it cannot be replicated. Without the means, it is impossible to create the conditions necessary for replication. Nevertheless, some individuals wagered their dignity and decided to take a chance, believing it worth a try. Almost 3 days later, when Lin Yue resumed his broadcast, the audience was astonished to witness the rover transforming into a giant mech, suddenly exhibiting a level of agility far surpassing its previous capabilities, even performing seamless backflips. The vast office filled with synchronized gasps of astonishment. Such a mech could not possibly exist within the realm of contemporary technological prowess. Those who previously thought it might be feasible now shook their heads in disbelief, as if they were rattling maracas. How could this be possible? How could such technology be observed in the present day? Little did they realize, the unfolding events were far from concluding simply. Within mere minutes, in a live stream attended by over 140,000 viewers, the spectacle continued. Lin Yue astonishingly revealed a matter capable of igniting global upheaval to the public. Mars indeed harbors life. Initially, when they witnessed Lin Yue adeptly maneuvering a mech to execute a backflip and crush a dark, amorphous creature, they were taken aback. Yet their belief remained unshaken. However, the subsequent display of a writhing, living mass of black insects utterly shattered the limits of their previously held worldviews. Mars is teeming with life, and this monumental discovery was first unveiled to the world by this envoy. Indeed, the usually composed Fu Longyu, who prided himself on his unflappable demeanor, found himself trembling uncontrollably. His hypothesis was undeniably validated, though he had sought to prepare himself and everyone present. Witnessing the emergence of such extraterrestrial beings rendered him incapable of suppressing his astonishment and awe. After all those years of exploration on Mars, conducting extensive research, none had ascertained the existence of life, particularly in the form of these insectoid monstrosities, until Lin Yue encountered them. He had even endured an assault from such creatures. And just moments ago, he had vanquished a swarm before their very eyes. Fu Longyu's voice rose in fervor as he realized he could no longer contain his emotions. Who among those present could claim otherwise? Many, like Fu Longyu, rose to their feet, roaring in exhilaration. The normally stoic and research-focused elites transformed as if possessed by a different spirit. The Martian life form unearthed by Lin Yue directly addresses a lacuna in humankind's cosmic exploration annals concerning extraterrestrial discoveries. A silver-haired professor, none other than Tang Lifeng, the Director General of the Blue Star United Aerospace, arose on the stage, his voice tremulous and eyes glistening with tears. Professor Tang, a luminary in the chronicles of human deep space exploration, has indelibly marked history. Without his contributions, the monumental achievements of landing on Mars and Ceres would not have been realized. To garner even a modicum of approval from the architect of modern aeronautics is the ultimate aspiration for those dedicated to the aerospace domain. The unearthing of Martian organisms constitutes a seminal moment in the chronicles of cosmic deep space exploration. Lin Yue has etched his name into the annals of human aerospace endeavors. Overjoyed, Tang Lifeng lauded Lin Yue with effusive praise. In his excitement, he promptly retrieved and ingested his anti-hypertensive medication, while the composure of others present was palpably shaken. Envy and jealousy permeated the hearts of those assembled. Had they, instead of Lin Yue, been the discoverers of this extraterrestrial life form? Such high commendation from Professor Tang would have surpassed the attainment of any Nobel Prize. This was the coveted dream, the lifelong pursuit of countless individuals. Amidst their envy of Lin Yue, they also felt a surge of national pride, knowing that he was a citizen of Tang. At that moment, the live broadcast's visuals transitioned, revealing a ravenous horde of dark insects, akin to a black tidal wave, surging toward the Mecca. The entire conference room soon became tense. If this region harbors such a multitude, how many might exist across the entirety of Mars? What sustenance do they consume? How is it that they can withstand the extreme cold, high radiation, low pressure, and the absence of oxygen? Why do they, as Lin Yue mentioned, Exhibit a penchant for attacking signal transmission devices? No, that is not correct. Lin Yue is currently in grave danger. The mandibles of the insect captured by the mech are not mere decorations, and those peculiar limbs seem to possess considerable offensive capability. If such a vast number of insects were to wreak havoc upon the mech, Lin Yue would find himself facing certain demise. Everyone's hearts raced. Their anxieties palpable as they gazed at the screen, concerned for Lin Yue, a billion kilometers away. However, Lin Yue himself felt no trepidation or fear. Glancing at the livestream audience, he was astonished to see the numbers swell from just over 140,000 to 150,000, then 160,000, and rapidly climbing to 190,000 and 200,000. Bolstered by this terrifying popularity, Lin Yue realized he was completing tasks at a far swifter pace than before. Indeed, after revealing the existence of the insects, the viewership had spiraled beyond control. As he observed the relentless tide of black insects, he felt little more than indifference. This influx is truly welcome, Lin Yue remarked casually. In an instant, the colossal mech transformed into a rover, swiftly executing a reverse turn and charging straight towards the forefront of the insects. Chapter 40. Its immense size, a colossal, ebony insectoid monstrosity congregated upon the crimson terrain, its presence undeniably conspicuous. The hovering surveillance drone, having long since relocated to the opposite side of the chasm, redirected its perspective from the increasingly dense swarm of black insects, captured in excruciating detail toward the oncoming rover. Subsequently, the lens showcased a scene of the rover hurtling forward with tremendous momentum, just moments before the rover collided with the insect horde. Viewers of the live broadcast were astonished to witness its transformation. Yet, it was neither a mecha form nor a canine configuration. They suddenly realized that this was a novel form of transformation akin to a vessel. A shield extended from the rover's front, while on either side, appendages unfurled, each terminating in sharpened talons that splayed outward. These claws commenced a frenzied gyration. The rover, propelled by its formidable kinetic energy, impacted the onrushing swarm. Protected by the extended shield, it remained impervious to the brunt of the assault. The lateral claws ensnared any surviving insects, instantly transforming them into a macabre mincemeat. Fragments of the black insects remained scattered in all directions, their lives summarily extinguished. However, Lin Yue did not linger in combat. As anticipated, the black insect monstrosities dared not venture far from the rocky formations, their movements confined to a limited radius. Esteemed viewers, Lin Yue began. While the rover may presently appear formidable, it lacks the necessary armament to effectively combat these black insect monstrosities. Furthermore, their sheer numbers are overwhelming. This method serves merely as a deterrent. Although this colossal mecha exhibits sufficient agility, its drawback lies in its immensity. As Lin Yue articulated this, he manipulated the rover to metamorphose once more into its mecha configuration, utilizing its claws to seize a pair of dark insects that had surreptitiously affixed themselves to its frame. Its sheer size is a hindrance. The prospect of piloting a gargantuan mecha in combat is universally appealing, particularly one endowed with a triple transformation capability. Its allure surpasses even that of an Aston Martin. Yet, you dare to lament its magnitude? Nevertheless, witnessing Lin Yue's effortless command assuaged the anxieties of many. The appearance and sheer number of the dark insects were undeniably terrifying. Extraterrestrial entities, in the fundamental human psyche, evoke an innate sense of dread and fascination. Fear is the only thing to be feared. The most efficacious method of confronting fear is to directly confront it and then vanquish it with a smile. Consequently, the public harbors no aversion to Lin Yue's extermination of this newly discovered alien life form. The mecha's magnitude, despite its agility, renders it cumbersome. As previously observed, while a small number of these creatures surreptitiously ascending the mecha poses no immediate threat, a larger swarm would prove problematic. At that juncture, Lin Yue discerned that the two dark insect monsters, which had been frantically struggling moments prior, were gradually succumbing to inactivity and ultimately ceased all movement. Dead. Lin Yue's brow furrowed. I didn't even touch you too. How did you just die? In the live stream, some onlookers jested, wow, psychic monster slaying. This streamer is exceptionally kind. Prioritizing a painless demise. This is a novel tactic, beyond my limited comprehension. I wonder if the streamer can perform such feats remotely? A friend of mine wishes to eliminate someone. Could it be that the mech's claws were coated in insecticide? The commenter above is being absurd. I believe these two insects are attempting to extort the streamer. Shouldn't the streamer be allowed to salvage something before departing? Lin Yue, observing the comments, found them quite outlandish. If I possessed such psychic abilities, I would ensure you all embarked on a nocturnal pilgrimage to find Lao Ba, indulging in his infamous lavatory-concocted delicacy until your stomachs were content. He pondered further before a sudden realization dawned upon him. He gazed into the distance. The dark insects still hesitated to approach. Yet the two specimens held in the claws were deceased. Wait, why were they so agitated, dispatching this entire army to confront me? Signal transceiver. So that's it. It wasn't about destroying the transceiver, but rather, approaching too closely without disabling it would result in the demise of these creatures. How strangely poetic. The camera refocused on Lin Yue's face. Ladies and gentlemen, having witnessed these Martian black insect creatures, I trust you now comprehend that this once familiar red planet has become significantly more alien. As humans, upon discovering life on another world, I doubt anyone could remain indifferent. Yet, when we truly encounter these creatures, can we engage in any form of communication with them as we have imagined? The answer appears rather straightforward. Lin Yue glanced at the dark insects, restarted the vehicle, and drove towards the predetermined research center. These Martian natives, whose intelligence remains ambiguous, seemed less than welcoming to us, the visitors from the blue planet. In their own manner, they swiftly established a relationship with me, a decidedly adversarial one. The speed of the rover continued to increase. And before the camera, Lin Yue maintained a calm demeanor, while the number of viewers in the live stream had soared to 210,000. However, this figure did not seem to rise as dramatically as one might expect. Indeed, it was evident that the live stream was being throttled. From my observations, the monstrous black insects on Mars do not seem to possess what could be termed civilization. Therefore, those of you far away on the blue planet need not panic. The scenario of Martians attacking Earth does not appear imminent. Nevertheless, for my own survival in this environment, it seems necessary to teach these creatures a lesson. Otherwise, our live broadcast may not continue. Tomorrow afternoon, I will arrive at the research center, where more surprises await us. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes today's broadcast. We shall reconvene at 4 o'clock tomorrow. Chapter 41. Technological points. Having turned off the incessantly ringing alarm, Lin Yue, still bleary-eyed and yawning, rose from his seat. Stretching his limbs, he cast a gaze out of the window. The rover perseveres in its onward trajectory, maintaining a velocity of 80 kilometers per hour under the guidance of its navigation system, while Lin Yue recuperates. Yesterday, in his endeavor to expedite progress, Lin Yue drove at maximum velocity until the early hours, thereby substantially reducing the remaining distance. Consequently, the research center is now within close proximity. The cerulean sun persists in its customary manner. However, the atmospheric conditions today appear to be significantly more favorable than those of the preceding day, as evidenced by the enhanced clarity of the sky. Presently, as dawn breaks here, it is approximately midday on Blue Star. By the time they arrive at the research center in the afternoon, it will be evening on Blue Star, an opportune time for a live broadcast. Casting a glance at the small white robot dog charging on the passenger seat, Lin Yue stroked its metallic head. The diminutive automaton tilted its head upward, evidently relishing the gesture, emulating the behavior of a genuine canine, and emitting a soft whimper. Ultimately, it even rose to its feet and pawed at the charging connector, expressing a desire to engage in playful interaction with Lin Yue. You were indeed quite diligent yesterday. Now, lie down. The small white robot dog promptly obeyed, assuming a prone position and fixing its limpid, camera-like eyes upon Lin Yue, exhibiting remarkable docility. This diminutive automaton, having undergone a transformative experience through Lin Yue's profound mechanical comprehension skills, has undergone a remarkable evolution, bearing scant resemblance to its former, inert self. Nevertheless, despite the plethora of concepts for further augmenting the small white robot dog that now occupy his mind, the prevailing circumstances impose constraints that preclude their immediate realization. Proceeding to the rear of the vehicle, Lin Yue opened the refrigerator, extracted a package of stewed jelly, and briefly heated it in the microwave. Subsequently, he deftly retrieved an assortment of condiments and commenced mixing them together. Consuming this dish repeatedly can indeed become quite monotonous, even with the assistance of condiments. Lin Yue's mind continued to emit signals of aversion. Whether transformed into noodles, stews, or other variations, it fundamentally remained a starch. After mustering the resolve to finish it, Lin Yue did not immediately proceed to drive. Instead, he summoned his interface. Since the system had activated a new feature yesterday, granting him technological points. He had yet to thoroughly explore its offerings. Host: Lin Yue. Skills: essential survival techniques for space, advanced mechanical comprehension, elite mineral exploration and refinement. Task 3. Achieve simultaneous online presence of 300,000 in the live stream. Task completion status: incomplete. Current technological points: 5 technological points. Marketplace: basic. As before, the interface remained rather straightforward. However, it now included an additional technological point, along with the mention of a basic technological points marketplace. Silently invoking the marketplace, a new screen swiftly materialized in his mind. Resembling a familiar online shopping platform, yet the items for sale were far from ordinary. Automatic targeting pistol with ammunition. 6 points, rapid growth agent. 4 points, excavation drill design blueprint. 24 points, microbial cultivation device. 15 points, high-performance analgesic. 1 point, high-performance water electrolysis device design blueprint. 10 points, titanium alloy. 3 points, renewable underwater breathing apparatus. 7 points, instant coffee. 2 points, soilless cultivation kit. 6 points. These 10 items represent the entirety of what can be procured with technological points in the current marketplace. To Lin Yue's surprise, there are no skills to be found among them. Instead, they comprise various tools, items, and several so-called blueprints. Some seem rather trivial, such as instant coffee and the renewable underwater breathing apparatus. The former is something he does not consume, while the latter raises the question of where, on Mars, one would find sufficient water for breathing. It does seem a bit absurd. Upon examining the others, the excavation drill appears promising, yet it is merely a blueprint, without materials. What utility does it hold for me? The soilless cultivation kit and the microbial cultivation device seem somewhat viable as well. Wait, titanium alloy also seems to have considerable potential applications. Lin Yue meticulously assessed the scope and possibilities of each item. However, after a while, he closed the marketplace panel. To be honest, while his technological points could allow him to purchase some of these items, the amount is still quite insufficient. Unless he encounters a benefactor willing to bestow a generous donation, these scant technological points will remain inadequate for significant endeavors. And to receive such donations, one must exhibit remarkable capabilities to attract attention. Much like before, a spectacular backflip or something of the sort would certainly captivate the audience. A greater array of such intriguing spectacles is essential to draw in viewers. Lin Yue initially believed that the sensational news regarding the Martian black insect creature would undoubtedly create a significant stir, enabling him to swiftly complete the task of achieving 300,000 simultaneous viewers. However, it appears that this is not the case. It seems there is a deliberate effort from the platform to suppress this information. Why might that be? Is there an intent to prevent the public from becoming aware of these genuinely existing advanced technologies? Lin Yue considers this to be an exceedingly foolish decision that undermines intelligence. Do they truly believe they can keep such matters concealed? Indeed, the advanced technologies he has showcased may easily provoke sensitivity and fear among certain individuals. Be it the artificially synthesized starch or the subsequent modifications of robotic dogs and rovers, these innovations are undeniably ahead of their time when presented before the camera. Yet, Lin Yue does not perceive himself as having committed any wrongdoing. He cannot simply remain idle in a foodless research station, awaiting a rescue that may never arrive. Without synthesizing starch, he would likely have perished by now. Failing to modify the rover would bring him perilously close to succumbing to vitamin deficiency. If he did not enhance the robotic companion, encountering the black insect would lead him to certain doom. If closing this live stream would guarantee him sustenance and security, that would be acceptable. Yet, these individuals seem unwilling to take action. Even a simple message stating that their spaceship has departed for rescue and urging him to hold on would suffice. Instead, astonishingly, the private messaging feature of the live stream has been disabled, rendering him unable to send any form of communication. Were it not for the robust system, the live broadcast would have indeed been shut down, leaving me in a state of indifference. However, Lin Yue firmly believed that unless the live streaming platform completely dismantled its servers, it would be futile to attempt any restrictions. With so many viewers having already tuned in, it was impossible to contain the flow. The larger the net, the more numerous the holes. Lin Yue felt no trepidation regarding the completion of his tasks in the next live session. Even if faced with limitations, it mattered little. After all, one could not utter every word freely in a broadcast. You have your cunning strategies, and I possess my clandestine methods. The system guarantees that this live room will not be shut down, Thus, any countermeasures against restrictions are entirely feasible. The phenomenon of person-to-person transmission will inevitably transition from quantitative to qualitative change. As the treadmill unfurled, Lin Yue began his exercise routine as usual. While the roving vehicle gradually approached its destination, in a few hours, the live broadcast would commence at the research center. Chapter 42. Is this a dream? On the plane. The afternoon had unknowingly arrived. Within the slowly moving roving vehicle on the dark red expanse, Alicia rested her hands on the control panel, her eyes vacant and devoid of focus. Beside her, Capon mirrored her posture almost identically. The experiences of the past few days had rendered them as though they had traversed a harrowing nightmare. Physically and mentally, everyone in the vehicle had reached their limits. Suddenly, the door to the cabin was gently opened, and Ryan and Olivier stepped into the driver's area. I am here to report. The events have already unfolded, Alicia spoke wearily, once more confirming their direction. Director, were it not for you, we might have. He opened his mouth, then quickly closed it, turning his gaze towards the window. Bang! The rover emitted a strange sound once more. The rover came to an abrupt halt, and Alicia and Capon exchanged glances, their faces ashen. Uncertain of what they had struck this time, Alicia attempted to reverse, yet it proved futile. The wheels were locked. A profound silence enveloped the cockpit. The last time such an occurrence transpired, they encountered something they never wished to see again in their lifetime. However, now, if they did not descend, they would have to endure it. They had no choice but to investigate further. Gritting her teeth, Alicia donned her external suit, thought for a moment, and retrieved a long-handled hammer from the cabin. You all carry weapons as well. If it is indeed that sort of entity, we shall meet our fate regardless. The group hastily donned their external suits, arming themselves with various intimidating tools, each face etched with fear and trepidation. As the door opened, a chilling wind poured into the vehicle. After stepping outside, Alicia surveyed her surroundings and, upon not spotting any shadows, exhaled in relief. It's not them. As soon as Alicia uttered this, she nearly collapsed. The four of them moved to the front left of the vehicle, where she discovered yet another sharp stone lodged in the wheel. Thank goodness. Alicia sighed, using the hammer to dislodge the stone. Director, you see that thing? Capon pointed into the distance. Alicia gazed in bewilderment as a white light appeared from afar, rapidly approaching. Following the white light was a swirling cloud of dust. What indeed could that be? The four individuals stood as if paralyzed, gazing at the white object that streaked past from several kilometers away, gradually vanishing from sight. In the end, only the dark red trail of dust, stretching across the entire plain, remained, leading the statuesque figures to believe they were ensnared in a dream. After a prolonged silence, the director inquired, "Are there other incomprehensible entities on Mars besides those black insects?" Alicia stiffly shook her head. Ever since that fateful day when she had fortuitously rescued Ryan and Olivia from the clutches of a looming, monstrous black insect, she felt that everything had spiraled into the realm of the abnormal. There were indeed creatures on Mars, repulsive insects capable of reducing Polita to nothing but a head. Witnessing such a monstrosity had nearly extinguished her scientific rationality. Now, upon witnessing that bizarre white entity darting past once more, she felt her strength wane, and she collapsed onto the ground. Are we afflicted with some sort of collective delusion akin to a deep-sea syndrome? Capon uttered with difficulty. What I saw looked like. But how could that be possible? Are there only 2 rovers on this planet? Ryan swallowed hard, his heart racing. The others nodded stiffly, acknowledging the truth. There were indeed only 2 rovers on Mars, one behind them and the other, presumably, over 10,000 kilometers away. Could it be that Lin has arrived? They chuckled nervously. Such is human nature. When confronted with the incredible, the instinctive reaction is to anchor it within the confines of one's understanding and to employ every experience to refute it. If one cannot deny it, then one must insist on its denial. No matter how extraordinary that dispatcher might be, can he truly make a vehicle with a maximum speed of 30 kilometers traverse 200 kilometers? Moreover, the research station is over 10,000 kilometers away. How is that even conceivable? Do you think he is piloting a spaceship? I would rather believe what just transpired was merely an illusion, Eliza stated weakly. Indeed, that Lin possesses a spacecraft, Olivier suddenly chimed in. The others looked at her in confusion. However, it has already exploded. Olivier burst into laughter, lightening the mood. The others joined in her laughter, alleviating the tension that had built up over the past few days. Although it remains a mystery, as long as it does not pose a threat to their safety, it is of no consequence. A few individuals boarded the vehicle, shedding their outer suits, and were preparing to set off when the previously silent Capon suddenly cried out. That object seemed to be heading towards the research center. The hovering cameras are ready. Xiao Bai. Ready. Lin Yue adjusted his outer suit, prepared. The live stream is activated. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Blue Star 10 Country Time. Lin Yue promptly opened the live stream. The moment his face appeared on screen, an overwhelming influx of viewers surged into the stream. 10,000, 50,000, 100,000, 200,000. Within a mere minute, the number of viewers shattered the 200,000 mark. Clearly, all the spectators had been eagerly awaiting this moment. They all wished to see if Lin Yue could truly reach the research center in just a few days. The vehicle door swung open, and Lin Yue stepped out, pointing towards the building situated on the plain not far away. Greetings, everyone. I presume no introduction is necessary. You are all aware of what this is. Esteemed viewers, we have arrived at the research center ahead of schedule. Now, follow the lens as we explore the extent of resources I can procure. Chapter 43. My door is always open 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the streamer is more punctual than my alarm. Xiaoliang does a backflip. Xiaoliang does a backflip. Damn, this ungodly broadcast time. My boss is watching too closely. I'll have to sneak off to the restroom again. Students are merely experiencing a drizzle compared to the downpour of responsibilities I face. This is my third phone already. The last broadcast was insufficient. May this one be more extensive, streamer? I've already removed my trousers. Never mind. Let's proceed. I'm curious to witness what the streamer will concoct today. Perhaps a 4-variant rover? Scientists of the research center, I implore you to relinquish your supplies promptly, so the streamer may spare your lives. Streamer, are you cognizant that your private messaging function has been disabled? The company is organizing a team-building excursion to Thailand, which I shall abstain from attending, lest I miss the broadcast. As customary, a flurry of comments inundated the screen, creating a lively atmosphere. Lin Yue observed that the number of followers in the upper right corner had increased to over 170,000. It must be acknowledged that this growth is quite remarkable. Were it not for the various restrictions imposed on the broadcast, the number of fans converted from concurrent viewers would undoubtedly be even greater. However, this is of no consequence, as it will inevitably be achieved in due course. Lin Yue faced the camera and, after allowing the comments to subside slightly, commenced this broadcast. The expanse of alabaster structures in the distance is undoubtedly discernible to all. As the camera followed his gesture, a solitary cluster of buildings standing prominently on the plain came into view. With that, Lin Yue made his way toward the rover. Our expedition to the research center is not a mere neighborly visit, he stated. We're not simply dropping by to exchange pleasantries. For those who may be unaware, allow me to elaborate. To afford them ample time for mental preparation, I refrained from an immediate approach. The research center boasts a wealth of resources and facilities. I am not a malevolent individual, and my requisites are modest, merely sufficient for my needs. The interlude for psychological fortification has concluded, he announced. Let us now proceed directly to their doorstep. With the door secured, the rover roared back to life, heading toward the research center. Damn it! Why can't we shut it down? Roared Luo, a senior executive at Douyin, as he hurled his coffee cup onto the floor. The shattering sound sent shivers down the spines of everyone in the technical department. He paced restlessly about the room, his agitation palpable. Lin Yue had once again commenced his broadcast, rendering their attempts at censorship futile. This particular live stream seemed to possess a life of its own, existing independently of their server. Even shutting down its host server would only cause it to resurface on another. Of course, a complete cessation was possible, but it would require the shutdown of all servers, an action that would undoubtedly incur incalculable losses. However, in recent days, the Mars live streaming room inexplicably surged in popularity. Although it does not compare to the vast audiences of major streamers, for a channel that had long languished in obscurity, its sudden spike in viewership was astonishing. At that time, Executive Luo, who first noticed this phenomenon, intended to use it as a model and exemplary case to provide the maximum traffic reward for recommendation. Suddenly, he received a call from a higher authority, instructing him to refrain from allocating any resources to this live streaming room. Although Executive Luo found this peculiar and felt a sense of injustice regarding the unexpected restrictions on this rising streamer, he soon faced even greater limitations. All major data recommendations were cut off, viewing was restricted by IP location, and viewers were prohibited from stumbling upon the channel. No one could send private messages or information to Lin Yue. The situation escalated, and the warnings intensified. Ultimately, the latest order Executive Luo received was a permanent ban. Was this person truly guilty of transgressing a sacred decree? However, just a few hours later, he was utterly astounded by the various advanced technologies within the channel. Becoming an ardent supporter of Lin Yue, this led him to understand why the higher-ups imposed such stringent restrictions on everything this individual did. To some, this was not an advanced technology, but rather an unstable factor. Though he felt helpless, resentful, and infuriated by the attempt to stifle Lin Yue's streaming, he had to issue the order for an outright ban for the sake of his livelihood. Nonetheless, no matter what measures were taken, it was utterly impossible to achieve that goal. Every method was tried, and the result? The channel stood resilient. Even the function that could be found through a search could not be blocked. Although the executive was pleased internally, he was also deeply troubled. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yue had driven the rover right up to the research center. However, he was somewhat perplexed as to why no one had emerged from within. Everyone, we have now arrived at the entrance of the research center, but for some reason, we have not received the appropriate welcoming ceremony. I merely wish to borrow a small item. Is this attitude truly necessary? Lin Yue stated to the camera before promptly exiting the vehicle. The building before him, spanning 2,000 square meters, would not be considered large on Blue Star. Yet, on Mars, the construction of such an expansive facility must have cost a considerable fortune. A hovering camera circled above the research center, showcasing its entirety to the audience. Goodness. The host has truly arrived, yet the people inside have chosen to ignore us. One can clearly discern their lack of decorum. After traveling thousands of miles merely to borrow a few items, one would expect at least a door to be opened. The scientists inside are rather cold-hearted, it seems. Are they perhaps fearful that the host intends to borrow more than just a little? One cannot help but wonder if they are aware that the host possesses a 3-transformed giant mech. Perhaps they are intimidated. Is it possible they are pretending not to be home? Lin Yue mused as he reached the airlock door, locating the button for the pneumatic hatch. Upon pressing it, he glanced at the screen. Please hold for a moment. They should open the door shortly. Suddenly, Lin Yue realized that the airlock door had unlocked without requiring a password and swung open effortlessly. Greetings to all the neighbors, who seem to be absent from home. Furthermore, it appears they have forgotten to lock the door. A smile blossomed upon his face. We cannot simply linger here, so why not venture inside and explore what awaits us? Chapter 44. Here we are. What a surprise. They are not present? Can the host confirm this? Surely those few individuals are not truly hiding? It is utterly ridiculous. Does the host find you amusing? How can you be certain there is no one inside? How abstract can the host dare to be? Perhaps they would warmly welcome you. Let us not indulge in such theatrics. Welcome indeed. Let me immerse myself in the scenario. Having traveled 10,000 kilometers in 5 days, I would hardly expect a warm greeting. It is quite possible I might be met with sheer fright. The barrage of comments in the live stream swiftly began to flow. Lin Yue, equipped with a handheld gimbal specifically designed for Martian use, first guided the audience through the airlock of the research center. All airlocks across the globe share a common design, yet this particular one was significantly larger, measuring approximately 10 square meters, quite spacious indeed. Once the hatch was sealed, the airlock commenced its operation, and the indicator light shifted from red to green. Observing the comments, Lin Yue comprehended what the audience was eager to witness. It seemed there were lingering questions regarding the scientists at this research center, so he decided to provide clarification. At that moment, he approached the inner hatch, his finger poised to press the button. Soon, a specially designed rectangular screen ascended. Following closely behind Lin Yue was his little companion, currently in its ordinary spherical form, ever vigilant of its surroundings. Its existence ensures that when Lin Yue encounters potential rejection or dismissal from the individuals at the research center, he can elicit an immediate smile from them, and they may even assist him in moving his belongings. At this moment, Lin Yue did not touch any controls on the screen. The hatch opened effortlessly to the left and right, revealing the passage within. Thus, had the individuals inside been unwelcoming, they could have easily denied him entry, rendering him incapable of pressing the airlock button. Conversely, if they were welcoming, there would have been an audible prompt indicating the unlocking of the door, yet there was none. The absence of both scenarios suggests that the personnel at the research center may have collectively ventured out for some purpose, carelessly neglecting to secure the door. While this may sound absurd, such situations do occur with some frequency. There exists an even more ludicrous possibility. They forgot to lock the door and have collectively perished within. As Lin Yue spoke, he removed his outer suit and stepped into the clean, spacious corridor bathed in soft white light, internally lamenting the situation. If one were to evaluate the most outrageous event of the week, he would undoubtedly cast his precious vote for the research center's oversight in failing to secure the door. He felt that the absurdity of this situation surpassed even that of artificially synthesized starch or transforming a rover into a battle mech. It's quite comical, considering this is Mars. No matter how urgent the circumstances, one should still adhere to some semblance of order. Lin Yue recalled that the operational instructions for the research station clearly stipulated that if 2 or more individuals were to exit simultaneously, the station must be locked, and at least 2 personnel should collaboratively verify and confirm before leaving. In the present day, Lin Yue found himself limited to contemplating only 2 possible avenues. The research center was indeed vast. After traversing the corridor, he swiftly arrived at the central chamber. The adage comparison breeds contempt rang true. As he reflected on his own cramped living conditions while gazing at this expansive space of nearly 100 square meters, it was almost amusing. Observing the various machines still diligently at work, he experienced an unprecedented sense of spaciousness, which stirred a twinge of envy within him. I reside in a dilapidated little room, while you occupy such a grand space. The core chamber houses merely a few machines that hardly take up any room. What is the intention behind creating such an expansive area for visitors? Curiously, no one had yet approached the broadcaster with any grievances. Where had the scientists disappeared to? In truth, they were engaged in a game of hide-and-seek with the broadcaster. Capturing them would undoubtedly lead to a playful revelation. Perhaps the broadcaster should venture outside to locate the rovers? Yet, I remain skeptical that all 5 would have ventured out, as it does not align with the established regulations. Is the individual upstairs genuinely knowledgeable or merely a pretender? Nevertheless, I concur that exploring the garage or similar areas could yield fruitful results. Lin Yue focused intently on the screen, acknowledging the possibilities suggested by some viewers. Do not rush. I am currently searching for the garage. Ah, I have located it. This is indeed the garage. He observed that the research center appeared to be a colossal version of the detection station, radiating from the central chamber at the heart of the building, with various doors leading to distinct functional chambers. For the sake of convenience, these functional chambers were labeled in several languages. Approaching the door to the garage, Lin Yue clicked to open it. Soon, within the confines of the live broadcast, an enormous garage spanning 300 to 400 square meters came into view. However, it was largely devoid of anything but an array of maintenance tools and various replacement parts. The rover itself was conspicuously absent. It seemed certain that at least someone had ventured out, yet whether anyone remained inside the cabin was uncertain. If there were individuals present, they ought to be here. Scientists, when engrossed in their experiments, might sometimes be absent, perhaps preoccupied with rest. Yet, there was no sign of them. Lin Yue traversed several compartments without catching a glimpse of those individuals. Had they truly all departed? Was this in accordance with protocol? Leaving without locking the door, what could this possibly signify? Were they testing the veteran broadcaster? This was a challenge he could hardly confront. Lin Yue was perplexed, and the audience in the live stream shared his bewilderment. The utility room, the isolation chamber, the refrigeration unit, none contained any occupants. Lin Yue had confirmed the absence of everyone. Thus, he retrieved a remarkable little cart from the garage. Having arrived, it would seem remiss not to take at least a few items with him. He entered the vast food storage chamber, where an impressive mountain of various provisions awaited, and he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. As Lin Yue began to load items onto the cart, the viewers in the live stream eagerly engaged in the unfolding spectacle, with no one to oversee him. The host exhibited remarkable audacity. Was this a zero-cost acquisition? The matter of the dispatchers couldn't be termed as such. It was more aptly described as a sustainable survival strategy. I hereby declare that as long as the host takes no more than $100 worth, it shall not be considered as taking, and of course, there is no limit on the number of times. On Mars, devoid of a comprehensive penal code, no authority can restrain the streamer, I declare. Over here, Lin Yue, having filled the trolley with an abundance of flash-frozen vegetables, fruits, and meats, estimated the provisions within, discovering an ample surplus to sustain the quintet for a duennium. In this place, driven by gustatory desires, they've even acquired snack items like potato crisps, a notion inconceivable within the confines of the exploration outpost. They are luxuriating in existence. Whereas I am enduring hardship. Uttering these words, Lin Yue propelled the cart, unveiling the final chamber yet to be explored. Suddenly, a surge of heat enveloped him. Could this be a greenhouse? Chapter 45. Unrestricted acquisition. Consistently, the Martian atmosphere had imparted a sensation of aridity, rendering this humid, somewhat oppressive ambience novel. The gimbal's camera, reacting to the thermal disparity, promptly cloaked itself in a stratum of condensation. Lin Yue, wiping it clear, lamented the contraption's inexplicable absence of anti-fog capabilities. Woof woof. Xiaobai, metamorphosing into its canine configuration, nudged against Lin Yue's feet before darting ahead, seemingly enamored with the locale. Of course, Lin Yue was cognizant that he had not installed any peculiar contrivance to awaken any semblance of inherent consciousness within the diminutive entity. He understood this merely to be a manifestation of a subroutine designed to ingratiate itself with its master, expressed through physical actions. Esteemed audience, I am compelled to admire the unwavering dedication of us Earthlings, particularly we citizens of Tang, towards the pursuit of cultivation. Allegedly, this research center was initially constructed by our Tang dynasty, but I was astounded to discover such a vast greenhouse. Lin Yue panned the camera across the towering glass ceilings. Reaching heights of 4 to 5 meters, the haphazardly stacked and dust-laden shelves, the scattered array of bottles and jars, the fractured soilless cultivation apparatus, and the parched, cracked earth. Finally, he focused on the desiccated remains of plants that had perished long ago, capturing them in a detailed close-up. Upon witnessing this, the viewers in the live broadcast room were taken aback, questioning whether they had misheard. Wait, the host refers to this as a greenhouse. Surely it's a greenhouse wasteland? So much material utilized to create a junkyard? Surely this constitutes a squandering of resources? Is this place truly a research center? It appears as though it hasn't been cleaned in years. The glass is entirely obscured. I've heard that the scientists currently stationed here are all from the intermediary zone. They likely don't comprehend the joys of cultivation, hence its abandonment. Indeed, a classmate of mine resides in the intermediary zone, where lawns abound and no one cultivates vegetables. Consequently, when he attempted to grow vegetables, he attracted a crowd of onlookers, akin to observing a panda. What a waste. Produce grown oneself is far superior to anything frozen. Wouldn't you agree? It seems the scientists from the intermediary zone are not particularly knowledgeable. Lin Yue approached Little White, who was meandering about on the cracked, arid soil, and crouched down to observe their surroundings together. Indeed, it takes a certain talent to transform this place into such a state. To leave such a magnificent greenhouse to gather dust is truly an egregious waste. I believe everyone's sentiments are justified. It would appear that the savants at the Institute of Interstellar Dynamics possess a certain aversion to the consumption of verdant, leafy vegetables. Perhaps they find the cultivation thereof excessively arduous, or perchance they are simply disinclined to the daily ablutions of watering and the judicious application of fertilizer. Lin Yue essayed to uproot a desiccated tomato vine from the earth, but with the merest application of force, it disintegrated into a multitude of fragments. Woof woof. Little White braced against Lin Yue's posterior, thereby preventing an ignominious descent upon the ground. Thank you, little fellow. Lin Yue bestowed upon Little White its most cherished head pat, then raised the gimbal anew. The exploratory outpost did not possess such salubrious conditions to partake of fresh produce. One was compelled to traverse a distance exceeding 10,000 kilometers to avail oneself of such amenities. Yet, those who resided here, possessed of such bounty, remained woefully ignorant of its true worth. Lin Yue, addressing the camera, shook his head and emitted a sigh of lamentation, followed by a pronouncement delivered with unwavering rectitude. Therefore, I have resolved, with a certain degree of reluctance, to utilize these resources within the exploratory outpost, that they may continue to radiate brilliance and enjoy a propitious future. As he spoke, Lin Yue advanced a small cart to a shelf. Behold, gentle viewers, these magnificent receptacles, perfectly suited for hydroponics, yet all are covered in dust. Alas, my heart aches. This copious cache of seeds appears remarkably fresh. Left unattended, they are nigh sprouting. How could they be so negligent? I must confiscate them. Potato tubers? Good heavens, the sprouts upon these are positively grotesque. Such sights I cannot abide. I shall perform a charitable deed and abscond with them. Here lie several dozen bags of soil, their integuments nearly rent asunder. Alas, excessively sullied. I shall assist them in a bit of tidying up. Heavens, are we really abandoning these hydroponic racks to neglect? They must be cleared, Lin Yue exclaimed, swiftly loading a small cart until it was overflowing. The viewers in the live stream were utterly bewildered by Lin Yue's actions. I'm beginning to perceive the research center scientists as utterly reprehensible, one commented. Indeed, their misdeeds are inexhaustible. Another added, were it not for the streamer, we would remain ignorant of the enormity of their transgressions. A myriad implore the streamer to evacuate the greenhouse. 78, 79, 10,000. As Lin Yue completed loading 2 carts onto the rover and paused to catch his breath, a flurry of donations began to pour in. What have I done to warrant these donations? He mused. I haven't exactly orchestrated any grand spectacle. Despite his bewilderment, he welcomed the donations without hesitation. Witnessing the surge in points to 9 following the recent outpouring of generosity, coupled with a concurrent swell in viewership surpassing 270,000 individuals, Lin Yue suddenly felt invigorated. Esteemed viewers, observe the capacious interior of our rover. I dare say, it possesses the potential to accommodate additional provisions. Sustenance, however, is of little consequence. By divesting them of their unwanted refuse, we are, in essence, performing a benevolent act. Wouldn't you concur? Swiftly, the screen was inundated with affirmations. Of course, these resources are merely borrowed, destined for restitution at a later juncture. However, should my attempts at repayment be rebuffed, I implore you not to accuse me of dereliction of duty. Given our present exigencies, we are merely engaging in the judicious utilization of discarded materials. Should my cultivation endeavors prove fruitful, I shall gladly bestow upon them a modicum of complimentary produce. With these words, Lin Yue re-entered the research facility, embarking on a fresh round of scavenging. I wholeheartedly commend the streamer's ingenious maneuver. By what conceivable epoch will those scientists arrive at the outpost to reclaim their belongings? Streamer, might I avail myself of a trifling quantity? Scientists, pray, relinquish the Gundam and accept our supplications to requisition additional supplies. Auspicious tidings. The streamer has pledged to make restitution. Inauspicious tidings. His esteemed sibling has refrained from divulging the temporal parameters of said restitution. The scientists, though seething with indignation, were compelled to maintain a stoic facade. Lin Yue, undeterred by their unspoken grievances, remained steadfast in his conviction that the greenhouse represented an egregious squandering of resources. If feasible, I shall endeavor to relocate as much as possible. If you decline to cultivate, I shall assume the mantle of stewardship. To abandon these resources to decay is an unconscionable waste. Before long, under the watchful eyes of his audience, Lin Yue conveyed 2 additional loads of provisions onto the rover. Alas, the capacity of my vehicle remains inadequate. Were it within my purview, I would dismantle even the glazing itself. At long last, he managed to load the vehicle completely. Casting a glance at the inventory he had prepared, a plethora of vegetable and fruit seeds, an assortment of bottles and jars, a soilless cultivation kit, a modest amount of potato and sweet potato tubers, a substantial bag of soil medium, a sizable package of monopotassium phosphate of dubious efficacy, and a large container of fertilizer labeled as biofertilizer. These provisions crammed the rover to its capacity, and it took Lin Yue considerable time to arrange them judiciously. Friends, he announced, while I was at the laboratory seeking personnel, I espied a remarkable item. There is still room in the vehicle. Perhaps we should acquire it as well. Having come this far, how could we depart without fully utilizing the space? Lin Yue's series of actions elicited astonishment from the live-streaming audience. Good heavens, they remarked. It seems you intend to leave no stone unturned. However, they were also understanding. They were starving, devoid of even vegetables. Yet the research center had left such a vast tract of land fallow. The warehouse appeared capable of sustaining 5 individuals for several years. It was a stark contrast of deprivation and excess, which was infuriating. Empathizing with the situation, they felt they would have made the same choice. At that moment, the viewers noticed that Lin Yue had secured the gimbal support rod to his waist and was heading towards the laboratory. As the hatch opened, they were once again confronted with the multitude of instruments within. Friends, he began, I merely glanced around earlier, but I did discover a noteworthy item. Behold, what is this? Lin Yue approached an experimental workstation, upon which lay dozens of covered glass petri dishes of various sizes. While searching for someone earlier, he had noticed a cluster of bluish-green substances. Curiosity piqued, he wondered what they could be. He picked one up, directing the camera towards a label adorned with a string of letters. Latin, I am unfamiliar with it. Dear host, please refrain from testing us live and just tell us directly. It appears to be algae? Cyanobacteria. I am certain it is cyanobacteria, though I cannot recall the exact spelling. Goodness, we have stumbled upon something significant. This is microcystis, highly toxic yet capable of thriving in elevated carbon dioxide concentrations. Host, what are your intentions? What are you doing? Just as his words fell, a super rocket from the algae's soap-producing capabilities ascended majestically. Lin Yue sensed that he had perhaps discovered a small trick to enhance the flow rate. Microcystis is undoubtedly inedible, yet it possesses other uses. I am uncertain if the research facility has any remaining samples of this, but since it is useful to me, I shall not hesitate to take it. Lin Yue found a box, arranged the petri dishes neatly, and loaded them into his vehicle. He then noticed a laptop nearby still powered on. How astonishing. One leaves without shutting down the power. What kind of scientist is this? Truly, they leave the door open and the shapes are consistently ridiculous. After pondering for a moment, he created a new document on it. Everyone, we have taken someone else's belongings. Merely stating our intent to return them is insufficient. We must establish a written record. However, there is no paper here, so I shall write it on his laptop instead. Lin Yue swiftly inscribed a message on the note, subsequently connecting the notebook to the projector, casting the words upon the screen. I am Lin Yue, the dispatched officer from Mars Exploration Station 0089. For reasons of survival, I find myself compelled to borrow a few items from the research center. After all, we are neighbors, and true camaraderie is revealed in times of peril. I am confident that you would not stand idly by while I face demise, correct? You must be the kind of individuals who rise to the occasion and rescue those in dire straits, am I right? However, upon my arrival, you were all absent, and I could not afford to wait indefinitely. Thus, I have taken a few items, as per the list below, details omitted. Once I have weathered this storm and regained stability, I shall return them to you. Please feel free to collect them from me at that time. With these words penned, Lin Yue exhaled deeply. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream erupted into laughter. Come on, streamer, surely you jest. Would you really return what you've taken? Do they dare to claim it? It was evident that the streamer had appropriated supplies from a rover and left behind a taunting message, prompting inquiries regarding the psychological impact on the scientists. What is borrowed must eventually be returned. I believe the streamer can manage this, and I anticipate a return visit. As the barrage of comments filled the screen, several super rockets flashed across it. Lin Yue mused, you folks have some peculiar trends. Observing the frenzy of comments on the screen, he also noted that the total number of live viewers had unexpectedly surged to 290,000. Goodness, I have yet to employ the exploration and smelting skills I acquired last time, and here I am, seemingly completing yet another task. Although he yearned to transform the rover into a mecha capable of a backflip to accomplish the mission, the rover was already replete with cargo. Such a transformation would result in a scattering of the contents. Alas, the rover is utterly devoid of space. Despite my desire to load more, the rover's diminutive size constrains us. As Lin Yue concluded, the broadcast room erupted in clamor. The rover? Is that what you call it? Have a heart, host. Small? 8 meters long, 3 meters wide, 4.5 meters high. The host redefined small. The mountains remain, so it shall be gathered another day. We await your return, host. Lin Yue meticulously re-examined the equipment and ensured the full deployment of the solar panels. He then directed Staubach to squeeze into the increasingly cramped co-pilot seat. The specifics of cultivation and optimization will be the subject of our next broadcast. Should this pique your interest, I eagerly anticipate your presence in the broadcast room 4 days hence, around 4 in the afternoon. To ensure you don't forget, consider joining my followers for convenient scheduling. Furthermore, if you find this channel agreeable, please propagate its existence among your kin, friends, and classmates. Upon realizing that Lin Yue was commencing his closing remarks, the audience endeavored to detain him. However, Lin Yue dismounted from the vehicle and offered a slight bow to the camera. Before signing off, I harbor one more aspiration. Let us strive to elevate the total viewership to 300,000. Chapter 47. Purchasing an aimbot? An audience of 290,000 concurrent viewers. Frankly, this figure is quite astonishing. On Earth, this is a level that a mid-tier streamer might attain. The fact that this was achieved from scratch within a mere week is a testament to the captivating nature of this broadcast. Moreover, this was accomplished without any data-driven promotion, front-page features, or sensational news to artificially inflate its popularity. Despite numerous constraints, it has single-handedly achieved this milestone through its own merits. At this moment, Executive Luo, observing the bustling scene within the live stream that dozens of senior engineers had failed to shut down, felt a complex mix of emotions. A smile played on his lips, but his heart was fraught with anxiety, and his mind was in turmoil. As a devoted fan who had been glued to the screen since the broadcast's inception, secretly relishing every moment, He had to stifle his laughter by covering his mouth and pinching his thigh whenever Lin Yue's audacious maneuvers and witty remarks nearly made him burst out in front of the tearful engineers. Lin Yue certainly understands how to create engaging content. It's a pity that even a small recommendation would have propelled him to at least 500,000 viewers. Executive Luo sighed, lamenting that without restrictions, this would undoubtedly be a world-class, high-traffic streamer. Just then, his phone vibrated again, displaying the same landline number. This was the 23rd time. Each call from above questioned his inability to shut down the Martian livestream, issuing final warnings, ultimatums, and threats of severe consequences. Leaving him breathless with pressure, he hurriedly answered the call. We are striving to overcome challenges. Indeed, we have encountered some formidable problems. All the senior engineers in the company are on it, and we will provide you with a response as soon as possible. Suddenly, Lin Yue, facing the screen, uttered a statement that took him by surprise. Ladies and gentlemen, before we conclude the broadcast, I have one more dream. Let us work hard to increase the total number of viewers to 300,000. Instantly, as the barrage of comments flooded the screen, an onslaught of gifts began to rain down. Concurrently, the total number of viewers in the live broadcast surged from 290,000 to 301, 350,000. Wow, incredible. He could not help but exclaim, inadvertently throwing his phone, which shattered with a loud crash. Oh no, thought Executive Luo. Did I just hang up on someone? Am I going to be fired tomorrow? Did I just say wow, incredible in that person's ear? Am I done for? Executive Luo. The revenue from the Mars live broadcast just hit over 220,000. An engineer remarked, his expression a mix of emotions as he quietly spoke to Executive Luo. Setting aside whether we can ban him, do we really have to ban him, Executive Luo? The other engineers turned to look at Executive Luo, ceasing their typing as they awaited his reaction. Everyone was aware of what the streamer had done, and none wished for this live broadcast to vanish. Despite the relentless onslaught of dozens of top experts in the live broadcast room, there was not a hint of collapse, leaving them with profound psychological trauma and doubts about their suitability for this profession. Yet, they firmly believed that there should be no ban. Executive Luo, grasping his hair, crouched down, trembling all over. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet and roared, "Damn it, I'll quit tomorrow if I have to." A ban on the Mars live broadcast room? Nonsense. Promote Lin Yue, the highest level possible. Just say it's a damn system malfunction. The others could not contain their fervent shouts. Promote. Promote. The revelry began, and for the first time in days, smiles graced the faces of the engineers. However, the supervisor interjected, but the promotion cannot be applied. At that moment, a voice suddenly declared, I have determined this live broadcast room. They cannot stop me, I say. Executive Luo, in a fit of rage, smashed his glasses to the ground and raised his fist in a furious gesture. But Lin Yue had already ended the broadcast. The room fell into a profound silence. After a long pause, Executive Luo's lips twitched. Meanwhile, a content Lin Yue was sprawled over the control panel of the roving vehicle, watching the scenery on both sides rapidly retreat. What do we call this wave? A tremendous profit. The task of achieving 300,000 simultaneous viewers was completed, and he received a plethora of gifts, even propelling his technology points to an impressive 32. 32 points, silently amassing wealth. It seemed that any item in the marketplace could be chosen at will. Despite the limitations of the available resources, Providence will guide us. While monetary rewards are unattainable, the equivalent in technological points proves invaluable. With 32 points at my disposal, should I procure something now and, upon my return, orchestrate a live broadcast showcasing the acquired skills to generate sensational results? Lin Yue perused the technological point marketplace, scrutinizing each item. Concurrently, his critical analysis commenced. Instant coffee demands 2 points, exceeding the cost of high-performance painkillers? How audacious! No one of discerning taste would consume such a concoction. Yet, I yearn for it desperately. The exploration station lacks even the most rudimentary beverages, let alone coffee or tea. Lin Yue glanced at the adjacent carriage. In the food storage, he observed a veritable mountain of sugary soda. The quantity was such that even if each of the 5 individuals consumed 3 bottles daily, it would last them well over 2 years. Therefore, to alleviate their potential burden of excess, he unhesitatingly appropriated 2 cases. Comparisons are odious. I am confined to basic provisions, while they luxuriate in considerations of indulgence. How vast the disparity! Lin Yue lamented, reviewing the list several times before settling his gaze upon the auto-aiming pistol. Auto-aiming pistol, with ammunition upon laser locking, enables precise targeting of enemy vitals within 200 meters, accompanied by 100 rounds of specialized tracking bullets, ensuring unparalleled accuracy. After examining the description, Lin Yue raised an eyebrow. Remarkable, a weapon of such enhanced capabilities. Automatic headshots indeed. However, should we encounter those dark insectoid creatures, it might prove exceptionally useful. Without hesitation, Lin Yue promptly opted to exchange his points for it. Chapter 48. You understand the essence of anger as the technological points swiftly plummeted from 32 to 26. A radiant white light flickered in Lin Yue's hand. Woof! The little dog, Xiao Bai, who had been quietly nestled in the cluttered passenger seat, suddenly barked twice upon noticing that his master had acquired something new. Curious little fellow? This isn't just any trinket. It's my new weapon, Lin Yue remarked, clearing his throat as he lifted the silvery firearm. Having never before handled such a large-caliber revolver, he felt a profound sense of intrigue. Typically, one could only witness such marvels in films or television dramas, but now, in his grasp, the thrill and novelty were enough to excite any gun enthusiast. The gleaming silver barrel was impressively long, reminiscent of the Taurus Raging Bull, featuring a 6-chambered cylinder. Measuring nearly 40 centimeters in length and weighing close to 2 kilograms, it was a formidable piece. Additionally, it was equipped with a laser sight, and upon initial inspection, it appeared no different from an ordinary firearm. It possesses a locking mechanism? Lin Yue pondered, his gaze shifting to the accompanying silver 44 Magnum cartridges. A realization dawned upon him. The materials were crafted from high-temperature alloys, and even sensors had been integrated. What a marvel of cutting-edge technology. His advanced mechanical understanding came into play at that moment, allowing him to quickly grasp the underlying principles of this so-called automatic aiming pistol. The weapon itself might not be particularly formidable, but the ammunition was where the true power lay. When combined, their potential for devastation became evident. The laser targeting device activated and locked on, followed by a single bullet striking true to its mark. Lin Yue's thoughts drifted to those dark, sinister creatures. Their exoskeletons, no matter how resilient, could scarcely withstand a 44 caliber Magnum bullet aimed directly at them. However, if they chose not to provoke trouble, it might not pose a significant issue. The vicinity of the detection station was a vast plain, the very habitat of those fiends, which presented its own set of challenges. With only 100 rounds at his disposal, once depleted, they would be gone for good. Additionally, the recoil seemed to require some adjustment. Lin Yue caressed the handgun. Aware that this was his first encounter with firearms, even handling it was a novel experience. It was imperative to fire a few rounds for practice. He proceeded to load the ammunition into the magazine and placed it into the storage box, then turned his gaze toward the technology point shop. To his dismay, the option for the handgun had vanished, leaving only 9 items available for purchase. If he wished to acquire another firearm in the future, it appeared he would have to craft one himself. But what of the ammunition? Lin Yue pondered. The offerings in this rudimentary technology point shop were limited. Perhaps only through upgrading could additional purchasing options become available. Or was there a refreshing function? While he contemplated this, a high-ping system notification chimed in, as usual, breaking the silence. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the main quest. Please select a new skill. Ding. A new main quest has been assigned. Please achieve 1 million simultaneous viewers within 1 month. Upon completion, you will receive 1 skill extraction opportunity and unlock a new live streaming platform. Lin Yue raised an eyebrow. Goodness, 1 million simultaneous viewers? How highly do they regard me? The task seemed to have escalated dramatically, yet the prospect of additional rewards caught Lin Yue by surprise. Initially, there was only 1 platform, but now, if another were to emerge, the growth in numbers could become astonishingly rapid. Even in the absence of traffic, simply having more platforms would lead to greater exposure. Consequently, even if there were attempts to ban or block content from the Martian livestream, such actions would likely become increasingly challenging. Achieving that million mark as swiftly as before might no longer be feasible. However, a solid foundation remained, and the rest would be left to the passage of time. For safety, Lin Yue switched the rover to autonomous driving mode while simultaneously activating his skill extraction in his mind. The enormous wheel spun rapidly before gradually coming to a halt, and with a flash of white light, he received his reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the top-tier skill of architectural construction comprehension. Following a brief bout of headache, a wealth of knowledge and experience regarding construction flooded his mind. Coupled with his prior understanding of advanced physics, he had now transformed into a master architect of the highest caliber. Countless methods of construction filled his thoughts, along with a comprehensive understanding of the advantages and disadvantages of building under various conditions. It could be said that in the desolate expanse of Mars, he had become well-versed in how to erect a dwelling suitable for human habitation, one that ensured warmth, protection from radiation, and aesthetic appeal. Lin Yue had gained profound clarity on this matter. However, the drawback lies in the system's failure to grant me an unparalleled artistic aptitude, doesn't it? The ability to render exquisite blueprints is essential for projecting an aura of unbridled superiority. Alas, system, your talent for vexation is undeniable. Possessing an encyclopedic comprehension of advanced architectural construction, yet lacking a complementary skill in masterful artistry, is simply preposterous, wouldn't you agree? Despite my remonstrations, a nascent vision for the future expansion of the outpost has begun to materialize within the recesses of my mind. I must conceive of a spectacle that will elicit an explosive reaction during my next broadcast, without fail. Resuming manual control, the rover, laden with its cargo, once again advances in the direction of the outpost. Ryan exclaims, his voice brimming with fervent excitement, as he beholds the alabaster entity once more stirring up clouds of dust across the plains, just as it had done previously. I continue to harbor the hope that this is merely a collective hallucination. Elisa furrows her brow, unconvinced that this augurs well. The 4 occupants of the vehicle are now certain that the fleeting white speck is, in fact, a rover. But how can a rover be present? Could it be the dispatchers? Utterly preposterous. Furthermore, it ostensibly departed for the research center hours ago, yet now it reappears in the night, proceeding in the opposite direction? Rather than believe that the dispatcher is piloting the rover, Elisa is more inclined to accept the possibility of a shared delusion. Since encountering those colossal, ebony insects, Elisa has become convinced that they are experiencing a phenomenon of collective hallucination. Martian life exists, and a rover hurtles past with ghostly abandon. Perhaps I am fatigued. Olivia, would you assume my post? She halts the vehicle, turns, and retreats to the confines of the carriage to recline. The remaining 3 exchange perplexed glances. At a loss for words. I must say, Oliver, you neglected to lock the door, Carpin grumbled, though at that moment, he lacked the energy to be truly angry. The 4 of them had scarcely relaxed for a minute before their faces grew solemn once more. As I previously stated, the matter of not visiting the probe station falls under my responsibility, Eliza declared, making her way towards the laboratory, the only place capable of establishing contact with the Blue Star Space Center. The rover's communication system had nearly ceased to function, leaving only its navigation capabilities. Just as the other 3 exchanged glances, preparing to disperse and attend to their own tasks, they suddenly heard a piercing scream. Come quickly, Eliza's trembling voice echoed, and they rushed towards her. Director, you. He truly came. Chapter 49. The essence of the robotic dog is a recorder. He truly came. That dispatcher. That Lin. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could he have arrived? Why? Eliza, who had initially trembled, gradually descended into madness. At that moment, it seemed as though all rationality had evaporated from her being, leaving only endless shudders and terror. When the other 3 rushed in, they were initially startled, but after exchanging glances, Ryan began to chuckle, crouching beside the director, who was slumped on the ground. Director, this jest is hardly amusing. Your performance could easily win an Academy Award. Eliza stared blankly for a moment before abruptly turning her head. This is not my doing. Ryan, you must believe me. We have genuinely entered a collective hallucination. Something is amiss on this Mars. Something is terribly wrong. Olivier furrowed her brow as she glanced at the open laptop beside her, only to discover, to her astonishment, that it was her own. A chill ran through her heart. She realized that the content displayed on the screen was precisely what the projector was showcasing. Capon observed the seemingly deranged Elisa and stole a glance at the document's modification timestamp. 14 hours prior, he felt as if his heart had stopped, his hand trembling around the mouse, while Olivier experienced an instantaneous blankness in her mind. Capon and Olivier, could it be that you two are merely acting? Ryan chuckled, casting a glance at the screen, his voice rendered mute as though someone had throttled him. The laboratory was enveloped in an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All present wore expressions akin to those who had seen a ghost. Once more, They turned their gaze towards the unfamiliar characters projected onto the enormous screen, their faces mirroring Elisa's in disbelief. Doubts about themselves and the world began to creep in. The answers were absurd, impossible to accept or comprehend. This was indeed penned by the dispatcher, the sole truth. At that moment, the group genuinely questioned whether they were experiencing a collective hallucination, as Elisa had suggested, that this world was but an illusion. This was no hellish jest from Elisa. The dispatcher had truly been here, leaving behind undeniable traces. Director, what does it say? I recall you studied Tang poetry. Olivier took a moment to gather herself before approaching, assisting Elisa to her feet. Elisa's head throbbed violently, her mind a muddled mess, yet she persevered, activating the translation software. Soon, the content that materialized on the screen rendered the three of them utterly rigid. Agent 0089, Lin Yue, dispatched to Blue Star, sought to procure some supplies from the research center for the sake of survival. As we were not present, he could not afford to wait indefinitely, so he took the initiative to gather what he needed. The three of them exchanged glances, simultaneously inhaling sharply, then turned to the side where the experimental table stood. There, a small mountain constructed from various algae culture dishes had completely vanished. Was this a figment of their imagination? How had he managed such a feat? Over 10,000 kilometers? Ryan's mind was in disarray. In his understanding, the rover could not possibly travel at such speeds. Even half of that would be implausible. Yet, what they witnessed could not be rationalized as an illusion. Their minds were thoroughly bewildered. How could this be possible? He had also mentioned taking food and collecting items from the greenhouse. The trio hurried to the food storage compartment and confirmed that it had indeed been disturbed. They then rushed to the greenhouse, a place they had never previously visited, and were soon confronted with an even more alarming sight. Nearly all useful items appeared to have been stripped bare, as if plundered. The three stood in stunned silence, their pupils dilated in shock. This once again confirmed that the agent had indeed been there. So he truly had come, and he mentioned borrowing items, intending to return them to us, suggesting we retrieve them ourselves. In truth, the detection station was merely a few kilometers away, not 10,000, correct? The rover, utilizing the pinnacle of Blue Star's technology, could only achieve a speed of 30 kilometers per hour. Given that the agent's spacecraft had been lost just 6 days ago, was it not more plausible to consider it a spacecraft rather than a rover? This must be a collective hallucination. Truly, I feel as though I am losing my mind. A few individuals murmured to themselves, feeling as though they could scarcely breathe. Under normal circumstances, how could such a situation arise? Those whose worldviews had been profoundly shaken took a considerable amount of time before finally rising to their feet. Eliza, mustering her spirit, activated the communication device and took several deep breaths. However, why was there no signal? Why was the network disconnected? Her eyes widened in terror, mirroring the expressions of the other three. Lin Yue, whose quality of sleep had been thoroughly assured, comfortably opened his eyes. The roving vehicle continued its relentless journey, the desolate, dark red plains receding swiftly. Beside him, Xiaobai had already sensed Lin Yue's movement and awakened from its dormant state, tilting its head to gaze at its master. Its uncomplicated mind now operating under the desire to be petted. Little one, do you think we might strike it rich this time? Who would have imagined they possessed so many items? Woof, woof. The greenhouse, their pure glass one seems quite promising. I believe we could make use of it. Woof, woof. Lin Yue grimaced, clutching his forehead, contemplating that even if Xiaobai could transform, it remained merely a mechanical dog capable of executing simple tasks upon receiving precise commands. An upgrade would certainly be necessary. As for the roving vehicle, while it sufficed for the moment, questions lingered. Suddenly, Lin Yue noticed a glimmering object not far off, conspicuously positioned beside his path. Could that be a detector? Chapter 50, Practical Exercises. The rover came to a gentle halt near the edge of the Arabia Terra. Donning his spacesuit, Lin Yue, accompanied by Xiaobai, disembarked and approached the roadside. A dark, indistinct solar panel, partially buried in the crimson sand and gravel, stood like a solitary headstone in the boundless wasteland. Lin Yue knelt down and delicately cleared away some of the sand, revealing more of the panel's surface. Xiaobai, pull forward, he instructed, securing a cable around the robot's neck. The small bot immediately put its strength to work, dislodging the large object from the pit. With each sweep of clearing, the overall condition of the probe became increasingly apparent. Leaping into the pit, Lin Yue exclaimed in amazement, I never expected to find a probe here. He examined the nameplate, which bore the inscription Opportunity. This was indeed one of the Martian rovers launched by the United States over 2 decades prior. According to the original inhabitants' memories, the probe was unremarkable. Shortly after its arrival, the Chinese manned spacecraft had flown past, and the small bot, whose signal had been lost some time before, faded from attention and was gradually forgotten. The United States had reportedly searched for it, but due to various reasons, the efforts proved futile. Subsequently, as the focus of Martian exploration shifted to manned missions, probes like this one were no longer launched. After all, with the ability to explore Mars directly, such a device would be utterly superfluous. Allegedly, subsequent human reconnaissance expeditions to Ceres and Vesta followed a similar pattern, dispatching probes ahead of manned spacecraft. Albeit with greater sophistication and expedition, Lin Yue surveyed his surroundings. The vicinity was replete with rubble and rock formations. The rover appeared to have become ensnared in a trench before grinding to a halt. Could there be black insect monsters lurking amidst these rocky hills? Lin Yue muttered. He cast his gaze upon the relic, a veritable monument to humanity's bygone era of spacefaring, and without hesitation, retrieved his tools from the vehicle. Leaping into the depression, he cleared away the accumulated dust that enshrouded the rover and commenced dismantling it. While the artifact possessed a certain commemorative value, it was, to him, merely a repository of excellent materials. At present, his options for procuring materials to modify or improve the station were severely limited. The station's diminutive size afforded few readily available components for repurposing. In contrast, the various components of these Martian rovers were far more enticing. Their central processing units, memory and storage devices, and radioisotope thermoelectric generators were all highly desirable assets. His unparalleled mechanical acumen rendered him remarkably adept at disassembly. The welding torch relentlessly severed obstructive metallic components, exposing the underlying elements. Lin Yue swiftly unearthed a remarkable find: gold film, a veritable treasure. His supreme mineral prospecting skills naturally encompassed the capacity to identify common minerals and a wealth of pertinent knowledge. On the terrestrial sphere, gold is esteemed as a precious metal. However, on Mars, where currency holds no value, it can be regarded as an exceptional material. Possessing remarkable malleability, superlative thermal conductivity, electrical conductivity, and commendable resistance to chemical corrosion, it serves as an optimal electroplating substance. Veritably, an abundance of this element would indubitably augment the efficacy of transforming Martian exploration outposts. Though the gold film is scant and impaired, even the smallest amount is valuable. Lin Yue divested it and meticulously extracted the radioisotope thermoelectric generator, encased in a ceramic shell. The functionality of this device remains uncertain, but if operational, it could indeed inform future endeavors regarding radioactive or nuclear innovations. Should analogous skills be acquired subsequently, it would be exceedingly gratifying. Few remaining components retain utility. The microthermal emission spectrometer is reasonably intact. However, the spectrometer affixed to the robotic arm is irreparably damaged and can only be salvaged for spare parts. Might it be advantageous to configure the robotic arm to resemble a human form? Lin Yue contemplated the 2 recently disassembled robotic arms, envisioning an apparatus worn by a protagonist in a certain game. Robotic arms, integrated with a tactical exoskeleton, would facilitate the effortless transportation of exceedingly heavy objects with minimal exertion. Furthermore, they could mitigate the recoil of firearms, essentially transforming the wearer into a formidable engine of war. Conceivably, this contrivance could be showcased during future live broadcasts. Achieving enhanced results and consistently acquiring new skills would indubitably augment one's prospects for survival on this desolate planet. Indeed, devising the optimal configuration necessitates considerable contemplation. With all the components meticulously gathered, commencing the vehicle's assembly filled Lin Yue with a sense of contentment. Should he unearth additional Martian rovers, an abundance of spare parts would similarly be his reward. After neatly stowing the articulated arm in the passenger seat, Lin Yue breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he intended to enter the vehicle, contemplating whether to have Xiaobai remain at his feet or cradle it, he unexpectedly glimpsed several dark silhouettes flitting in the distance. Well, what do you know, they actually exist. Xiaobai, flight mode, combat readiness. Affirmative, master. Xiaobai transitioning to flight mode, combat readiness initiated. The diminutive contraption responded instantly, undergoing a transformation to assume the form of an aircraft, awaiting Lin Yue's subsequent directives. Lin Yue retrieved his equipment from the driver's cabin and ascended to the vehicle's rooftop via the ladder at the rear, with Xiaobai soaring in tandem. Such a vantage point. When did so many arrive? Lin Yue was taken aback to observe a dense swarm of dark insectoid creatures congregating at the base of the distant Rocky Mountains. Can it be that these entities are so fixated on dismantling the signal transceiver? Is this some form of obsessive compulsion? However, sardonic remarks aside, Lin Yue comprehended that as long as the signal transceiver remained operational, the dark insectoid creatures would relentlessly pursue him. Distance estimated at over 200 meters. Although some had ventured within 100 meters, seemingly within firing range. Drawing his silver-white, self-aiming pistol, Lin Yue simultaneously experienced a surge of intense exhilaration that resonated within his core. He was even tempted to unleash a torrent of invective upon the insects. With hands trembling from exhilaration, Lin Yue meticulously loaded the bullets into the cylinder. He then snapped the gun shut, activating the laser sight. Instantly, a straight, verdant beam of light shot forth, targeting the nearest grotesque black insectoid creature. His right hand deliberately cocked the hammer, gently elevating the weighty firearm, while his left hand provided support beneath his right. Lin Yue's gaze remained fixed on the green dot dancing upon the insect's head as his finger depressed the trigger. With the trigger engaged, the bullet erupted forth with a deafening roar. The immense recoil caused the gun to lurch upwards slightly. Moments later, the hideous head of the targeted black insectoid was obliterated by the bullet's tremendous force. The creature's corpse collapsed to the ground like a heap of mud, utterly lifeless. A kill. Lin Yue roared triumphantly, clenching his slightly numb left hand into a fist and raising it in the air. Such exhilarating sensations were irresistible. His breathing remained rapid. His heart pounded in his chest, yet he maintained his stance, legs spread apart in a slight crouch. His right thumb instinctively returned to the trigger. The demise of the black insect had indeed alerted the others, causing the gathered swarm to disperse. However, Lin Yue remained unperturbed, confident in the formidable, unique capabilities of his handgun. Running is futile, he mused, a predatory grin spreading across his face. This is the perfect opportunity to test the vaunted auto headshot feature and witness its true power. Lin Yue felt himself succumbing to addiction, confronted with the approaching, seething horde of dark insectoid monstrosities. Even without the capacity to activate the colossal, transforming mecha, this tactic appeared to deter their advance. A verdant laser pierced the rarefied atmosphere, finding its mark squarely upon the cranium of an unsuspecting recipient. Cognizant of the peril, the creature desperately veered in an attempt to escape. Alas, unbeknownst to it, the pistol had irrevocably acquired its target, its fate sealed, immutable. A violent tremor reverberated as the projectile, defying convention, executed an abrupt mid-air trajectory alteration, obliterating the aforementioned target's head in a gruesome spectacle. Double kill. With its demise, the surrounding insects registered the palpable danger and recoiled, hesitant to approach further. However, emboldened by his newfound prowess, Lin Yue was loath to relinquish such an advantageous position. Projectiles were discharged in rapid succession until the final bullet traced an elegant arc through the firmament, ultimately impacting a dark insectoid fleeing nearly 100 meters distant. In the aftermath, virtually the entire swarm retreated in disarray, seeking refuge near the distant rocky promontory. Sextuple kill. Lin Yue could not suppress a triumphant roar. Verily, this firearm possesses considerable merit. He perceived a nascent acclamation to the weapon's recoil. After ejecting the spent cartridges and setting them aside momentarily, he gathered them up with care. He swiftly reloaded the cylinder, only to discover the absence of remaining adversaries. An anticlimactic denouement. Expressing his disappointment, he mused that he would have welcomed another wave of assailants. Are there any lurking in the vicinity of the vehicle? Indeed, Lin Yue felt a lingering sense of unfulfillment. After instructing the diminutive sentinel to remain vigilant, he dismounted from the vehicle's roof and, subsequently, opened the car door. The ebony insectoid monstrosities, now devoid of their earlier audacity to besiege the vehicle, dared not approach. The small guardian ascended from the cockpit, metamorphosing into a spherical configuration, and was tenderly embraced and placed at Lin Yue's feet. With the door secured, the rover surged forward, mirroring its prior trajectory. Lin Yue, profoundly gratified by the experiment with the auto-aiming pistol, now contemplated how to maximize its impact within the livestream. The audience, assuredly, would be oblivious to the projectile's capacity for curvature and drift. However, a constraint existed. A mere 94 rounds remained. The Tech Point store, thus far, had not restocked the auto-aiming pistol, necessitating judicious utilization in future engagements. Verily, its potency was considerable, A single round could instantaneously obliterate the cranium of the resilient monstrosities. Lin Yue was enlightened. Within the confines of the vehicle, Lin Yue divested himself of the extravehicular suit, massaging his still-tingling hands, and returned the pistol to its receptacle. His maiden experience with live ammunition had been exhilarating, eclipsing the thrill of virtual reality simulations by an order of magnitude. Previously, on Earth, he had only patronized shooting ranges, indulging in a few rounds with conventional firearms. Gazing upon the metallic orb at his feet, he gently caressed it, assuring, "Little one, you shall certainly participate in the next engagement." "Woof woof." S voice echoed, devoid of emotion, as was typical. Indeed, this robotic canine, programmed solely for simple commands, possessed no emotional feedback mechanisms. It merely emulated rudimentary human actions based on situational assessments, lacking true intelligence. Lin Yue mused that if he could later advance it towards artificial intelligence, Xiaobai would become his most invaluable assistant on Mars. However, lacking expertise in this domain, he could only entertain the notion as a mere fantasy. In the interim, at NASA, the former director had been ousted. The corpulent youth who had just ascended to the position promptly issued an order to launch a manned spacecraft to Mars. Everyone recognized the impossibility of this endeavor. The appointment of this individual, who lacked even basic common sense, reeked of utter imbecility. The higher-ups simply desired a compliant figurehead, rather than the former director who prioritized the collective input of all. Several engineers congregated during their lunch break, ostensibly to procure tea, or perhaps cola. Who could say? "Will all be rendered obsolete," one lamented. "No, virtually everyone involved in mechanics, kinetics, and fuels will be discarded. The world will revolve around this enigmatic emissary, and we'll all be relegated to some obscure vacation destination, just like our former boss." "Seriously," another interjected, "even if we hypothetically went, could conventional firearms contend with those colossal robots?" Amidst the cacophony of voices, the sudden appearance of the new chief supervisor prompted a swift return to normalcy. As each individual feigned nonchalance, coffee cups raised to their lips. Utter bewilderment washed over them as they witnessed the chief supervisor's departure from headquarters before noon, destination unknown. A shared sentiment resonated among them. The world had no need for the Martian emissary, nor his arcane technologies. All that was desired was the continuation of the world's customary operations. Naive as the notion was, it offered a comfortable existence. A manned spacecraft launch? Let it bide its time. Chapter 52. A round of applause. The passage of time is invariably protracted, particularly when enduring the monotony of a lengthy journey. Impatiently, Lin Yue skipped through tracks, each lasting no more than 10 seconds. In the end, he silenced the music altogether, finding it vexing. Resting his hand on the console, he gazed upon the seemingly immutable Martian landscape, then turned his attention to a Martian surface mineral structure map. The primary components of Martian soil consisted of ferric oxide, silicon dioxide, aluminum oxide, calcium oxide, magnesium oxide, sulfur trioxide, and sodium oxide, a veritable assortment of mineral powders. Lin Yue had initially sought to ascertain the soil's suitability for cultivation, but it appeared far more promising for smelting. If only he could acquire more, even to the extent of leveling the terrain. His colleagues would rather toil than engage in the absurdity of watering and planting. If only he possessed his own, he would cultivate it to its fullest potential. Alas, he did not. However, there lies a possibility of establishing a new one. Lin Yue glanced at the map. There were less than 1,000 kilometers remaining. If he drove swiftly, it would take merely 6 to 7 hours. Yet upon arrival, he would need to unload the cargo and take a rest. It seemed he could just make it in time for the scheduled live broadcast. As he continued to peruse the materials, Lin Yue pondered how to devise the content for the next wave of streaming. Top-tier mineral exploration and smelting skills. Alongside premier construction abilities, these two proficiencies appeared alluring but were indeed challenging to execute. Both mineral exploration and smelting required a significant amount of time, and utilizing construction skills to erect something similarly demanded time. If the duration of the live stream was excessively long and the highlights too monotonous, it would undoubtedly detract from the overall impact of the broadcast. Lin Yue then turned his gaze towards the storage box, retrieving the automatic aiming pistol within. His mind deep in thought. "Old Liu, have you heard of the Mars live broadcast room?" In the dormitory, Sun Chao lay on the lower bunk, scrolling through his phone connected to the charger, and kicked the bedboard above him. The one with the humanoid mechas? Liu Yu held his phone up for Sun Chao to see. It was indeed the fabled broadcast room. However, prior to its commencement, It was merely filled with a throng of viewers anxiously awaiting the start, idly sending comments. Wow, you know about it? I thought I was the only one in our university who knew. That's impressive. Now we have a common topic to discuss. Indeed. Lin Yue continued to scroll, exclaiming, I thought I was the sole person aware of this. This broadcast room has no online presence whatsoever, truly relying on word of mouth. It reminds me of the era of my father's generation. Dare I imagine that I have participated in nearly 60 groups related to this matter, all of which have been entirely shut down, and my account has even been suspended, leaving me utterly perplexed. Sun Xiao felt as if his fingers might ignite the very screen of his mobile device with their fervent swipes. Just 1 minute remained until the commencement of the live broadcast. Who could disagree? I had mentioned this to my father, who informed me that their research institute was also monitoring the situation. If certain individuals are obstructing the dissemination of information, shall we not share it ourselves? To bring joy to even one more person is indeed a delightful prospect. My next step is to seize the broadcasting station, ensuring the entire school is informed. As Sun Xiao spoke, his hand inadvertently swiped, and in the blink of an eye, the once pitch-black screen illuminated with images. Incredible. Here it comes. First. Second. A novice has arrived. I am ready. The wait has been excruciating. Dear host, could you not broadcast daily? This is a breach of our agreement. It is evident that the host suffers from procrastination. This affliction requires treatment, and the remedy is 100 days of uninterrupted broadcasting. Quickly, host, share your words. I implore you for information on the black insect monsters. It would greatly aid my writing. Our company has launched a punctuality insurance, specifically designed for procrastinators and those who flake out. Have you heard of Pacific Insurance? The insurance representative is back again. Can we not take action against him? A heartfelt plea from each individual. Host, I have informed my entire class about your live broadcast. I have fulfilled my duty. Our company's owner has organized a viewing, and even during such ghastly hours, we remain unafraid. Long live. Red Carp and Green Carp and Donkey has generously gifted 5 super rockets. The esports girl, Pinru, generously rewarded with a Super Rocket X5. As always, the live stream commenced amidst a frenzy of comments flooding the chat, growing even more vibrant with each wave of gifts. Lin Yue observed the online viewer count surge to an impressive 290,000 within mere minutes before stabilizing, nodding in satisfaction. He expressed his gratitude for everyone arriving punctually at the Mars live stream to witness this humble broadcaster, offering a heartfelt thank you. With a slight bow, Lin Yue disembarked from his vehicle and stepped into the desolate expanse outside. The hovering camera ascended gracefully, capturing an aerial view of him. At that moment, the audience in the live stream was astonished to recognize the structures behind Lin Yue, which appeared somewhat familiar. He turned towards the camera, gesturing behind him. I have traversed an extensive journey in my rover alongside Xiaobai, procuring a wealth of essential resources for cultivation, including soil, seeds, fertilizers, and petri dishes. I can affirm that I have successfully accomplished this journey, as promised. Provided I do not make any grave errors, I shall bid farewell to malnutrition with these supplies. Everyone, let's hear it for the applause. Another wave of donations surged through the live stream, and Lin Yue nodded in contentment. The technological points increased by 6, marking a certain victory from the outset. Thus, akin to a research center, we shall construct a greenhouse. Instantly, the chat erupted with a flurry of comments. Build a greenhouse. Surely, the broadcaster jesteth. I concede that your synthetic starch is indeed remarkable, and your modifications to the robotic dog and rover are exceptionally impressive. However, perhaps we should refrain from collaborating on construction projects. After all, no one is perfect. Indeed, I hail from a rural area. Do you presume erecting a greenhouse is as simple as stating it? Furthermore, we are on Mars. With what materials would you construct it? I distinctly recall observing the absence of any glass components. I believe plastic sheeting could potentially be employed, although I suspect the streamer may lack even that. Lin Yue raised a digit and wagged it. Ladies and gentlemen, in the absence of materials, we can fabricate them. Coincidentally, I possess the knowledge to manufacture greenhouse glass. And I have also located the raw materials. Lin Yue turned and entered the rover. Under the perplexed gaze of numerous viewers, he drove for over 10 minutes before halting the rover near a rugged slope in a desolate area. The pursuing floating cameras promptly captured the rapid emergence of several dark figures. However, upon witnessing the streamer gradually producing a silver-white pistol from behind his back, the entire broadcast room erupted into a frenzy. Chapter 53. I feel as though I am about to suffocate under the scrutiny of nearly 300,000 viewers. The streamer produced a pistol that gleamed with a silvery white luster. The appearance of this firearm ignited the entire broadcast room. A firearm? Are you serious, Ajahn? Good heavens. Mars possesses weapons of mass destruction. I must admit, this is somewhat comical. Is the streamer akin to Doraemon? He conjured a firearm out of thin air. It appears quite reminiscent of that Taurus model, the Mad Bull, does it not, dear host? Pray, do not tell me you fabricated this. A revolver is not something that can be conjured. Setting that aside, have we forgotten the host's intended purpose? Was it not to construct a glass greenhouse? How has the conversation shifted to firearms? I must say, do you not recognize this mischievous host's antics? Surely, he will next transform the handgun into a glass greenhouse. Such comments flood the screen. While some ponder the connection between this object and the greenhouse, their musings are swiftly overwhelmed by those who revel in chaos. Lin Yue, observing the skepticism and speculation, remains unperturbed. The dissent is minuscule, far too feeble. Can you not muster more vigor, dear viewers? He resolved to stoke the flames further, to fan the excitement. There are indeed knowledgeable participants. This firearm does share some resemblance to the Mad Bull, yet there are subtle distinctions. While the grotesque creatures have yet to approach, he seizes the moment to showcase it to the audience. Naturally, he would not declare this as a technological exchange. A mere pretext would suffice, as the crew is indeed capable of such feats. Lin Yue deftly extracted the bullets from the magazine, displaying them before the camera, then reloading them with finesse. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, eliciting gasps from the audience. With an air of nonchalance, Lin Yue thought to himself that he had rehearsed this movement over 100 times prior to the broadcast, all for this fleeting moment. It was imperative to subtly enhance his presence in this live stream, laying the groundwork for what was to come. He then ascended to the roof of the rover. Casting another glance at the hovering camera, have you all noticed? This firearm is equipped with a laser sight and utilizes 44 Magnum caliber ammunition, characterized by a remarkably flat trajectory. The barrel is substantial, featuring a port, which minimizes recoil during firing. Lin Yue declared as he raised the pistol, pressing the hammer down. In that instant, a vibrant green laser surged forth, targeting a black insect-like creature situated nearly 100 meters away. The camera naturally captured this entire scene. In truth, I must confess something. I am indeed a Martian envoy, capable of synthesizing starch and transforming the rover into a mech, enabling the robotic canine to adopt 4 distinct forms. Yet, my primary vocation is that of a sharpshooter. Now, I intend to deliver a single shot that will obliterate the creature's head. No sooner had he uttered these words than Lin Yue firmly grasped the handgun and decisively pulled the trigger. In an instant, the creature's head was obliterated by the bullet within the frame of the camera. I fired my shot. Who is in favor and who is against? After a brief silence, the audience erupted with a flurry of donations, an overwhelming tide of comments flooding the live stream. What? A sharpshooter? No way. One shot. Is this thing a one-shot kill? Quite impressive, but the host must be bluffing. I refuse to believe it. Hold on. Did you all forget? Just now, the host's reloading and unloading actions were rather impressive. It's unlikely someone who rarely handles firearms could execute them so smoothly. The forgiving hue of the laser sight is quite remarkable. Indeed, without several years of experience, achieving a one-shot precision hit is utterly impossible. Unless the host makes another shot, then I might concede. A timid inquiry arises. What does this have to do with constructing glass greenhouses? Now, everyone, let us momentarily quiet down. Lin Yue's voice resonates, gradually silencing the barrage of comments in the live stream. He once again raises his pistol, the green laser targeting a distant, restless black insect creature. To prove that I am indeed a sharpshooter, I shall aim for the head again. In the frame, the creature he is targeting unexpectedly turns away from the line of fire, darting forward at an angle. At that moment, the bullet is unleashed. All viewers witness the grotesque head of the black insect creature, concealed beneath its hard shell, being precisely struck by the bullet, causing flesh and blood to erupt like a blossoming flower. This shot is a perfect headshot. Again! Yet, as everyone is astonished by this incredulous occurrence, they are further bewildered to see the host firing 2 more shots in rapid succession, each resulting in another headshot. At this point, the audience can no longer remain composed. Once could be attributed to luck, twice might be coincidence, but thrice, for times suddenly, the pistol is raised twice more. And as the crowd remains in a state of disbelief, Lin Yue again fires successive headshots. The entire live stream is engulfed in a breathless silence. Now, do you all realize that I possess a certain talent for shooting? After Lin Yue speaks, he notices the insects beginning to retreat frantically, just as before. Facing the camera, he prepares to continue speaking, only to discover that not a single comment remains. Has the internet disconnected? At that moment, with the first comment appearing, a torrent of additional comments surges in like waves before a great tide. Absolutely astounding. This marks an unprecedented display of marksmanship. The virtuoso of firearms. Observe this youthful prodigy. A sextet of consecutive headshots, executed with unparalleled precision, even against the rapidly evading vermin. Should anyone dare to question his prowess? The streamer is capable of delivering a lethal blow even through the lens. I wonder if the streamer has ever considered enlisting in our shooting team? Each projectile annihilates a tenebrous insect. Concurrent with the eruption of comments, a deluge of monetary gifts ensued. This broadcast has yielded a substantial accumulation of technological advancements, culminating in a grand total of 10 points. Esteemed viewers, are you now convinced of my designation as a sharpshooter of considerable skill? Having articulated this, Lin Yue deftly extracted the spent cartridges from the magazine, proceeding to reload. As the audience inundated the screen with affirmations, he disembarked from the vehicle. Approaching a desolate expanse of Martian soil, he grasped a handful of the earth, stating, "This soil, replete with a high concentration of silicon dioxide, is suitable for the fabrication of glass. However, the presence of those pestiferous dark insects is an impediment. Hence, I discharge my weapon to disperse them." Audience, Lin Yue, with a profound gaze, declared, "In truth, I am not a marksman of exceptional ability." Audience, he caressed the firearm, adding, "Indeed. This weapon is equipped with an automatic target acquisition system, capable of guiding projectiles mid-flight with unerring accuracy, ensuring a 100% probability of cranial penetration." Audience, unbelievable. Chapter 54. Are you attempting to deceive me? The broadcast room was once again enveloped in an eerie silence. All present were simultaneously assailed by a profound inquiry. "Streamer, are you, perchance, attempting to jest with me?" Moreover, the remarkable feature of this firearm lies in its automatic locking mechanism and the bullets that possess the ability to curve. It guarantees a 100% headshot. Just as the audience's minds began to spiral into confusion, Lin Yue's voice resonated once more. Perhaps they had forgotten that I had previously mentioned this gun had been modified by me. Indeed, it has transcended the realm of an ordinary weapon and has transformed into a miraculous apparatus with automatic targeting and locking capabilities. As for the bullets, Lin Yue produced one and showcased it before the camera. Each bullet is equipped with a miniature sensor. When fired in conjunction with the targeting scope, it will soar directly towards the target's head. This, indeed, is the secret behind my consecutive 6 precise headshots. However, the audience seemed to find it increasingly plausible that Lin Yue was a sharpshooter. The notion of modifying bullets to be trackable appeared to be quite credible. Is your technology not a half-century ahead of the rest of the world? The host, in a state of bewilderment, conceded that your shooting accuracy is indeed impressive. One might even say, transforming a Mars rover into a mech seems just as reasonable as modifying a firearm to feature automatic locking and tracking capabilities. In the frame, several stealthy black insect-like monsters had not fled too far. Instead, they paused and began to shift back and forth, gazing in this direction. Let me show why, however. The audience observed that after locking on, Lin Yue deviated laterally by several degrees, and when the trigger was pulled, the bullet's trajectory veered significantly. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the black insects had exploded. "All right, everyone, a slow-motion replay should clarify things," Lin Yue stated, as he switched the display. The audience of over 300,000 was astounded to witness, in the greatly slowed-down footage, the bullet tracing a flawless arc through the air. Even the angle at which it struck the insect was oblique. A chorus of cheers erupted, accompanied by a deluge of virtual gifts. The barrage of comments reached an unprecedented zenith. Lin Yue maintained his composure before the camera, though inwardly he felt a tinge of apprehension. He wished he could claim responsibility for modifying the weapon to such an extent. Nevertheless, this maneuver served as an excellent prelude to the upcoming broadcast, earning Lin Yue's personal commendation. Furthermore, it effectively recalibrated everyone's perception of his current combat prowess. The gun's deterrent effect against those black insects had been demonstrated, and it remained to be seen how many would grasp its significance. Moreover, in the event of pursuit by scientists from the research center, he added, "Indeed, I could transform the rover into a mech to crush those insects." but the disparity in size would lead to various complications, as was the case previously. Should 2 or 3 latch on, it would pose a significant problem. Moreover, the rover's transformation is not yet flawless and requires further refinement. With the acquisition of this firearm, at least when confronted by a limited number of adversaries, I can deliver a minor yet impactful headshot, much like earlier. However, my ammunition is rather scarce. I am left with a mere 87 rounds. Thus, until I am able to manufacture new bullets, I must exercise restraint in their usage. As for the process of crafting ammunition, it necessitates mining in the vast expanse of Mars resources. Yet, prior to embarking on that endeavor, I must first address my nutritional needs, particularly concerning vitamins and other essential nutrients. Indeed, the primary objective of this venture is to demonstrate to everyone that I am here to mine. At this moment, the audience in the live stream began to chatter excitedly. Mining. How does this streamer always come up with such novel activities? Synthesizing starch, modifying the rover and robotic dog, and now adding mining to the mix? What is there that he cannot do? Nevertheless, the term mining may not be entirely accurate, for the Martian soil is replete with a plethora of mineral resources, as exemplified by the silicon dioxide I recently showcased, which is abundantly scattered across the Martian surface. As Lin Yue spoke, he activated the rover and retrieved his tools, specifically a small cart borrowed from the research center. Armed with a specialized alloy shovel designed for excavation, Lin Yue cleared his throat. Lacking convenient tools, he had to rely on manual labor. However, the good news was that the lower gravity on Mars made the task relatively effortless. Xiaobai, transform into flight mode, enter combat status, and remain vigilant, locking onto any enemies within a 50-meter radius. With a commanding call, Lin Yue activated the small robotic canine at his side, transforming it instantaneously into a flying apparatus, which commenced a vigilant patrol around the expansive vicinity of the rover. The previously encountered insects had retreated significantly, rendering them nearly invisible. Thus, the little companion's task merely entailed a routine surveillance. However, as Lin Yue resumed his mining activities, discussions ignited within the live stream. The little one has transformed. Yet, is it not merely a seemingly useless mechanical dog now? After all, the host can utilize that remarkable gun with bullets capable of curving to eliminate the monstrous insects. Mining, in contrast, raises the question, what purpose does it serve? Would the host truly resort to crafting glass? Such a notion seems implausible, given the location and its conditions. One could hardly expect preparations to be made within a detection station. It strikes me as a mere gimmick. Although the host possesses a multitude of talents, the intricacies of smelting remain exceedingly challenging. For every skeptic, there exists a counterargument. While I may not hold much faith, I refuse to be the one proven wrong. Lin Yue diligently excavated silicon dioxide, swiftly filling a small cart equipped with a barrier, which he then wheeled beside the rover, lifting the platform to transfer the contents. Please remain calm and do not depart. The excitement continues. Chapter 55, Absurdity. The handgun, equipped with a targeting lock and capable of curving bullets, left the viewers in the live stream utterly astounded. Some began to grasp the underlying significance. Initially perplexed, I have now come to realize the brilliance of this tactic. The host is demonstrating that even without reliance on the robotic canine and transforming mechs, he can ensure his own safety. Indeed, should those dark insects ever tire of the Rocky Mountains and venture onto the plains, the streamer can react with utmost alacrity. The bullet's trajectory manipulation is simply preposterous. The crux of the matter? Deterrence. Whether the monstrous insects reside in the Rocky Mountains is immaterial. What matters is that they recognize the streamer as a formidable adversary. Did you not observe? These monstrous insects possess a modicum of intelligence. Otherwise, they would have foolishly charged forward. The streamer dispatched several in one fell swoop, causing them to scatter and cower, refraining from reappearing for quite some time. This seemingly ostentatious display is, in reality, a demonstration of force. It serves as a warning to the insects and other potential threats alike. I dare say, should those research centers attempt to apprehend the streamer, he could swiftly teach them a lesson, no? I venture to say, should a dozen individuals arrive in a spacecraft with the intention of forcibly abducting the streamer, he could lull them into a state of infantile slumber. Amidst the audience's lively discourse, Lin Yue had already driven the rover out, once more venturing into the crimson wasteland. Lin Yue also took the time to peruse the audience's comments. It is heartening that they comprehend. It seems this demonstration was not in vain. He could have certainly showcased it to the audience again in the future when encountering black insect monsters. Now, he has already displayed a considerable amount of black technology in the live broadcast room, and Blue Star has taken no small amount of action to shut down his live broadcast room. If they grit their teeth and stomp their feet, preparing to send a manned spaceship here to arrest people, the 100 headshot pistol will also make them think twice, right? Of course, Xiaobai and the giant mech are not to be trifled with either. The rover sped across the wasteland, advancing all the way. After Lin Yue urged the audience in the live stream not to leave, each viewer longed for time to pass more swiftly. After all, Lin Yue's mention of creating a glass greenhouse had significantly heightened their expectations. In a place like Mars, where resources are scarce, could this seemingly omnipotent streamer truly fabricate a genuine glass greenhouse? Regardless of how one contemplated it, such a feat appeared implausible. It is essential to recognize that this endeavor involves far more than mere imagination. It encompasses a wealth of knowledge in architecture, materials science, and, most critically, the intricate process of glass manufacturing, which is no simple task. While some viewers remained preoccupied with thoughts of the handgun capable of auto-locking and firing, many others began to speculate on how Lin Yue might accomplish this seemingly impossible task. We have gathered an ample supply of silica sand, which ensures a source of raw materials. However, that alone is insufficient. As Lin Yue spoke, he approached the storage compartment and retrieved a plastic bag filled with a brownish substance. Observant viewers quickly discerned the contents within. While some may struggle to comprehend the significance of this, it is evident that a person as enigmatic as the streamer must possess profound intentions. Lin Yue presented the bag of desiccated plants up close. Indeed, these were the withered specimens collected at the research center. While some might deem them useless, these plants hold a unique and special application in their current state. However, I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. I am certain that your astute minds have already deduced the answer. It is indeed possible to incinerate them to produce ash from plant matter. This ash possesses numerous applications, such as serving as fertilizer in agricultural endeavors and as a supplementary ingredient in certain culinary delicacies. Furthermore, it serves another purpose, as an additive in the process of glassmaking. By soaking the ash in cold water, filtering it through a white cloth, and then boiling it, one can obtain potassium carbonate, which performs a function analogous to that of sodium carbonate. In ancient times, the production of glass was a remarkably arduous and intricate process, leading to exorbitant prices, primarily due to the necessity of sourcing sodium carbonate from saline lakes. However, once the utility of plant ash was discovered, glass transitioned from a luxury item to a commonplace building material. Yet, it remains premature to utilize plant ash as an additive for glass production. Prior to that, I must first construct a kiln. As Lin Yue spoke, he moved to a distant location to excavate a load of Martian soil. Digging soil? Could it be that the host truly intends to build a house? How could one construct with Martian soil? Can anyone enlighten me on its primary components? Do you know why Mars appears so red? A brief introduction to iron oxide, perhaps. Of course, there are also silica, aluminum oxide, calcium oxide, magnesium oxide, sulfur trioxide, sodium oxide, and a myriad of other minerals, a veritable mlang of elements. Goodness, if this substance can indeed be fired, could it not serve as a steel plate? Listen to me, dear host. Refrain from constructing kilns and glassworks. The complexity of their suggestions has led me to believe that a simple plastic shed would suffice. Lin Yue remarked, his pace unwavering. He proceeded to transfer the soil into the storage compartment and retrieved a sizable sheet of thin steel, the original purpose of which remained unclear to him, yet it was fortuitously available for use. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall employ an angle grinder for cutting and subsequently weld it to create some molds. These molds, of course, are intended for brickmaking. To safeguard the auditory and visual well-being of the audience, he switched the camera's focus to Xiaobai. As Lin Yue spoke, he grasped the angle grinder, with the lens shifting to capture Xiao by patrolling beside the outdoor rover. In a brief span, sheets of thin steel measuring 30 centimeters x 30 centimeters, 50 centimeters x 30 centimeters, and 30 centimeters x 50 centimeters were meticulously cut and welded into open-topped rectangular molds. Who would have thought that a journey to Mars would render me a jack of all trades? Lin Yue quipped, showcasing the 20 completed molds as the camera returned to him. To construct a dwelling, one must first transport bricks. But what to do in Mars where bricks are non-existent? We shall fabricate our own right here. Chapter 56. What exactly is he studying? As Lin Yue announced his intention to produce bricks before the camera, many viewers were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the magnitude of his statement. Crafting bricks on Earth is undeniably straightforward. Brickyards are ubiquitous, offering a plethora of options from traditional red bricks to modern concrete and hollow bricks. Essentially, one can acquire any desired quantity with sufficient funds. However, the Martian landscape presents a different challenge. The audience observed Lin use brick mold, their comprehension somewhat lacking. Is that all there is to it? They seemed to wonder. Lin Yue methodically arranged the brick molds and then retrieved a large container of water from the Sabatier reactor. Subsequently, he wheeled over a small, seamless cart with surrounding panels. He began to fill the cart's container with reddish-brown, finely granulated Martian soil, adding water continuously while addressing the camera. Bricks hold a position of considerable significance in the annals of human civilization. Many of Earth's earliest cities were erected using bricks. On Mars, bricks naturally present themselves as an ideal construction material. However, the process of creating bricks is not as arduous as one might imagine. The Martian dust gradually transformed into a slurry under the influence of the water. At this juncture, Lin Yue procured a metal rod and commenced stirring. The most ancient method of brickmaking likely involved the use of wooden molds. A slurry of water and earth was poured into these molds, lightly pressed, and then dried before being baked. However, excessively high temperatures are unnecessary. Even drying in the sun suffices. Of course, an oven capable of reaching 300 degrees Celsius would yield remarkably robust bricks. Regrettably, the research station lacks such an amenity. As he spoke, Lin Yue diligently stirred the mud until it achieved a homogeneous consistency. Within the lens, a series of large air bubbles continuously emerged from the depths of the dark red slurry. Is the broadcaster's major in witchcraft? Such absurd nonsense. As a civil engineering student, I must assert that the broadcaster appears to be in a relatively sane state. Wait, I do not comprehend. Weren't we supposed to construct a glass greenhouse? While observing the screen, Lin Yue leisurely explained, in truth, you might be aware that there exists a method of crafting bricks by mixing straw with soil. Many of the old houses from the past were constructed in such a manner, albeit lacking durability. The modern bricks we commonly encounter require a kiln temperature of 900 degrees Celsius, which could indeed be achieved on Mars. However, our current conditions are rather constrained, and initially, we can only employ a very ancient technique. Naturally, the dried plants I mentioned earlier are intended for glass production. We shall utilize another approach. As Lin Yue spoke, he began to scoop up some slurry with a metal shovel and poured it into the brick molds, effortlessly filling 20 molds. He then retrieved a small trowel and meticulously smoothed each piece. Once all were leveled, Lin Yue proceeded to transport them individually to a small cart, donned his extravehicular suit, and astonishingly pushed it outside. The audience was left utterly dumbfounded. Another approach? Is this truly a technique? Is it not merely taking it outside? Every endeavor begins with its challenges, and in the absence of suitable heating kilns and methods, this is the simplest and most expedient way. Although it may seem trivial, I urge everyone not to blink for what comes next. Having traversed the terrain to approximately 20 meters from the reconnaissance outpost, Lin Yue extracted the brick molds, which were rapidly cooling in the frigid air, and meticulously placed them upon the ground. Within moments, the sub-zero temperatures encrusted the bricks with a delicate layer of frost. As Lin meticulously unmolded these nascent ice-laden bricks, arranging them in a manner reminiscent of conventional bricklaying, the assembled audience of the live stream bore witness to an unforeseen phenomenon. The icy bricks coalesced with remarkable ease, forming a rudimentary wall. Their astonishment was palpable. While the method of brick fabrication was rudimentary, its efficacy was undeniable. As you can observe, Lin articulated, a simple amalgamation of water and Martian soil yields a slurry that, when subjected to cryogenic conditions and judiciously arranged, manifests as a wall of this nature. The subsequent step involves the concatenation of these walls, followed by the fabrication of a glass furnace, whereupon the path forward becomes self-evident. Martian soil, he continued, harbors a cornucopia of minerals, including calcium, sulfur, and gypsum conglomerates. The mere addition of water transmutes them into hardened mud exhibiting cementitious properties. While these hardened mud bricks could be fortified with mortar, their inherent moisture content, as it gradually freezes, facilitates their adhesion. Esteemed viewers, Lin announced, the glass furnace, in its rudimentary form, stands complete. Constraints pertaining to materials and spatial considerations have necessitated a somewhat austere design. Its appearance, though rather ordinary, possesses all the essential components: the charging port, the front wall, the small furnace in the melting section, the heat storage chamber, as well as the cooling section's chest wall and neck, not to mention the passageways. Lin Yue spoke while showcasing each part of the glass kiln before the camera. "Wow!" exclaimed the viewers. Did this host just construct it on the spot? It indeed resembles the old glass kilns of the past. However, a question arises. How does one actually melt glass? Do you have no thoughts on the design of this glass kiln? Don't you think this host possesses remarkable architectural skills? I can confirm they are not from civil engineering, but rather trained as a tour guide. Typically, we would describe such individuals in 2 words: true giants. Lin Yue gazed at the glass kiln, crafted with top-notch architectural expertise, feeling somewhat reflective. If only we had such technology on Blue Star. We could design houses daily and live a life of leisure. Alas, the designs exist only in my mind. If only I could render them visually. I could show off my skills. As everyone could see, the main structure of the glass furnace had been completed. Now, regarding the melting of glass, I have a few points to discuss, he stated, moving directly towards the roaming vehicle outside. The temperature required for glass production must be maintained between 600 to 1,500 degrees Celsius. However, on this barren Mars, devoid of any vegetation and coal deposits, sourcing fuel is no simple task. Yet, it is not entirely impossible. He pointed at the roaming vehicle and continued his explanation. Do you all remember the flame outlets that appeared when the roaming vehicle transformed into its mech and giant dog forms? Merely discussing it may not convey the depth of the subject. Lin Yue spoke as he and Xiao Bai boarded the vehicle, which, after a series of intricate transformations, once again assumed the form of a colossal canine. The hovering camera ascended into the air, revealing to the audience the 8 circular flame nozzles. To address the issue of melting glass, I certainly had a solution. He alighted from the vehicle and retrieved a device from behind, presenting it before the camera. Chapter 57. Dora A. Lin in the live stream. A flurry of comments suddenly cascaded across the screen, all synchronized. Dora A. Lin. Dora A. Lin. This left Lin Yue momentarily at a loss. What on earth is Dora A. Lin? Am I really that round? I am not a futuristic cat-like robot from the 22nd century. For goodness sake. In truth, the audience was merely teasing Lin Yue for his uncanny ability to produce an array of high-tech gadgets previously unseen and unheard of. After all, no other streamer had managed to accomplish so many feats beyond their comprehension. As one astonishing piece of cutting-edge technology after another emerged, the viewers experienced a dual sensation of physical and spiritual exhilaration, leading them to develop a sense of déjà vu regarding Lin Yue. Doraemon, the chubby blue cat who fulfills dreams. This streamer, a harbinger of profound emotional resonance for the masses. Dora A. Lin? What a triviality. Ladies and gentlemen, I do have a name, you know. What is this Dora A. Lin nonsense? With a light cough, Lin Yue redirected the camera towards the small device in his hand. This apparatus was dismantled from the liquid oxygen methane thruster of the vehicle prior to the live broadcast, and it had been ingeniously reconfigured with several components he had discovered along the way on the Mars rover. He was indeed quite astonished the moment he acquired it. A myriad of feasible plans flooded his mind, even presenting several alternative solutions when components were lacking. One must acknowledge the remarkable skill of top-tier mechanical comprehension. After employing various cutting, welding, and other tools to fabricate it with precision, Lin Yue felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. He reminded the audience to refocus their attention, promptly pressing a button. Soon, a slender blue flame erupted from above the nozzle. The temperature gauge below fluctuated continuously, soaring from 600 to 800, then to 1500, and finally reaching 2,500 degrees Celsius. The blue flame seemed to possess the power to incinerate all, demonstrating its intensity to everyone in front of the camera. After a while, Lin Yue gradually extinguished it. Moreover, the combination of liquid oxygen and methane ensured that it could ignite within the Martian atmosphere without the necessity of creating an oxygen-rich environment. As for methane, I previously mentioned its source, which is produced by the Sabatier reactor in our exploration station. Lin Yue stepped into the central chamber, pointing to an entirely white machine as he spoke, and he drank a mouthful of water collected from its base. I believe the level of our live broadcast is quite high, and everyone should be familiar with the Sabatier reaction, which can be summarized by the equation for H2CO2 catalyst 2H2OCH4. In other words, Combining 4 parts of hydrogen and carbon dioxide with a catalyst yields 2 parts of water and 1 part of methane. The water consumed by the detection station is produced by this machine, which also serves as the source of methane fuel for the rovers. Astute participants have observed the remarkable similarity to our synthetic starch experiment. While some may invoke the principle of conservation of mass, it is essential to mention another life support system, which is essentially an electrolyzer that, given a power source and water, can continuously generate hydrogen and oxygen. Once these two machines are interconnected, the hydrogen can be shared. As for the water source, my perspiration, urine, and domestic water are thoroughly absorbed and reused by the water treatment apparatus. Furthermore, methane can be combusted, and during its reaction with oxygen, water and carbon dioxide are produced, thus establishing a cyclical process. Liquid oxygen and methane are generated through the electrolysis of water and the reaction of liquid oxygen with methane, all of which occur automatically within the machines, beyond my control. The host may ponder who comprehends this. I merely wish to understand the capabilities of your impressive new machine. This cyclical system ensures that as long as the machines remain operational, the host will never be deprived of water, oxygen, or fuel. It can only be described as extraordinarily remarkable. The flames earlier resembled those at the base of a rocket. The host has effectively miniaturized it. If widely adopted, could this lead to significant advancements in automotive manufacturing? The previous commenter jested about immediate collisions, which would prove taxing for the driver. Amidst the ongoing discourse among the livestream viewers regarding the practical applications and fabrication of glass, their attention was abruptly drawn to Lin Yue, who had commenced the production of bricks. He proceeded to ignite the previously gathered desiccated flora within a metallic receptacle, initiating the creation of wood ash. As these bricks materialized, an encircling wall around the glass kiln gradually took shape, leading the audience to observe with astonishment that Lin Yue was erecting a structure with a solitary entrance around the glass kiln, propelling a wheelbarrow laden with Martian soil slurry. Lin Yue once more positioned himself before the camera. The unformed bricks shall serve as mortar, he announced, effecting a comprehensive seal upon this edifice, save for the designated exhaust vent. With expeditious movements, he applied the slurry, rapidly rendering the structure's surface more uniform. Subsequently, he introduced a proportional mixture of silica soil, Martian soil, and wood ash into the charging port. Finally, a glass mold, measuring 100 by 100 centimeters, fashioned from previously cut and welded thin steel plates, was positioned at the discharge outlet, thus culminating in the preparatory phase. Esteemed viewers, he proclaimed, the camera's perspective shall now transition to the kiln's interior. Let us observe the liquefaction of the silica. Chapter 58. The Genesis of Civilization. At this juncture, the livestream continued to experience an influx of new viewers, notwithstanding the encroaching late hour for nocturnal individuals. This period represented the zenith of their alertness. Yet for the influx of viewers in the livestream, showcasing an array of cutting-edge technology on Mars and crafting various items from scratch is what truly captivates. Ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention as I prepare to activate this switch, allowing us a glimpse into the interior of the kiln. As Lin Yue's words echoed, the hovering camera ventured inside the structure, revealing a radiant glow. That, indeed, was the blue flame of the combustion device igniting the silica within the small furnace. As the temperature of the flames gradually escalated, so too did the heat within the furnace, causing the minerals inside to glow a fiery red. In that moment, Lin Yue's voice resonated once more. The art of glassmaking cannot be accomplished in merely a few hours. It requires a consistently high-temperature environment. Consequently, our camera must withdraw, as it can no longer capture the process. I have connected the combustion device to the Sabatier reactor and other apparatus within the station to ensure a continuous supply of fuel. The heating will persist for an additional 5 to 6 hours, followed by a cooling period of approximately 10 hours. This process, though, tends to be rather monotonous, so we shall leave the rest to the passage of time. Throughout history, from ancient times to the present, humanity has relentlessly pursued an exquisite material that allows sunlight to illuminate the darkest of spaces. Glass has dominated our architectural skyline, and the significance of solar panels in the energy market is unmistakable. Moreover, glass has become a cornerstone of scientific and technological advancement. From the inception of telescopes and microscopes to the transformative advent of optoelectronic glass that revolutionized electrostatic printing, and subsequently, the emergence of glass ceramics through controlled crystallization technology, culminating in the global communication revolution spurred by optical fibers. It is evident that the advent and application of glass serve as a crucial foundation for the continuity and advancement of civilization. However, on this desolate Mars, devoid of life and civilization, there exists only barrenness and silence. Perhaps humanity shall never conquer this realm, nor will it ever regard it as a second cradle of life. Yet, tomorrow, in your presence, the first piece of glass shall be born here. Might it herald the dawn of Martian civilization? We shall await with bated breath. The camera has now shifted to an aerial view of the exploration station, marking the conclusion of this live broadcast. Many viewers remain captivated by Lin Yue's series of operations, yearning to witness the creation of glass in real time. Some, feeling unsatisfied, wish for Lin Yue to wield that astonishing automatic targeting pistol once more to eradicate a few dark insects. At this moment, as generous donations from prominent figures flood in, the number of viewers in the live stream approaches 400,000. Observing the fervent atmosphere within the streaming room, Lin Yue cannot help but frown, sensing an overwhelming desire for him to continue. What a surprise, are they still not satiated? He glances at the time. Goodness, it is nearly midnight on Blue Star. Do these people have such an insatiable craving? Upon noticing that the technological points earned from this live broadcast have reached 23, totaling 49 points, Lin Yue suddenly finds himself struck by a thought. Why not purchase some items from the Technology Point Mall to gracefully conclude the matter? While the camera was not focused on him, Lin Yue mentally accessed the Technology Point Mall, just as he was internally lamenting the lackluster offerings. An alert chimed from the previously unreachable system, delivering a notification. Ding! The host's remaining technology points have reached 50, triggering a new feature in the Technology Point Mall. By spending 10 technology points, you can refresh the mall's merchandise, with a daily refresh limit of 2 times. Please note, previously displayed items may reappear in the inventory. And you can also spend 5 points as a fee to select purchases from the history. Would you like to refresh the items in the mall? A new feature? How delightful. I had presumed that the items in this rudimentary Technology Point Mall would remain static until all were purchased. Now that refreshing is possible, could it potentially yield formidable items, akin to an auto-targeting handgun? However, Lin Yue did not immediately opt to refresh. He took a moment to browse through the offerings once more, reaffirming which items to procure first and which expenditures would be futile. Rapid Growth Agent, 4 points. Excavation Drill Design Blueprint, 24 points. Microbial Cultivation Device, 15 points. High-Performance Analgesic, 1 point. High-Performance Electrolysis Device Design Blueprint, 10 points. Titanium Alloy, 3 points. Sustainable Underwater Breathing Apparatus, 7 points. Instant Coffee, 2 points. Soilless Cultivation Kit, 6 points. I already possess the electrolysis device and have obtained the soilless cultivation kit from the research center. The underwater breathing apparatus is utterly useless, and the titanium alloy serves no purpose. As for the microbial cultivation device, it currently appears to lack any utility. Instant coffee? I find even 2 points excessive. Would it not be more delightful to purchase analgesics? Presently, it seems that only the rapid growth agent, excavation drill design blueprint, and high-performance analgesic hold any promise. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yue resolved to first acquire the rapid growth agent and the high-performance analgesic, followed by a refresh. Soon, as 5 technology points vanished, a box of medicine and a large metal drum the size of a gasoline canister materialized beside him. Lin Yue promptly transported these items to the airlock chamber and contemplated having Xiaobai transform, wishing to avoid an abrupt silence. Xiaobai mech mode. Xiaobai complied, hastening to the vehicle as the camera focused on it. Lin Yue glanced at the lively streaming room before swiftly entering the marketplace. Would you like to refresh the items in the marketplace? Refresh. Chapter 59. Hurry up. I've waited so long the flowers have wilted. The list of items in the basic technology points marketplace has been refreshed. With the system's monotonous mechanical voice echoing, the process commenced. A novel inventory of merchandise materialized in Lin Yue's consciousness instantaneously. First Aid Kit, 72 points. Invigorating Elixir, 4 points. Compressed Air Velocity Projector, 22 points. Common Agricultural Implement Set, 5 points. Jasmine Tea Sachet, 2 points. Diamond Cutting Machine Blueprint, 15 points. High Magnification Telescope, 6 points. High Performance Illumination Cultivation Enclosure, 10 points. Biodetection Alarm, 8 points. Automated Ammunition Replenishment Pack, 200 rounds, 20 points. Technological Points Balance, 35 points. Lin Yue. System. Are some of these items merely present to inflate the list? He mentally posed this profound inquiry, Yet the habitually unresponsive system, true to form, remained taciturn. Very well. There are still desirable items to be had. The compressed air velocity projector, judging by its nomenclature, should be a weapon that compresses air and discharges it under high pressure, inflicting harm upon adversaries. The high-performance illumination cultivation enclosure is likely designed for cultivating flora in the absence of sunlight and is reasonably priced. As for the automated ammunition replenishment pack, it replenishes ammunition for the automatic targeting pistol, albeit at an exorbitant price. The pistol comes with 100 rounds, and this pack of 200 costs 20 points. And the first aid kit, priced at 72 points, is highway robbery. Is the system operating a clandestine establishment? After this mental remonstration, Lin Yue's gaze settled upon the biodetection alarm. After a moment of deliberation, Lin Yue promptly exchanged points for the high-performance illumination cultivation enclosure and the biodetection alarm, reducing his technological points balance to 17. Although the viewership did not experience a significant surge, it consistently remained around 400,000. As for the total number of fans, it has reached 220,000 and continues to rise, which is indeed a positive development. While it may not be feasible to achieve the ambitious goal of reaching 1 million viewers today, solidifying the foundation is nevertheless commendable. Glancing at the high-performance supplemental lighting cultivation box occupying a square meter of space, Lin Yue decided to temporarily disregard it and instead focused on the white cubic biological probe alarm, which was slightly larger than his hand. Even without reading the various inscriptions on the buttons, his inherent mechanical comprehension allowed him to grasp its operational principles and usage intuitively. Simultaneously, Lin Yue devised a strategy for its optimal application. Shortly thereafter, he stored the high-performance lighting cultivation box in the storage compartment and switched the camera back. However, even though the audience had just been engrossed in the enjoyment of the massive transforming mech, they immediately noticed the distinction when Lin Yue faced the camera again. "Dora A. Lin, stop hiding. I can see the white object in your hand behind you," exclaimed one viewer. "Wow, this streamer is truly remarkable. I can't believe he just took down a Yang family weapon." Another added, "Dora A. Lin, we eagerly await your prompt introduction of your new invention. No dilly-dallying. Hurry up. I'm waiting so long that my flowers have wilted." The tone of the comments shifted from admiration of the mech's impressive aesthetics to an urgent request for the new technology to be unveiled swiftly. Furthermore, with another surge of donations, this trend began to intensify. Witnessing this, Lin Yue wasted no time and chose to capitalize on the momentum. "Thank you all for your support. I had originally intended to conclude the broadcast, but feeling everyone's enthusiasm, I've decided to present tomorrow's content today. Let's have an encore." As he spoke, Lin Yue moved his hand from behind his back to the front, revealing a pristine white cube to the camera. Having launched this Mars rover in under a year, the manned spacecraft from Tang Nation arrived, and it was gradually, and perhaps justifiably, overshadowed by the wave of manned exploration on Mars. Regrettably, a sudden malfunction sealed a tragic fate for the rover, with its signal reportedly lost near Arabia Terra. It was indeed from that location that I salvaged this largely defunct device, extracting a considerable amount of various materials, which have been thoroughly utilized in the previous liquid oxygen methane jet propulsion device, and this machine as well. The audience was somewhat taken aback upon hearing that Lin Yue had disassembled the Opportunity rover. Good heavens, he managed to stumble upon Opportunity, and he dismantled it? This fellow certainly has audacity. Those at the Interstellar Agency must be livid. Lin Yue had anticipated this reaction. Indeed, he had pondered this issue at the time of dismantling. However, survival was paramount. He couldn't bear to watch and do nothing, only to be filled with regret when materials were scarce. Lin Yue couldn't bring himself to do such a thing. "I have removed numerous components from the Opportunity rover, and additionally, I have assembled some surplus parts from the rover to create the biological exploration alarm that you see before you," Lin Yue stated, directing the camera for a close-up. The biological exploration alarm, as its name suggests, is indeed a type of alert device, akin to the theft alarms found in stores. However, this particular model differs from them in significant ways. After engaging in several battles with the black insect monsters, I conceived an idea. What if I could detect their presence without relying on my eyesight, merely through a machine? Thus, this device was born, Lin Yue remarked, capturing the various buttons on the device, while internally reflecting on the maturation of his persuasive abilities. What he referred to as birth was merely the relentless progress of the system's technology point shop. As you can see, it is equipped with an array of buttons. First, we will activate it, Lin Yue declared, pressing the start button. Next, all that is required is a single strand of my hair, which will be placed in the identification information box, followed by pressing this identification button. The recognition system is now operational. As the white cube emitted a soft glow, a mechanical voice resonated. Human identified. Lin Yue. With his technical prowess, producing such a sound was a trivial task. Even Xiao Bai could emit a gentle female voice. Under the audience's gaze, Lin Yue pressed a new button and positioned the compact device on the ground. Commencing now, a scan will be initiated, centered on this point, encompassing a radius of 500 meters, to detect any life forms excluding myself. A verdant luminescence emanated, accompanied by a subtle, rhythmic beeping. As observed, no entities were detected within the specified range. During Lin Yue's exposition, the device's radiance abruptly shifted to an intense crimson, accompanied by an alarm. Alert! Life forms are approaching within 500 meters. Chapter 60, A Premonition? Alert! Life forms are approaching within 500 meters. The piercing scarlet light pulsated incessantly, and the urgent auditory signals instilled a sense of unease in the viewers. Lin Yue was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Perplexed, he remarked that he had intended only a demonstration, not an actual encounter with approaching life forms. Addressing the audience, he acknowledged a slight predicament and stated his intention to investigate. Lin Yue repositioned the device, revealing a small liquid crystal display akin to a radar screen, complete with distance and quantity notations. The screen depicted a dense cluster of red dots encircling the station. A query arose. Could this signify an immediate assault by the dark insects? Doubts were expressed, recalling the previous assertion that they inhabited rocky mountains or deserts. The question was raised as to why they had ventured onto the plains. Alas, the streamer's demise appears imminent. Even with unerring accuracy, the sheer multitude of foes inspires despair. Who recalls the streamer's dwindling ammunition, numbering less than 100 rounds? Is it conceivable that the streamer's alarm is defective? Can he invent new machines? I remain skeptical. Streamer, I suspect a malfunction in your device. Lin Yue manipulated the alarm, confident in its infallibility. The sole human inhabitants of Mars, aside from himself, are the 5 scientists from the research team, leaving only the black insects as a possibility. Yet, amidst such a multitude, Lin Yue discerned an anomaly. The display indicated numerous enemy markers in his vicinity, traversing his location, bypassing him, and even receding into the distance. Ah, so that is the case. Ladies and gentlemen, it appears we have reached a misunderstanding. The exterior is not entirely infested with black insects. Lin Yue, alarm in hand, ventured outside. The camera revealed an empty expanse. Yet, the alarm display remained unchanged. The audience in the livestream room was instantly perplexed. Does the screen not still indicate a multitude of red dots? Has the device truly malfunctioned? Lin Yue was inwardly pleased. The entertainment value is undeniable. In truth, the device functions flawlessly. Monsters do indeed exist. However, they are presently imperceptible. Ladies and gentlemen, do you desire to know the answer? Lin Yue chose to prolong the suspense. The curiosity of everyone in the livestream room has been piqued. Many expressed their desire to know, and even more began to speculate. Lin Yue turned his gaze upon the rover, now transformed into a mobile mech. White, revert to vehicle form. The colossal mech transformed once more into a roving vehicle, and Lin Yue promptly opened the door, climbed inside, and fastened his seatbelt. The live stream shifted to 2 feeds, one showcasing the exterior scenery, the other displaying the alarm system's LCD screen. Everyone, pay attention. We are about to commence our journey, he announced, heading towards the location where we had recently excavated silicon-rich soil. As the roving vehicle advanced, the red dots on the screen gradually diminished. After 2 or 3 minutes, only a few remained. Outside the vehicle, no signs of the black insectoid creatures were visible. Among the viewers in the live stream, some began to ponder a potential scenario, though uncertainty lingered. If that were indeed the case, it seemed rather ominous. The vehicle continued its forward trajectory, and along the way, the alarm intermittently blared. Upon nearing the previously visited rocky hill, the cacophony of the alarm became almost unbearable. Warning: numerous creatures are gradually approaching within a radius of 500 meters. Warning: numerous creatures are gradually approaching within a radius of 500 meters. The red dots transitioned from sparse to densely clustered, and to their astonishment, the silhouettes of those black insectoid creatures re-emerged outside the vehicle's window. Lin Yue swiftly exited the vehicle, brandishing an automatic targeting pistol, as a hovering camera deployed to capture all surrounding scenes. Beside the rocky hill, as the first black insectoid creature emerged, more began to surface, gradually forming into groups. On the alarm system's monitoring display, the red dots connected, saturating more than half of the screen in crimson hue. Yet, curiously, the quantity represented by those dots did not seem to correspond with the numerous creatures observed. Attention, everyone! The red dot indicates the solitary black insectoid creature nearby. Clearly, they have not learned from their previous lesson, so let me once again demonstrate the might of civilization. Lin Yue pointed to one of the red dots, and simultaneously, the camera focused on a black insectoid creature a few dozen meters away. His weapon discharged instantaneously, and the creature's head was obliterated. Concurrently, the red dot on the alarm system vanished. Now, it is evident that the alarm is functioning properly, rather than being defective. Lin Yue continued, pointing to another red dot, firing again to eliminate it, causing yet another red dot to disappear. The viewers in the live stream now understood that the alarm system was indeed reliable. Having established this, I shall now proceed to deliver the conclusion regarding this matter. Lin Yue aimed his gun at the scattered black insectoid creatures. The alarm's detection range centers around it, encompassing a radius of 500 meters, which naturally includes both aerial and subterranean entities. The numerous red dots previously detected by the station actually indicated that those creatures were lurking in the underground vicinity of the station. Lin Yue continued to fire several rounds, depleting his magazine, before approaching the corpse of the first creature he had dispatched. Its grotesque and indescribable visage was clearly captured on camera. Xiaobai, activate flight mode and remain on alert. The little creature immediately began to hover, while the viewers in the live stream fixated on the screen, observing the unfamiliar extraterrestrial life form within the frame. After we first unveiled their existence in the live broadcast, I believe the relevant authorities have conducted some research on them. Now, the alarm indicates that their numbers far exceed our expectations, greatly surpassing what humanity could have anticipated. Lin Yue kicked the corpse of the strange insect, discovering a thin layer of frost coating its shell. Undoubtedly, they are carbon-based life forms akin to us, although we cannot comprehend how they survive. Their existence serves as a mockery of the long-standing scientific inquiries pursued by humanity. I began to speculate that perhaps they evolved from some ancient anaerobic organism on Mars. Much like us, merely visitors to this planet. What is the extent of their intelligence? Have they developed civilization? What is the nature of the environment in which they exist underground? Does their presence on this planet bestow upon it more wonders unknown to humanity? Lin Yue gazed into the camera. Amidst the swarm of insects, he appeared as an anomaly on this desolate planet. Chapter 61. No sense of honor. Are you done? Lu Cheng stared at the now pitch-black screen, mistakenly believing the phone had run out of battery. It was over. Fu Longyu's complexion remained pale, though it was not merely a reflection of his natural skin tone. Since watching Lin Yue's live stream, his countenance had not returned to normal. Of course, others were similarly affected. Even the usually dark-faced Xing Yu appeared somewhat paler. Who exactly is this Lin Yue? I find myself increasingly perplexed. That handgun as well. I have just consulted several esteemed professors from our weapons research department, and they unanimously agree that it is indeed extraordinarily advanced. Lu Cheng gazed at the screenshot of the self-targeting handgun, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Although he is not directly involved in this field, he is profoundly shaken. However, one must remember that this is merely a television drama, crafted for entertainment. While Lin Yue's livestream may also be considered a form of entertainment, the weapon showcased is undeniably real, capable of shattering the hardened cranium of those Martian insects. It is utterly outrageous. Nevertheless, I have yet to emerge from the psychological shadow cast by those grotesque creatures. You cannot comprehend. Just last night, I dreamed of running on Mars, only to be captured by those insects. As Xing Yu spoke, he involuntarily shivered, wrapping his arms around himself while casting a glance at the high-definition image of the insect captured from the livestream. Goosebumps erupted once more. The existence of life on Mars, much like Lin Yue's livestream, is shrouded in secrecy. No news media have reported on it, nor can one find even the slightest discussion regarding it. While Lin Yue's situation can be understood, the lack of public knowledge about Martian life is perplexing. The first definitive discovery of life beyond blue stars should be a matter of global significance, yet it seems only those present in the live stream are aware, while the outside world remains oblivious. It sounds utterly inconceivable, even difficult to comprehend, yet this is indeed the reality. The live stream room is filled with numerous media representatives. However, regardless of images, text, videos, or even homophonic characters, none can be disseminated online or through any news outlet. Some individuals seem to be deluded into believing that they can completely suppress all information in this manner. Yet, no one present feels that this situation can be concealed for much longer, perhaps tomorrow or the day after. Who can say? It is entirely possible that the truth could suddenly burst forth uncontrollably. What they claim to be protecting are merely vested interests. It is nothing more than fear. While you marvel at advanced technology, I wonder if the creation of glass is truly so remarkable. Li Dagong yawned and adjusted his position on the sofa, pondering that if glass could genuinely be produced, this young man would indeed become unstoppable. Brotherly, what do you think? Lu Cheng inquired, his eyes fixated on several screenshots. He indeed recalled those images of glass, but only vaguely. The advancements in modern chemistry, optics, astronomy, and microbiology. How could any of these fields exist without glass? This young man appears to be aiming to create some sort of glass greenhouse, but I suspect his ambitions extend far beyond that. Does anyone recall the earlier proposal by United Space concerning the Dome project? As soon as he spoke, several individuals turned their heads, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment and exasperation. The Dome project is quite renowned. 5 years ago, at the United Space Conference, Professor Joseph Pluck from the White Flag Nation proposed a plan that was deemed groundbreaking. He suggested that during the colonization of extraterrestrial worlds, if a colossal glass dome could be constructed on the surface, akin to an enormous inverted pot, and filled with suitable air, humanity would be able to confidently and boldly engage in various developments on alien planets, whether for scientific research, daily existence, or even engaging in cultivation and productive labor. Everything becomes significantly more straightforward. This will also form the bedrock for terraforming barren, lifeless exoplanets into Earth-like environments. It can be asserted that, provided we can fabricate glass domes of sufficiently grand proportions, the prospect of developing alien worlds and engendering a second Earth will no longer be a distant dream. This encapsulates the essence of Project Dome. Subsequently, Li Jian fervently initiated experimentation and research, designating it as the foremost subject for multifaceted deliberation and practical application, and took the lead in commencing the construction of the world's inaugural large-scale dome in Texas. Other prominent spacefaring nations diligently followed suit, endeavoring to augment their presence at the United Aerospace Congress. However, the Empire of Tang remained conspicuously inactive, as the pioneering nation to successfully execute a manned mission to Mars. Experts across various domains within the Empire of Tang comprehensively repudiated this purportedly groundbreaking initiative without even convening a formal conference. The rationale? Utterly antiquated. It's a centuries-old science fiction trope, hardly worthy of being hailed as epic-making. It completely disregards the potential ramifications of a minor cosmic impact shattering the structure, neglects the perils of unchecked cosmic radiation permeating the glass barrier on planets devoid of a magnetic field, and fails to account for the exorbitant costs incurred due to the scarcity of glass manufacturing materials and the immense fuel consumption. Having successfully established research centers and exploration outposts on both the Moon and Mars, the Empire of Tang had already dismissed such proposals and analogous concepts through extensive experimentation. Joseph Pulik's proposition smacked of sheer conjecture. Initially, the intentions of nations such as Li Kan were unclear, but after analysis by several economic magnates, it became apparent that the so-called Project Dome was merely a ploy to stimulate economic growth, divert attention, and foster industrial development. This rationale conveniently served their purposes. To the inhabitants of Earth, the project held little intrinsic value. If Lin Yue were to surmount the exorbitant costs, magnetic field interference, and the threat of meteor impacts. Hold on, Li Gu, Lu Qing interjected. Lin Yue is indeed formidable, surpassing us all, but to accomplish what you suggest is preposterous. If he were to succeed, I would emulate that fellow from the initial live stream, performing a headstand while consuming excrement and defecating simultaneously. Lu Cheng gestured dismissively, indicating the absurdity of the notion. Indeed, if a dome were to materialize, you can proceed with your act, and I shall follow suit, Xing Yu concurred. Absolutely ludicrous, I'll partake as well, Li Dagong exclaimed, erupting in laughter. After a moment, the three, having composed themselves, turned to Fu Longyu, who had remained silent. What about you? Will you join us? Fu Longyu glanced up from his phone screen. Breaking news. Li Kan is launching a manned spacecraft. The three stared in disbelief. What? Bypassing the Blue Star United Aerospace Agency? They're after Lin Yue, masquerading as scientists. Lu Cheng exclaimed anxiously. Will our superiors condone this? There's little we can do. The vote yielded only our dissenting opinions, and our superiors have been compelled to make the necessary preparations. The three felt a sense of impotent rage. Such unscrupulousness. Li Kan's audacity is unparalleled. In the stillness of the midnight office, not just their room reverberated with roars of curses, the entire Tang Institute echoed with such sentiments. However, as the crowd gradually regained their composure, Fu Longyu suddenly spoke up, embodying that destructive nature of those who, faced with insurmountable odds, resort to annihilation. They were undoubtedly aware of Lin Yue's mecha, the robot, and the pistol in question. My only hope is that they refrain from using the pretext of the black insects posing a threat to humanity as justification for deploying nuclear warheads. Instantly, the expressions of those present turned rigid. Chapter 62, The First Glass on Mars. The concept of waiting has become rather foreign to modern individuals. Meals are consumed in haste. Vehicles are driven at breakneck speeds, and even educational videos are fast-forwarded to the most pivotal moments, rather than savored slowly. At this juncture, as the clock inched closer to 4 in the afternoon, nearly 300,000 viewers nestled in the Mars livestream felt an increasing sense of torment. Can you believe it? I searched online for news. How long has it been since the Mars black insects emerged? There hasn't been a whisper of information, not to mention the black insects. The hostess updates still linger on the explosion of the Moonstone. It can only be said that those in the know are aware. So, the question arises, why is there still nothing amiss in this livestream? Is Douyin truly that formidable? Upstairs, whispers suggest that a senior executive at Douyin was dismissed for failing to shut down this livestream. How is it that so many senior engineers could not manage to take down this stream? Can the host really exert control over the Douyin server? What kind of extraordinary being is he? Who knows? The newly appointed individual encountered an engineer's strike. What a stroke of misfortune. There remains half an hour until the broadcast commences. In the live stream, a multitude of comments surged across the screen. Lin Yue, having just stepped off the treadmill, observed the genuine and fabricated information for a while, unsurprised. He was previously aware that the live stream was being targeted, and quite severely. Were it not for the system that frequently vanished, there would likely have been no promotional recommendations, and the live stream would have been terminated long ago, making it impossible to continue broadcasting for so long. Wiping the perspiration from his face, he pushed open the kitchen door and approached the large freezer, opening it to reveal a refrigerated interior brimming with an abundance of freeze-dried vegetables and meats, which were exceptionally enticing. Retrieving a rock-solid block of animal butter, Lin Yue contemplated. Yesterday, after burning for 6 hours, he had observed through the reserved observation hole that the silica soil had transformed into molten glass, and he directly turned off the liquid oxygen methane fire. Now, after approximately 10 hours of natural cooling, the temperature inside had stabilized, and the molten glass that had flowed into the glass mold should have solidified into a considerably thick piece of glass. However, rather than immediately showing the audience the finished glass, it would be advantageous to find something to warm up the atmosphere. The effect of the automatic aiming pistol from yesterday was excellent, and the biological detection alarm was also quite effective. Items from the Tech Point store were indeed suitable for this purpose. The high-performance fill light planting box that had not been used last time could also be utilized this time. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yue glanced at the time and noticed there were less than 10 minutes remaining, and then he touched his stomach, feeling famished. Yet time seems insufficient for a freshly prepared meal. Perhaps I shall commence a live broadcast while I dine, and then begin? Glancing at the still-charging device, Lin Yue resolutely decided to go live. Wait, ISNT, there's still 8 minutes remaining? The broadcaster has commenced before me. Ah, the triumph of anticipation. To accommodate my almost cramping hands, the host has begun the stream early. I must say, dear broadcaster, I shall ignite your Martian spirit. Look at the glass. No matter where I wander, thoughts of you linger. What shall I do with these feelings? With everyone's gaze upon you, my heart remains restless. I find myself in a state of despair. The broadcaster's early start seems to mock me, a septuagenarian. But is this unfavorable? On the contrary, it is splendid. As the screen of the live broadcast illuminated, the barrage of comments surged forth, reminiscent of a roaring sea. The room did not grow quiet due to Lin Yue's early initiation. Rather, it burgeoned from 50,000 to 100,000, then to 200,000, ultimately reaching 320,000 viewers. This figure continues to ascend, Lin Yue has become accustomed to such spectacles. For him, this magnitude is manageable. Dear viewers, welcome to today's Martian livestream. Our session has commenced a tad earlier, primarily because Lin Yue unveiled a slab of butter, a perfectly thawed steak, and freeze-dried vegetables before the camera. I am starving. Naturally, the audience was taken aback by this sudden display. This host truly understands the art of live streaming. Diving straight into culinary endeavors. As you are aware, I have successfully synthesized starch, which has largely resolved the issue of staple foods. However, we are now facing challenges in obtaining the various proteins, trace elements, and, most critically, vitamins that humans require. It is for this reason that I modified the rover and Xiaobai to travel over 10,000 kilometers to the research center, where I procured a modest amount of sustenance. Such are the exigencies of survival. Lin Yue spoke as he activated the electric stove, placed the frying pan on top, and carefully sliced a pat of butter into it. The camera captured the butter melting and bubbling gently in the heat, and the thawed steak was then placed in the pan at the opportune moment. Now that we have acquired these provisions, there is no reason not to partake. Today, I shall consume this steak and these freeze-dried vegetables to provide you all with a progress report. He placed the freeze-dried vegetables on the plate, flipped the steak, and expertly seasoned it with a generous amount of black pepper and salt. The aroma filled the air, and the colors of the food appeared intensely tempting on camera, immediately stirring the appetites of the viewers. Is he even human? To release such temptation just before the end of the workday. Fortunately, it's not late at night, or I would certainly make a voodoo doll of you. Streamer. Steak gets a thumbs down. Streamer, why not make some braised pork instead, so we can see your culinary skills? Forgive my ignorance, but is this starch-synthesizing, robot gun-wielding, corner-shooting fellow actually a food streamer? The diet here is vastly different from that of our Tang dynasty. Streamer, would you like to try Kung Pao chicken? Or cumin lamb? Sweet tofu pudding is so delicious. Upstairs, you're starting a war. Tofu pudding must be savory. Zongzi must be savory. What an oddball. Without the group takeout. Isn't it time to rush to Mars to rescue the streamer? Lin Yue placed the perfectly cooked steak onto a plate and promptly picked up his chopsticks. Ladies and gentlemen, if given a choice, I would undoubtedly indulge in braised pork or similar delicacies. However, the only provisions available from the research center are of this sort. Should one desire such dishes, perhaps we could explore the realms of biological sciences in the future. Who knows, you might one day witness me raising chickens, cattle, sheep, and pigs on Mars. As Lin Yue spoke, he took a bite of the well-done steak, and the rich flavor of black pepper immediately blossomed in his mouth. The long-awaited aroma of meat enveloped him, entrancing him entirely. After 10 long days, he was savoring food beyond mere starch for the first time. The sensation was nothing short of exquisite. Oblivious to the ongoing live stream, Lin Yue voraciously devoured the meal with abandon, leaving not a morsel behind. After quenching his thirst with a glass of water, a satisfied Lin Yue approached the camera, ready to explain to the bewildered viewers who were still processing his earlier remarks about raising animals. Having filled his stomach, he declared it was time to get to work, urging everyone to order takeout immediately. Right now, I will take you on a journey to witness the glass I have crafted. Donned in his extravehicular suit, Lin Yue promptly opened the door and headed straight for the glass kiln. He pushed open the now-cool sealed metal door and entered the chamber housing the glass kiln, as the auxiliary lights on the hovering camera illuminated the space. Unbeknownst to him, an audience of 400,000 had gathered, witnessing the completely cooled glass kiln and the shimmering objects within the glass molds. Behold, Lin Yue hoisted the ponderous mold, revealing to the audience the colossal pane of glass. Limpid as ice. Esteemed viewers, the inaugural piece of man-made glass on Mars has materialized. Chapter 63. Are you articulating intelligibly? At this juncture, a multitude of eyes, exceeding 400,000, were riveted upon the live broadcast. The crystalline solid, ensconced within the metallic form, bore an uncanny resemblance to the ubiquitous glass found on Earth. The fabrication of a glass pane on Earth would be considered unremarkable, as advanced technologies could produce glass tenfold superior. However, this feat transpired on Mars, bereft of resources, imbuing it with profound significance. Lin Yue extricated the glass, measuring 100 centimeters x 100 centimeters with a thickness of approximately 15 centimeters, from its mold and transported it outdoors. There, the diaphanous glass manifested in its complete form for the first time. The hovering camera meticulously captured the 1 square meter glass, showcasing its every detail. Its surface was even, lustrous as a mirror, and virtually indistinguishable from the thick glass found on Earth. Although minor imperfections, such as minute bubbles and opacities, marred the edges, the successful creation of glass under such rudimentary conditions represented an extraordinary triumph against all odds. Has it truly succeeded? I had initially dismissed yesterday's iteration as a mere prototype. How did the individuals above arrive at such a conclusion? Both the glass kiln and the surrounding structure exhibit a level of professionalism that even astonishes someone like me, who has been in civil engineering for 20 years. However, I remain skeptical. It seems too far-fetched. Perhaps the glass was secretly removed by the broadcaster during their visit to the research center, casually pilfering it. Truly, the video is remarkably coherent and clear. I realize one cannot awaken someone who feigns sleep, yet the broadcaster ought to create another piece to astonish the skeptics. This is merely the first piece. What are you all clamoring about? Only when you genuinely produce a glass greenhouse should you proclaim it extraordinary. Some individuals are all talk and no action. If you possess the capability, why not forge a piece on Mars? The majority of the audience is in awe that Lin Yue managed to produce such a flawless piece of glass under such challenging conditions. Yet some still harbor doubts from various angles. Lin Yue certainly comprehends the mindset of these skeptics. Indeed, it is remarkable that one can construct a glass kiln in such a brief period, let alone produce glass for the first time that is so uniformly perfect. However, he believes that the more skeptics there are, the better. The more obstinate they are, the more bewildered they will be when confronted with reality. This stark contrast will only serve to invigorate the live broadcast. As the audience gazes at the first piece of glass created on Mars, filled with astonishment and admiration, they suddenly recall Lin Yue's words from yesterday. Its creation will herald the dawn of a new civilization on Mars. New civilization, rich in imagination, has envisioned a gradual transformation of Mars, commencing from this singular piece of glass, as it slowly acquires an atmosphere, oceans, and islands, ultimately evolving into the second blue planet of the future. Others engage in discussions from varied perspectives on how to take flight from this moment onward. The first artificial glass on Mars will not be the last. After the fervor subsides, Lin Yue, facing the camera, softly articulates a thought-provoking statement that ignites boundless imagination. Following the launch of the first super rocket, a deluge of donations floods the live stream. The audience's revelry commences, and Lin Yue revels in the most tangible manifestation of this jubilation. In this initial wave alone, 7 technology points have been accrued. Having transported the first piece of glass to the research station, Lin Yue steps outside once more, approaching the glass kiln to continue his explanation. The kiln and the surrounding structure have, over time, evaporated their moisture due to the prolonged high temperatures, with some components even crystallizing due to the heat. In the context of Mars' overall frigid temperatures, the bricks constructed from Martian soil are becoming increasingly robust. The successful creation of the first piece of glass is indeed a considerable achievement. However, it is far from sufficient for the greenhouse I envision. To construct a space of several dozen square meters, I will require at least 100 pieces of glass. This experimental glass, measuring a substantial 15 centimeters in thickness, is excessively robust for our intended glass greenhouse, and its weight poses an additional challenge. Lin Yue spoke as he re-entered the building, placing a large bag of a silica and ash mixture into the feeding port. After concluding his explanation, he reconnected the pipes and activated the small liquid oxygen-methane combustion device, initiating the second round of firing. As the heated silica mixture glowed a deep crimson and once again filled the frame, the audience's anticipation for the following day grew. However, the pace of processing, with just 5 blocks at a time, seemed excessively sluggish. Would it really take 20 days to gather all the materials? As discussions among viewers began to unfold, they suddenly noticed that the host, who had consistently provided them with both thrills and surprises during the live broadcast, had approached the side of the glass kiln. Wait, was there another glass kiln beside it? When was that constructed? The viewers realized that it was indeed another glass kiln. Lin Yue explained, since one kiln proved to be inefficient, I decided to. And he instructed the hovering camera to ascend, prompting the audience to sense something amiss. What? 2, 3. A total of 4 kills? When did the host build these? They exclaimed in disbelief. He constructed 4 new glass kilns overnight? Was he sleepless? I always thought he focused on technical skills, but it seems he is a master of infrastructure. I'm reporting this as CG trickery. At that moment, the familiar calm voice of Lin Yue resonated once more. In truth, constructing buildings isn't difficult. The audience erupted in chaos. Not difficult. Is that even a coherent statement? Especially after these past several hours, it's impossible to build so many without rest. This is outrageous. Indeed, the matter unfolds as follows. Lin Yue returned once more to the warehouse, and the accompanying camera captured hundreds of brick molds stacked in the corner like small mountains. Ultimately, it merely enhanced efficiency by a fraction. He briefly elaborated. Chapter 64. Is this not a trivial matter? The fundamental quantity dictates the work efficiency, or so I believe. Lin Yue directed the camera towards the brick molds for a brief shot. Producing 200 bricks at once, as opposed to merely 20, is undoubtedly a distinction. Furthermore, on Mars, due to the gravitational conditions, constructing buildings is not laborious. My tasks consist solely of brick making, transporting bricks, and layering. These few steps repeated multiple times. Subsequently, there comes the ignition, heating, and firing. 5 glass kilns commenced operation simultaneously, leaving everyone utterly astounded. Initially, the group thought that producing 5 pieces of glass per day was commendable, albeit somewhat inefficient. Yet now, these 5 glass kilns yield 25 pieces of glass daily. If constructing a greenhouse requires 100 pieces of glass, it can be accomplished in just 4 days. As Lin Yue spoke, he shifted the topic. The audience, initially engrossed in contemplating the seemingly exorbitant work efficiency, suddenly became intrigued upon hearing that he intended to observe those black insect-like creatures. It is essential to note that these are the first life forms discovered on an alien planet. Moreover, aside from their resemblance in size to humans and their sheer numbers, they seemingly possess a degree of intelligence. This enigmatic creature, prior to this moment, was only familiar to everyone in terms of its appearance. From the live broadcasts, they observed that it refrained from roaming the plains and preferred to dwell in groups. Beyond that, virtually nothing was known. It can be said that this broadcaster is the most knowledgeable individual regarding this entity in the entire Blue Star. Observing the increasingly lively atmosphere of the live stream, Lin Yue felt a sense of satisfaction. Even if the number of concurrent viewers did not reach 1 million today, it was still anticipated to soar to around 500,000 to 600,000. After traversing the airlock and passing through the central chamber, Lin Yue swiftly arrived at the garage. Within the detection station, there was scarcely any space to store these organisms, the nature of which, potential carriers of lethal pathogens, rendered Lin Yue uncertain of their safety post-mortem. Therefore, placing them in this environment, which remained open for more than half the day and maintained a temperature just below zero, was indeed quite suitable. As he illuminated the space, adjusting the lights to their maximum brightness, the hovering camera, under Lin Yue's control, positioned itself above the garage bay, capturing a diagonal view. The audience quickly beheld the 4 black insect corpses lying side by side on the ground. After nearly a day of being stored, they exhibited no signs of life. The ambient temperature, around 0 degrees, was quite conducive to preservation. Now, everyone could see that these black insect creatures, despite suffering severe brain trauma from gunfire, could not survive. Much like us humans, Lin Yue held a titanium alloy rod, typically used for repairing the rover, and gently prodded the fragmented head of one of the black insects. Regarding the anatomy of these tenebrous insectoid creatures, we have apprehended a few specimens in the past and presented them, albeit indistinctly, on camera. Given their perpetual motion, clear observation was challenging. However, we now avail ourselves of this opportunity to scrutinize them more thoroughly. As you can observe, their cephalic region is rather diminutive. A single projectile is capable of obliterating more than half of it. Frankly, I surmise their intellectual capacity to be limited, at least in comparison to the cranial volume of humans. Within the frame, the mouthparts of the black insects, despite their mangled heads, remain largely intact. In addition to a pointed, spike-like appendage at the apex, there exist intricate, comb-like, grayish-black structures that defy easy comprehension. As previously witnessed, when these creatures engage in biting, they extend a proboscis-like appendage. I genuinely believe that the director of the film Alien must have visited Mars, as the buccal configuration of the xenomorphs and these black insects bear at least a 70% resemblance. I suspect these are their teeth. Initially, I posited that they might possess teeth composed primarily of calcium, akin to humans. Yet, it appears that on Mars, their evolutionary trajectory has diverged significantly from our own, charting an entirely distinct course. Lin Yue continued, tapping the upper carapace of the black insect's head with an alloy rod, eliciting a hollow resonance. Its head, neck, and the entirety of its dorsal region, down to the lowest point, resemble that of a longhorn beetle, exhibiting a thick, protective shell. However, devoid of wings. This carapace envelopes the entire body. Moreover, it is remarkably robust. Upon their first encounter, Xiaobai charged forward with a heated, sharp short knife, yet was utterly unable to breach the tough exterior of the creature. However, the armor on the frontal section appeared considerably more pliable. This sparked an idea. If one could strip away their shells, could they not be fashioned into some form of defensive apparatus? As for the remaining fleshy tissues, they would serve as excellent fertilizer. As Lin Yue spoke, he retrieved a crowbar from the wall and inserted it at the junction where one of the insect's shell met its body, thrusting forcefully downward. With a resonant crack, a sizable hole was punctured in the black insect's shell, releasing a stream of greenish fluid. Lin Yue continued to pry, and as large quantities of the fleshy substance were extracted, the live-streaming audience erupted in astonishment. Goodness, after years of watching live streams, when have I ever witnessed something so exhilarating? Previously, there were those who tuned in to watch the slaughter of pigs and sheep, but those streams were swiftly shut down. Yet what the host is doing now is far more graphic and brutal. How is this allowed? At this moment, the viewers noticed that a moderator from the platform had entered the live stream. Suddenly, a message appeared, cautioning the host that the current content involved violence, bloodshed, AI synthesis, false advertising, and hazardous behavior, urging an immediate cessation or risk the closure of the stream. Lin Yue, engrossed in his task, recognized this as the warning from the moderator who had just begun their shift and paused his actions. He gazed directly into the camera, a smile gracing his face. I'm afraid this live stream harbors no falsehoods, no concealments, and certainly no special effects. Only the unvarnished reality of Mars on full display. If you possess the capability, then go ahead and ban me, why don't you? Moderator, warning. No need for warnings. If you have the ability, then ban me. If not, just obediently remain on your side of the screen. Moderator, leave on your own accord. I shouldn't have to remind you. I can assure you, in this live stream, I hold the authority, and no one can ban me. With a single statement, Lin Yue sent the moderator away in disgrace, and the enthusiastic barrage of cheers from the audience drowned out the entire live stream. Chapter 65. This demand is rather excessive. After being targeted for such an extended period, if one claims to be devoid of temper, then they truly deserve to be bullied. Lin Yue does not believe he has erred in this instance. Based on the continuous information provided by the audience, he is now quite certain that this live stream has been subjected to considerable and unreasonable targeting. Not to mention the absence of the rewards typically associated with traffic pools, there have even been various restrictions imposed. According to the audience's revelations, the headquarters of Douyin has even dispatched dozens of senior engineers to ban this live stream, with one executive being dismissed for failing to do so. The recently appeared moderator made an absurd statement. Goodness, violent and bloody occurrences had already been addressed when dealing with those dark entities. Did you really need to bring it up now? AI synthesis and the determination of false advertising as dangerous behavior are indeed questionable. Deliberately attributing a label with an official identity to provoke audience doubt and even direct unfollowing, while attempting to undermine without the ability to ban. How cunning. Lin Yue chose to strike back with full force. Moderator, you should go where you belong. As for the audience, they were utterly exhilarated. The barrage of retorts from Lin Yue left the supervisor utterly helpless, forcing a dispirited retreat. When had such a thing ever occurred? Considering that the content of this broadcast was essentially impossible to disseminate externally, the majority, being devoted fans, couldn't help but exclaim their satisfaction. A deluge of donations followed, further amplifying the popularity and buzz surrounding the broadcast. I appreciate everyone's support. Lin Yue gestured for calm. However, let's refocus our attention on the broadcast content. I firmly believe that delivering the most authentic and captivating live experience is paramount. Lin Yue then picked up the crowbar once more. Compared to this veritable holy sword of physics, the carapace of the black insect monster, however formidable, was simply no match. Possessing advanced biological skills, even with complete unfamiliarity with this creature, he had swiftly assessed how to dismantle its shell through brief interaction. Lin Yue retrieved a long saw from the toolbox, severing the connecting muscle tissue, and then used the crowbar to push the shell aside, discovering that it was indeed quite heavy, completely solid. As you can see, this shell is genuinely heavy and exceptionally hard, akin to a substantial shield. Indeed, it's understandable that Xiaobai couldn't cut through it with a heated blade. I believe that if feasible, this shell could be dried, polished, and cut to create some form of protective gear. After all, as you know, I have no protective measures beyond this spacesuit. If the black insects were to wield weapons, even a slight tear in the suit would immediately place me in peril. Having uttered these words, Lin Yue then prodded the pile of fragmented flesh with his crowbar. Notwithstanding its apparent wealth of protein, he found himself unable to stomach the prospect of consuming an insect exuding verdant fluids. While he possessed knowledge of several methods to ascertain the edibility of food for humans, the constraints of their present circumstances precluded him from undertaking such a perilous endeavor. Despite Lin Yue's reluctance, the audience held divergent opinions, proffering a multitude of unconventional suggestions. As a carnivore, surely that meager portion of steak cannot satiate your appetite. Have you considered sampling some insect cutlets? Indeed, I have heard that in Mexico, the consumption of insects is quite prevalent. Perhaps you should overcome your aversion and give it a try? Furthermore, I am presently indulging in roasted scorpions, which are purportedly highly nutritious. Perhaps you, too, should partake in their benefits? Cease your jesting. Is it truly safe to consume extraterrestrial organisms? However, I do have a proposition. For the sake of advancing scientific research on alien life forms, would you not consider taking a mere morsel? Consuming that would undoubtedly constitute an act of extraordinary audacity. Observing the spectator's penchant for reveling in the spectacle, Lin Yue grew increasingly exasperated. I am the sole streamer on Mars. Should I perish, I would be utterly lost. Are you not concerned that your streamer may simply cease to exist? The viewers retorted that he should proceed without hesitation, and they would ensure a dignified farewell ceremony in his honor. Lin Yue cleared his throat and proclaimed, "Let it be known that when I finally develop a cargo spacecraft, none of you shall escape my grasp. I shall dispatch Martian deliveries to each and every one of you. However, to speak candidly, there is currently no sustainable supply channel for meat in this area, and I cannot continuously exploit the research center's resources, lest I find myself in a precarious situation." Although, for a fleeting moment, the thought of indulging in another trip crossed my mind. The human craving for meat, while not entirely essential, primarily stems from the significant protein and fat it provides, which can indeed be substituted. Yet, as a resident envoy stationed on Mars, abstaining from meat is unequivocally unfeasible. Lin Yue glanced at the chunks of meat extracted from the black insect creature, his brow furrowing. If this substance were indeed consumable, it seemed there would be little recourse. After all, the supply of steak had only lasted a little over 3 months, and considering the prospect of prolonged habitation, what would happen once it was depleted? Lin Yue expressed his refusal to the excessive demands of the audience in the livestream. For the time being, he felt it prudent to refrain from contemplating the consumption of black insect meat. This creature resembled a grotesque amalgamation of a large grasshopper, a cockroach, and a longhorn beetle. Although its flesh appeared white, its bodily fluids were green, exhibiting numerous characteristics that rendered it seemingly inedible. After all, should something go awry, it would be a dire circumstance. With only a painkiller at hand, resolute in his decision, Lin Yue opted to continue his commentary and defer further discussions for later. In fact, through the previous investigation with the alarm system, it became evident that the black insect creatures typically inhabit subterranean environments, seldom venturing onto the plains, but rather appearing near rocky terrains. Observe their 3 pairs of forelegs. Do they not resemble small shovels? These must serve as their tools for burrowing underground. The mere possibility of life on Mars is unfathomable. However, it is often said that existence itself implies a certain rationale. Although we have yet to ascertain what such beings might consume or how they endure in such a frigid and oxygen-deprived environment, I cannot help but infer their hostility when they attempt to sabotage the signal transmission devices and gather closely as I approach. This is sufficient for my judgment. Lin Yue, much like before, methodically dissected the remaining 3 specimens, removing their exoskeletons. The residual flesh might serve as a potential fertilizer. Speaking of which, before the glass greenhouse is fully constructed, I must not remain idle but should endeavor to cultivate something. He placed the black insect shells onto a small cart and proceeded to the storage compartment. As he stood before the high-performance supplemental lighting cultivation box, the camera focused in. The viewers in the live stream were suddenly ablaze with excitement upon seeing what lay behind him. Doryman Lin, have you been concealing new technology from us? Chapter 66. How should you respond, my lords? Doryman Lin, you claim you wouldn't invent anything? Just when I began to harbor doubts about you, you utterly confound me. Other streamers merely engage in idle chatter, while you present a plethora of groundbreaking innovations and technology in a single session. Truly remarkable. The viewers were astounded. This streamer consistently unveils new marvels, truly a treasure among live broadcasters. It appeared that this grand contraption featured a transparent lid and soil. Doraemon Lin, what have you created? Lin Yue harbored reservations regarding the moniker Dora A. Lin, yet acquiesced to its usage out of deference to popular preference. He gracefully shifted his position, affording the camera an unobstructed view of the compact, alabaster contraption. Esteemed viewers, he commenced, our recent vivisection of the grotesque black insect may have proven somewhat unsettling. Therefore, in the interest of providing a respite, I have elected to introduce a more serene subject. Behold, the high-performance illuminated cultivation chamber. A collective murmur of bewilderment rippled through the audience. A high-performance illuminated cultivation chamber? They echoed, their minds struggling to reconcile the profusion of descriptors. Is it not merely a planter? Your nomenclature is rather verbose, sir. At first glance, the device appeared unremarkable. Merely a slightly enlarged cultivation chamber featuring soil at its base and an overhead light source, measuring 1 meter in length and width. It occupied a single square meter of floor space. Its foundation comprised a 30-centimeter thick tray, layered with nearly half a meter of nutrient-rich humus. Enclosing the chamber were transparent acrylic panels, punctuated by sizable ventilation apertures, extending approximately 1 meter in height. A lid surmounted the structure, incorporating 3 high-performance supplemental lights. Were this its sole configuration, it would scarcely merit attention beyond that of an enlarged planter. However, Lin Yue proclaimed, a mischievous glint in his eyes. As you are undoubtedly aware, my creations seldom adhere to conventional paradigms. With a flourish, Lin Yue retrieved a selection of seeds from a nearby container, arranging them meticulously upon the workbench. The vegetables I procured from the research center were, in fact, a specially treated medley of frozen carrots, corn, mung beans, broccoli, mushrooms, and other assorted produce. The nutritional value is indeed abundant, yet the drawback lies in its complete lack of freshness. Although I have procured a considerable amount, it suffices to sustain my daily nutritional requirements for less than 3 months. Moreover, as you may know, frozen vegetables, once thawed, drastically fall short of the texture and taste of fresh produce. He opened a vacuum-sealed bag containing tiny seeds, poured them onto a sheet of white paper, and filled a container with water from the Savatier reactor. In my quest for fresh vegetables as swiftly as possible, I chose to sow a variety known as arugula. These seeds are of superior quality, having been carefully selected, and require merely 30 days from sowing to harvest. For those unfamiliar with this vegetable, a quick search would suffice. At this moment, the audience observed Lin Yue as he prepared to plant, and a wave of excitement rippled through them. Finally, the time to cultivate had arrived, though arugula? What is there to relish about that? One could argue that it is among the most nutrient-rich vegetables with the shortest harvesting time. It can be consumed simply by washing and eating it raw. The host certainly has a knack for selection. What a choice. If it were me, I would have opted for bean sprouts. Now that would be the fastest. This host is utterly disappointing. Who is this imbecile in the comments? If all your beans sprout into bean sprouts, will you ever plant beans again? Truly foolish. Are you the moderator? At this point, I genuinely fail to see where this planting box is high performance. I implore you to prove me wrong and not disappoint me. The audience remains perplexed. Could it be the lighting? Lin Yue stood before the planting box, acknowledging the audience's confusion. It seemed the moment was ripe. Having connected the planter to the power source, he proceeded with his exposition. It is common knowledge that vegetables such as arugula are shallow-rooted plants, necessitating a soil depth of no more than 10 centimeters. Excessive depth can precipitate a host of issues when watering. However, our soil is a full half-meter in depth. How do we address this? As he spoke, Lin Yue extracted a thick panel, approximately 1 square meter in area, from the base. He presented it to the camera for inspection before positioning it at an inconspicuous, elongated vent on the side. Upon pressing a white button, the panel was gradually drawn into the interior until it was fully submerged. To the audience's astonishment, the soil was partitioned, leaving a 15-centimeter layer. And this was not the extent of its capabilities. Lin Yue pressed a yellow button, causing the planter to bisect. That portion of the soil and container rotated 90 degrees, completely detaching from the main body. This eliminates concerns about potential issues arising from excessive soil depth and mitigates the proliferation of bacteria. Of course, the planter's capabilities are not limited to this. He poured water into the planter, moistening the soil in preparation for sowing. He then promptly retrieved the paper bearing the seeds. He gently scattered the seeds across the damp soil surface, and soon, over 300 seeds were evenly sown within the planter. Now, you will witness its unique attributes. Upon activating another gray button, Lin Yue illuminated the chamber with 3 lamps, their radiance akin to the sun's luminescence, instantly brightening the interior, evoking the familiar ambience of Earth's farmlands. The luminosity and contrast were indistinguishable from natural sunlight. Observers noted an embedded electronic thermohygrometer within the planter, precisely displaying the internal temperature, soil moisture, air humidity, and current levels of oxygen and carbon dioxide. Undaunted, Lin Yue poured the remaining water into an inconspicuous reservoir, activating a small LCD screen displaying 168 hours. After connecting 2 transparent tubes to the reservoir and the slab's base, Lin Yue pressed a button. Chamber temperature, 20 degrees Celsius, air humidity, 78, soil moisture, 50. Soil moisture insufficient. Activating rain simulation. A mechanical voice announced the commencement of a fine mist spraying from the upper confines of the planter, ceasing moments later. Seed germination conditions met. Germination anticipated within 6 hours. Rain simulation to occur twice daily to accelerate seedling growth based on soil moisture levels. The mechanical voice resonated once more, leaving the audience astounded. This was markedly distinct from conventional planters. At this juncture, Lin Yue redirected the camera towards himself. As you may have observed, our cultivation box, while seemingly unremarkable, has undergone substantial modifications compared to conventional ones. As demonstrated in the preceding footage, this cultivation box can modulate soil depth according to the root depth of the plants. Furthermore, under precise computerized management, it can judiciously regulate air humidity, soil moisture, temperature, and light intensity, and determine irrigation timing based on soil saturation. Of course, the 3 light tubes emulate the intensity and luminosity of sunlight and will alternate between day and night modes in 12-hour intervals. As Lin Yue spoke, he pressed a manual button, and the sunlight emanating from the light tubes abruptly shifted in hue, diminishing significantly to resemble the faint glow of moonlight and starlight. This facilitates the simulation of the natural growth patterns of crops from the blue star. Naturally, all of this transpires without my intervention, managed entirely by the internal microprecision chip. My sole responsibility is to replenish the water supply every 7 days, and, upon reaching the harvest period, to gather the yield. Having elucidated its fundamental functions, the question now arises, how shall you, esteemed viewers, respond? Chapter 67. Had I known you were so audacious, I wouldn't have feigned restraint. Initially, it was presumed that this cultivation box was inconsequential. Some may have surmised that the streamer had exhausted his repertoire and had nothing of interest to present. Others might have even deemed this contraption as a mere contrivance employed by the streamer to prolong airtime. Now, they find themselves in a state of collective silence, nay, a state of complete stupefaction. This sensation, how shall one articulate it, feels profoundly familiar, effortlessly natural, and exquisitely fitting for this particular livestream. After all, the so-called Martian livestream has long been playfully dubbed the dynamically anesthetizing livestream, a moniker that has gained traction among many. Indeed, each viewer who enters this digital space is invariably left in awe of the streamer's prowess, experiencing a profound spiritual and physical astonishment at the series of masterful maneuvers. The constant emergence of cutting-edge technology, coupled with its innovative evolution, is simply outlandish. The audience is now largely perplexed as to the extent of the streamer's capabilities. How can one be so adept in biology, physics, chemistry, and mechanical engineering, while also demonstrating an apparent mastery of cultivation? The more they question, the more he seems to enlighten them with the phrase too simple, too naive. Even if he doesn't utter those exact words, his actions consistently serve as a lesson to all. This has been the case in the past, and this instance is no exception. Just when everyone assumes it's merely an ordinary planting box, perhaps a tad larger than usual, he proceeds to demonstrate with a flourish, "Behold, you are mistaken. This is, in fact, a planting box brimming with an array of functions and meticulously controlled by a microchip, fully simulating the terrestrial ecosystem of Blue Star." Good heavens! Everyone exclaims in unison. Indeed, the earlier assertion that it was, of course, different from the ordinary was no deception. This is far from merely different. It's an entirely distinct entity, isn't it? However, what did that rascal of a streamer just refer to as a basic function? Everyone abruptly realized that the streamer would likely become even more audacious, causing them even greater embarrassment. Now that you've grasped the fundamental functions of this cultivation chamber, shall I unveil its extraordinary capabilities? Upon hearing this diabolical utterance, over 400,000 viewers felt an electric current surge up their spines, reaching the crown of their heads. It has arrived. It is truly here. Observing the audience's near-total system failure, Lin Yue knew he had successfully executed this performance. Indeed, the original high-precision cultivation chamber alone would not have produced such a profound effect. Upon acquiring it, he recognized its high precision, yet it was not exceptional. While it could serve as a minor interlude, its significance transcended a mere passing incident. This Martian livestream has witnessed numerous firsts. Cultivation, in particular, is among the most vital elements of these firsts. The act of cultivation embodies a process of creation ex nihilo, where a seedling transforms into a mature plant, blossoms, and bears fruit, symbolizing the potent allegory of growth through the passage of time. The viewers of this live stream revel in the process engendered by cutting-edge technology. Therefore, in the context of this live stream, it is imperative and necessary to execute this initial step with optimal impact. Consequently, he modified the cultivation chamber, employing top-tier mechanical affinity, advanced biological knowledge, and other techniques to transform it from an unremarkable device into its current form. Naturally, the complete manifestation is not being disclosed to the audience. Without further ado, let us delve directly into the extraordinary capabilities of this device. Lin Yue declared, as he pressed the black button on the opposite side of the machine. Before the gaze of over 400,000 spectators, the base of the planting box suddenly elevated by nearly 30 centimeters, followed by a series of robust metallic mechanical legs extending from its bottom. The intelligent light guidance mode activated, having loaded the internal map of the detection station. While seeking the most efficient route, a mechanical voice resonated, and after the power plug retracted into the box below, all functions did not cease immediately. A hovering camera followed suit, swiftly arriving at the cabin door, and with the sound of the door opening, the spider-legged robot, burdened with its load, made its way into the kitchen compartment. This area boasted a massive glass window facing outward, perfectly aligned with the sun, which was about to dip below the horizon. As this breathtaking scene unfolded in the live broadcast, all viewers could not help but exclaim in awe. Could this truly be an outrageous upgrade in robotic direction? The previously impressive features, such as intelligent temperature control, paled in comparison to the 8 mechanical spider legs. Moreover, can this device, equipped with such intelligent light guidance capabilities, still merely be referred to as a planting box? Indeed, it had transcended everyone's expectations. After all, no one could have anticipated that Lin Yue would ingeniously fuse robotics with a planting box, particularly one that resembled a remarkably powerful mechanical spider. As the astonishment washed over them once more, everyone simultaneously marveled, declaring that this broadcaster was nothing short of omnipotent. Large gratuities swiftly erupted within the livestream, igniting a frenzy of enthusiasm and drawing even more viewers to the broadcast, as Lin Yue's remarkable transformations captivated the audience. The total number of viewers surged from over 400,000 to an astonishing 500,000 in an instant, with the figure continuing to rise. It is fair to say that, had there been a robust platform supporting this event, the Martian livestream could have easily reached 1 million concurrent viewers. Yet, fully aware of the improbability of such an occurrence, Lin Yue did not pin his hopes on it. He understood that as long as he consistently provided high-quality entertainment, the milestone of 1 million would not remain out of reach for long. Observing the acquisition of 27 technology points during this livestream, Lin Yue felt he had established a healthy cycle. Chapter 68. It is all treasures. The explosion of bullet comments in this livestream was far from unusual. In fact, it had become rather commonplace. After another round of fervor, the audience remained insatiable. Lin Yue was acutely aware of their expectations. They were undoubtedly intrigued by the arachnid-like mechanical apparatus, so he decided to offer a brief introduction to this minor modification. The viewers thought to themselves, all right, if you say it's minor, we shall accept that. We are already fully immersed, so proceed at your leisure, just don't overdo it. It might hurt. Our faces might hurt. Lin Yue stood beside the sunlit planting box, facing the camera. The planting box boasted commendable performance, and through previous introductions, the audience had already gained a clear understanding of its various functions. Regardless, it stands to reason that actual sunlight is far superior to simulated light for plants. Although our exploration station is not particularly spacious, it does have windows. Therefore, I was contemplating whether it would be advantageous to incorporate a mobile function into this cultivation box. With these words, Lin Yue presented its power plug. In the current configuration, the power supply to the cultivation box's various instruments and functions will not be completely shut down due to the absence of a power connection. It also possesses a storage battery device, capable of sustaining power for nearly 10 hours, which is installed within the mechanical legs. Of course, as a precautionary measure, I have externally mounted a foldable solar panel on the side of the cultivation box. When the power level drops below 10, it will automatically deploy. Naturally, I can also manually deploy it, just like this. As Lin Yue spoke, he gently tugged on the protrusions on either side of the plate, and the solar panel, folded 4 times, was quickly unfurled. These 2 panels were salvaged from the Opportunity rover. During the modification process, Lin Yue discovered that they were surprisingly intact, despite some cosmetic damage. However, this did not impede their ability to enjoy a second life on this cultivation box, a testament to resourceful reuse. In fact, the majority of the components used in the modification of these mechanical legs were also sourced from the Opportunity rover. It is undeniable that the rover is a treasure trove. In its prime, it could conduct exploration. In its decommissioned state, it could still be repurposed. A truly valuable asset. For Lin Yue, in his ambition to terraform Mars, it is imperative to gather as many components as possible. As for the research center, perhaps a visit or 2 could be arranged later. After all, contact information was exchanged, with the understanding that favors would be returned in due course. When settling those debts, perhaps a slight extension of their generosity could be negotiated. As the saying goes, reciprocity encourages further lending. Subsequently, with a swift press of a button, the articulated solar panels commenced their rotation, deftly aligning themselves with the sun's trajectory outside the window, optimizing the angle for solar capture. Within the confines of the room, the efficacy of the solar panels may be somewhat compromised due to various factors. However, considering the relatively modest energy consumption of this cultivation chamber, a single charge can sustain its operation for 2 consecutive days, adequately fulfilling its power requirements. Naturally, this cultivation chamber is not without its imperfections, and due to material constraints, the extent of my modifications has been rather limited. To the esteemed professionals among you, should you identify any areas that fall short of your expectations, your constructive criticism would be greatly appreciated, as it would undoubtedly contribute to the refinement and optimization of this device. Following Lin Yue's exposition, the audience erupted in a frenzy of on-screen commentary. Sir, have you ever considered automating the entire exploration station with robots? The Martian age of intelligent machines has arrived. Jokes aside, if your cultivation chamber is this impressive, what need is there for greenhouses? I must say, the so-called mechanical dynamics experts I've encountered, who usually look down their noses at others, are leagues behind the streamer in terms of expertise. I am engaged in the study of mechanical dynamics, and I must say, this host is truly remarkable, possessing far greater talent and mindset than my own students. Indeed, true experts not only exhibit exceptional skills, but also display remarkable humility. It is rather frustrating to find oneself so captivated by a mere video. Amidst a barrage of enthusiastic comments, Lin Yue managed to discern a few skeptical remarks. Although they were not numerous, some could serve as a segue into the continuation of the live broadcast. Lin Yue shifted the camera to the planting box, gradually elevating it to focus on the towering glass kiln and the surrounding structures. His voice resonated once more. Today, I would like to introduce you to a high-precision planting box, which has indeed approached a commendable standard for small-scale cultivation. It boasts a cultivation area of 1 square meter, offering significant advantages for growing single, miniature vegetables. However, in comparison to a greenhouse, its yield is rather limited. Lin Yue directed the camera towards the broadcast cabin and activated the computer, casually opening a drawing software. Let me sketch a simple representation, he remarked as he used the mouse to create a square, symbolizing 1 square meter. This planting box provides 1 square meter of space, and theoretically, we could harvest arugula within 20 days at the earliest. The yield would suffice for just a few meals. Even with continued harvesting, at most, I could extend it to the 50th day before needing to consider planting new vegetables. This, of course, entails at least another 20-day process. I trust you understand my point. He then illustrated 100 squares on the screen. However, if I possess 100 square meters, even if I only utilize 3/4 of that space for cultivation, I would still have 75 square meters at my disposal. Setting aside the future possibilities of vertical farming and hydroponics, even with traditional flat cultivation, I could dedicate each square meter to a distinct vegetable crop. Moreover, I could stagger the planting based on approximate harvest times, ensuring a daily supply of diverse, fresh vegetables. I believe this is a rather straightforward decision, is it not? Lin Yue donned his extravehicular suit and stepped outside, the camera once again focusing closely on the glass kiln. Ladies and gentlemen, having witnessed today's live broadcast, you have seen that I have begun laying the groundwork for genuine cultivation on this planet. If all goes well, the time when various vegetable crops will truly thrive on the Martian soil may not be far off. Today, I manufactured the first piece of glass on Mars. In 4 days, I will have 100 pieces. At that point, I will be able to construct a glass greenhouse, providing this research station with a sustainable source of vegetable production. For me, this may merely be a small step, but for all of humanity, it represents a monumental leap. In the next live stream, I will take you deep into the territory of the black insect creatures, allowing us to observe these unfamiliar yet perilous beings up close. Certainly, I will also present some intriguing novelties. Please follow me and mark your calendars. Let us reconvene the day after tomorrow at 10 in the morning. Chapter 69, An Unceasing Exploration Awaits. Do you say you're signing off and then actually sign off? Continue your broadcast. I shall accompany you until dawn. Just say it. Don't log off, dear host. It's a bit regrettable. Just as I open my phone, you want to end the stream. Can you bear to leave me? It's been quite a while since the last comment above, and you've been at this for several hours. However, to be frank, this time is indeed rather brief. Perhaps our support has been insufficient? The meager tokens of appreciation may have disheartened the host. My suggestion is to ramp up the engagement. The host primarily cares about the total number of viewers who tune in to witness his charm. I advise you to entice all your relatives, friends, and classmates to join in. The retention rate will undoubtedly soar. Lin Yue observed the barrage of comments pouring in like a torrential downpour, feeling quite satisfied with the streaming effect this time. Indeed, he did not immediately shut down the live room. This was simply because he felt that the various rewards exchanged for technological points were somewhat lacking. It was at this moment, with the launch of the first super rocket, that a carnival of donations erupted. The contributions surged forth like a celebration of this live broadcast, exploding wildly for a full 5 minutes before gradually subsiding. It was akin to experiencing a brief but intense storm. Before it began, there was a profound silence, only the gentle whisper of the wind. Then, a tempest arose, and rain poured down. As for how much the Douyin account received in donations, Lin Yue had completely lost interest. It was meaningless. Even if it accumulated to 100 million, it held no significance for him. That kind of thing is invisible and intangible, utterly devoid of value. Money, in its essence, must serve a purpose. It ought to be spent. Yet, given his current circumstances, it seems he may not even have the opportunity to do so. Following the activation of the system, he acquired certain skills and began to perceive that his existence might be detrimental to others. He anticipated being compelled to become an ultra-modern scientific apparatus, contributing to the future of humanity. Ultimately, he feared he would transform into something even more pitiable than a rover's engine, experiencing the relentless grind of a workhorse, working 18 hours a day, 6 days a week, or even ceaselessly. Lin Yue, who yearned to pursue his passions, found himself solely focused on how to optimally utilize the existing conditions to make Mars more hospitable than Earth. He expressed gratitude for the support and encouragement received, assuring his audience that the next live broadcast would undoubtedly be even more splendid. After delivering this promise, amidst the cheers of the viewers, he concluded the live session. As the hovering camera, which had been working tirelessly, descended into his palm, he turned it off, but did not immediately choose to rest. After such an extended period of broadcasting, he glanced at the time. It was indeed time to extinguish the flames. Several glass kills, after nearly 6 hours of continuous heating, had transformed the silica mixture into a liquid state, flowing into the molds. Lin Yue donned his extravehicular suit and stepped outside, shutting off the small liquid oxygen methane torch from the exterior and disconnecting the hose. The remainder was entrusted to the passage of time. The lengthy 10-hour cooling period would enable the glass to expel various impurities and bubbles at this temperature. While perfection could not be guaranteed, it would be sufficiently transparent. At that time, he would be able to produce the first batch of new specification glass and commence preparations for the next phase of greenhouse construction. Undoubtedly, this marked a significant stride forward. However, this device seemed to serve little purpose. Recalling the incident when he inadvertently sat on the manual control button, resulting in the explosion of the moonstone, He approached the control console. The power had already been severed, and a layer of dust from the remnants of Martian debris had settled upon the entire control panel. Gently brushing some of the dust aside, Lin Yue caressed the console. Since that manual operation, he had not dared to touch it again. This metal apparatus, extending from the observation station and occupying an area of 4 to 5 square meters, resembled a small deserted island amid a vast ocean. Had the spacecraft not malfunctioned, would I have achieved this? No, that can't be right. As he touched it, his innate mechanical comprehension began to awaken. Wait, that's not correct. Although the various skills he possessed could not decipher the internal workings of the control center's chip, nor did he know how to adjust those commands. His supreme mechanical comprehension revealed that manual control was not merely a matter of pressing a button to render the moonstone fully manual. After pressing the manual control button, it was necessary to unlock the system with a specialized control key, disengage the safety mechanism manually, and finally input the command key to elevate the manual control platform. In other words, the incident at that time was actually unrelated to me. The moonstone did explode? Even if the controls were, shall we say, manually operated. A detonation seems improbable, given the absence of any self-destruct mechanism on the control panel. Could it be that the Lunastone experienced a catastrophic malfunction? Or is there a more sinister motive at play, perhaps an attempt to eliminate me, or rather, this outpost? The former explanation seems too fortuitous. What if the explosion had occurred during docking, or if the debris had struck the control center instead of the food storage? The latter scenario might elucidate certain enigmas encountered during the live stream, such as the information embargo, restricted access, and censored data. Furthermore, the lack of an official explanation for the Lunastone's destruction from the authorities, despite the presence of numerous experts among the livestream audience, is quite telling. Another point of interest, the absence of the 5 scientists from the research center upon my arrival. Their excursion in a rover raises suspicions. Protocol dictates that at least 1 or 2 scientists should remain at the center to ensure operational continuity and provide assistance in emergencies. Yet, they were all absent. What was their purpose? Were they en route to this outpost in a rover traveling at a mere 30 kilometers per hour? Were they coming to provide aid, or? A cold sweat permeated Lin Yue as he contemplated these unsettling possibilities. Chapter 70, Stage 2, Augmentation. Night had fully descended. The artificial lights illuminating the nascent sprouts of the seeds, pregnant with new life. This cultivation chamber is arguably the most conducive environment for plant growth in a confined space. Provided the water reservoir remains consistently replenished, the internal temperature, humidity, and illumination can be optimized to meet the precise requirements for plant development. Although precise metrics are still pending, Lin Yue anticipates that his initial harvest may occur sooner than initially projected. Having been fully charged, Xiaobai did not make an appearance during this broadcast. It patiently awaited Lin Yue's commands, behaving with the docility of a veritable canine companion. Little fellow, I've acquired some new components. Would you be amenable to further modifications? Xiaobai tilted its head, registering the query, which fell outside the parameters of its pre-programmed voice command responses and remained impassive. I shall interpret your silence as assent. With these words, Lin Yue rose, and Xiaobai shadowed him as he proceeded towards the storage area. Upon entering, the small robot's twin high-definition cameras meticulously scanned the significantly altered surroundings. You've noticed the influx of new components, haven't you? I disassembled the external resource vessel's docking control panel. While you have no use for the alloy metal columns, the control chips and console instruments could be incorporated into your systems and the rover. Woof woof. Xiaobai cocked its head, observing a peculiar glint in its master's eyes that eluded its programmed comprehension. It nudged against its master's leg, only to find him suddenly crouching. Subsequently, its world was plunged into darkness. After an indeterminate interval, the power was restored and the cameras reactivated. The visage of its master reappeared within Xiaobai's field of vision. Awake, are we? The transformation has been a resounding success. You've been reborn, so to speak, as a female automaton. The diminutive construct, with its customary movements, tested its appendages. Its once stubby and ungainly form had undergone a remarkable elongation, now possessing a more slender and refined physique. Integrated programming facilitated a swift acclimation to this novel morphology, prompting it to orbit around its creator. That was merely a jest, dear companion. Your current iteration far surpasses its predecessor in capability. The artificer observed the mechanical canine, now approximating the stature of a large breed, with palpable satisfaction, nodding in affirmation. augmented not only in size, but also equipped with adaptable expansion slots along its limbs and ventral flanks. These interfaces permitted the attachment of diverse modules tailored to myriad exigencies. Furthermore, it now bore a more substantial array of foldable solar panels, ingeniously concealed within its chassis during standard operation to ensure unimpeded mobility. However, this upgrade imparted a more angular aesthetic, eschewing the sleekness of its former design for a more rectilinear countenance. Of course, the capacity for metamorphosis remained intact, albeit with certain refinements compared to yesteryear. Assume standard configuration. Affirmative, master. Standard configuration engaged. The voice response system functioned flawlessly, whereupon promptly retracted its extremities, coalescing into a substantial cube. Distinct from its previous incarnations, this cuboid form incorporated a series of concealed wheels along its base, facilitating locomotion in this particular configuration. Indeed, quite impressive. However, Xiaobai, your other capabilities are somewhat more astonishing. When the live broadcast commences shortly, let us astonish the audience and showcase your prowess. Lin Yue glanced at the clock. It was just before 9 in the morning in Blue Star's Tang Nation, leaving an hour until the broadcast began. The second batch of glass should be ready soon. Xiaobai, follow me. Lin Yue donned his spacesuit and led Xiaobai to the exterior of the exploration station. Unbeknownst to him, he had amassed 50 pieces of glass. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he stacked the remaining glass pieces together and placed them on the ground. In approximately 16 hours, he could produce a new batch of glass. With meticulous time management, crafting 100 pieces of glass could be accomplished in 3 days, even leaving some surplus. However, to realize his pre-planned 100 square meters of glass greenhouse, 100 pieces of glass alone would not suffice. The advanced skill of understanding top-tier construction allowed him to devise the most optimal solution using the available materials for erecting this glass greenhouse. 100 pieces of glass would merely suffice for a roof. For the remaining 3 sides, even employing glass that measures 3 meters in height and 10 meters in length, excluding wastage, would necessitate an additional 90 pieces of glass. Surprisingly, most of the metallic components from the control console could be welded together to serve as internal support structures, which was indeed fortuitous. The remaining portions would have to be constructed using Martian clay bricks. After replenishing the glass kiln with raw materials and activating the flame apparatus, Lin Yue realized that there were less than 10 minutes remaining before the broadcast began. Time indeed elapses swiftly. Initiate the broadcast by swiftly. Lin Yue made his way to the streaming pod, where the diminutive companion was already poised, metamorphosing into a cubic configuration beside him. He cast a glance at the total number of followers, his eyebrows arching in mild surprise. A substantial 50-odd thousand, you say? The base is indeed quite considerable. The days when the audience consisted of a mere few dozen or hundred are still vivid in his memory. This surge is somewhat outlandish. Nevertheless, it is quite agreeable. A livestream inaccessible via search engines ensures that the loyal fanbase forms a steadfast foundation. The objective of 1 million concurrent viewers appears tantalizingly close. He even surmised that this broadcast alone might accomplish it. Before concluding the previous stream, he had directly informed the audience of the primary content of this broadcast: monster slaying. The monsters, of course, being those black insectoid creatures. Venturing deep into the black insects domain, and then showcasing some novelties. For instance, Lin Yue directed his gaze toward the cubic entity beside him and the half-meter-long, cannon-like weapon. After mentally outlining the content and script for this broadcast, he checked the time once more. 1 minute remains. At precisely 10 o'clock, Tang Country time on Planet Blue, as he activated the live stream, a deluge of viewers simultaneously flooded in. Chapter 71. Emphasizing an organic approach first. The streamer is formidable. I demand to see the glass. I demand to see the glass. This time, are we engaging the black insects? Has the streamer already departed? Whose disciple is this, commanding such a vast audience? 10 o'clock is still an ungodly hour. Fortunately, I secured my spot in advance. Is the streamer poised to charge in again with the guaranteed headshot weapon? Is there sufficient ammunition? The broadcast room was, as always, a hive of activity. Numerous individuals had risen early to occupy their spots in the live stream, vigorously exercising their thumbs with rapid scrolling. The reason for this was quite simple. Everyone was apprehensive. It had happened before. The streamer had explicitly stated 4 o'clock sharp, only to commence broadcasting prematurely. A multitude of viewers missed the start, arriving punctually at 4 only to find they were late, leading to much chest beating, belated regret, and frustration. This Martian broadcast room consistently delivers exceptional content and is incredibly captivating to watch. Whatever the streamer presents is extraordinary, representing a quantum leap beyond other broadcast rooms. No one wishes to miss even a single moment. A day later, we reconvene in this broadcast room. Lin Yue offered a slight bow before the camera, expressing his gratitude to the audience with his customary opening remarks. With everyone's unwavering support and encouragement, our broadcast room continues to flourish. Upon commencing the broadcast, we already have a concurrent viewership of 550,000, which far exceeds my expectations. To reciprocate this profound kindness, this particular live stream will lead you into the very heart of the black insect monster's territory, allowing us to observe these unfamiliar yet perilous life forms from a closer vantage point. Before that, however, let us examine the transformations that have occurred over the past day in the glass manufacturing and high-performance supplemental lighting cultivation tanks that were showcased in the previous live stream. The lens of the suspended camera trailed after Lin Yue into the warehouse, where everyone beheld a patch of verdant sprouts flourishing above a square meter of soil, bathed in the radiance of sun-like lamps. The camera zoomed in, the transparent acrylic material clearly showcasing the roots and growth of the plants germinating in the corners. The audience watched in tranquil admiration. The genesis and development of life invariably evoke a shared sentiment of hope, which, in turn, becomes embedded within them, compelling viewers to follow the seedlings' progress daily, witnessing their gradual maturation into flowering, fruit-bearing entities. Subsequently, the joy of harvest would instill a sense of fulfillment and gratification, as if personally cultivated. This is the emotional tether known as participation. Lin Yue's opening remarks about growth were deliberately intended to guide everyone in this direction, augmenting fan loyalty and continuously employing cutting-edge technology and impressive feats to captivate the audience, ultimately achieving a virtuous cycle. As everyone has observed, the seeds we sowed 2 days ago in the high-performance supplementary light planting box have almost entirely germinated and are now thriving. In this insect-free environment, we need not fret over pest infestations, and the planting box's additional functionality significantly mitigates potential diseases. As Lin Yue articulated this, he activated another button, and swiftly, a beam of light enveloped the cultivation chamber. It could be asserted that the vegetables and crops cultivated within this enclosure would flourish healthily in the most organic manner conceivable. Nevertheless, a conundrum existed. Lin Yue's tone shifted, piquing the audience's inquisitiveness. Some, however, discern the issue. The broadcaster alludes to fertilizer, does he not? Its acquisition poses a formidable challenge. Where does one procure fertilizer on Mars? Lin Yue cleared his throat gently. Indeed, as some have noted, a considerable predicament arises, that of fertilizer. As is universally acknowledged, terrestrial fertilizer manufacturing technology has advanced substantially, rendering it both economical and efficacious. However, on Mars, procuring fertilizer proves problematic. You may recall that during my visit to the research center, I procured a canister of this substance. He gestured towards a sizable container positioned nearby, labeled biofertilizer. Although I possess a substantial quantity of potassium dihydrogen phosphate, the expiration date of which remains uncertain, its utility is finite. This biofertilizer, conversely, operates through the life processes of microorganisms, thereby conferring specific fertilizing effects upon crops. Intrinsically, it lacks nutritive elements and cannot supplant chemical fertilizers. These composite biofertilizers harbor over 10 strains of highly active, beneficial microorganisms, with a viable count of 0.2 billion per gram. Suitable for various crops, they activate nutrients, augment nutrient utilization, and exhibit broad-spectrum applicability. It can augment the nitrogen content in the soil and solubilize recalcitrant phosphorus and potassium compounds. Moreover, it can engender growth hormones that galvanize crop development and ameliorate crop quality. While it may not substantially augment yields, its virtue lies in its pristine, eco-friendly nature. Furthermore, the required dosage per acre is minimal, let alone for our diminutive planting box. Lin Yue proceeded to elucidate as he deposited a small spoonful of powdered fertilizer from the canister into the water tank. A mere spoonful per week suffices. And this 20-liter receptacle should last an eternity for this planting box, I surmise. Upon hearing Lin Yue's explanation, the audience finally comprehended the rationale behind his separate introduction. Fertilizer? Is that your concern? There's absolutely no need for apprehension here. However, some contentious viewers remained unconvinced. If you were to cultivate your 100-square-meter plantation in the future, would this fertilizer be insufficient? Anticipating such a query, Lin Yue was well prepared with an answer. That, of course, has been taken into consideration, and my solution is quite straightforward and commonplace. As you all know, our Tang dynasty possesses an age-old yet remarkably efficacious method of fertilizer production, self-procured, self-utilized. With simple sourcing and potent fertility, it has even elicited exclamations of astonishment from scientists of other nations. Many of you have undoubtedly surmised that I am referring to human excrement, the byproduct of our digestion and absorption of food, which, when employed as manure, yields unparalleled results. At that time, I shall utilize the copious amounts of excrement I have long stored to create fertilizer, a resource that is inexhaustible and far superior to any conventional product. Naturally, under conditions of abundant vegetables, employing leftover decayed leaves to produce compost is also quite commendable. Now, why is everyone silent? Chapter 72. I declare that the correct answer is the atmosphere frozen? Lin Yue furrowed his brow, perplexed by the audience's lack of response. What did I say that caused such a pause? However, soon scattered comments began to appear, ultimately swelling into a torrent of reactions. Goodness, is this streamer really that unconventional? Self-sustaining and self-consuming has truly achieved a remarkable cycle, a grand cause and effect. Could it be that the streamer is attempting to convey a message, perhaps lacking any superior alternatives? What the previous commenter said is accurate. Under Martian conditions, unless subsequent supplies are available, one must resort to such methods to generate fertilizer. Why does everyone appear as if they have never seen anything like this? Fertilizer from excrement has been utilized in rural areas for ages. If one is afraid of dirt, they might as well starve. Regardless, I believe the streamer is quite resourceful. Indeed, if one were to disdain something merely because it is excrement, they might as well not live at all. After observing the increasing number of comments explaining the situation, Lin Yue felt considerably reassured. The caliber of this audience is truly exceptional, undoubtedly high. I trust everyone now possesses a deeper understanding of our agricultural direction. What remains is that all preparations are in place, yet we await the favorable winds. With the construction of the glass greenhouse finalized, the epoch of extensive cultivation can commence directly. Lin Yue then directed the camera towards another section of the storage room, allowing the audience to clearly discern the objects piled together, gleaming with reflected light. Indeed, what is the most crucial ingredient for constructing a glass greenhouse? Glass, of course. The hovering camera captured the towering stack of glass in its entirety, and as he lifted one piece, holding it before the lens, the audience erupted in cheers. As you can observe, the glass we manufactured in the second batch is significantly superior to the initial 15-centimeter thick behemoth. Regarding the thickness, I opted for 3 centimeters. Considering certain exigencies, this choice results in a lighter weight, reduced air bubbles and imperfections, and consequently, enhanced transparency. Incidentally, subsequent to the initial production of 25 panes the day before yesterday, I completed a second batch of 25, bringing the current total in the warehouse to 50. We have already accomplished half of our preliminary objective, and the efficiency exceeds my expectations. I anticipate reaching the target of 100 panes by tomorrow evening. However, this is merely the nascent stage, as a glass greenhouse is not solely comprised of a glass roof. The tentative plan necessitates approximately 90 additional panes. The audience, some of whom had previously expressed reservations about the adequacy of the 100 panes Lin Yue mentioned, began to clamor. Nevertheless, Lin Yue had already devised a solution. Upon completing the production of 100 panes by tomorrow evening, I shall allocate time to fabricate additional glass molds, enabling each glass kiln to yield 10 panes of glass daily, resulting in a total of 50 panes per day. Subsequently, we shall concurrently embark on the construction of glass greenhouses and the firing of glass, ensuring neither endeavor impedes the other. The rationale for deferring this undertaking until tomorrow stems from an imperative task at hand today. I invite you all to speculate as to its nature. The audience was perplexed. Indeed, while such transitions are commonplace, are we now to be presented with riddles? Furthermore, this metallic cube appears unfamiliar. Its exterior is replete with prominent seams, giving the impression of stacked components. A cube, a high-tech stool. Given the proclivities of this streamer, this device undoubtedly possesses multiple functionalities. I surmise it is capable of transformation. Such mutability is invariably detrimental. Could it not simply be another type of planting container? I posit that the correct answer is that it is merely an ornamental piece. Observing the myriad and peculiar responses on the screen, Lin Yue promptly stood and directed the camera to zoom out and focus on the cube. Abruptly, he issued a command: transform into canine form. The denizens were momentarily bewildered. Yet, before the lens, the erstwhile metallic cube rapidly folded and contorted, undergoing a metamorphosis. Moments later, it had assumed the form of a machine dog, its lines sharp and its physique akin to that of a large breed. At this juncture, all were rendered speechless. This contraption is the diminutive device formerly comparable in size to a toy poodle. It has now metamorphosed into an absurdity indeed. The disparity in size is simply too great, and the dissimilarity in appearance is even more pronounced. Judging by the audience's reactions in the live comments, Lin Yue realized that they were completely astounded, precisely the outcome he had desired. As you can observe, Little White has undergone another transformation. Previously, its diminutive size, while granting agility, compromised other attributes. You may recall my previous statement regarding its inability to breach the chitinous armor of the black insectoid creatures, even with heated daggers. Therefore, I have executed modifications accordingly. Naturally, as I am inclined towards complete overhauls, I opted for a substantial augmentation in size. He patted Little White's robust forelegs, showcasing the creature's divergence from its previous iteration. Concurrently, with the increase in size and amplification of strength, I have integrated a compact liquid oxygen methane jet thruster to ensure its combat effectiveness, thereby enhancing its velocity and propulsive force. However, this is not the entirety of this modification. It would be more prudent to witness its enhancements firsthand. Little White, let's embark. The now mechanized canine, Little White, accompanied Lin Yue into the rover and departed from the exploration station. Lin Yue disembarked, secured each door meticulously, and retrieved the life detection alarm, calibrating it to its maximum intensity to expose all life forms within a 10-kilometer radius. He surveyed the surroundings deliberately before re-entering the rover. This sequence of actions remained enigmatic to the audience, who were still immersed in the exhilaration of witnessing Little White's transformative upgrade. Focusing the camera inside the vehicle, Lin Yue paused in contemplation. If they were truly to arrive, traveling at a speed of 30 kilometers per hour in a rover, even if they drove day and night, they would likely not have covered even half the distance by now. He was contemplating the scientists from the research centers who might venture this way. It was a prudent measure. Whether or not they had actually arrived remained an unknown variable. However, should they come, it was certain that they would not be perceived as rescuers. 5 individuals traversing over 10,000 kilometers, nearly half the expanse of Mars, to save him? The very notion was absurd. Yet, if their intent was to capture him, that would indeed make sense. Everyone, let us proceed directly to our destination. Lin Yue started the vehicle, selecting a direction to closely observe the dark insects, while also demonstrating the true power of the enhancements made to the Little White rover. Stay tuned. The live broadcast continues. Chapter 73. The Power of the Holy Sword of Physics. The Martian sky possesses an indescribable beauty that cannot be captured by any description from Earth. Iron oxide dust floats in the thin atmosphere, casting a hazy caramel hue over the entire expanse of the dark red landscape. Yet, Alicia and her companions were devoid of any inclination to admire the scenery, not even a morsel of it. Since the signal transmission device at the research center had malfunctioned, they had refrained from stepping outside the center for several days. During this time, they had accomplished nearly nothing. Aside from the obligatory 2 hours of exercise, they remained silent, seeking out private rooms to engage in solitary pursuits. Each meal felt like a mere chore, devoid of flavor and excitement. Turning her gaze from the desolation outside the window back to the dining table, Eliza picked up a knife and cut a small piece of steak, lifting her fork into the air before placing it back down. With an expressionless demeanor, she stood and walked towards the hatch, resembling a mere shell of a person. "Director, what shall we do next?" Olivier, who had been toying with her fork for some time, stood up and approached Eliza, her countenance far from pleasant. Cut off from communication with headquarters, they felt as though they were marooned in this prison nearly 100 million kilometers from Blue Star. What could they do? What were they supposed to do? They were utterly at a loss. Awaiting rescue. Eliza pressed her lips together. The external signal transmitter had been completely destroyed, and even attempts at repair would be futile. Moreover, Capon and Ryan wore ashen faces, their utensils frozen in midair. Outside lurked those black creatures, the very monsters that had slain Polita. They struggled to articulate what these creatures were. But the ability to reduce a human being to nothing but a skull, with the hair intact, surely indicated that they were anything but benign. They seemed particularly drawn to the destruction of the signal transmitter, rampaging with impunity outside the research center. When they first discovered the absence of a signal that day, their immediate reaction was that the bugs had arrived. What they had not anticipated was the presence of a small swarm. The surveillance cameras at the research center occasionally captured glimpses of these monsters, and although there appeared to be signs of dwindling numbers each day, the horrific memory of Polita's fate rendered them all too fearful to venture outside. They could not fathom why these creatures had never appeared before. Since the rescue mission for that dispatched operative, their sudden proliferation is perplexing. Director, he inquired, shouldn't we arm ourselves and eradicate these monstrosities? Perhaps. With Ryan and I wielding crowbars, and the two of you providing cover, we could lure one and eliminate it? This would afford us the opportunity to repair the signal transceiver and re-establish contact with command. Frankly, these past days have been exasperating, driving them to the brink. Previously, they could occasionally venture out in the rover, escaping the confines of this constricted architectural complex. They could even gather minerals and rocks for research in the nearby hills, or even journey to the distant Arctic ice cap for exploration. But now, they are paralyzed, unable to even step outside. Truthfully, they harbor concerns about what would transpire if those creatures were to commence the destruction of other research center buildings. Should they simply await their doom? Moreover, in the wake of Perita's demise, the three are emotionally charged, yearning to reconnect with their families on Blue Star as soon as possible. Repairing the signal transceiver is of paramount importance. At this juncture, all three fixed their gaze upon Alyssa, awaiting the ascent of their nominal leader. Alas, they were met with disappointment as the director shook her head. I doubt that collectively we could vanquish even a single one. Those creatures transcend our comprehension. Without formidable weaponry, we shall not venture forth from this sanctuary. I shall retire for the night, maintain vigilance. As she spoke, she turned to unlock the medicine cabinet, ingested a melatonin tablet, and proceeded towards the sleeping quarters. The three individuals remaining at the dining table exchanged glances. Not only were Ryan and Olivia visibly concerned, but even Capone, typically composed, was now finding it difficult to maintain his composure. The director might genuinely be excessively cautious. Capone removed and replaced his spectacles, remarking, "We cannot allow ourselves to be suffocated by these constraints. The signal transceiver must be repaired. Regardless, we must apprise the higher authorities of these creatures on Mars. We cannot simply remain idle and await our demise." Olivia turned her gaze towards Ryan. "I concur," she stated. "Moreover, I possess the greatest physical strength. Capone, unlike yourself, I place significant value on these muscles," Ryan interjected, flexing his biceps emphatically towards Olivia. "Most importantly, we must repair the transceiver on the signal tower." Olivia disregarded him, casting another glance out the window. Coincidentally, a dark silhouette darted across the distance. The trio's expressions grew somber. Admittedly, this plan appeared exceedingly reckless and indicative of their impulsive nature. However, were they to simply succumb to suffocation? Could they anticipate rescue from Earth? Given their inability to establish contact, the thought of enduring at least another year before the arrival of a new spacecraft induced a sense of agitation. "We ought to venture out in the rover," one suggested. "Should we fail to eliminate them, we can seek refuge within the vehicle. The creature's strength is finite. They cannot breach the rover's exterior." It was Alyssa's insistence on returning and subsequently establishing a base that precipitated the ensuing events. Had they staunchly opposed her proposition from the outset, they might never have encountered the black insect, and perhaps Perita would not have met her demise. Director, or rather, Ford, is presently under the influence of medication and will likely remain dormant for a spell, posing no immediate impediment to our endeavors. With that, Rian ambled towards the tool shed, emerging with 3 crowbars in tow. "I shall commandeer the vehicle. Olivia, you are to operate the garage door." Upon witnessing Rian's initiative, Capon promptly made his way towards the garage. Irrespective of the circumstances, the transmission device must be repaired. His sole desire was to establish contact with his wife and son back home. As for the dispatcher's affair, the entirety of the blame would be deflected onto Director Ford. Swiftly, the garage door ascended, and the trio, clad in their exosuits and brandishing crowbars, boarded the vehicle. Elation surged through them as they espied a dark silhouette emerging from the distant horizon. "Open the doors, be prepared to re-embark expeditiously, and let us endeavor to slay one of these creatures." The 3, galvanized, seized their crowbars and charged forth. The black insect, inexplicably, remained immobile. The 3, wielding their crowbars, often hailed as the sacred swords of physics, ferociously struck the creature's back, which appeared to be attempting to flee. Alas, the crowbars failed to shatter its carapace. And as the monster pivoted to retaliate, extending its slender proboscis and piercing Rian's exosuit at the arm, the trio's complexions paled instantly. My arm! My arm! Aawa! Retreat! Quickly! The immense force effortlessly tore through the exosuit, severing a sizable chunk of flesh in its wake. Rian, shrieking in agony, discarded his crowbar and sprinted towards the rover. Capon, clutching the screaming Olivia, followed suit, and they hastily retreated into the research center. These monstrous entities are far beyond the capacity of a single individual to confront, nor could a mere handful hope to vanquish even one. Utter despair thoroughly enveloped them. What course of action lay ahead? What were they to do? Chapter 74. A delightful surprise, isn't it? In vivid clarity. The projectile effortlessly pierced the cranium of a dark insect, obliterating it into gruesome fragments. Furthermore, the unfortunate creature positioned behind this hapless victim suffered the additional misfortune of having two forelimbs severed by the projectile's passage, causing it to flee in disarray. The sudden assault instilled panic among the multitude of dark insects, scattering them in every direction. Half an hour prior, Lin Yue, piloting the rover, traversed a desolate expanse before arriving at a terrain characterized by rocky mountains and hilly badlands. After a brief interlude, the seemingly inexhaustible horde of dark insects emerged. The audience, upon witnessing the overwhelming onslaught of insects, experienced a mixture of exhilaration and apprehension. Their concern stemmed from the fact that the streamer appeared to possess only a pistol with unerring accuracy, which, even when coupled with the robotic canine and mecha, might prove insufficient to eliminate a significant number of the dark insects. Ladies and gentlemen, Lin Yue elucidated to the live broadcast, as you can observe. These dark insect monsters are, in reality, quite unremarkable. A single individual can readily manage a multitude. Observe. From an elevated perspective, Lin Yue's movements exuded nonchalance. While providing commentary to the live broadcast, he detected a dark insect attempting a clandestine assault from another direction. With impeccable precision, another headshot ensued. The dark insect, spewing forth verdant bodily fluids, collapsed with a resounding thud, resembling a heap of discarded refuse. They can be dispatched with ease by targeting their craniums. However, should you find yourself unarmed on Mars, it is advisable to maintain a safe distance from these creatures, which possess superior velocity compared to humans. Avoid approaching them rashly, as their repulsive, extensible proboscises are not to be trifled with. Lin Yue punctuated his statement by eliminating a nearby specimen, ejecting the spent cartridges and reloading his firearm. However, he continued, I dare say you did not tune in merely to witness my antiquated marksmanship with this pistol. White, prepare yourself. At the sound of Lin Yue's command, the audience reacted with greater alacrity than White itself. Their gazes were riveted upon the significantly larger robotic canine, which had been patiently awaiting its cue. What metamorphosis would it undergo after this latest modification? Would it retain its canine form, or would it assume the aerial configuration of its previous iteration? White. Engage combat configuration, assault mode. The audience was galvanized. A hitherto unmentioned, entirely novel mode. Before their very eyes, the robotic canine commenced its transformation. Limbs, torso, and head underwent a gradual metamorphosis. In a matter of seconds, through a complex reconfiguration, it had morphed into a miniature war machine. Even as the spectators were still reeling from the revelation of this vehicular form, Lin Yue's voice reverberated once more. Upon transforming into this formidable tank-like form, Xiaobai's impact will indeed become evident. However, mere force alone cannot contend with the sinister insectoid creatures, which is why I have meticulously crafted several multifunctional expansion slots. Observe here. As Lin Yue gestures towards the upper section of Xiaobai, now resembling a war machine, where a square slot has emerged. I have strategically placed 8 of these slots upon Xiaobai, 1 upon its head, 1 on its back, and 2 along each side and limb. Once it assumes its assault mode, the multifunctional expansion slot located on its back will come into play. By affixing weapons or equipment, also equipped with expansion capabilities, Xiaobai can execute commands across diverse terrains and battle scenarios. Suddenly, Lin Yue produced a chimney-like metallic tube from behind, aligning the slot atop it with the expansion slot and pressing down. At this moment, some spectators could no longer contain their reactions, voicing their critiques. Wow, the host has truly missed the mark. Are you planning to boil water on Mars with that chimney? One exclaimed. I fail to see the operational versatility in Xiaobai's transformation to tank mode. You need weaponry for that. I initially thought you would attach that bullet curving gun. This plug-and-play expansion slot is rather disappointing. I have strayed in my thoughts. My apologies to all. The comments above are absurdly outrageous, leading me astray as well. Plugging into Xiaobai. This is quite irresistible. Bring me paper. This tube must hold deeper significance. I wager 5 dimes that it is merely a chimney stick. Is it just me? Or does that resemble a cannon barrel? Although a cannon barrel can exist solely as a tube, it needs a series of launching mechanisms, right? A multitude of opinions were expressed, with a barrage of comments flooding the screen, the majority of which were skeptical. After all, this contraption didn't appear promising. However, upon witnessing the unbridled grin that Lin Yue could no longer conceal, their hearts momentarily skipped a beat. Could it be that this audacious streamer actually has something spectacular up his sleeve? It seems you all are quite dubious about Little White's new weapon, but I believe its effectiveness remains to be seen. Little White, let's go. Charge towards the densest concentration of black insects. Special external equipment detected. System integration complete. Fusion finalized. Assault mode initiated. Little White's voice swiftly echoed, and the audience abruptly noticed a blue flame-spewing nozzle had manifested at the rear of the vehicle it had transformed into. In an instant, it hurtled towards a large swarm of black insect monsters. The black insects, upon seeing this peculiar creature emerge, were initially startled, scattering in all directions before quickly regrouping and even rapidly approaching it. However, just as the livestream chat filled with comments lamenting Little White's demise, suddenly, the few black insects that had approached within meters of Little White were repelled as if they had collided with a rebounding wall. Furthermore, the 3 pairs of forelimbs near their mouths were mangled and scattered, and some even had gaping holes in their heads. What transpired? Everyone was stunned. Did this robotic dog just perform some kind of sorcery? At that moment, the little white creature in the frame dashed in another direction, evading a sudden assault from the black insects behind it, while the scene vividly replayed itself as before. However, this time, the spectacle was undeniably more extravagant. A vast array of black insects, fanning out in front of the little white creature, suddenly retreated, entirely reversing the previously imminent encirclement. In the eerily silent live broadcast room, Lin Yue's voice once again pierced through, causing everyone to question their very existence. Ladies and gentlemen, behold, this is the might of my newly invented weapon. The compressed air rapid-fire cannon. Surprised, astonished, delighted? Let us get hyped. Chapter 75. Understanding the art of showmanship. As countless comments flooded the screen, an avalanche of rewards followed suit, elevating the atmosphere of the live stream to unprecedented heights. The name compressed air rapid-fire cannon alone was sufficient to ignite excitement in anyone, especially as the robotic dog, Little White, plunged into the swarm of foes wielding this weapon. What appeared to be a mere chimney-like contraption proved to be astonishingly powerful, leaving everyone in awe. It is important to note that this was occurring on Mars. Mars, of all places. The atmosphere there is exceedingly thin, roughly 1% of that of Earth. And yet, in such an environment, this so-called compressed air rapid-fire cannon could unleash such formidable force to send those monstrous black insects flying. Even more perplexing was how such a seemingly simple chimney-like object could contain an array of intricate components within it. The configuration of this compressed air apparatus. Is it stationary, mobile, or enclosed? What is its energy source? A barrage of questions arose, and despite their admiration, the audience struggled to comprehend. What kind of peerless technology is this? At that moment, as Lin Yue gestured for everyone to refocus on the demonstration, the flurry of comments in the live broadcast gradually subsided. Ladies and gentlemen, he began, you have now witnessed the potency of this compressed air rapid-fire cannon. When it is integrated into Xiaobai's back, its operational principles are quite straightforward. Gas is compressed to an extraordinary degree, elevating its pressure, which in turn enables the gas to generate high energy upon discharge, thereby manifesting considerable force. If you still find this difficult to visualize, you might conceive of it as a firearm, with the compressed gas serving as the projectile. The high-pressure gas reservoir, created through rapid compression, allows the air pressure to reach its zenith, at which point the air undergoes a form of detonation, simultaneously transmitting all of its energy harmonically to the air, propelling it to the greatest possible velocity, and then releasing it to its fullest extent. As Lin Yue concluded his explanation, The minds of both the knowledgeable and the uninitiated in the live broadcast were thoroughly taxed. A compressed-air rapid-fire cannon? Isn't this invention somewhat ahead of its time? It's as if you're Dory Lin, and you've actually conjured up an air cannon. Although its power may not appear overwhelmingly formidable, the fact that it can instantly blast away the surrounding swarms of insects and inflict significant damage upon them indicates that its inherent power is indeed substantial. And this is on Mars, under conditions of extremely low air density. Were this weapon to be deployed on Earth, would its force be capable of effortlessly annihilating any form of life? Could it even obliterate structures? As the audience continued to speculate, Lin Yue retrieved the compressed-air rapid-fire cannon from Bai's chassis. Although this compressed-air rapid-fire cannon possesses considerable power and has demonstrated its utility as a weapon on Mars, its drawback lies in its limited operational duration. Due to the necessity of maximizing output in the thin Martian atmosphere to ensure its current strength, its sustainable runtime is exceedingly brief, no more than 3 minutes. Lin Yue expressed his regret, shaking his head, and raised his auto-aiming pistol, dispatching a nearby black insectoid monster and deterring the others. After expending 22 points to acquire the compressed-air rapid-fire cannon, he was initially taken aback by its product description. When set to maximum power, it boasted the capacity to pierce through buildings with ease. However, following a few rudimentary tests, he swiftly identified a significant issue. Its energy consumption was exorbitant, unless sustained by a continuous and inexhaustible energy source. The substantial energy expenditure required to unleash its full potential on Mars would quickly exhaust Bai's reserves within mere minutes. 3 minutes? I possess greater endurance than that. Is the streamer attempting to inject levity into our broadcast, perhaps perceiving it as overly solemn? Indeed, despite its intimidating capabilities, a 3-minute operational window is hardly impressive. Ladies and gentlemen, one might argue that this contraption is utterly worthless. Should the insects merely endure for 3 minutes, would they not then be able to overwhelm the streamer? It is not my intention to criticize, but dear host, you ought to contemplate your escape, for those insects, seeing your lack of options, surely intend to envelop both you and the rover in a metaphorical dumpling. Absurdity reigns. Expectations of formidable prowess have been shattered, leaving one to wonder. Is this truly the outcome? Come forth, host, deliver a slap to my face. Do not let me down. In the wake of a profound shock, the audience soon recognized the substantial limitations of this weapon's endurance, leading to a sudden surge of criticism, with skepticism and derision abounding. After all, one might boast boldly. Yet the result is this. What was anticipated as a dimensional assault has devolved into mere disappointment. The barrage of comments erupted with far greater intensity than before, and even many of Lin Yue's staunch supporters began to waver. Previously, there was no indication of such a catastrophic failure. The viewers abruptly discerned that Lin Yue's demeanor was decidedly off. Panic, confusion, and unease were conspicuously absent from his expression, which instead bore a countenance of triumph, as if reveling in their dismay. At this moment, a swarm of black insects had gradually converged from all directions, completely encircling both the rover and Lin Yue, leaving not a sliver of space untouched. Had no one noticed? I must emphasize that there exists a mere 3-minute limit on usage when it comes to Xiao Bai. The audience felt their hearts lurch, their expressions frozen in disbelief. It approaches. A significant event is imminent. The overwhelming sense of familiarity ignited within them an anticipatory pain, as if they could already feel the searing agony that was about to unfold. The little creature darted directly into the cockpit, and Lin Yue took his place in the pilot's seat, where the safety mechanisms activated, firmly securing him in position. Xiao Bai, transform the rover into mech mode. Yes, master. Transforming into Mech 2 Malawian Quach's mode. At that moment, the hovering camera shifted from an aerial perspective to orbit around the rover in midair. Simultaneously, the rover on the ground began to unfold its various components, instantly entering transformation mode. Moments later, the colossal mech stood tall upon the Earth. However, the audience soon realized that the exterior of the rover had appeared unchanged, yet the transformed mech bore significant differences from its predecessor. The previously criticized head, deemed unappealing, had now taken on a more human-like form. The overall shape transitioned from a long rectangle to a cube, complete with discernible features such as eyes, a nose, and a mouth. The body and limbs exhibited a greater sense of coordination and concealed numerous wires and protruding components. The once dagger-like hands had now morphed into human-like palms with fingers. As the spectators marveled at this evolution of the mech, Some noticed the compressed air cannon securely fitted at the wrist. I merely made slight modifications to the rover. Do not be astonished. Lin Yue's voice resonated. Calm yet undeniably authoritative. I mentioned that the compressed air cannon would remain on Xiaobai for 3 minutes. But what about on this mech? As the mech pivoted and unleashed its first barrage upon the nearest swarm of insects, the audience, already suffocated by anticipation, bore witness to the overwhelming onslaught initiated by the two Malawian Quatch's mech. Chapter 76. Ascendancy over the entire planet. Towering at over 10 meters. The colossal mech exuded an immense sense of dominance, dwarfing the previously numerically superior black insect monsters, instilling in them a profound feeling of oppression. With each thunderous step the giant mech took, the shockwaves reverberated, while its air cannon, capable of effortlessly obliterating the encroaching black insects with a mere flick of the wrist, was nothing short of terrifying. The insects shattered, their green ichor splattering across the battlefield, amidst the rising clouds of dark red sparks and dust. An intense and relentless conflict unfolded, manifesting as a one-sided, overwhelming suppression. The spectators felt as though they were not simply watching a live stream from Mars, but rather witnessing a meticulously crafted blockbuster mech film. The seamless visuals, coupled with an exhilarating sense of impact, rendered them utterly captivated. The once mighty horde of black insects continued to collapse to the ground, utterly powerless against the giant mech. Even the slightest approach would result in instantaneous annihilation, forcing them to scatter wildly, devoid of any means to retaliate. The encirclement that had once nearly engulfed the mech had now disintegrated into chaos, a complete farce. In the live stream, the audience seemed to forget how to type, struggling to articulate their astonishment and even fear. Reflecting on the recent past, they had initially believed that Lin Yue's compressed air cannon could only sustain its suppressive fire for a maximum of 3 minutes before becoming utterly useless. They mocked, ridiculed, and questioned the streamer, convinced that he had miscalculated and created a counterproductive situation. Yet now, after nearly 20 minutes since its transformation into a mech, the cannon appeared to possess boundless energy, unleashing an unimaginable onslaught upon the once dominant horde of black insects. Each shot from the air cannon resonated like a death knell, splattering the creature's green bodily fluids, sending their severed limbs soaring, and rendering their proud, sturdy exoskeletons as fragile as mere paper. The audience realized, once again, that they had been thoroughly outdone by Lin Yue's astounding maneuvers. As the battle raged on, amidst the scattered remains of the insect carcasses, a few black bugs struggled to rise, only to be crushed under colossal footsteps or obliterated by the air cannon's relentless fire. The insect army retreated, desperately fleeing towards the Rocky Mountains, abandoning their armor and any sense of strategy. Encirclement? Now, it was this mech that had surrounded all the monstrous black insects. 20 minutes had elapsed, followed by half an hour. The compressed air cannon, which had originally been limited to a mere 3 minutes on Xiaobai, continued to fire tirelessly, plunging the desperate black insects into utter despair. Finally, as the last of the living black bugs vanished from the ground, the mech, having discharged its final shot, ceased its relentless assault. Even then, the air cannon appeared to possess an abundance of reserve power, a stark irony to those who had previously scoffed at its capabilities. At this moment, the desolate expanse was dominated by colossal mechs resembling statues and countless layers of mangled, prostrate black insect carcasses. For an extended duration, the world seemed to be frozen in time, as spectators were rendered speechless, their cheers and expressions of exhilaration suppressed. It was only when Lin Yue's voice resounded that the entranced audience was roused from their reverie. I believe it is now permissible for everyone to become excited. This utterance served as a catalyst, awakening the spectators from their dreamlike state. An unprecedented surge of fervent emotion erupted forth. The visual tapestry was replete with a dense profusion of rewards, propelling the live broadcast to ever greater heights of excitement. The total number of simultaneous viewers escalated at an astonishing rate, ascending from 500,000 or 600,000 to 700,000, 800,000, and 900,000. Indeed, it swiftly approached the 1 million mark. The viewers before their screens were utterly unable to contain their elation and fervor. At this moment, throughout the nation of Tang, in research facilities and laboratories, corporations and establishments, schools, restaurants, and hotels, all those who had been following the live broadcast forgot their surroundings, instead opting to vociferously exclaim, clench their fists with excitement, and unrestrainedly unleash their soaring emotions. As he reveled in the adulation, Lin Yue was gratified to observe that the technological points he had garnered had soared to a remarkable 94. This wave was, without a doubt, exceedingly gratifying. At this precise moment, beneath the taffy-colored sky, the colossal mech stood tall upon the crimson Martian landscape. The shadow cast by the tilted blue sun of the mech extended over the insect corpses soaked in green bodily fluids. As the audience's emotions gradually cooled, they were once again profoundly shaken by this scene. In a brief moment, the mech that had effortlessly repelled the insect tide transformed back into a Mars rover. And Lin Yue, along with Xiaobai, disembarked from the vehicle once more. Unlike before, in the footage captured by the hovering camera, no black insects dared to emerge from the ground, let alone approach with the reckless curiosity they had displayed at the beginning. Lin Yue detached the compressed air cannon from the mech and reattached it to Xiaobai's back. Subsequently, he delivered a decisive finishing blow to the insects that had not yet perished. No mercy for the enemy. Let the grass on their graves grow 3 meters high. After circling around, Lin Yue loaded 15 insect carcasses onto a small cart, finally satisfied as he clapped his hands and gazed at the lens directed at him. The barrage of comments on the screen had successfully obscured the entire image. With a mere downward gesture, Lin Yue commanded everyone to clear the screen, and they complied without hesitation. It seemed that following this battle, there would be no lingering doubts regarding the power of the compressed air cannon. The reason it could only fire for 3 minutes on Xiaobai was due to its limited energy reserves. However, on the transformed mech 2 Malawian Quatches, I can only say that firing continuously for an hour is a conservative estimate. If the rover were to be upgraded with nuclear power in the future, I am confident that should the black insects dare to launch a full-scale assault, I could annihilate their entire race. Certainly, due to a scarcity of materials, I have only constructed a single unit for the time being. However, once resources become more abundant, I do not rule out the possibility of equipping all 8 of the external modular multifunctional slots of the mech. As of now, I am quite confident that on Mars, regardless of the influx of black insects, I can at least ensure my own escape. Naturally, we have no intention of provoking them unnecessarily. This live combat session serves merely to convey to these seemingly intelligent black insect creatures that we are not to be trifled with. Lin Yue continued, shifting his focus to the camera, addressing the audience of Blue Star United Aerospace, particularly the representatives from Legion. I wish to assure you that my current existence on Mars is quite satisfactory, if not remarkably so. While various aspects may appear to be in their infancy, the future is undoubtedly promising. What I wish to convey is that if anyone intends to disrupt my relatively comfortable living conditions, they must first weigh themselves against those black insects and consider who truly possesses the upper hand. At this juncture, I have reason to believe that the scientists at Legion's research center may be nearing the detection station. Should communication between us falter, it could lead to unforeseen circumstances that none of us wish to witness. As he spoke, he gestured toward the remains of the insects, their grim fate captured clearly on camera. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. In this live broadcast, I am the preeminent authority. On this planet Mars, I reign supreme. My words have been spoken. Once more, I ask, who is in favor and who is against? Chapter 77, A Beautiful Thought. Outside the Launch Command Control Center of the Blue Star NASA headquarters, Blake Fisk gazed up at the immense screen before him, which displayed the formidable mecha standing on Mars. He sensed, albeit vaguely, that something monumental and incomprehensible had transpired here. What it was, he could not fathom. This feeling compelled him to question whether all that was being done was indeed the right course of action. The imagery on the screen continued to pulsate, and Fisk's complexion turned pale. Far away, representatives from Tang Nation were capturing the live broadcast with their mobile devices, transmitting it back to this location. Just moments ago, he, along with a multitude of experts and scholars, had witnessed the fierce battle where the mecha utilized its so-called compressed air cannon to annihilate a swarm of insects. The might exhibited by the mecha, coupled with the astonishment and even dread instilled by the compressed air cannon, further convinced those in authority that this spacecraft launch was undeniably imperative. Fisk lowered his gaze to his wrist. In 3 minutes and 35 seconds, the manned spacecraft Zeus would ignite and descend from Houston. This launch had faced significant opposition from Tang Nation since its inception. Although other member nations of the Blue Star United Space Agency had been persuaded by Legion in advance, Tang Nation had yet to relent in its efforts to obstruct. Yet now, with the arrow drawn, it was unavoidable to release it. The rationale presented by Legion's negotiating representatives was deemed sufficiently robust. The 5 scientists at the Mars Research Center have now completely vanished, with communications remaining severed. To ensure the safety of these invaluable lives, a manned spacecraft must be dispatched to Mars for their rescue. After all, human life is paramount at all times. However, when Tang Guoji inquired why they did not proactively reach out, despite the availability of Lin Yue, a capable envoy who could swiftly journey to the research center, the representatives of Legion realized their reasoning was fundamentally flawed. Indeed, if a rescue was desired, could not Lin Yue simply drive there? Instead, they proposed expending vast resources and manpower to launch a manned spacecraft, requiring at least a year for Legion's own astronauts to reach Mars. Further explanations from Legion indicated that Lin Yue was overwhelmed and incapable of mounting a rescue. If he were willing, he could easily dismantle the research center without issue. The Legion representatives reiterated the threat posed by the black insects, insisting that heavy weaponry must accompany the rescue mission. This revelation stirred unease not only in Tang Guoji, but also among other nations. While the representatives from Legion engaged in negotiations with Tang, they busily prepared for launch. In a sudden turn of events, Legion announced its withdrawal from the Blue Star United Space Agency at noon today and, during the ongoing negotiations with Tang, launched a spacecraft that was originally scheduled for liftoff at least 5 days later. This maneuver caught Tang Guoji completely off guard. However, Tang had received prior intelligence through various channels indicating that Legion's launch was equipped with nuclear warheads and that each astronaut was outfitted with an array of heavy weaponry. The dissemination of this intelligence was swift, resonating across international borders and precipitating widespread condemnation of Lycan. Numerous collaborative ventures were unilaterally rescinded, thereby exacerbating Lycan's precarious position and relegating them to a distinct disadvantage in the ensuing contest. Consequently, various national space agencies, citing an array of justifications, commenced preparations for manned missions to Mars. Notwithstanding these adversities, Lycan's upper echelons resolutely persisted in their launch endeavors. The underlying motive was transparently evident. Phipps, his countenance pallid, pinched the corner of his eye, averting his gaze from the imagery of the colossal mecha. Having cleared security, he entered the Launch Command and Control Center. Stationed at the rear, he surveyed the assembly. Within this cohort, engrossed in the screens and invested in the success of this launch, conceivably lurked the individuals responsible for disseminating the confidential information. Despite comprehensive investigations, no conclusive evidence had surfaced. Lycan's unwavering commitment to dispatching the spacecraft was ostensibly not predicated on the 5 scientists, whose contributions were deemed inconsequential, but rather on a quest for prestige. Resistance or dissent would be futile, as conventional armaments such as heavy machine guns could be deployed against the envoy. While the specter of nuclear ordnance loomed as a deterrent against the colossal mecha, acquiescence would be compulsory. In the event of obdurate refusal, contingency plans were in place to ensure that what Lycan could not possess would be annihilated. Director, please assume your station. Launch countdown is imminent. Understood. Phipps promptly took his seat, directing his attention to the Zeus manned spacecraft launch preparation feed displayed on the large screen. Gazing upon the crew members, poised and prepared for their imminent departure, a question arose within him. Could these specially trained forces truly subdue the envoy upon their arrival on Mars? Would the detonation of nuclear warheads prove equally futile against him? That individual was no deity, merely a mortal like themselves. Suddenly, a voice resonated beside him. Turning, Fisk discovered the very individual standing there. Overwhelmed with trepidation, he hastily lowered his head. You have arrived. Surely, no matter how formidable. Can any mortal defy the might of a nuclear blast? I think not, Fisk. The middle-aged man's gaze remained fixed upon the launchpad display, his expression inscrutable. As he stated, that envoy is fundamentally. During the live broadcast, I overheard the real-time translation indicating that the envoy seemed to be aware of our dispatching those incompetents to apprehend him. Furthermore, he issued a warning. Something along the lines of, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Fisk, do you not find this young man to be excessively arrogant? The strength of a nation cannot be underestimated by a mere envoy. The middle-aged man nodded, his attention directed towards the large screen. This endeavor, which he had personally championed, was finally coming to fruition. If all proceeds smoothly. 3, 2, 1. With the final countdown, the Zeus spacecraft ignited its engines, ascending skyward in a blaze of glory. The middle-aged man watched the cameras pursue the vessel, a glint of excitement in his eyes. In as little as 18 months, they could apprehend that envoy, bringing him under our control. Chapter 78. Shall I suffer your affronts? A temperature of minus 20 degrees Celsius is sufficiently frigid on Earth. Yet, on Mars, such a temperature could be deemed balmy. Lin Yue was disinclined to open the vehicle's portal and personally experience such frigidity. Merely beholding the insect carcasses on the ground, nearly ossified by the verdant ichor, filled him with a profound sense of cold. The rover was re-engaged, and the camera refocused on the primary cockpit. The audience, having traversed an emotional roller coaster, was more than willing for the broadcaster to continue his transmission, albeit the broadcaster had uttered something of considerable import. Were the scientists at the Lichen Research Center potentially nearing the exploration station? A gambit of extreme audacity. Exchanging a single entity for an entire establishment? What was the situation indeed? It was somewhat perplexing. Verily, somewhat abstract. My cognitive faculties may be inadequate. Could someone elucidate why the broadcaster seems intent on engaging in conflict? Had he not just eradicated a multitude of monstrous insects? And what of Lichen and those scientists? Forgive my impertinence, but they bear no relation to the broadcaster, do they? Rumor has it, though you may not be privy, that those scientists have been out of contact for several days. You exaggerate, good sir. What is your profession? The broadcaster is indeed formidable, though I comprehend not the source of his fortitude. Yet, I perceive the gears of destiny in motion. Pray, cease with the enigmatic utterances, broadcaster. Your every action commands my utmost attention. They sought to know why the broadcaster spoke thus. Mars was replete with manifold perils. As the previously tranquil voice of the host resonated once more, the audience fell silent, refraining from sending messages and instead listening intently. The frigid weather, the tenuous atmosphere, the lethal radiation, and the ominous black insectoid creatures. Indeed, we must also contend with our own kind, driven by malevolence. You may be curious as to why I expressed myself in such a manner. In truth, I believe the astute among us must have sensed something amiss during my visit to the research center. Do you recall that none of the 5 scientists were present at the facility? Instead, they had collectively ventured out in their rover. Those of you who have experience in related fields should understand that in an alien environment governed by strict protocols, such occurrences are utterly inconceivable. Such a scenario would only arise if they were compelled to undertake a task that necessitated a collective effort. Upon my arrival at the research center, I was astonished to find that they had even neglected to secure the entrance completely. In retrospect, it is possible they received some urgent directive that necessitated their swift departure. The rover sped across the Martian terrain, while Lin Yue's discourse persisted. This urgent mission could not possibly pertain to mundane research activities or topographical surveys. Even if their assignment was to rescue me, dispatching more than 2 or 3 individuals would be excessive. The journey entails significant resource depletion and a high likelihood of encountering peril. Therefore, it would be prudent to retain at least 2 personnel at the research center. What could possibly compel these 5 individuals to embark on a hasty rover expedition? While I'm reluctant to entertain such dire possibilities, the reality is that only my capture necessitates such a comprehensive mobilization. A recent observation from a viewer regarding the scientist's disappearance further bolsters this conjecture. Upon Lin Yue's pronouncement, a significant portion of the audience experienced a moment of realization. Indeed, it all aligns. However, as you've witnessed, I've not only equipped the rover and Xiao Bai with transformative capabilities, but also possess a pistol with unerring accuracy and the previously demonstrated air-propelled cannon. I'm confident that any approaching scientist will extend a warm welcome. At that moment, a message materialized and swiftly ascended to the top, originating not from an ordinary viewer, but from the Blue Star United Aerospace Agency. To Resident Lin Yue, Outpost 0089. Mars. The nation of Likan has withdrawn from the Blue Star United Aerospace Agency and, defying our protests and obstructions, has successfully launched the Zeus manned spacecraft towards Mars. It is projected to reach the Martian surface in 573 Earth days. Warning: reliable intelligence indicates that the crew is armed with an arsenal of heavy weaponry and a low-yield nuclear warhead. We urge you to treat this matter with the utmost seriousness, acknowledge the inherent danger, ensure your personal safety, and proactively cooperate with Likan to avert any potential threat to your life. This official communique, once pinned, left the vast majority of viewers in a state of bewilderment, save for a select few privy to the information. What is transpiring? Was the broadcaster's statement merely an exaggeration? Did the Lechian Federation truly launch a manned spacecraft, equipped with both armaments and nuclear warheads? What could be their motive? This is no trifling matter. It has the potential to ignite all conflicts and precipitate unforeseen catastrophes. The official account has intervened directly, indicating that this is far from a jest. It seems the Lechian Federation has acted unilaterally. I can already discern the ominous character looming over the broadcaster's head. Nuclear warheads? If the broadcaster intends to confront them head-on, he must prepare to be incinerated at ground zero. The broadcaster had scarcely finished boasting when the Lechian Federation delivered a resounding slap in the face. I advise the broadcaster to surrender forthwith. I have no desire to witness your demise. Bets are now being placed. Will the broadcaster survive the next 573 days? Or will he perish? I wager 10 million on his demise. Pacific Ocean Insurance cordially reminds you that we provide coverage even in the event of a nuclear strike. It falls under the purview of personal accident insurance. Why delay in placing your order, esteemed clients? The barrage of comments erupted anew, as everyone apprehended the gravity of the situation. The Lechian Federation's reckless launch of a spacecraft, laden with nuclear warheads, was likely intended to either abduct Lin Yue or eliminate him entirely. This sudden revelation sent shockwaves through the audience. Silence, everyone. I have a few words to impart. Just as everyone anticipated that Lin Yue would be overwhelmed with trepidation, a remarkably composed voice emanated from the live broadcast. Soon, the torrent of comments subsided, and Lin Yue's voice resounded once more. To be candid, I am not particularly astonished. In fact, ever since this live stream came under scrutiny, I had anticipated that such events might transpire. Now, I wish to reiterate, whether it be the Blue Star United Space Agency or those from the Power Realm. Heed my words. My life on Mars is remarkably stable and progressively improving, and I do not desire for any of you to disrupt this tranquility. As I have stated before, if one does not provoke me, I shall not retaliate. Now that you have brought this upon yourselves, do not fault me for my lack of courtesy. Everyone, brace yourselves for the outcome in 573 days. Will I obliterate them all? Or shall they annihilate me with nuclear weapons? I, Lin Yue, even as a mere envoy, will not allow myself to be bullied. Chapter 79. If you are unwilling to comply, come and battle. The host is truly audacious. Are you really attempting to confront the Power Realm single-handedly? A mere insect shaking a tree, a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, an ant tripping an elephant, a cricket obstructing a spacecraft. The host is evidently overestimating their capabilities. My friend is impressive, but merely boasting after simmering a duck for 72 boils. Am I the only one who believes that the host is not exaggerating? Me too. Having grown accustomed to a swollen face, I am already an ardent fan of the host. If they declare it can be done, it certainly can. Let us not engage in idle chatter, unless the host activates invincibility and a blood lock, annihilating everything with nuclear devastation. I simply wish to inquire of those who doubt the host. How many days did it take from having no food to now commanding a mech to eradicate the insect horde? Lin Yue once again expressed his unwavering resolve to not yield to any threats, even in the presence of nuclear arms. In the live broadcast room, the audience quickly divided into three factions. One group, gripped by fear of the nuclear deterrence from the impending crisis, believed that the host could do nothing to avert fate, ultimately succumbing to the looming threat of the Zeus. This faction constituted more than half of the viewers. The second group, however, harbored unwavering confidence in Lin Yue, convinced of his capabilities. Their rationale? Merely that he had previously embarrassed them on numerous occasions, leading to an epiphany. Yet, this group was quite small. The final faction consisted of mere spectators, as there remained a daunting 600 days ahead, with uncertainty clouding what might transpire. These individuals adopted a stoic approach, content to observe the unfolding drama, expressing awe when warranted, questioning when necessary, and reacting with astonishment at pivotal moments. They were the fiercest critics during moments of doubt, relishing the satisfaction of being proven wrong afterward. They embraced the role of spectators as their mission. This faction comprised approximately 30 to 40% of the audience. Overall, however, the vast majority of viewers maintained a rather pessimistic outlook regarding Lin Yue as the specter of nuclear deterrence loomed, seemingly distant yet uncomfortably close. Could a mere human withstand a nuclear strike? Presently, even the most advanced mech, equipped with a compressed air rapid-fire cannon, seemed utterly inadequate. As the audience continued to flood the chat with comments, the number of viewers in the live room finally approached 1 million. Lin Yue kept a vigilant eye on the fluctuating numbers. The announcement of the Zeus's impending nuclear threat had inadvertently intensified the broadcast's popularity, yielding a decidedly positive effect. Nevertheless, the momentum felt just shy of its peak. Should he orchestrate another event to sustain this burgeoning interest and fervor? Perhaps many in the live room deemed his earlier ambition to be overreaching. To this, he could only respond that time would reveal all. In 573 days, let us all observe whose resolve is more unyielding, whose capabilities are more formidable. Assuredly, I possess the means to prevail. My declaration has unequivocally conveyed my sentiments to the nation of Likan, defiance, and a challenge to battle. I shall not recant my words, nor shall I lament and implore mercy upon their arrival. My assertion remains. Mars is my domain, and my decree is law. Even nuclear armaments hold no terror for me. The audience, as Lin Yue had perceived, indeed felt a lingering sense of incompleteness. Verily, were it not for Likan's interference, this broadcast would have been flawless. Yet, in truth, Likan's actions have placed a certain burden upon the broadcaster. And under this immense pressure, the more the broadcaster demonstrates a spirit of resistance and strength, the more these viewers experience an unprecedented thrill. A solitary figure against an entire nation. Flesh against nuclear fire. Has such a thing ever transpired before? Nay, precisely because viewers deem the broadcaster incapable, they yearn to witness how he might orchestrate a reversal of fortune within 573 days. At this moment, they indeed desire the broadcaster to conjure some audacious feat to dispel the unpleasantness just experienced. And when Lin Yue suddenly announced that a portion of the subsequent broadcast content would be advanced to this one, everyone was electrified. What would ensue? Combat? A display of armaments? For the moment, they were not particularly eager to witness more of the same, given the recent conflict with the insect swarm. A demonstration of novelties and innovations would undoubtedly pique greater interest. Thus, how would this broadcaster proceed to astound? Nearly 1 million souls await in eager anticipation. Their gazes fixed upon the unfolding scene. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived. Let Xiao Bai disembark. The camera refocuses on Lin Yue and the robotic canine. As they exit the vehicle, the audience observes that the surrounding rocky terrain and desolate expanse appear strikingly similar to the vicinity of the previous exploration station. Just as confusion begins to settle, Lin Yue's voice resonates again, having positioned himself near a prominent rise, facing the lens. At the commencement of this live broadcast, I am compelled to pose a question to you all. What, in your estimation, constitutes the ultimate emblem of wealth and beauty? Is it diamonds and various gemstones? Or perhaps the unparalleled artifacts that grace the heavens? In truth, for all of humanity, the singular ultimate symbol of wealth and beauty is none other than gold. Gold is undoubtedly the element most fervently pursued by humankind, and it is quite possibly the first element recognized by our species. Its radiant, distinctive luster allows for effortless differentiation from all else. Throughout the annals of history, the birth and evolution of countless civilizations have been intertwined with this element, which has consistently served as a profound symbol of both civilization and affluence. At this moment, the audience finds themselves in a state of bewilderment. What is this canine broadcaster up to? Why the sudden discourse on gold? This seems entirely disconnected, a perplexing interruption. Could it be that the recent nuclear developments in the neighboring country have left him disoriented? In the nascent moments following the Big Bang, a rare element emerged from the fortuitous collision of neutron stars. This precious substance, during the formative stages of our solar system, began to gestate within various planets and gradually crystallized into veins through relentless geological movements. On our blue planet, we have extracted gold. This mineral, both scarce and immensely valuable, has become a symbol of civilization, wealth, and beauty. Suddenly, the hovering camera ascends, casting its gaze over a vast area centered around Lin Yue. In the frame, Lin Yue stands with arms outstretched, gazing upward at the lens in the sky. Mars, too, harbors gold, and I can assert that it is by no means barren. As the slanting sunlight bathes the scene, nearly 1 million spectators abruptly behold an astonishing array of golden brilliance before them. Dear viewers, do you know what doghead gold is? Lin Yue casually picks up a few stones at his feet. The radiance emanating from the doghead gold leaves everyone breathless, mouths agape, as they erupt into exuberant screams and frenzy. Chapter 80. I would rather starve than die outside. Gold. Throughout the ages, no one has been immune to its allure. No one has been able to resist its call, nor has anyone remained unscathed by its madness. Now, within this Martian livestream, as viewers witness Lin Yue casually collecting several pieces of doghead gold, and the ground around him shimmering with golden light, nearly 1 million spectators cannot help but scream in ecstatic abandon. Gold, gold, gold. While hard work is far more precious than gold, I choose gold. False. It must be false. This is fool's gold, pyrite. How detestable. It must undoubtedly be pyrite. Soldier, where? If this were true, it would be worth hundreds of millions. The golden head in the host's hand is utterly outrageous. This turn of events deserves a perfect score of 100. I would give it 1 billion. Incredible, dear host. How much could this possibly be worth? Goodness, is extraterrestrial life truly this absurd? Regardless of one's cultural background, the only expression that resonates among us is simply one of astonishment. After all, the gold that is visible above ground possesses an immeasurable value. At this moment, Lin Yue noticed that the total number of viewers in the live stream had finally surpassed 1 million. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the main quest. A new live stream platform, Bilibili, has been unlocked for you. Please draw a new skill. Ding. The host has received a new main quest. Please achieve 10 million simultaneous viewers within 1 month. Upon completion, a skill draw opportunity will be awarded. Along with the unlocking of a new live stream platform, Lin Yue was exhilarated to have completed this main quest. Not only had he secured another opportunity to draw a skill, but he had also gained access to the new platform, Bilibili. He believed that during the next live stream, the number of concurrent viewers would experience a significant increase. As he glanced at the live stream, another wave of donations surged in, and seizing the moment, he chose to draw a new skill. The immense wheel within his mind began to rotate, gradually coming to a halt moments later. As the familiar white light flickered by, Lin Yue received his reward. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the skills of supreme food recognition and advanced biological synthesis technology. An abundance of knowledge flooded his consciousness, causing the familiar headache to resurface. However, this discomfort was bearable, especially considering he had acquired 2 remarkable skills. He glanced at his attribute panel. Supreme food recognition? Upon hearing the name, Lin Yue instinctively thought it would be quite beneficial for survival in the wild. After all, on Blue Planet, it would enable him to discern which plants were toxic and which mushrooms were edible, particularly the crucial ability to identify edible fungi in mountainous regions. Yet, this was Mars. Surely, the food borrowed from the research center was all consumable. Was there anything else edible around? Wait a moment. He hesitated to approach. As for the so-called advanced biological synthesis technology, could it be what he was thinking? Perhaps it involved combining a cow and a horse into a hybrid creature? Just then, the system spoke up. Advanced biological synthesis technology. You possess the extraordinary skill to synthesize chemicals using enzymes, microbial communities, and other biological materials from living organisms. System. I am eternally grateful to your ancestors. Though it may not pertain to chimeric technology, synthesizing chemicals could indeed prove useful. If he could create essential yet unavailable synthetic chemicals. Lin Yue's gaze shifted toward the carcass of the black insect lying in the rover. Reorienting himself towards the camera, he observed that the crowd had calmed down somewhat. Remarkably, many individuals had begun to engage in a spirited debate over whether the substance in question was gold or pyrite. Initially, Lin Yue himself was not entirely certain. He recalled a time on Earth when he had been deceived by various videos that depicted a person prospecting for gold in a frigid mountain stream, where the water glimmered with abundant nuggets of gold, easily scooped up in handfuls. The excitement was palpable. However, upon later encountering comments that referred to it as fool's gold, he conducted a search and discovered that those sparkly objects were indeed pyrite, a mere ruse. Now, equipped with the mineral identification skills acquired from a premier mineral exploration institute, distinguishing between gold and pyrite was remarkably simple for him. Ladies and gentlemen, he began, I see that many of you are inclined to believe that this is pyrite rather than the gold I have mentioned, and I completely understand your skepticism. After all, in the natural world of Blue Planet, it is utterly improbable to encounter such a vast amount of gold lying on the surface. I am confident that among the audience, there are certainly experts in geology and mineralogy who can discern whether what I hold is indeed gold or fool's gold. Nevertheless, I would like to take a moment to discuss the distinctions between the two. As Lin Yue spoke, he directed the floating camera towards the sizable nugget of gold in his hand, which was approximately the size of a human head. This nugget of gold in my possession boasts a remarkably high purity. Were it not for the lower gravity on Mars, I doubt I would be able to lift it with a single hand. It is widely acknowledged that this Mars live stream presents an unfiltered and unembellished glimpse of reality, showcasing the most authentic hues of the subject at hand. Regrettably, I do not possess any pyrite to facilitate a direct comparison. However, there exist numerous methods to distinguish between them. Firstly, there is a discernible difference in color. gold typically exhibits a silvery yellow or golden hue, whereas pyrite is characterized by a grass yellow tone, often described colloquially as having a somewhat suspicious appearance. Furthermore, gold itself does not emit light, but rather reflects brilliance only under sunlight, while pyrite possesses a distinct luster and sheen. In terms of form, gold can be found in very small flakes or nuggets, akin to what I hold in my hand, unlike the cubic or octahedral shapes of pyrite. Another approach to identification involves assessing their hardness. Allow me a moment to retrieve a tool. As Lin Yue spoke, he briskly made his way to the rover, procuring a short knife and a hammer. Yet, before departing, he cast a glance at the heap of black insect carcasses. The skills embedded within his mind swiftly informed him of their edibility, even providing descriptors such as high in protein, low in fat, and rich in various amino acids and vitamins. This revelation prompted Lin Yue to exclaim inwardly, marveling at the fact that these creatures were indeed consumable. How absurdly cautious must one be to fear running out of meat? I, Lin Yue, would rather perish from hunger, leaping from this place, than ever resort to consuming such flesh. Chapter 81. Are you digging for sweet potatoes, not gold? The sharp blade gracefully glided over the metallic surface that shimmered with a golden hue. A distinct mark soon became visible, deepening gradually with increased pressure. As the blade withdrew, a hammer was raised high and struck violently against the metal surface, causing a significant indentation, leaving behind a noticeable imprint upon its removal. This sequence of actions was fluid yet imbued with a sense of brutality, evoking an inexplicable pang of sorrow within the audience. We understand that hardness refers to the material's ability to resist the penetration of harder objects into its surface. To compare the softness or hardness of various materials, one must examine the local resistance of solids to external intrusion. Typically, we employ the Mohs hardness scale to determine the hardness of objects. In the realm of metals, gold possesses a Mohs hardness index of approximately 2 to 3, categorizing it as relatively soft. Lin Yue's voice resonated once more as he showcased the metal, which had just been sliced by the long blade and easily deformed by the hammer's strike. In the live stream, with an audience of 1 million viewers, tension filled the air, each individual fixated on the metallic object in the host's hand, witnessing firsthand the gradual validation of its identity as gold. Within the Mohs hardness scale, gold's hardness is comparable to that of silver and aluminum, rendering it vulnerable to scratches from sharp blades. In contrast, pyrite remains unscathed by the knife's edge. However, when struck with a hammer, gold can be flattened and deformed, much like the dog-headed gold in my hand. As the most malleable and ductile of metals, gold can be shaped into any form. In contrast, pyrite, with a Mohs hardness of approximately 6 to 6.5, would shatter like glass under such force. I have elucidated several fundamental methods for distinguishing between gold and pyrite, and these are merely basic common knowledge. Lin Yue then attempted once more on the vein of or on the ground, and, of course, the results were identical to before. Whether they believed or disbelieved, the audience surged forward to investigate. Moments later, upon confirming the host's assertions to be entirely accurate, their eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, this truly is gold. And those on the ground as well. How much gold is there? At this moment, Lin Yue directed the hovering camera to slowly scan the surroundings. The quantity of gold, or resembling the previously flattened dog-headed gold, was not insignificant. The vast, thread-like veins, sprawling like a spider's web within the rock, were astonishingly immense, rendering one unable to look away. As the hovering camera captured more gold along these veins from a distance, the viewers before the lens found themselves utterly incapable of recalling any words aside from gold. Indeed, such is the nature of gold, possessing an irresistible allure. Simply gazing upon it will lead one to become utterly enraptured, unable to extricate oneself. I believe everyone now comprehends that the piece I hold, along with the vast mineral resources within this expansive region, is none other than gold. On Blue Planet, gold possesses immense value. Whether as ornamentation or as a unique currency for reserves and investments, widely recognized as the gold standard, it undeniably holds a pivotal position. Of course, on Mars, the monetary worth of gold cannot be realized in the same manner. However, it possesses irreplaceable value in the realms of electronics, communications, and aerospace. As an ideal material for electronic components, gold significantly outperforms common materials when utilized as wiring. Many components within our mobile devices are crafted from gold, elucidating the reason behind the prevalence of old mobile phone recycling. Moreover, when fashioned into a thin film, gold demonstrates an exceptional reflectivity to infrared radiation, bestowing it with excellent thermal insulation properties. A similar film was present on the Opportunity rover I dismantled, and other Mars probes certainly possess such features as well. Additionally, gold films can transmit light across the visible spectrum from yellow to blue, as well as ultraviolet light, with a transparency comparable to glass. You may observe that the visor of my extravehicular suit's helmet is coated with a layer of gold, which not only provides insulation but also ensures unobstructed visibility, proving to be quite reliable. The audience is now aware of the myriad applications of gold. Some viewers have even shared their findings directly in the comments, igniting awe and discussion among all present. Lin Yue was not idle either. He surveyed the area and placed a heap of gold nuggets onto the small cart he had just acquired. He then picked up a metal pickaxe and casually struck the mineral bed a few times. The onlookers, witnessing the spectacle, felt as if they had consumed 10 pounds of lemons. This streamer was truly infuriating. Surrounded by such a vast amount of gold, he appeared utterly indifferent. As he wielded the pickaxe with such leisurely nonchalance, one might have mistaken him for harvesting sweet potatoes. Quickly report your location, dear streamer, they urged. Heed my advice. The gold on Mars is beyond your grasp. The waters are too deep. Leave an address, and we shall dispatch a rocket to assist you. The upstairs crowd is lacking ambition, isn't it? A few tons? There is that much just on the surface. You wouldn't even be able to exhaust hundreds of tons. If all this were converted into currency, it would rival the wealth of nations. In truth, I was far more intrigued by how the streamer could utilize this gold in the manner he had just mentioned. With gold in hand, he would have a foundation for crafting intricate electronic components. While the audience continued to comment, Lin Yue had already unearthed a small pile of gold. He had not anticipated the existence of such a vast and rich vein of gold on Mars, nor its shallow burial. There was a significant amount just on the surface. In fact, this was merely one of the areas he had observed while driving over. He had encountered 3 other patches of similar scale. The transformation of gold into currency held no value for him, but as a superior metallic material, it was an entirely different matter. In the endeavor to repurpose the golden film atop the Opportunity rover for the transformation of the small white entity, he meticulously analyzed the components of the small white's various parts. With the profound understanding of mechanics ingrained in his mind, he discerned the process of crafting a robot. The greatest challenge in robot manufacturing does not lie in the scarcity of metallic materials, but rather in the creation of specialized metals necessary for the chips and circuits that enable its proper functioning. With the newly acquired gold reserves, once he obtains the skills or means to fabricate chips, he will be poised to embark on mass production, potentially culminating in the assembly of a formidable robotic army. Chapter 82. The Zeus Craft's grand unveiling. After transporting another load of gold ore onto the rover, Lin Yue paused to catch his breath, gazing at the overflowing cargo hold with a frown. The vehicle's carrying capacity was woefully inadequate, he muttered, as he dug out a few more chunks to stuff into the carcass of the black insectoid creature, taking note of the considerable space occupied by the precision instruments. These substantial machines for generating water and air were undeniably space-consuming, yet utterly indispensable. The machinery designated for other functions was similarly non-negotiable. Their removal was out of the question. However, expanding the rover's capacity was hindered by a lack of materials, and it was crucial that any such materials could withstand cosmic radiation, an impediment indeed. The technical know-how was not lacking, but rather it was the raw materials that were in short supply. It seemed imperative to consider the next step, how to smelt metals, a task that was neither simple nor time-efficient. Could he perhaps search for the wreckage of the Moonstone transport vessel? He recalled that it was likely composed of various alloys. Lin Yue pondered this for a moment, then cast another glance at the live broadcast, where the golden frenzy continued unabated. Although the concurrent viewership has neared 1.2 million, the exponential surge has abated since earlier, signifying the nearing culmination of this broadcast's potential. Further augmentation would likely necessitate awaiting the subsequent livestream. Considering the inherent limitations of the platform, the growth rate is, in actuality, quite commendable. However, a certain matter has been perplexing Lin Yue. The act of bestowing gratuities within the broadcast invariably attracts additional viewers. Could it be that this functionality remains uninhibited? Concomitant with this contemplation, a voice materialized. The system, ever prone to vanishing acts, seems to revel in these sudden elucidations. Yet, when earnestly queried, it feigns dormancy. Nevertheless, the system's assertion is not without merit. Sustained patronage begets continuous audience influx. thereby incrementally augmenting the concurrent viewership. Verily, a virtuous cycle has been established. It appears that during the forthcoming broadcast, an intensified endeavor toward audacious content is warranted, if feasible. As for the subject matter of the ensuing livestream, an image of exposed flesh surfaced in his mind. Damnation, such an act is categorically impermissible. He would sooner perish from starvation or plunge into the abyss than consume a morsel of that entity's flesh. He vehemently shook his head and promptly summoned the hovering camera. This broadcast is nearing its conclusion. Despite the intervening events, the overall effect has been remarkably positive, not only achieving the intended objectives, but also yielding, inclusive of the pre-existing balance. The technological points now aggregate to 139. When did such a surplus accumulate? Prior to this live broadcast, he had expended 22 points to acquire a compressed air cannon and, just to be on the safe side, spent an additional 20 points on a supplementary auto-tracking bullet pack. Consequently, he was left with a meager 17 points. Initially, he anticipated that this live session would garner around 70 or 80 points, yet it astonishingly soared beyond 100, approaching 150. This outcome was indeed gratifying, as it enabled him to indulge in extravagant purchases once more. Once again directing the camera towards himself, Lin Yue signaled for everyone to shift their attention back to him, promptly resuming the live content. The audience reluctantly tore their gaze away from the golden radiance. In truth, I must confess that my discovery of this surface gold mine was somewhat fortuitous. I wonder if anyone recalls the immense sandstorm that delayed our schedule to the research center for quite some time. I suspect that the fierce winds of that sandstorm swept away the sand, unveiling the gold mine's surface. Otherwise, the personnel at the previous detection station would have had no reason to overlook such a significant wealth located not far away. As the rover reactivated, the scene shifted back to the driver's seat. After conveying these thoughts, Lin Yue, much like the previous occasion, did not immediately conclude the live session. He received a substantial wave of donations, which elevated his technology points to a satisfying 146 before he finally ended the broadcast. Upon shutting off the camera, Lin Yue took a deep breath and activated the autopilot. Reclining in the driver's seat, he stretched his arms and massaged his shoulders. This live session felt more exhausting than any preceding ones. The duration of combat had indeed been prolonged, as had the driving time. Indeed, the most significant factor influencing the effectiveness of the live broadcast is the imminent arrival of a spacecraft from a distant nation on the blue planet. In truth, there is little reason for him to overly concern himself with the so-called nuclear deterrence. The potency of a low-yield nuclear warhead aside, it is ultimately wielded by humans. Humans, as a species, are remarkably fragile. A single well-placed shot to the head could spell their doom. Even if he were to recline in utter passivity for the next 573 days, he could, at the very moment the adversaries disembark from their spacecraft, have his companion Xiaobai armed with a compressed air cannon and an automatic targeting pistol, ready to unleash a wave of annihilation. The air cannon could obliterate their vehicles, while the pistol would ensure headshots. Xiaobai could even employ flight mode for a swift execution. The methods of attack are boundless, and he would merely need to observe from a distance. Of course, it would be naive to underestimate the situation. Perhaps the enemy is far more formidable than anticipated. This 573-day interval presents an opportunity for careful cultivation of strength, and once they are adrift in the cosmos, the Zeus could be transformed into a formidable force. Chapter 83. Were you deliberately careless? Upon returning to the observation station, all was as it should be. Lin Yue maneuvered the rover into the station and activated the biological detection alarm once more to confirm the situation. It was nearly identical to before, with the same industrious Martian creatures engaged in their subterranean tasks. It had indeed been somewhat sensitive earlier. Even if the team from the research center had rushed, they would likely have covered only half the distance by now, considering their rover's speed of 30 kilometers every 3 hours, operating at full throttle both day and night. Certainly, one must also exclude the possibility of encountering the frenzied, destructive creatures lurking in the shadows, pursuing the roving vehicle. Xiaobai, disembark and remain vigilant. Lin Yue instructed as he beckoned the little one to step down from the car, assigning it the task of ensuring their safety while he immersed himself in other matters. He opened the rear compartment, and several chunks of gold were tumbled down with a thud. Good heavens, it nearly struck him. Lin Yue swiftly dodged and began to carefully unload these seemingly small, yet extraordinarily heavy items, placing them into a small cart. The resplendent golden glow shimmered enticingly within the cart. Lin Yue couldn't resist touching them repeatedly, captivated by their allure. To deny an affection for gold would be sheer hypocrisy. Even if these treasures could not be transformed into currency, the wealth of knowledge regarding mineralogy and superior mechanical comprehension he possessed rendered him far more enamored than those who merely recognized its monetary value. Just imagine, if these ores could be fashioned into various intricate components, how many remarkable creations could emerge. However, it appeared that the methods for smelting gold on Mars were rather limited. Among the basic techniques, whether it be roasting, chemical oxidation, or microbiological oxidation, each bore its own constraints in this environment. Although Lin Yue held a considerable reservoir of knowledge concerning the smelting of gold, including the materials, technologies, and tools required, the realization of this process remained exceedingly challenging, if not utterly impossible, given his current circumstances and the rudimentary conditions surrounding him. Indeed, the extraction of impure gold presented no significant challenge, especially considering the extraordinary richness of the newly discovered gold mine, a level of abundance that was utterly unimaginable back on Blue Planet. However, impure gold, in truth, is of little value. Lin Yue furrowed his brow as he pushed the small cart into the storage compartment, intending to stack the chunks of doghead gold and ore into a corner, only to realize there was no space left. The storage compartment was surprisingly tidy, containing an assortment of items accumulated over decades, trinkets deemed useless, yet still possessing a modicum of utility. It was akin to the old tires replaced from the rover. Discarding them felt wasteful, yet retaining them occupied precious space. Lin Yue glanced around, and ultimately fixed his gaze upon the high-performance grow light box. By disconnecting its power source, it ventured out to bask in sunlight, thereby freeing up some space. However, Lin Yue soon discovered that even this area was insufficient for storing the ore. Grumbling, he wheeled the cart back out, exiting the garage and dumping its contents directly outside the detection station. Such an act would have been inconceivable on Blue Planet. A substantial pile of ore and doghead gold accumulated into a small mountain, which Lin Yue disregarded, allowing it to rest haphazardly outside. After all, no one was likely to steal it. On this Martian terrain, aside from him, only 5 unfortunate souls, whose whereabouts were unknown, recognized the worth of such items. Subsequently, Lin Yue continued his relentless labor, transporting over 10 corpses of the black insect creatures into the refrigerated chamber, which, due to their arrival, left no room to spare in the already cramped space. Well, what a quandary. They originally sought a shell, but now it seems the contents are palatable, which presents a bit of a dilemma. This newfound skill leaves Lin Yue at a loss for words. Before discovering the edibility of the black insect monsters, he regarded them as mere vermin, to be eradicated without a second thought. However, now that he knows they are nutritionally rich and delicious, a predicament arises. To consume or not to consume. For now, he'll shelve the matter and leave them be. The previous batch remains unprocessed, so he'll have something to do during the next livestream. He closed the cold storage compartment door and, with a weary gait, showered to cleanse himself of the perspiration accumulated from piloting the mecha. Afterward, he retrieved pre-frozen braised jelly and some freeze-dried vegetables from the refrigerator to thaw. On Mars, one must adhere to 3 square meals a day, regardless of appetite. The low-gravity environment can easily lead to osteoporosis and nutritional deficiencies. Meals and exercise are not to be taken lightly. While waiting for the food to thaw, Lin Yue glanced at the time and realized the glass was ready for retrieval. He promptly donned his extravehicular suit once more and headed to the glass kiln to collect the glass. A moment later, Lin Yue's patience reached its limit. It's preposterous to do so much work alone, he exclaimed. Am I not entitled to rest? It seems I must handle everything myself, without assistance. Then, he noticed Little White circling him vigilantly. He set down the glass and pondered for a moment. Why not craft a set of practical, integrated tools for Xiaobai? He immediately envisioned the technology point marketplace in his mind. The items currently listed, aside from the first aid kit, were rather superfluous. However, the first aid kit was prohibitively expensive and not immediately necessary, so he decided to postpone that option. Refresh the items in the marketplace. Refresh. The list of items in the basic technology point marketplace has been refreshed. The mechanical voice of the system echoed, and concurrently, a new array of products emerged in the technology point marketplace. High-performance exoskeleton assistance device blueprint, 50 points, steel alloy, 2 points, medium wind turbine blueprint, 18 points, disaster warning device, 20 points, electric tool set, 15 points, jasmine tea. 1 kilogram, 3 points, multifunctional voice-controlled camera, 10 points, French baguette, 2 points, PS5 with 2 random games, 10 points, military-grade infrared night vision goggles, 12 points, technology point balance. 136 points, Lin Yue exhale deeply, system. There are indeed many trivial items here. You must be doing this on purpose, and yet you refuse to admit it? Chapter 84, a grand shopping spree. It was evident that within this so-called technology point marketplace, certain items were merely fillers. Lin Yue frowned as he scrutinized the jasmine tea, the PS5 with random games, and the French baguette, feeling that the system had intentionally included these superfluous items. Regarding Lin Yue's astute critique, it has consistently feigned ignorance to evade the past system. And this instance is no exception. It seems this is its primary function. Lin Yue understood that persisting in this line of inquiry would only squander time. So he chose to proceed further. The remaining 7 items, merely by their titles, appeared quite satisfactory. The system is indeed aware of my requirements. Let me acquire this electric tool set for shall buy. He then shifted his gaze to a rather conspicuous item, the design blueprint for a high-performance exoskeleton assistive device. This device could be manufactured to significantly enhance work efficiency once donned. It is a mere 50 points. This contraption could aptly address a pressing issue. He was working alone, which resulted in exceedingly low efficiency. He was familiar with exoskeletons. Once worn, they could dramatically amplify kinetic energy, making the transportation of heavy objects and the use of cumbersome weaponry remarkably effortless. In fact, during combat, an ordinary individual could instantaneously transform into a formidable warrior. Lin Yue recalled having seen similar devices in documentaries back on Earth, which had once captivated his imagination. His advanced mechanical comprehension skill informed him that, although exoskeletons operated on the simplest principle of leverage, they amalgamated a plethora of technological advancements, crafted from alloys and other materials, resulting in such powerful apparatuses. However, his mechanical understanding skill only permitted comprehension. To fabricate such devices, he required a design blueprint. Just as with the modifications to the rover and shall buy, they had to exist beforehand for him to utilize various materials for enhancement. Otherwise, it would be utterly improbable. The skill of top-tier mechanical comprehension isn't so heaven-defying. If it were, he could directly fabricate a plethora of various mechanical contraptions. Why would he remain idle? However, he possesses the ability to replicate existing machinery. To reproduce another set of Bai's mechanical shell, disregarding the chip, is a trivial matter, provided sufficient materials are available. But without the chip, it's merely a metal shell. This underscores the significance of the design blueprints. Upon purchasing them, Lin Yue suddenly found himself with a thick stack of A4-sized papers. He had assumed it would be an electronic schematic. Nevertheless, it suffices. Let's see. So that's how it's constructed. I see. After swiftly perusing the design blueprints, Lin Yue promptly grasped the fabrication method of this so-called high-performance exoskeleton auxiliary device. Indeed, it incorporated numerous designs he hadn't previously conceived, such as small mechanisms to prevent interference, and there were quite a few of them. The preferred materials were alloys and various rubbers, among other things. Alas, he possessed everything except this alloy. Lin Yue suddenly recalled that he had some titanium alloy. Surely it would surpass the steel alloy currently listed. Soon, 5 titanium alloy pieces, each 10 centimeters wide, 1 centimeter thick, and 120 centimeters long, materialized at his feet. Quite generous, unexpectedly. He had anticipated a cube-shaped block that would be difficult to cut and process. Lin Yue then consulted the list and proceeded to purchase the steel alloy as well. Upon the manifestation of steel alloy of identical specifications, dimensions, and quantity adjacent to him, he now surmises that this material could be employed in the construction of the glass greenhouse. Subsequently, the wind power generation apparatus schematics and the military-grade infrared night vision device, while indeed possessing utility, are not of immediate necessity and can be procured at a later juncture. After some deliberation, he resolves to acquire both the disaster early warning system and the multi-environmental voice-controlled camera. Soon after, 2 unfamiliar contraptions materialize at his disposal. 90 technological points evanesce like water. Yet the exhilaration derived from such extravagant procurement is indeed gratifying. This disaster early warning system seemingly necessitates connection to a power source. Upon activating the switch, a startup screen promptly materializes, prompting connection to the network of the probe station. Lin Yue complies, and after a brief interlude, A complete cartographical representation of Mars is displayed on the screen. This is indeed efficacious. Upon establishing a network connection, it directly replicates the entire terrain and topography of Mars. He cradles the display screen, discovering that the map can be magnified and diminished at will, even to the extent of discerning the roof configuration of the probe station. Indeed, it could serve as a cartographical software application for recreational purposes. Lin Yue arches an eyebrow and presses a button adjacent to the touchscreen that denotes disaster early warning within 24 hours. No response is elicited. What of 36 hours? Still no response. Indeed, it appears to be merely a cartographical software application. After further experimentation, upon discovering no additional features of particular note, he dons his extravehicular activity suit once more and expeditiously collects all the glass, replenishes the raw materials for 5 crucible furnaces, and reignites the liquid oxygen methane torch apparatuses one by one. Although repetitive labor is exhausting, it remains a necessity. The price of yielding to laziness is a catastrophic failure in every endeavor. If one feels fatigued and wishes to rest, it is essential to complete all responsibilities before succumbing to slumber. Without sufficient glass, a greenhouse cannot be constructed. Without the greenhouse, crops cannot be cultivated, leading to nutritional imbalances. Originally, Lin Yue was fond of leisure, yet his current circumstances compel him to remain industrious. His body craves vitamins and nourishment. He must cultivate vegetables and erect greenhouses. Mars harbors mysterious black creatures and scientists whose whereabouts are unknown. After 573 days, he must prepare for the arrival of a manned spacecraft bearing a nuclear device, with its occupants threatening that non-compliance would lead to dire consequences. If there were no crisis and everything was sufficient, why should he overexert himself? He does not wish to put himself in a difficult position. Grasping a set of electric tools, Lin Yue instructed his companion, Xiaobai, to accompany him to the garage. He intended to make some modifications to the little machine before resting, ready to embark on a new wave of transformations the following day. However, upon reaching the garage, he was suddenly met with an urgent alarm. The sound of the alarm was strikingly similar to the leak alert from the core cabin. The piercing alarm ringing in his ears rendered him incapable of working on Xiaobai. The memory of the Moonstone spacecraft wreckage shattering the food storage chamber and causing the exploration station to lose pressure and oxygen was still fresh in his mind. This prompted him to swiftly don his space suit and dash into the core cabin. If an incident occurs, it would indeed be a significant matter, wouldn't it? Lin Yue gazed at the seemingly uneventful core chamber and glanced at the large screen, which bore no signs of any warnings, nor did it emit any vocal alerts. Where on earth was that incessantly jarring alarm sound emanating from? Wait, was that the disaster warning device? Lin Yue furrowed his brow and stepped into the kitchen. On the table, the disaster alarm, which was audibly blaring and vibrating with relentless intensity to assert its presence, caught his attention. Goodness, it was indeed this contraption. After a sigh of relief, Lin Yue approached it. Just as he intended to turn it off, he suddenly noticed a line of red text on the screen counting down the time. Warning. In 35 hours, 57 minutes, and 35 seconds, a massive sandstorm originating from the Saarinen Highlands will sweep across the southern hemisphere of Mars, reaching the Utopian Plains and the Mars Exploration Station. A massive sandstorm? Yes. This device is indeed a disaster warning system. Sandstorms are nearly a daily occurrence on Mars, albeit varying in intensity in affected areas. Minor sandstorms hardly last long and cover only small areas, akin to the dust storms experienced on Blue Star. Moderate ones, like the one encountered during his last visit to the research center, though brief, possess such ferocity that they can lift vast amounts of the red surface soil into the sky, rendering movement nearly impossible and affecting the entire planet. As for the colossal storms, they are indeed the legendary calamities that can sweep through twice a year, each time lasting for about 6 months. The intensity of the winds is tremendous, capable of enveloping the Martian surface and hovering above it. Typically, these storms can persist for 10 to 15 days. It is conceivable that, should misfortune strike, one could find themselves utterly incapacitated for half a year. At that point, all forms of production activities on Mars would come to a complete standstill. Is this apparatus truly reliable? Lin Yue gazed at the machine that could issue a warning 36 hours before the disaster struck, secretly wishing it were merely a deceptive contraption. However, as a product of the system, it was unlikely to be flawed. He silenced the alarm mode, ceasing the bothersome vibrations and the jarring sirens. Subsequently, he accessed the detailed predictive analysis of the impending disaster, and soon, another screen materialized before him. This time, it presented a dynamic simulation of the dust storm's scale and direction across the entire Martian terrain within the next 36 hours. Lin Yue observed a colossal dust cloud enveloping the southern region of the Tharsis Highlands, steadily expanding until it consumed the entire area. Following this, it would traverse from the southwest through Valles Marineris, advancing towards the northeastern Arabia Terra. Subsequently, it would sweep across the Arabia Terra, rapidly assaulting the heart of the Utopia Planitia. This is not promising. Lin Yue realized that the dust cloud, in its relentless growth, had already reached a scale capable of covering half the planet. If the winds did not abate, it might remain for a fortnight without dissipating. The recently discovered gold mine is likely to be obscured once again by Martian dust due to this latest influence. It seems prudent to consider a strategy, as this significantly impacts the live broadcast. Lin Yue clicked his tongue in disbelief. This situation is truly absurd. There is no way to capture the obscured sun amidst the overwhelming sand. In the event of an exceptionally dense sandstorm, all that the camera would reveal is a dark crimson haze, potentially damaging the photographic equipment. Wait a moment, didn't I purchase a multi-environment voice-controlled camera? Lin Yue retrieved the seemingly unremarkable cubic device from storage, activating it. To his astonishment, it transformed like the previous floating camera, extending wings and ascending into the air. Marvelous. Come here, come here. Lin Yue softly beckoned to it, and the little device obediently approached him. With commands for close-up photography, overhead mode, surrounding mode, and focus zoom, the voice-responsive camera swiftly executed each request with remarkable smoothness and speed. Let me check the specifications. Multi-environment voice-controlled camera, capable of operating in various harsh weather conditions through voice commands, allowing unobstructed aerial or ground photography, with a single charge lasting over 10 hours. In the expansive conference room of the Blue Star Technical Institute, it was not just the three of them lying on the floor. Whenever inspiration struck, they would engage in lively debates with those nearby, fervently jotting down notes or tapping away on their notebooks. The various disciplines had demarcated their respective zones, facilitating discourse, dispute, and even altercations. Typically, individuals like Lu Cheng and Xing Yu tended to interact within their own circles, though they were not averse to engaging in spirited debates among themselves. However, there were also social mavericks like Li Dagong, who roamed among experts, scholars, and researchers from diverse fields, engaging them in impassioned arguments and occasionally physical confrontations that proved difficult to quell. Brotherly, what are you meandering about for? Surely, those of us in aerospace aren't going to clash with the luminaries in the fields of biology and food science, are we? Lu Cheng inquired, genuinely perplexed. What's with all this talk of deities and immortals? It's rather disconcerting to hear scientists using such terminology, Lu Cheng grumbled. Enough with the mystical illusions. The lad is decent. But this deification is excessive, Dagong. You're overdoing it, Xing Yu concurred. Li Dagong leisurely consumed a couple more skewers. Tell me, has there ever been a polymath proficient in biology, physics, chemistry, mechanics, fuels, geology, manufacturing, and so on? The others exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Yet this fellow who originally studied tourism is excelling, Li Dagong remarked. The assembly was taken aback. Indeed, how did such a polymath end up on Mars? Moreover, he's not some veteran in his 50s or 60s. He reportedly graduated from university not long ago. A realization dawned upon them. Something was amiss. Was it not this very Mars envoy, a tourism graduate, who had drawn the foremost experts and scholars from various fields in Tang country to this conference room? A moment of silence ensued. Finally, Fu Longyu, who had remained silent until now, raised a solitary finger. Is it possible that after arriving on Mars, Lin Yue encountered extraterrestrial technology? Chapter 86, The Most Intense Sandstorm. The Notion of Alien Technology? After Fu Longyu articulated this hypothesis, a few individuals, momentarily bewildered, erupted into laughter. The idea that aliens could concoct artificial starch or design a gun that shoots curved bullets was rather amusing. If that were the case, one might say that aliens are surprisingly down to earth. Shouldn't they have employed a planet-destroying cannon or transformed Mars into a cosmic empire instead? Lin Yue's various inventions and creations seem to be fundamentally based on components from Blue Star, rather than anything entirely incomprehensible. Of course, The transformation mechanisms of the rover and the robotic dog are indeed so extraordinary that they could perplex even the most esteemed mechanical engineers. To label this as alien technology might be more fittingly described by asserting that Lin Yue is the alien himself. Setting aside such musings, Li Jian has ascended, even carrying a nuclear warhead, and has not even bothered with pretense. Xing Yu took a sip of water, noting that Li Jian withdrew from the group before launching immediately. The timing was so swift that no one could react in time. Even if someone could respond, they could not possibly send a package via Dongfeng Express. If it could be delivered, it would not merely concern the internal matters of Blue Star's United Space Agency. It would lead to a wave of intense chaos. Could we still be having this discussion here? The higher-ups were equally incensed by Li Jian's actions, regardless of Lin Yue's significance. It was undeniable that they could not jeopardize the entirety of Blue Star for his sake. Li Dagong remarked, taking a drag from his cigarette. As for Li Jian's arrival, without delving into other matters, that young man appears to possess quite a stubborn disposition, standing resolutely against Li Jian. If it weren't for the stringent orders from above prohibiting any discourse within the live broadcast, various messages would have undoubtedly flooded in by now. One must wonder how they expect to maintain a blockade on the live stream's features. Upon his remark, the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, the measures of internet censorship and public opinion manipulation yield little in terms of constructive outcomes or effects. Instead, they only heighten curiosity, foster skepticism, and deepen conviction. Despite Douyin's numerous interventions, they can merely restrict certain traffic driving methods for the Mars livestream. Even without recommendations or traffic, the power of word of mouth will gradually reveal itself, potentially leading to a complete upheaval in the end. Do those in charge truly remain oblivious to this? It is widely perceived that such actions lack discernment. Yet, when it comes to devising effective countermeasures, there seems to be a dearth of viable solutions. If left unattended, much of the exposed content could incite significant panic. Take, for instance, the inexplicable appearance of those enormous black insects on Mars. They are sufficient to evoke profound fears of Martian assaults on Blue Star deep within the human psyche. Brotherly, what do you perceive as Li Jian's chances of success? Is Lin Yue truly unafraid of nuclear weapons? Lu Cheng is particularly concerned about this, as the prospect of transporting nuclear arms via spacecraft evokes a sensation akin to having a blade poised at one's temple. Who could remain unafraid? Even if Li Jian prevails over Lin Yue, the path ahead will not be devoid of challenges, especially regarding the Tang Nation. It was here that Lin Yue was sent forth. If you capture our people, how can we ensure your comfort? Subsequently, there will be a competition over Lin Yue, ultimately leading to a compromise acceptable to all parties involved. Yet, this envoy chose to confront the situation head-on, boldly proclaiming in front of nearly 1 million spectators. To be honest, I failed to comprehend his odds of success. Previously, it was rumored that those sent were not mere astronauts, but elite members of the top-tier special forces, accompanied by an extensive arsenal of weapons. The suddenness of the launch to replace personnel at Li Jian was indeed startling, and the dispatch of the spacecraft was even more unexpected. One cannot shake the impression that Li Jian's response was remarkably swift. Lu Cheng sighed. It appears as though Li Jian had been prepared from the very beginning, executing a seamless transition in leadership and launching operations. After the failure to capture the 5 scientists at the research center, they swiftly devised a second plan. Fatty Li also sensed the adversary's rapid reaction. In contrast, the Tang Nation lagged considerably, although the revelation of Li Jian's nuclear armament had made them the target of international scrutiny. They were undeniably late in the struggle for Lin Yue. However, do we not have the base on Ceres? Could we not establish contact with Mars from there? Xing Yu proposed a novel idea. While it may not be as proximate as the research center, it remains a viable option. Old Xing, have you lost your senses? Setting aside the launch conditions at Ceres, just consider the distance. Blue Star is 0.52 astronomical units from Mars, while Ceres is 1.3 astronomical units away. The difference is substantial, indeed. After Li Fatty refuted with facts, a heavy silence fell over the crowd. Indeed, unless a spacecraft were to be launched immediately, they could only await the unfolding of events. The group, feeling quite listless, began to munch on Fu Longyu's skewers, quickly devouring them, yet refraining from discussing what actions might be prudent. Their deliberations had proven futile. The upper echelons held sway, leaving this assembly of individuals in a state of anxious impatience. After a considerable time, Fu Longyu entered, approached them, and hesitated to speak. What is the matter? Afraid to eat? As I said before, I'll cover the bill. You fellows can leave at any time, Li Dagong said, somewhat sheepishly. However, Fu Longyu merely took a seat. His expression grave as he addressed the group. I have just received precise news. The ships from Asan, Kimchi Land, and Neon Land are set to launch soon. The Maple Leaf, White Flag Nation, Great Yelling, Pizza Nation, Kangaroo Country, African Union, and Latin Union are all in preparation as well. A chill ran through the crowd. What was happening? What were they planning? Although they currently had the conditions for launch, heated debates continued above. Yet it was anticipated that a favorable outcome would soon emerge, one that even Li Jian would be reluctant to witness. As Fu Longyu spoke, he settled into a chair. This broadcaster had, indeed, single-handedly altered the trajectory of Blue Star's space endeavors. At Blue Star time, 9:59, Lin Yue donned his spacesuit, standing outside the observation station. Beside him lay a considerable amount of glass and various instruments and objects he had retrieved from the warehouse for this live broadcast. A succession of breezes stirred the dark crimson dust beneath my feet, as massive clouds of particulate matter coalesced in the now gloaming sky. The most formidable dust storm was, at long last, imminent. This forthcoming broadcast, Little Companion, will likely diverge from its predecessors in notable ways. Are you prepared? I mused, glancing at the diminutive entity beside me. Its form once more transmuted. Affirmative, Master. Whitey is at your service. Very well, then. Initiate network connectivity. Commence simultaneous live streams on Douyin and Bilibili. 3, 2, 1. Commence broadcast. Fengda has now departed, and Y has become my new editor. He is just as wonderful as Fengda and has offered numerous suggestions. I consider myself quite fortunate. I have encountered not only excellent readers, but also a remarkable editor. Thus, we must strive diligently to achieve great results. Dear readers, your subscription support is crucial in determining how far this book can go. As you know, the initial subscription is of paramount importance to an author, influencing subsequent recommendations, performance, and even quality. We shall refrain from indulging in self-pity, as we do not wish to burden you with sorrow. Instead of dwelling on the negative, we choose to express our earnest intentions. Tomorrow, I guarantee at least 4 updates. While my readership may not be substantial, I am determined to persevere. If you lend your support, I will go all out. Let me reiterate, I will truly give my all. Tomorrow at noon, I invite my brothers to rally behind me. Do not hold back simply because I am a newcomer. Give it your all. Additionally, I would like to express my gratitude to those who have supported me. Regrettably, the platform does not display the reward information, which leaves me somewhat disheartened. Here is a summary of acknowledgments for those who may recognize their contributions. Thank you to The Ignorant Illiterate for 5,800 coins, 1 chapter owed for a future update after the book is launched. Book Friend 202-307-1516-8943-1530 for 2,500 coins. Moonlit Night for 2,100 coins. Dompa Pork for 1,200 coins. Give It a Whack for 1,000 coins. ETO. Earth 3 Body Organization for 688 coins. The Joys of a Couch Potato for 500 coins. Satsk for 400 coins. Moon Kisses the Jianghu. Wandering the World with a Sword 01. Yezi Lioi, and The Brick Under the Throne for 300 coins. Esteemed patrons Bookworm 202-306-00518-150-7998. Bookworm 202-305-201-702-27615. Xiaodang, Voracious Feline. Bookworm 202-001121750039661. X-Fantasy X. Yuan Yuzuzi. Vegetarian Ascetic, Jiao Xian, Hong Yinmu, Hihi Haha, Zhao Xine, Bookworm 1612001015075538, Shunan Gizj, Summer Evening Sunset, Unfinished Karma, Riverside Musings, ERT65, Saf Bazangask, and others have generously bestowed a 200 coin reward. In the bamboo garden, as the gentle breeze whispers, a multitude of readers gather, each with their unique identities. Their enthusiasm is palpable as they express their admiration and support. The atmosphere is charged with anticipation, especially as the narrative unfolds at precisely 10 o'clock in the Tang Kingdom, on the Blue Planet, where over 1 million spectators eagerly await the continuation of the tale. The excitement reaches a crescendo as the 88th chapter promises the establishment of a second battlefield, igniting fervent requests for initial subscriptions. Gratitude flows abundantly for the generous tokens of appreciation from the readers, and a heartfelt invitation is extended for a gathering tomorrow at noon. The Martian livestream has commenced once more. Securing the top spot is proving to be an arduous task. The host should expedite the construction of the glass greenhouse. The audience eagerly anticipates witnessing the mecha's extermination of pests. A significant event has transpired. The Douyin-based host stock has experienced a substantial surge. It appears that the livestream is also accessible on Bilibili. The host seems to have expanded operations to a secondary platform. Following the commencement of the broadcast, a deluge of comments flooded the livestream. As anticipated, the predominantly youthful demographic of Bilibili discovered and promptly followed the channel, even without prior notification. The Bilibili livestream rapidly amplified its influence. On Douyin, the concurrent viewership has reached 1 million and is stabilizing. Meanwhile, on Bilibili, the influx of Douyin users has propelled the viewership past 50,000, with aspirations of reaching 100,000 concurrent viewers. A fresh wave of donations is sweeping across both platforms, further augmenting the viewership numbers. Bilibili, in particular, seemed to have utterly failed to anticipate Lin Yue's extension of hostilities to their platform. Indeed, they inadvertently propelled the Martian livestream to their front page, buoyed by the surge in donations and heightened user engagement. At that moment, the Martian livestream triumphantly ascended to the zenith of Bilibili's trending charts. Evidently, the decision to withhold the announcement of the secondary platform during the previous broadcast and to unveil it presently proved to be remarkably prescient, a decision with which Lin Yue was exceedingly pleased. This strategic maneuver caught the wholly unprepared Bilibili completely off guard, a veritable coup de main. One might surmise that the engineers behind Bilibili's operations were already in a state of follicular distress, observing that Bilibili had swiftly amassed a concurrent viewership of 700,000, and that the follower count was rapidly approaching 400,000. Lin Yue was thoroughly gratified. The moment for the performance had arrived. Exploiting Bilibili's state of disarray, he resolved to orchestrate a spectacle of grand proportions. Stationed outside the exploratory outpost, Lin Yue gestured to the audience, signaling for a return to composure. The protracted wait of over a day had incited an excessive degree of excitement among the viewers. Verily, the anticipation had been an ordeal, and the lapse of more than a day had rendered everyone somewhat restless, a sentiment that was entirely comprehensible. In particular, the climactic scene of the previous broadcast, in which he unveiled a prodigious quantity of gold to over 1 million viewers, had incited an immense sensation. A substantial portion of the newly acquired audience was, in fact, eager to behold the Golden Mountain. Therefore, esteemed viewers, the auspicious moment for the Martian livestream has once again arrived. On this occasion, I, your humble Martian emissary, shall endeavor to furnish you with an even more captivating array of livestream content. However, before we commence, I feel compelled to offer a few additional remarks. Yesterday, I launched a new live streaming platform on Bilibili using rather trivial technology, aiming to allow more friends to witness everything happening on Mars. Naturally, many newcomers are unaware of our purpose, while others were drawn in by the previous broadcast. Here, I have decided to offer a little benefit to both new and old friends. From this moment forth, everyone can watch without blinking. As Lin Yue's words faded, the screen transitioned instantaneously. In front of nearly 2 million viewers, a breathtaking scene emerged, resplendent with golden hues, dazzling brilliance, and an exquisite beauty that could drive anyone to madness. It showcased close to 100 tons of extracted gold ore. "Oh my goodness! Is this some sort of special effect?" exclaimed a newcomer. "Gold, gold, gold, gold. This is blinding. Please, dear host, just give me a small piece. Why is there so much more than last time?" Another viewer wondered, did the host secretly mine it? "Yesterday, I claimed ownership of Mars. I declare that everything on Mars, including you, belongs to me, dear host. Hey there, I need a son-in-law at home. My mother has 5 daughters. You can choose one, or even all if you wish. Of course, if you prefer the older ones, my mother is open to that too. What do you think, young man? I'll come find you on Mars." Watching the flood of ecstatic comments from both Douyin and Bilibili as they overwhelmed the live stream, Lin Yue remained composed. This was precisely the effect he desired. From the outset, employ the universally captivating allure of gold, capable of inciting fervor, to immediately seize all attention and focus. Through numerous live broadcasts, Lin Yue has progressively grasped the essence of impactful streaming and discerned the elements that enthrall viewers, compelling them to devote their undivided attention. After signaling for composure, Lin Yue shifted the visual to himself, his voice resonating in tandem. As for the total quantity of gold, my estimation is that it barely reaches 10 tons. Although it is a rich deposit, the vast majority of its content is rock, which is inconsequential. The audience was somewhat disoriented, as there seemed to be no connection between the preceding statements. What transformation of Little White was being alluded to, and what relevance did gold extraction have? Furthermore, what was the significance of Martian weather? And incidentally, 10 tons of gold? Does one typically quantify gold in tons? Is it not usually measured in grams? Moreover, why the nonchalant demeanor? Gold prices have recently skyrocketed. You are practically wealthier than a nation. Nearly 2 million viewers collectively expressed their astonishment, lamenting that they had consumed an exorbitant amount of lemon juice in their envy. Observing the viewers figuratively reclining beneath lemon trees, Lin Yue recognized their state of bewilderment and proceeded to elaborate. I previously conveyed my inclination to recline and relax, but the Martian climate would not permit it. What specific aspect of Martian weather necessitated the premature extraction of such a substantial quantity of gold, or? The answer will now be disclosed. As he spoke, he retrieved the disaster warning device from behind him. The audience, beholding this novel tablet-like contraption, appeared perplexed, questioning its nature as yet another invention akin to those of Doryman. Has the act of producing items from behind become a habitual practice? Its exterior resembles a tablet computer equipped with a speaker, yet it is, in fact, a newly invented disaster warning device. At first glance, it appears rather unremarkable. Lin Yue spoke as he activated the switch. Suddenly, a deafening alarm resonated through the air. Warning: in 4 hours and 18 minutes. A colossal sandstorm originating from the Sarian Highlands will have traversed the southern hemisphere of Mars and is poised to reach the vicinity of the Utopian Plains and the Mars Exploration Station. The entire audience in the live stream was momentarily stunned by the announcement. Lin Yue then directed the multi-environment voice-controlled camera, issuing a command. Record in ultra-wide-angle mode, focusing on the southwestern sky, so everyone can witness the greatest calamity to befall Mars, a global-scale gigantic sandstorm. Chapter 89, Shake It Off, Seeking Initial Subscriptions. A global-scale gigantic sandstorm? The audience in the live stream was taken aback upon hearing this peculiar term. What on earth? A gigantic sandstorm? And on a global scale? Ha. The host has truly reached the end of the line. I can only say that those who understand. It is safe to declare that the live stream has entered a state of semi-stasis. A glass greenhouse. Pure comedy. In my opinion, rather than covering up, it would be better to dance. From this day forth, the host officially transitions to indoor streaming mode. I have heard this live stream will not be shut down. Does the host intend to refrain from discussing any prohibited content? I am quite interested in your study materials. Will you not share them? As a barrage of comments attempting to divert the live stream into peculiar directions flooded in, the audience, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, could no longer remain still. After a thorough search, no one retained a trace of color in their faces. The global, colossal dust storms on Mars occur approximately every 6 to 8 Earth years, with clouds of dust so dense that they can envelop the entire planet, lingering for days or even months, a phenomenon far from novel. I believe that through your inquiries, you have garnered some understanding of Martian dust storms. However, I must assert that this so-called catastrophe is not as dire as you might have discovered. Much like how a mere neural pain can be misconstrued as a terminal illness, the reality is far less terrifying. Do not be swayed by the sensationalism of certain new media outlets. Lin Yue's voice resonated at this juncture, remarkably calm, which significantly muted the clamor within the live broadcast room. Although the wind speeds on Mars are not particularly high and their force is limited, reaching a maximum equivalent to a level 10 gale on Earth, such strength is easily surpassed by the intensity of dust storms in Tang country. However, the Martian dust is composed of exceedingly fine particles that, once lifted, are challenging to settle. The atmospheric density on Mars is exceedingly low, comprising merely about 1% of that on Earth. Thus, the pressure generated by the wind is correspondingly minimal. Even with wind forces reaching level 17, they can merely elevate a kite into the sky. Unlike Earth, Mars lacks abundant clean air to dilute the dust, and there is no moisture or rainfall to wash it away. Without conditions to coalesce, increase the weight, or precipitate these suspended particles, they remain afloat, awaiting the gradual stabilization of the atmospheric environment. Once it reaches a global scale, it has the potential to persist for several months. concurrently exerting a substantial influence on solar-powered installations and even posing a hazard to instrumental equipment. It constitutes a calamity, albeit not an insurmountable one, with the most dire consequence being an impingement on power generation. However, the power generation modalities of our probe extend beyond mere solar panels. The application of liquid oxygen methane combustion is also a viable option. Following Lin Yue's elucidation, a cohort of professional spectators, bearing various titles, emerged to corroborate his statements with encyclopedic evidence, thereby assuaging the audience's concerns. The atmosphere within the live stream's barrage of comments subsequently became more relaxed. Their attention also shifted to the disaster warning device, which was incessantly emitting alerts. After all, the fact that this contraption could predict the arrival time of the sandstorm at the probe was, in truth, somewhat preposterous. Did this technology originate from the Blue Planet? How is it that the live streamer invariably manages to conjure up novelties? At this juncture, Lin Yue also issued a command to the multi-environmental voice-controlled camera transition to wide-angle portrait photography mode. The visual feed of the live stream once more metamorphosed into a long-range shot of Lin Yue's entire figure, even encompassing the probe in its entirety. The audience suddenly discerned that this entity, consistently addressed as camera, appeared to be remarkably intelligent. Voice control? It seems to diverge from the preceding suspended camera, and, furthermore, it appears to possess a multiplicity of photography modes from which to select. The live streamer has instantaneously unveiled two novel contrivances, an occurrence that has instilled both new and veteran viewers with a sense of inquisitiveness. However, the audience could not help but harbor renewed skepticism. A countdown timer. You assert countdown, and it genuinely commences a countdown. Do you presume to have conjured this tempest yourself? As swift as words spoken, doubts arose whether the device was merely a tablet, its countdown a mere jest. Despite the encroaching sandstorm visible in the earlier shot, pinpointing the exact moment of impact seemed implausible. Critics deemed the live streamer's actions as bordering on madness, a debacle in the making. Yet, amidst the mounting skepticism, the ground beneath them began to churn with increasing intensity. The typically self-assured live streamer, in a surprising turn, displayed the disaster alarm screen for all to witness. The relentlessly decreasing numbers indicated that the final 20 seconds were upon them. As you can observe, I've muted the alarm, but the countdown persists. In just 12 seconds, the vanguard of the sandstorm will reach my location, the live streamer announced. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Precisely as the final second elapsed, a dense cloud of reddish-brown sand engulfed the scene, and the raw fury of the wind overwhelmed the broadcast. Astonishment rippled through the audience. Incredible. The countdown was spot on. One viewer exclaimed. I stand corrected. What sorcery is this? Another marveled. You're deranged, and I'm a fool, one admitted. The accuracy was uncanny, precise to the second. However, concerns arose for the camera's well-being. Just moments before, the live streamer had cautioned about the storm's potential impact on sensitive equipment, and now it seemed doomed. Indeed, the live streamer warned about the effects on delicate devices, and now it's all over, one commenter lamented. Yet, a glimmer of hope emerged. Am I the only one who thinks the camera might be intact? Although the lens is obscured, the screen hasn't gone dark, one viewer noted. A creation of Lin Yue is invariably a masterpiece. It's bound to survive. Another declared with unwavering confidence. At this moment, an influx of rewards began to pour in, simultaneously elevating the enthusiasm of both live streaming rooms to a remarkable height. However, just as the audience worried and questioned Lin Yue's extravagant display, resulting in the loss of the camera, they suddenly noticed a slight tremor in the footage, accompanied by the familiar sound returning. Please hold on. There is an excess of sand outside. Although it will not affect the filming, I will temporarily relocate the device to the detection station for the sake of your viewing experience. With a cacophony of noise, the camera soon regained its visual feed. The tracking mode for human faces was activated, and Lin Yue's voice resonated once more, revealing the host's visage in front of the lens. Yet, a sense of bewilderment enveloped the audience. Did this camera truly function under such conditions? With the severity of the sandstorm just witnessed, could such a sophisticated apparatus endure? Surely, it could not last long. Audience members also noted that the camera employed for this live broadcast differed markedly from the previous hovering model. The former could hardly withstand a few minutes amidst the sandstorm, while this one seemed unfazed even in harsher weather conditions. At that moment, the original hovering camera ascended beside Lin Yue, and the scene swiftly shifted to its perspective. They observed that the camera facing them appeared rather unfortunate. A layer of dark red sand had nearly enveloped the once white device, filling every crevice. Yet, despite this dismal appearance, it astonishingly continued to hover gracefully in midair. Amidst the collective bewilderment, Lin Yue's directive resonated with sudden clarity. Camera, invert and dislodge the sand. The audience's eyes widened as they beheld the spectacle unfolding on their screens. The camera, defying expectations, executed a perfect inversion and commenced a series of vigorous tremors. Sand cascaded from its form in a miniature tempest. Chapter 90. The unfathomable depths of the broadcaster. The spectators, in a state of profound astonishment, watched as the airborne camera executed an aerial pirouette, its frame vibrating intensely, casting off the clinging Martian dust. Such a feat would challenge even the most advanced drones. That it could comprehend human speech was one marvel. That it could faithfully execute the command to invert and shed its sandy burden was another entirely. The audience, both seasoned and new, found their cognitive processors overwhelmed by the sheer audacity of the display. Dora Lin, the camera you've unveiled this time is truly formidable. After a moment, the camera ceased its oscillations, leaving a layer of reddish-brown Martian dust upon the ground. All right, camera, come over here and let me clean you up. Lin Yue produced a cloth and a small brush. Under the watchful gaze of the audience, the camera, with the docility of a well-trained canine, glided towards Lin Yue. Its wings extended in a gentle descent. As Lin Yue delicately wiped and brushed, the dust vanished, revealing the camera's pristine form. The audience noted, in the close-up afforded by the hovering camera, that aside from the rapidly oscillating multi-layered wings, the device was seamlessly integrated, devoid of any crevices where dust might infiltrate. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim, could Lin Yue truly create such formidable machinery in a place as inhospitable as Mars? Under the meticulous cleaning of the small brush, the multi-layered wings had been thoroughly cleansed, and the entire camera appeared revitalized. Goodness, could it be that the streamer has modified the little white one into this? It seems so. The streamer had mentioned that they had indeed upgraded the little white one. Speaking of which, that big dog has yet to make an appearance. Is this a camera? It's even more obedient than my son. When told to come, it comes, and it can move on its own. Remarkable. The seamless integration is astonishing. As if everything was installed directly from the camera. One cannot help but marvel at the streamer's unfathomable prowess. Streamer, this voice control feature of yours has countless selling points. A robot that moves autonomously, once applied, wouldn't it be a windfall? Lin Yue, observing the barrage of comments. Couldn't he help but wear a puzzled expression akin to an elderly person grappling with a mobile phone. My little white one is perfectly fine. How could you all dismiss it so easily? Setting down the camera, Lin Yue cleared his throat. Ladies and gentlemen, the little white one is still here. While this camera possesses intelligent voice recognition, it cannot replace the little white one. He then added, camera, come along to find the little white one. The small camera soared back into Lin Yue's hand, and, along with the hovering camera, followed him through the hatch into the garage. However, as soon as the hatch was opened, everyone was greeted by an exceedingly blinding white light. Lin Yue promptly shut the door and turned to the camera with utmost seriousness. I apologize, everyone, but the little white one is diligently at work. The welding machine poses a bit of a challenge for me, so I had it take over. The audience, upon hearing this, was left utterly bewildered. What in the world? Xiaobai, you can even handle electric welding now? What purpose does that serve? Just as everyone was puzzled, Lin Yue opened the hatch once more. Xiaobai, pause for the moment. Yes, master. In the frame, Xiaobai, the robot, retained its previous canine appearance. Yet it now sported a welding machine on its left foreleg and a small mechanical hand on its right. Do you recall that during the last session with the compressed air cannon, I had equipped Xiaobai with numerous pluggable multifunctional expansion slots? As you witnessed, utilizing its own propulsion, Xiaobai managed to sustain the operation of the compressed air cannon for an impressive 3 minutes. Subsequently, I pondered whether Xiaobai could not only wield weapons through these expansion slots but also employ various tools. Hence, I outfitted the little fellow with an array of tools, yielding remarkably effective results. Xiaobai, don your mining gear. Yes, master. Upon hearing Lin Yue's command, the welding machine sprang forth from the expansion slot, and it maneuvered towards an alloy shovel, using its mechanical hand to affix it to its left arm. Next, its left leg connected to a high-powered drill, while its right leg was fitted with a large rock splitter. The entire body appeared significantly more formidable due to the accumulation of this equipment. This spectacle elicited gasps of astonishment from the viewers in the live stream. Indeed, Xiaobai looked remarkably industrious. And to think it could autonomously install tools. What an impressive display of advanced technology. The viewers recognized that Xiaobai's gear was standard for mining operations. Until I create more suitable equipment for mining, Xiaobai can only serve as a part-time miner for now. Of course, the gold, or that everyone just witnessed, was entirely excavated by this little fellow. And the efficiency is rather impressive. As for why I am so eager to mine the gold, you should have gathered from the recent exposition on the Martian dust storm that if I do not commence extraction soon, it will indeed be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack next time. Each dust storm subtly alters the terrain, potentially burying the gold mine entirely. In this utopian plane, where the landscape remains relatively uniform, locating it again would prove exceedingly difficult. Thus, I was compelled to work overtime yesterday, urging Xiaobai to mine diligently. Otherwise, it would be a tremendous waste. The audience suddenly realized the reasoning behind it all. Ah, now it makes sense. The series of questions and confusions at the beginning of the broadcast found their answers right here. One must admit, the host's narrative was quite coherent. Initially, the audience was presented with a vast amount of gold, sparking intrigue about its origin and the urgency of extraction. Then, the disaster warning device was introduced, leading to the discussion of the global mega dust storm. Following this, the voice-controlled camera showcased the aftermath of the storm, once again demonstrating the prowess of this small machine in dust prevention and voice command. While everyone was still in awe, the piece de resistance, Xiaobai, made its appearance, a robotic dog capable of effortlessly attaching and detaching tools, showcasing Lin Yue's exceptional mechanical modification skills and imaginative concepts. In passing, it also elucidated the earlier queries regarding the tons of gold ore. This sequence was truly remarkable. However, after such an explosive and repetitive start, what follows? An abrupt cessation of the broadcast? Amidst the collective astonishment, Lin Yue promptly instructed Xiaobai anew, "My little companion, reconfigure with the welding apparatus and fabricate the framework forthwith." "Yes, master," the diminutive automaton complied, deftly ejecting the current implements and reattaching the welding device. "We shall proceed with the assembly of the glass greenhouse." Subsequently, the audience discerned that the components on the ground bore scant resemblance to the anticipated framework of a glass greenhouse. Chapter 91. Your predilection for startling others, is it? The aggregate viewership of the live broadcast burgeoned rapidly under Lin Yue's successive actions, swiftly attaining unprecedented heights. Over on Bilibili, for reasons enigmatic, Lin Yue observed a conspicuous absence of substantial response, with viewership figures escalating uncontrollably, even surpassing the million mark. This development was an unexpected boon. Could it be that the engineers at Bilibili were derelict in their duties, engrossed instead in spectating? Regardless, no detriment has befallen us here. O narrator, what manner of construction is Xiaobai welding? This framework deviates significantly from that of a greenhouse. What is the meaning of this? Indeed, the framework of a greenhouse should approximate the skeletal structure of a dwelling. The narrator's actions elude comprehension. This appears rather miniaturized. It seems wearable, in my estimation. Preposterous. Wearable? A welded exoskeleton? Above, your comprehensive understanding has preempted all suspense. This constitutes an entirely novel greenhouse framework. Narrator, unveil the solution promptly and refute the assertions above. At this moment, the barrage of comments criticized the seemingly unrelated object that Xiaobai was welding on the ground, as it appeared disconnected from the structure of the greenhouse. I understood that after several days of anticipation, everyone was eager to witness my installation of the greenhouse. Fortunately, we had enough glass to adequately cover the roof. However, as everyone rightly pointed out, a greenhouse cannot simply be constructed by adhering glass. It requires a sturdy framework for support. While each individual piece of glass may not be heavy, the cumulative weight of nearly 100 pieces presents a different challenge altogether. Thus, the framework must be robust to ensure that it does not collapse later due to such strain. Yet, as I planned the construction of the greenhouse, I encountered a rather challenging issue. Lin Yue spoke with a noticeably fatigued demeanor, as if the task were truly exhausting. The audience furrowed their brows. Exhausted? How dare he? He had spent 2 days mining for gold without a word of fatigue, yet now, before even commencing the greenhouse installation, he was already complaining. One can imagine that while welding the framework of the glass greenhouse could be managed by Xiaobai with the welding machine, the tasks of transporting the glass and assembling each piece were beyond his capabilities. Of course, he was also incapable of laying bricks for the foundation. Such tasks fell solely to me. One can envision the struggle of a single person attempting what typically requires several individuals, leading to a sense of overwhelming inadequacy. In light of this, I devised a solution. Lin Yue spoke as he lifted an object from the ground towards the camera, and everyone immediately noticed that this peculiar item resembled a fusion of a metal frame and a backpack, appearing rather unfamiliar. What purpose does this serve? Can it alleviate fatigue? It's from the Huiren brand. It benefits both him and me, does it not? Yet, this concept is so abstract that it is nearly impossible to visualize. The audience buzzed with speculation, utterly unaware of the true nature of this object. Some claimed it was armor, others suggested it stimulated muscles. And there were even those who ventured into absurd territory, insisting that the host was destined to become a dealer on Mars, dealing cards in the venue. Upon Billy's connection, Lin Yue couldn't help but jest about the plethora of seasoned viewers present. It seemed that everyone had their own interpretations. He cleared his throat and opted for a patient explanation, expressing that he wasn't afraid of their wild imaginings or doubts, but rather concerned about the absence of curiosity. If that were the case, this live stream would indeed meet a dismal end without debate. Observing the audience's conjectures, he realized the necessity of enlightening some viewers. How could a 22-year-old innovator's exoskeleton possibly be intended for nefarious purposes? Upon hearing Lin Yue declare it to be a mechanical exoskeleton, both the knowledgeable and the uninformed were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, some had pondered this direction. After all, mechanical exoskeletons are the quintessential equipment for soldiers in futuristic blockbusters. If, in the realm of labor, workers could be equipped with an exoskeleton that significantly enhances strength, just imagine the efficiency gained in operations and transportation. In an era where mechanical ascension remains unattainable, mechanical exoskeletons have emerged as a focal point of research, serving as versatile tools for both military and civilian applications across nations. Consequently, nations have dedicated substantial resources to research in this field. However, the resultant creations have consistently been plagued by limitations and shortcomings, thereby impeding progress. At the Tang Science Academy, Fu Longyu and his colleagues are currently staring intently at the screen, scarcely daring to breathe, lest they miss anything in the forthcoming broadcast. In comparison to the seemingly distant prospect of transformable mecha, the technological threshold for powered exoskeletons is evidently considerably lower. None of the contrivances presented by Lin Yue have been without merit, particularly those pertaining to mechanics, which are invariably of superior quality. To the uninitiated onlookers, the mere mention of powered exoskeleton is sufficient to elicit excitement. Therefore, both the knowledgeable and the uninitiated are presently unable to suppress their inner agitation as they await Lin Yue's forthcoming introduction and demonstration. Camera, full body focus mode. Having summoned the camera, Lin Yue formally commenced the demonstration. Esteemed viewers, observe this powered exoskeleton, which I have elected to construct entirely from titanium alloy, thereby harmonizing robustness with aesthetic appeal. Furthermore, titanium alloy is a metal frequently employed in aerospace construction, possessing a multitude of advantages, which I encourage you to investigate. The component behind me constitutes a unitary panel, fashioned in the form of an inverted, while the lumbar assembly connects the intricate electric pushrods of the arms and legs, thereby ensuring that I am not subjected to any impediment when bending or raising my legs, even facilitating a rapid ascent from a prone position. Of course, rather than extolling its virtues ad infinitum, I shall provide a practical demonstration. Pray, observe attentively. Lin Yue spoke as he directly laid down on the ground, his entire body pressed against the metallic surface. Suddenly, the figure flickered, and the audience was astonished to discover that the broadcaster had actually stood up. How was this possible? It was inconceivable. However, before the 2 million viewers could even shout their admiration, they witnessed the host once again standing before the Mars rover. Since it was a mechanical exoskeleton, it couldn't simply roll on the ground and be done with it. Do not blink, for I shall now demonstrate its true power. With that, Lin Yue crouched down, his armored hands lifting the front of the vehicle. Without uttering a word, he astonishingly raised this colossal machine, weighing over 10 tons, at an angle nearly 1 meter high. Chapter 92. Fake. Absolutely fake. At this moment, every viewer in front of their screens was utterly speechless, shaken by the scene before them. Had that nearly 20-ton Mars rover truly been lifted? What a farce. Fake. Absolutely fake. When humanity encounters phenomena that transcend their understanding, the immediate response is not curiosity or a desire to explore, but rather skepticism, doubt, and even the hasty conclusion that it is a fabrication, certainly not genuine. Whether this is an inherited trait of humanity since time immemorial remains a mystery. Yet, at least within Lin Yue's Mars live broadcast, the audience's first reaction to these unheard of, unseen technologies and novelties was skepticism, regardless of how many times they had previously been proven wrong. Especially now, witnessing Lin Yue donning a so-called mechanical exoskeleton and effortlessly lifting a nearly 20-ton rover, the viewers immediately erupted with fervent critiques in the comments. They exclaimed, "The streamer has truly lost the plot. It seems they've resorted to special effects to fill the void." Some voiced their disbelief. Who understands this? Today, I followed a tech streamer only to find them relying on visual effects. How disappointing. Others lamented. Is there a professional out there who can call out this streamer for their deceit? Many may not realize that with current technology, an exoskeleton can only support a weight comparable to that of the wearer. Frankly, this special effect is over the top. The rover must be a fabrication. While I concede that the streamer possesses some ingenuity in mechanical modifications, this instance eludes my comprehension. One simply cannot defy the laws of nature. New viewers remarked, "If you could lift something weighing 300 or 400 pounds, I would refrain from criticizing, but this is exhausting. I'm unfollowing." The barrage of skepticism continued to escalate. Yet Lin Yue, accustomed to such scrutiny, remained unfazed. "A minor inconvenience. I can manage," he declared confidently. Facing the camera, he held the rover aloft for 7 or 8 minutes before gently lowering it to the ground, mere inches above the surface. The resounding thud silenced the audience in the livestream. It appears that many harbored doubts regarding the capabilities of this mechanical exoskeleton, understandably so, as the notion of lifting such a hefty rover upon donning it is indeed difficult to accept. I have observed that some individuals claim that this roving vehicle is merely a fabrication. Therefore, let us first take a closer look. The camera, in a following mode, swiftly trails Lin Yue as he opens the door to the vehicle. Inside, everything is meticulously arranged. All necessary items are present, and nothing appears to be artificially created. Is this not the same roving vehicle from before? Yet, skepticism still lingers among the crowd, for the notion is simply too far-fetched. Should anyone continue to suspect that this is merely a product of special effects, feel free to select any item from the detection station that can be picked up, and I shall readily demonstrate its reality. At that moment, Lin Yue's voice resonated once more, igniting excitement among the doubting audience. "That robotic dog, Xiaobai, upstairs. It cannot sink. My suggestion is to move the glass instead. Did the host not prepare the glass already? It is perfect for relocation. 100 pieces would certainly suffice." "I second that," came the agreement. Lin Yue acknowledged the collective enthusiasm. "No problem. So, we shall move the glass. Camera, let us proceed to the storage compartment." As the hatch opened, clad in a mechanical exoskeleton, he and the camera quickly entered the storage area. The lens captured a corner of the room piled high with glass, stacked in layers, undoubtedly exceeding 100 pieces. Ladies and gentlemen, as you may know, I have been consistently producing glass, with 5 glass furnaces, each capable of yielding 5 pieces every 16 hours. After nearly 5 days of production, I now possess 125 pieces of glass. Of course, the initial trial pieces do not count. Those are here. Lin Yue effortlessly lifted a remarkably thick piece of glass situated beside a stack of paints. Observers noted that this slab, measuring 15 centimeters in thickness and 1 meter in both length and width, was surprisingly lightweight. At least, after donning the exoskeleton, I found it akin to lifting a mere sheet of paper. The audience was astonished. "Brother, do you have any idea how heavy that piece of glass is? It weighs several hundred pounds, and you treat it like a sheet of paper? Is this a joke?" Without hesitation, Lin Yue set the glass down and turned to load several pieces onto a small cart. After stacking approximately 30 or 40 pieces, he bent down and lifted both the cart and its contents. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Wow, this young man possesses incredible strength. Yet, skepticism lingered. "Shall we repeat this impressive feat?" Lin Yue proposed, as he carried the cart out of the chamber and onto the rover. To the astonishment of all, he proceeded to place the glass from the cart into the vehicle's compartment. One by one, he transported the remaining glass panes into the rover, leaving no room for doubt regarding its authenticity. If it were merely a special effect, how could the glass be loaded? Moreover, the streamer only began moving the glass upon the audience's urging. Effects require time to create, do they not? By now, the newly arrived spectators were thoroughly convinced by Lin Yue's prowess. However, Lin Yue was not ready to conclude just yet. The task was far from complete, and there was no reason for anyone to concede or acknowledge defeat. The performance needed to continue. He re-entered the vehicle, securing all the glass panels before emerging once more. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you have recognized that this mobile unit is no mere illusion. However, I believe that this may still not entirely convince you. Thus, Lin Yue approached the front of the vehicle again and, as before, lifted it once more. The mobile unit was already considerably heavy, and with the addition of over 120 glass panels, though not significantly increasing the weight, it further clarified for everyone that this is not a trick. This is the genuine article. Gifts and accolades poured into the two live streams like a torrential storm, and the audience bestowed their highest praise upon Lin Yue for this impressive display. Being confronted with the truth can be painful, yet there is a certain exhilaration in the aftermath. But let us remain composed. We have only just begun, and the day's task remains unfinished. Today, we are to construct a glass greenhouse, Lin Yue declared as he lowered the front of the vehicle and returned inside to start it up. Soon, the garage door swung open, unleashing a torrent of dark red dust swirling chaotically into the space. The dust storm was so intense that I chose to assemble the glass panels within the vehicle, transporting them piece by piece to the roof. Of course, the framework for the greenhouse still needed to be erected. As the mobile unit exited, the infernal landscape outside quickly came into view. Do not stray away. We shall now commence the construction of the greenhouse. Chapter 93, Martian Bandits, indeed. The dark red dust whipped violently towards the camera screen. The audience could distinctly hear the excruciatingly grating roars emanating from it. As the vehicle's doors swung open, an incessant influx of sand infiltrated the passenger compartment, proving impossible to prevent. The collective consciousness remained captivated by the intense stimulation induced by the recently showcased mechanical exoskeleton. A palpable sense of trepidation and awe permeated the air as they contemplated the broadcaster's newfound ability to hoist the rover's chassis, a weight exceeding 10 tons. While clad in the device, one must ponder whether the extant scientific prowess of Earth could yield an exoskeleton possessing even a mere fraction of the capabilities demonstrated by the broadcaster's apparatus. Within the confines of Fu Longyu's conference room, a cohort of mechanical engineering luminaries and allied research specialists descended into a state of bewilderment and disquietude, engaging in vociferous debates concerning the exoskeleton's myriad parameters and specifications. For this seemingly innocuous device had indelibly surpassed the technological zenith of Earth, rivaling even the rover's prior metamorphosis into a colossal mecha. A singular thought preoccupied the minds of those present. Should Lin Yue disseminate the methodologies and techniques underpinning the exoskeleton's fabrication, the entirety of humanity would embark upon an accelerated trajectory of advancement in this domain. This, in turn, could catalyze a profound industrial revolution, permeating military, agricultural, industrial, and transportation sectors alike. The perennial pursuit of mechanical exoskeleton research by various nations underscores its paramount importance. Were this young man to propagate the technology behind the exoskeleton, or indeed any facet thereof, across the terrestrial sphere, humanity would be indelibly impacted, ushering in an era of unprecedented scientific progression. Ultimately, the coterie of expert magnates converged upon a rather prosaic conclusion. To deem it trite stems from the fact that, in prior endeavors such as synthetic starch, robotic modifications, and the transformation of rovers, experts from various fields have consistently held this view of Lin Yue. Now, esteemed colleagues, let us embark on the construction of a glass greenhouse. With this mechanical exoskeleton, I can effortlessly transport heavy objects, significantly alleviating the construction's complexity. Over here, after a flurry of activities, I observed that the accumulated technology points from donations had astonishingly reached 87 at this early stage, a remarkable feat indeed. It appears that establishing the Bilibili platform and catching them off guard was an exceptionally astute decision. I wonder if the next platform, which will be unveiled upon the completion of the upcoming task, will also be as unprepared as Bilibili. However, I believe that the challenges will only intensify, unless the individual behind the scenes, who has requested to conceal all information regarding him, alters their stance. Previously, everyone has gained considerable insight into the dust storms of Mars. While the winds may seem fierce, they are, in truth, quite gentle, merely intimidating at first glance. Due to the confined space within the vehicle, I have opted to have Xiaobai weld the framework outside while I utilize adhesive to assemble the glass for this greenhouse. Xiaobai, let us commence. As Lin Yu's voice faded, Xiaobai, equipped with a welding machine on the left arm and a mechanical claw on the right, descended from the vehicle, plunging into the dust storm. The door closed behind him, and Lin Yue turned his gaze back toward the camera. The specifications for the glass greenhouse to be constructed are as follows: a length and width of 10 meters respectively, and a height of 3 meters. The roof will adopt a simple, flat, level design. The project is estimated to require 220 panes of glass. Upon completion, it will be connected to the station via the side of the formerly damaged food storage room. The projected time frame for completion is approximately 3 days from the present, contingent upon the rate at which the glass is fabricated. A batch of 150 glass panes is anticipated to be ready imminently. Due to the stringent requirements for the framework, particularly concerning speed, Xiaobai has already been dispatched to commence work. Now, let us proceed with affixing the glass. Lin Yue provided a brief introduction, as was his custom, before opening the toolbox and retrieving the sealant guns and cartridges. You all recall these items that I borrowed from the research center, correct? My initial intention was to synthesize an adhesive from starch, but every method invariably lacked certain components. Consequently, I resolved to simply borrow all of their sealant from my amiable neighbors. Since they have no need for a greenhouse, I felt compelled to assist them in decluttering and disposing of superfluous items. As neighbors, mutual assistance is only proper, though I typically prefer to perform good deeds anonymously. I did furnish them with an itemized list. Lin Yue then adopted an expression of resignation. I am weary as well. To this day, I have yet to receive a letter of gratitude. Instead, these individuals from the research center seek to undermine me. Their lack of ethics is truly deplorable. The audience, who had been following since that time, began to grow restless. This is truly refreshingly unconventional. Let us not frighten away the new viewers. The host ventures forth, leaving no stone unturned. Can you guess who in the world despises this well-meaning host the most? If I hadn't witnessed it myself, I might have believed it. One can only say that the scientists at the research center are filled with indignation yet remain silent. I must admit, the host possesses a modicum of conscience, albeit scant. Otherwise, they would have overtaken the research center entirely. They have absconded with all the seeds and soil, various tools, hydroponic equipment, an array of fertilizers, and even the remnants of plants left in the fields. Guess who this is? For those unacquainted, are you referring to the Martian marauder? Dog emoji. Watching the flood of comments, Lin Yue resolved to counterattack. How can you tarnish my reputation in such a manner? That was merely a loan. Can one truly call it theft when it occurs between neighbors? I even wrote a promissory note. If they wish to take it, they are welcome to come here. I wouldn't bat an eye. Let us not digress. Focus. After laying 4 pieces of glass flat and adhering them into a rectangular shape measuring 1 meter by 4 meters, Lin Yue skillfully replicated the process, quickly completing several more. Naturally, he also produced the corresponding quantities of 1 meter by 2 meters as demanded. The space within the rover is limited, leaving him with few options. Although this task could also be accomplished in the garage, the floor there is marred with various oil stains, making it troublesome if anything were to become soiled. For Lin Yue, who harbors an unwavering desire for perfection in the glass greenhouse, this is utterly intolerable. Outside, the sandstorm raged on, obscuring the audience's view of the transformation that Little White had wrought upon the framework. Yet, Lin Yue was becoming increasingly adept at his task. In no time, he had adhered a substantial portion of the glass, the rapid-drying adhesive proving remarkably effective. As he calculated the requisite amount, he engaged in casual banter with those watching on screen. The process itself was rather monotonous, were it merely the application of glass in its purest form. The audience would surely succumb to slumber. After a while, Lin Yue placed the glass pieces onto a small cart and opened the door. Ladies and gentlemen, the glass has been affixed. It appears that Little White has already completed its work. Just outside the door, the little creature was covered in dust and leaning against the frame, its dual camera eyes seemingly imbued with a hint of melancholy. Chapter 94. Not impossible, even though Little White was but a mechanical dog, devoid of any artificial intelligence programming within its chip. Observers still felt that at this moment, upon the door's opening, they could perceive a sense of longing emanating from its camera-like eyes, which were dusted by the storm. If it could let out a few plaintive whines like a genuine puppy, it would resemble one all the more. Who would have thought you could finish so swiftly? Hurry inside. Leave the rest to me. Lin Yue gently stroked Little White's head, urging the little creature to climb into the cabin. He then retrieved a brush and cloth to wipe away the accumulated sand and dust. As he spoke, he opened the door once more, lowered the cart filled with glass, and lifted it directly. The camera followed suit, plunging the scene into a dim crimson hue. However, it became apparent to everyone that they were not entirely devoid of sight. Amidst the vast expanse of swirling dust, a substantial shadow of a welded framework emerged, not entirely obscured. This unveiled the nascent form of some glass greenhouse structures. Prior to the installation of this framework, I had excavated a pit beneath it yesterday and laid a solid foundation using numerous bricks I had crafted. Although the Martian winds were not particularly fierce, certain essentials were still necessary. Otherwise, the structure would merely rest upon the ground without purpose. Lin Yue understood that while the audience could not see his face, they could still hear his voice transmitted through the built-in microphone of his extravehicular suit. It must be said that Xiaobai had performed remarkably well. Due to the dreadful weather, the specifics of the framework were obscured, yet upon closer inspection, I discovered that its level of craftsmanship was adequate to qualify for a welding certification. Well then, without further ado, let us proceed. As the spectators marveled at the fact that this skeleton could be constructed in such an environment and at such a pace, Lin Yue's figure had already approached the metallic staircase on the opposite side, transporting glass panels one by one. After successfully moving a total of 100 panels, Lin Yue began to apply adhesive to bond the pieces together. Subsequently, he positioned these panels onto the framework, interlocking them in their designated places. The entire process flowed seamlessly, devoid of any delays. It took Lin Yue little time to install all 100 panels. Ladies and gentlemen, had it not been for this dust storm, the installation of our glass greenhouse would have proceeded even more smoothly. Having recently completed the installation of the overhead glazing, the next phase involves erecting the 4 glass walls. Lin Yue reappeared in the vehicle, prompting some viewers to ponder whether the structure was being assembled too swiftly and with excessive ease. Indeed, the speed was remarkable, largely attributable to the efficacy of the exoskeleton, which seemed to effortlessly manage the heavy panes of glass. Lin Yue proceeded to unload the remaining glass panes and re-entered the glass kiln to demold the fired pieces. After retrieving an additional 25 panes, he found himself with a surplus of 50, more than adequate for constructing one more wall. Esteemed viewers, I shall now proceed with the installation of another glass wall. As for the remainder, we must await an adequate quantity of glass in the coming days. Moreover, the prevailing weather conditions are hardly conducive to outdoor broadcasting. Merely hearing my voice without visual accompaniment would be futile. Please bear with me briefly while I attend to this. With these words, Lin Yue ventured once more into the sandstorm, accompanied by the camera. Before long, viewers witnessed the successful installation of one of the glass walls. Upon disembarking from the vehicle, he allowed the camera to capture the act of shaking off the accumulated sand. Despite the assistance of the mechanical exoskeleton, which mitigates any sense of fatigue, one inevitably succumbs to hunger after prolonged exertion. Therefore, let us first address this pressing matter. Indeed, numerous tasks remained, but the pangs of hunger invariably cloud one's cognitive faculties, focusing one's thoughts solely on sustenance. Having entered the airlock, Lin Yue divested himself of his exosuit, shaking off the accumulated grit. His fortune was certainly unique. To encounter a global dust storm, an event occurring perhaps once every 7 or 8 years. Outdoor broadcasts were, for the moment, untenable, but once the glass greenhouse was erected, he could pursue atypical indoor broadcasts. Presently, I shall partake of some sustenance, he declared, and today's repast shall include a novel addition. Lin Yue, maintaining his composure before the camera, guided it into the kitchen. A planting box, relegated to a corner due to its considerable size, was plugged in, its lights simulating the sun's radiant glow. The camera, relinquishing its focus on Lin Yue as he procured ingredients, shifted to the planting box. The slowly panning shot revealed verdant growth, densely packed, yet thriving, instilling a sense of optimism. As you can observe, Lin Yue's voice interjected, the arugula has grown prolifically, though somewhat densely. Thus, it is imperative to thin them out, to afford them more space to flourish. Suddenly, Lin Yue's hand plunged into the planting box, eliciting cries of dismay from his audience, as he extracted a sufficient amount of sprouts for a single meal. Excessive density leads to malnutrition for all, he explained. Therefore, thinning is crucial. I assure you, this is for their own benefit. As Lin Yue retrieved a steak, he lamented, I fail to comprehend why this must invariably be prepared by searing. Today, however, just as he was about to demonstrate an unconventional method of consuming the steak, his extraordinary culinary discernment unexpectedly activated. The spoilage rate of the beef stands at a staggering 65. Though it remains edible, one faces risks of diarrhea, vomiting, and acute gastroenteritis. What on earth is happening? Spoilage. In haste, he retrieved the packaging he had previously discarded, his lips twitching in disbelief. It had expired a full 6 months ago. This product boasted a shelf life of 2.5 years, with a year required for transportation from the moon. After accounting for the remaining year and a half, how could the researchers at the center have failed to consume it? Had they left it untouched, even after it had expired for half a year? Perhaps there were vegetarians among them? Lin Yue hastily extracted the steaks he had taken out earlier from the refrigerator, inspecting each slice. Then, with a sudden thud, he found himself sitting on the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, the defenses have crumbled. Lin Yue's anguished voice echoed. A profound silence enveloped the live-streaming room. Yet, it was not long before a barrage of comments erupted. You have meat to eat. Lin Yue rubbed his face, donning a mask of agony. Impossible. I, Lin Yue, would rather starve than succumb. As he spoke, a thought struck him. He recalled the descriptions of the delectable, nutrient-rich black insect meat during the appraisal. His expression shifted dramatically, as the desire for meat triumphed over all else. Ladies and gentlemen, black insect meat is not entirely out of the question. Chapter 95. The Ruthless Emperor. Exquisite ingredients often require the most unpretentious cooking methods. After a flurry of activity lasting 10 minutes, Master Lin began rinsing away the excess green fluid from the black insects with water. Carefully, he extracted a piece with a knife and sliced it into meat portions, setting them aside for later use. He glanced up at the camera, wiping the sweat from his brow. As the ancient Chinese saying goes, rely on the mountains to eat from the mountains, rely on the sea to eat from the sea. This is not merely a pragmatic adaptation, but rather a harmonious approach to survival in the spirit of Tang culture. From ancient times to the present, our agrarian society has meticulously cultivated every inch of land beneath our feet, drawing upon our rich reservoir of wisdom and our endeavors to procure sustenance. Today on Mars, when my steaks have spoiled and I find myself devoid of a reliable source of meat, the black insects on this planet emerge as an exceedingly rare and precious gift. Lin Yue wore a cheerful smile, his gaze fixed on the insect meat. In truth, this substance bore no unpleasant odor nor exhibited any peculiar wriggling. Had one not known its origin, they might well have mistaken it for chicken. After sprinkling some white pepper and adding salt to marinate the insect meat, Lin Yue turned to wash the arugula. With 1,000 hands, there exist 1,000 flavors. The culinary arts of Tang culture are profoundly mysterious and difficult to replicate. From the remote mountains to bustling cities, and from Blue Star to Mars, the transmission of culinary skills continues to adhere to the traditional methods of oral teaching and intuitive understanding. Today, I shall prepare a special dish of steamed insect leg meat for all of you watching on screen. As Lin Yue spoke, he placed water in the steamer and arranged the marinated insect meat on the bamboo rack. As he ignited the flame and covered the pot, the audience in the live stream found themselves utterly bewildered by the scene unfolding before their eyes. We wanted you to be down to earth, not down to the underworld. They jested, playfully asserting that insect meat was edible and that consuming it would not lead to demise. This was merely a form of banter between the audience and the host, taken in jest by all. Yet, Asian, are you being serious? Not only did he genuinely haul a bug carcass from the cold storage, but he also enthusiastically performed an ultra-explicit autopsy in front of over 2 million viewers. To top it off, he even chopped off the black bug's thigh and peeled off its shell. My friend, you are truly ruthless, live streaming the consumption of insect meat on Mars. A paragon of ruthlessness, a veritable emperor of. Lin Yue was passionately commentating when he suddenly noticed that the color of the steam wafting from the steamer seemed off. The audience followed the camera's gaze, and, lo and behold, it was indeed green. Ha ha ha, this streamer is hilarious. A match made in heaven, a belated encounter? Your steam is literally toxic. The demise of naive streamers often comes in the simplest, most unadorned ways. Streamer, heed our advice. Don't eat it. If you die, whose live stream will we watch? Don't send yourself to the netherworld for the sake of performing such underworldly acts. Seeing these comments, Lin Yue was filled with indignation. Good heavens, did I know it would be like this? The top-tier food identification skill stated that black bug meat is delicious, non-toxic, harmless, and nutritious. I never expected green steam to emerge upon cooking. Lin Yue glanced askance, the color of the steam deepening, resembling plumes of verdant miasma. He was utterly clueless about the underlying principle, but since it was said to be edible, it must be. The system had never deceived him, at least not until now. If it were truly deceptive, it wouldn't have issued a warning during the steak incident, only to arrive belatedly when he was transforming into a diarrhea-stricken prince. Esteemed guests, although the black insect may appear fearsome, the steam emanating from the meat could very well signify a detoxification process. Since time immemorial, we have been accustomed to consuming meat cooked, which can effectively eliminate any residual toxins through the application of high temperatures. After a quarter of an hour, let us bear witness together. Upon completing his statement, Lin Yue meticulously sliced the dried sesame greens and arranged them elegantly on a plate, drizzling sesame sauce atop. He decided against the traditional steamed dish, as, to speak candidly, it tends to become monotonous with excessive consumption and lacks substantial nutritional value. Instead, he retrieved a large loaf of bread, cutting it into pieces to place in the air fryer. He opted for a cooking duration of 25 to 30 minutes, ensuring thorough cooking. During this interval, he engaged with his audience on camera, noting a significant decline in the average age of his viewers since joining Bilibili. Many had not seen his previous videos, with some even entirely unaware of the circumstances that led to his current predicament following the explosion of the Moonstone. This situation reflects a tightly held narrative, both in Tang Country and Legion. The viewer count in the livestream hovered around 1.4 million on Douyin, while Bilibili astonishingly surged to 1.7 million, surpassing the former. Could it be that the engineers at Bilibili are indeed his fans, neglecting their work? As time ticked by, the color of the steam in the steamer gradually lightened, ultimately transforming into a pristine white. With just a minute remaining, Lin Yue increased the air fryer's heat, and upon hearing its signal, he simultaneously lifted the lid of the steamer. As the dish was presented, an enticing yet peculiar aroma wafted into Lin Yue's nostrils. Intensifying his hunger, he prepared 2 slices of bread and arranged the plate elegantly on the dining table. Regardless of whether one resides by the mountains or the sea, every food enthusiast possesses their own delectable delights. Today, I have crafted this dish, steamed black insect leg meat, in the simplest of manners, inviting everyone in this live stream to savor the exquisite flavors together. Come, let us all take the first bite. In the frame, the tender morsels of meat were sliced into delicate pieces, closely nestled together, appearing remarkably succulent and plump. Had one not witnessed the host scraping this from the insect leg, they might have easily mistaken it for chicken. Suddenly, the comments erupted with warnings urging the host not to partake, as this dish was too alien. "How brave you are to eat that!" they exclaimed. The ominous green steam was a clear indication that something was amiss. Was it truly worth risking one's health for a few trifling tips? In response, Lin Yue reassured the audience, acknowledging their concerns. "I completely understand your apprehensions. I once vowed never to consume this," he stated. "However, I find myself with no alternatives. Allow me to take the first bite." With that, Lin Yue grasped his chopsticks, hesitating for a moment before decisively placing a piece in his mouth. The texture was exquisite, delicate, smooth, and rich with flavor, leaving a lingering taste that tantalized his palate. As he chewed thoughtfully, Lin Yue suddenly realized he had unwittingly unlocked the door to a new culinary realm. How delightful!